Chapter 1. Beyond Cognition, Transcendence. In the southern Zhao kingdom, during the 25th year of the reign of the Holy Emperor by the mandate of heaven, the emperor decrees, the third daughter of the general of the town army, Huai, known for her kindness and integrity and her outstanding beauty, is specially granted to my fourth son, Prince Chun, as his bride. A date for the wedding will be chosen. This imperial edict of marriage instantly stirred the previously quiet capital, transforming it into a cacophony of voices. Heavens! How can it be the third young lady of the Hua family? That untalented, unraced, and unattractive woman isn't just perfect? A blind man paired with an arrogant and ugly woman. It is entirely justified. It seems that the ugly woman has only a few days left to live. Whispers of discontent and mockery filled the air, hinting at some hidden truth. In the general's residence, in a secluded courtyard, the dilapidated surroundings starkly contrasted with the grandeur of the estate, resembling a ruin, while even the servants' quarters appeared more respectable. A piercing scream shattered the silence of the secluded courtyard, followed by two panicked figures rushing towards the main courtyard. In the windswept room, a vividly dressed woman lay on the ground, her disheveled hair obscuring her face, and a torn piece of white satin lay beside her. Suddenly, the seemingly lifeless figure stirred. Cough, cough, water. As she coughed, the woman slightly lifted her head, her bleary eyes opening to reveal a hoarse voice. At that moment, she had yet to fully comprehend her surroundings, but the fiery pain in her throat compelled her to instinctively seek water. Desperate for hydration, otherwise she would perish. Water. In a daze, the woman spotted a water jug on the table, grasped it, and drank. Gulp, gulp. I'm finally alive. This water is truly. Just as she expressed her gratitude, she became aware of her surroundings, her voice faltering, and her expression tightening. Her sleepy gaze abruptly sharpened, resembling a hawk in the dark, both vigilant and inquisitive. She quickly surveyed her environment, while her mind raced to recall events. What is happening? Where is she? No, wait. She was on a mission. As a top-tier mercenary of the 21st century, she had accepted a task to escort a precious gem. The reward was substantial, and she had planned to complete this job and take a break. However, the gem was too rare. It attracted numerous competitors, elite international assassins, all well prepared. After a grueling day and night of combat, her already exhausted body sustained injuries, and in a moment of carelessness, a bullet had flown towards her forehead. It was that white light. As she pondered, the woman appeared to grasp a crucial realization, her face suddenly contorting in pain. The dark mark on her left cheek seemed to twist in tandem with her expression. Ugh! Her head throbbed, as if it might explode, an influx of foreign memories flooding her mind. After a long moment, the pained expression vanished from her face, replaced by a stunned disbelief. Heavens! She had transcended. She had crossed into a dynasty that had never existed in history. She had inhabited the body of a woman sharing her name, yet of humble birth. 10 years younger, a reality beyond her comprehension. Huai stood frozen in place. Goodness, what she once deemed the absurd plot of a melodramatic series was now unfolding in her own life. Was this not a slap to her face? It turned out such things truly existed. She felt utterly bewildered. After a prolonged shock, Huai finally had the leisure to sift through her original self's memories. The original was a secondary daughter of a second-rank general, born of a concubine who had once been a dancer, her status not suitable for public display. However, due to her mother's favor, the young original had received much affection, her standing second only to that of the legitimate daughter. Alas, such fortune was short-lived. When the original was 5 years old, her mother, tragically died in childbirth, leaving the original orphaned. The capital was full of beautiful women, and with the Hua family status, it was only natural that a woman resembling would enter the household. Thus, the original was gradually forgotten. Spoiled from childhood, under the well-meaning reminders of numerous siblings, her temperament became arrogant. She behaved like a tyrant, committing misdeeds. Somehow, amidst the scorn of many, a dark mark gradually appeared on the original's left cheek, and she became synonymous with ugliness and wickedness. When the emperor's marriage decree arrived, the original refused. She was well aware of the Prince Chen's notorious reputation, unwilling to defy the imperial order. Following the advice of her sisters, she intended to use a piece of white satin to convey her determination to die rather than marry, hoping to frighten her indifferent father. However, fate took a turn, and her charade became reality. Having pieced together the brief life of the original, Huai slapped her forehead and sighed deeply. Fool! Indeed, those people played her for a fool. She had been oblivious to it all. First, they flattered her to death. Then they plotted against her. The original was utterly foolish. Unable to discern right from wrong, she engaged in nothing but foolishness. The imperial marriage decree was suspicious. Given the original's nature, it was impossible for her to have been granted to that Prince Chun. It was odd that the Hua family had recently clarified the original's misdeeds over the years, leading to today's events. If one were to say this had nothing to do with the Hua family, Hua Nuanyu would never believe it. Never mind. Your vendetta, I shall avenge for you. Hua Nuanyu casually settled into a chair, a faint smile playing on her lips. At a critical juncture, she had unexpectedly transcended. Regardless of whether she could return, she was looking forward to her new life here. Even if one day she returned, she would take along ancient treasures and paintings, wash her hands of worldly affairs, and roam the world. In her pleasant reverie, Hua Nuanyu leisurely surveyed her surroundings again, intending to find a mirror to inspect her appearance. Unfortunately, after searching, she found not even a small bronze mirror, let alone a decent ornament. The only intact item was a chipped teacup on a battered table. Wait, the teapot is empty. Hua Nuanyu suddenly frowned, her gaze fixed intently on the porcelain teapot as if trying to discern something. She possessed an exceptional memory. Even the original's recollections were vividly clear. That teapot had been emptied before the original took her life. There was no water left. Before she could fully grasp the implications, hurried footsteps echoed from outside, accompanied by faint mutterings. Ah, they've come to collect her corpse. Hua Nuanyu lounged in her chair, casually crossing her legs, her expression one of amusement. Despite the original's foolishness, she had rarely gone hungry, at least in this moment. She felt capable of self-preservation. Moreover, with the original's arrogant demeanor aligning perfectly with her own resilient nature, she thought. There was no need for pretense. Let the torment begin. Wretched child. Truly a wretched child. Always causing trouble. Never at peace. It's good that she's dead. The Hua household will finally be rid of her. A robust male voice drew near, resonating clearly in Hua Nuanyu's ears as she languidly focused on the teacup in her hands, her expression tranquil. She recognized the voice of the Hua family patriarch. As the patriarch's words faded, a hesitant voice followed. My lord, you surely did not mean it. Woe is the child. How could she commit such a foolish act? Just as those words were spoken, a group arrived at the dilapidated house, and upon seeing Hua Nuanyu seated within, the elegantly dressed matron froze in place. Chapter 2. Composure and caution you. How are you still alive? The middle-aged woman exclaimed, as if she had seen a ghost, pointing at Hua Nuanyu. Realizing the gravity of her words, she quickly added, Oh, my dear you, it is such a relief to see you unharmed. You truly frightened your mother. What foolishness possessed you? Look at how you scared your father. She feigned anger, ostensibly worried about Hua Nuanyu, while discreetly wiping away non-existent tears. Her seemingly caring remarks were, in truth, veiled accusations of Hua Nuanyu's thoughtlessness and recklessness. As the woman's voice faded, Hua Nuanyu cast a fleeting glance at her, revealing a barely perceptible smirk. Madam Hua, how charmingly you embody both the white lotus and the green tea. No wonder the original owner fell into your luxurious dream. Though her demeanor appeared dignified and amiable, those shrewd eyes could not deceive Hua Nuanyu's keen insight. Hidden daggers behind smiles, and barbed words laced with malice. With the conclusion of Madame Hua's words, the Hua family patriarch, who had long harbored disdain for the original owner, began to scold, You wretched child. How dare you survive? If you had perished, this Hua residence would have known peace. His voice was deep and powerful, laced with anger. The imposing aura of a military general radiated an irresistible authority, silencing even those who had come to spectate. In the eyes of the Hua patriarch, there was nothing but disdain for Hua Nuanyu, as if she were a source of shame. Even after clarifying previous events, his attitude remained unchanged. Madame Hua, with a hint of amusement in her gaze, was about to interject when she heard Hua Nuanyu's mocking voice. Does General Hua wish for his daughter's demise so eagerly? Do the outsiders know? Does His Majesty know? Or perhaps? Hua Nuanyu rose with calm composure, strolling leisurely, entirely dismissive of her family's demeanor. In stark contrast to the original owner's previous boisterousness, she now appeared composed and strategic, her words piercing the hearts of those present. Having faced death once, the original owner should have awakened to the reality of her situation. Hua Nuanyu's speech was abruptly cut short as she directed her gaze toward the onlookers, showing no intention of elaborating further. Her audacious remarks left the crowd wide-eyed in disbelief. How dare this wretch speak in such a manner? How outrageous! You insolent child! Do you even comprehend your words? General Hua's fury erupted. His face darkened with rage. To Hua Nuanyu, this was merely an attempt to mask his embarrassment at her bold truth-telling. In the capital's aristocracy, which family did not value reputation more than life itself? A distinguished general wishing for his illegitimate daughter's death was no trivial matter to dismiss with mere words. With the imperial marriage decree in hand, even as a newcomer, they dared not lay a finger on her. Shielded by this protective charm, she could afford to rest and recuperate. As the Hua patriarch concluded his tirade, a finely dressed woman beside him spoke up, "Sister, how could you utter such treasonous words? I understand your distress regarding this marriage, but this matter is beyond our father's control. Shouldn't you quickly apologize to him?" Her tone was sincere, yet subtly derisive, implying that Hua Nuanyu was acting foolishly. The daughter in question, Hua Nuanyu's younger sister, Hua Wanyang, was the seventh daughter. A year younger than Hua Nuanyu, she was well regarded in the capital for her beauty and kindness, further backed by a favored concubine sister of the crown prince, attracting countless suitors. Feigning disbelief, Hua Nuanyu retorted, "Seventh sister. Mother, wasn't this what you taught me to do? How can you blame me? Oh, I see it now. You are deliberately setting me up. Such malice you possess, inciting me to act, believing father would relent and annul this marriage. So it was intentional. Anyone could perform in a play, following the path of the White Lotus only to leave her with nowhere to run. Inciting internal conflict was her forte." With an air of feigned sorrow, Hua Nuanyu presented herself convincingly, though she forgot her unsightly blemishes, which were almost unbearable to behold. Her sudden outburst caught everyone off guard, particularly Hua Wanyang and Madame Hua. Both women trembled with indignation at Hua Nuanyu's words, pointing at her and hastily appealing to the Hua patriarch. They could not comprehend how this foolish girl had suddenly become so articulate, casting blame upon them. How dare she? She must be punished. Their gazes fell upon Hua Nuanyu, eyes as innocent as could be, as though deeply wronged. Others around them quickly joined in scolding Hua Nuanyu, as if she were a most heinous villain, making her the target of collective ire. With matters to attend to, Hua Nuanyu grew weary of their antics, preemptively speaking before the Hua patriarch could interject. "Stop, stop, stop. Let us all be mindful of our words, lest retribution befall our own children. The truth will reveal itself in time. I am now the appointed princess consort of the Junshin king. Do not disturb me without cause. Leave at once." Her haughty demeanor mirrored that of the original owner, exuding arrogance and disregard. Facing her adversaries, Hua Nuanyu felt her patience had reached its limit. With a dismissive wave, she urged them to depart. Those who had been scrutinizing her sudden shift in temperament now quelled their suspicions, concluding that she remained the same foolish girl. Except for the Hua patriarch, others bore expressions of anticipation, eager to witness the unfolding drama. However, they focused solely on Hua Nuanyu's audacity, neglecting to fully grasp her words. Otherwise, doubts would surely arise. The Hua patriarch's face darkened, as though he could devour Hua Nuanyu, his gaze fearsome. "Wretched girl, we shall see if you are worthy of being the Junshin king's consort." Humph. With that, he stormed away, followed closely by the others, eager to escape what they deemed an ill-fated encounter. Yet before the mother and daughter departed, they cast a significant glance at Hua Nuanyu, as if to say, "Just you wait." A smirk graced Hua Nuanyu's lips, unbothered by their gazes, for they were merely jesters in her play. She had ample time to deal with the scoundrels. As for the patriarch's departing words, Hua Nuanyu reflected briefly. The Junshin king brings misfortune to his wives? How amusing. Surely someone was orchestrating something behind the scenes. Whether the culprit was the king himself remained to be verified. For now, there were more pressing matters at hand. Hua Nuanyu pulled her thoughts back, swiftly closing the door and ensuring no one lingered outside. She hurried to the table, fixating on the teapot from which she had just drank, eager to investigate. Compared to exchanging trivialities with those people, the unexpected appearance of water in this pot was her foremost concern. Hua Nuanyu was certain that the pot had been empty before, and no one had entered. Her memory could not err. Picking up the empty teapot, she pondered the mystery, placing it back on the table as she murmured a single word, "Water." As her whisper faded, a miracle unfolded. Chapter 3. The portable space. Perfect. The teapot that had just been placed on the table suddenly felt heavy. The moment her hand left it, she could distinctly sense the change. Hua Nuanyu was taken aback, her eyes filled with alarm as she glanced at the teapot, her peripheral vision scanning for any unclean entities nearby. Goodness, this world has truly turned fantastical. Could it be that there are spirits in this realm? Fearless in the face of death, Hua Nuanyu felt a rare twinge of anxiety. Damn, she had learned everything but how to catch ghosts. How could someone who clawed her way up from hell be afraid of such things? Absurd. She had even snatched souls from the hands of the king of hell. If she wasn't afraid of him, how could she fear these? In a fleeting moment, Hua Nuanyu cast aside this ludicrous thought and began to inspect the water that had mysteriously appeared in the teapot. This water is incredibly sweet. It is surprisingly warm. After confirming the water was non-toxic, she took a sip, and it instantly revealed its uniqueness. This was not ordinary water. Hua Nuanyu was elated. Beyond its delightful taste, this water seemed to possess a magical power. It felt as if it could heal her body. It was as if she had found a miraculous elixir. Having witnessed so much in the modern world, Hua Nuanyu was nonetheless astounded by the events of the day. Suppressing her excitement, she cradled the teapot tightly, her mind racing for insights while lamenting how careless she had been. She had finished it in one gulp without truly savoring it. Alas, what a pity. After a moment of contemplation, Hua Nuanyu realized something. Her breath caught, and she set down the teapot, grasping an empty teacup. Taking a deep breath, she focused on the object in her hand and softly uttered, "Water." As her voice fell, the previously empty teacup suddenly brimmed with water. Sweet, just like that in the teapot. It had appeared out of thin air, responding to her command. Overwhelmed with shock, Hua Nuanyu's eyes sparkled with joy. Had she acquired some extraordinary ability? How incredible! In her exhilaration, Hua Nuanyu was determined to comprehend this phenomenon. She meticulously examined herself in search of the source. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon a colorful birthmark on her forearm, the size of a thumbprint, resembling a tattoo. And she was left speechless. It was hard to believe. Rubbing the mark vigorously, she found that the skin even rubbed off, yet the pattern remained intact. This was the crystal she had safeguarded. Save for it being intangible, its shape, size, and color were identical. What could this possibly mean? Was her arrival here connected to it? She had heard some rumors about this object, tales that spoke of it as a celestial gem from beyond, capable of resurrecting the dead. In her former life, under a different identity, healing and saving lives was her forte. She had never believed such things could exist. Merely rumors. Yet now, she was convinced. This water was indeed extraordinary. She surmised that it emanated from that crystal, and that crystal had likely become a part of her very being. Recalling some melodramatic television dramas she had watched in her leisure time, a bold hypothesis formed in her mind. The pattern on her arm could possibly be a storage space. Realizing the gravity of this notion, Hua Nuanyu hurried to the door, confirming there was no one outside before returning to her spot. She picked up a teacup, inhaled deeply, and softly uttered, "Store." Indeed, a miraculous scene unfolded. The teacup vanished. In a state of awe, Hua Nuanyu was left speechless, struggling to contain her elation as she attempted the action several more times. It was true. This was a portable space, a wondrous realm filled with divine water. Having affirmed this revelation, Hua Nuanyu joyfully reclined on her bed, humming a tune, her face aglow with delight. Fate had treated her well. With such a remarkable treasure, she felt compelled to achieve great feats in return for the heavens' favor. How exhilarating! Engrossed in her immense surprise, Hua Nuanyu eventually noticed that night had fallen. Perhaps due to the divine water, she did not feel hunger and lay down early, contemplating her future. In contrast to the tranquility of her quarters, the other courtyards of the Hua family were quite lively. Almost every courtyard buzzed with discussions about Hua Nuanyu's betrothal. Originally, marrying into the imperial family was a momentous occasion, but the fact that it was Hua Nuanyu made everyone revel in schadenfreude. The legitimate daughter of the Hua family was to wed the crown prince as a concubine. Although a concubine, she was favored. The Hua family was indeed basking in glory. However, the imperial decree had thrust Hua Nuanyu into a pit of fire, who in the capital was unaware that the Prince of Chun had become eccentric and ruthless after losing his sight, with all the women who had been betrothed to him meeting untimely ends. Thus, the reputation of the Prince of Chun as a husband killer had spread far and wide. At this moment, the head of the Hua family, Hua Manqing, bore an expression of displeasure. "Everyone leave." Seeing the frown on Hua Manqing's face, Madame Hua dismissed the attendants and helped him out of his outer robe, gently comforting him. "My lord, it is getting late. Let us rest early and not let unrelated matters affect your health." Madame Hua, having been incensed by Hua Nuanyu, intentionally brought it up, eager to see how Hua Manqing would handle that wretched girl. Yet, she spoke delicately, maintaining the demeanor befitting the matriarch of the Hua family. Upon hearing his wife's words, Hua Manqing's displeasure only deepened. That wretched child is the calamity of the Hua family. A disgrace. Her stubbornness knows no bounds. With her in the Hua family, calamity is inevitable. As he spoke of Hua Nuanyu, his disdain was palpable, wishing fervently that the Hua family had no such member. For years, it had been because of her that the Hua family had become the laughingstock of the capital's elite. They had exhausted all forms of discipline. Yet that wretched girl somehow survived. Was she not the bane of the Hua family? Yet, with the recent imperial decree, contemplating this, Hua Manqing's eyes narrowed, a hint of inscrutability flashing across his face. This decree was indeed a timely blessing. The Hua family was on the verge of welcoming a period of stability. No one understood Hua Manqing better than Madame Hua. Aware of her husband's thoughts, she quickly interjected, "My lord, do not let your anger consume you. It is my failure to properly discipline her. Regardless, she is to marry into the royal residence, and as for the dowry..." Madame Hua feigned remorse. Playing the role of a benevolent matriarch to perfection, even while being wronged, she still thought of that girl. This was precisely what pleased Hua Manqing the most. A matriarch should embody such qualities. Peace among offspring leads to a flourishing family. However, as for Hua Nuanyu, that attitude was not applicable. What dowry? A dying person needs no dowry. You are far too kind. A tattered mat would suffice for her, and that would be the utmost mercy. Hua Manqing chastised Madame Hua for her excessive compassion, declaring that a wretched child like her did not deserve the honor of the Hua family. Madame Hua's eyes glimmered with a hint of amusement at Hua Manqing's firm stance, and she promptly attended to his rest. Dowry? Huh. She had no intention of showing kindness to that wretched girl. Chapter 4. Punishing the wicked servants and establishing authority. In the early morning of mid-February, a gentle chill lingered in the air as dawn had yet to break. The servants of the Hua residence busied themselves with their tasks. Hua Nuanyu, accustomed to rising early, maintained her routine even after traversing to this ancient realm. The instinct for survival etched deeply within her soul remained unwavering. At any moment, it is only the strong who can endure and thrive. Growing up in the perilous land of Country F, where danger lurked at every corner, forged her into who she is today. Now, she merely practiced the skills she had previously acquired, though her countenance remained serious. She understood the ways of survival all too well. Until she regained her former peak, she needed to be cautious. Of course, she would not allow herself to suffer indignities. The secluded courtyard, devoid of any passers-by, provided her the perfect opportunity. Hua Nuanyu donned her attire and stepped outside, improvising with her surroundings to enhance her physical fitness. Thankfully, this dilapidated abode was isolated. Had anyone witnessed her unusual activities, it could have led to unforeseen complications. Who has ever seen a delicate woman toting a worn-out water vat, running laps in the courtyard? Or a woman, nimble as a monkey, ascending and descending the trees with agility? Even more astonishing was her practice of peculiar stances with stones affixed to her arms and legs. After an hour of rigorous exercise, the sun rose high in the sky. Perhaps due to the divine water she had consumed, Hua Nuanyu felt invigorated. Displaying no signs of fatigue from her intense regimen, she could have continued for another 2 hours without tiring. However, after just 1 hour, she was drenched in sweat. Unlike ordinary perspiration, she felt a sticky residue covering her body, exuding a foul odor. Ugh, this was unbearable. It was akin to falling into a cesspit. Hua Nuanyu felt as though she might retch from the stench. With her keen senses, she determined that this offensive smell surpassed any unpleasantness she had ever encountered in her life. She needed to bathe immediately. With a swift motion, Hua Nuanyu discarded her belongings onto the ground and strode purposefully toward the courtyard exit. Did they truly believe she would toil like the original owner of this body? Others were pleased to offer scraps of food, expressing gratitude in return. From yesterday onward, everything would change. Hua Nuanyu had no interest in admiring the architecture of the Hua residence. Instead, she headed toward the kitchen, guided by the memories etched in her mind. As she approached a courtyard, she overheard a group of women whispering among themselves. To her astonishment, they lamented the fortune of a certain woman, who had been granted a marriage decree from the emperor. Even in death, she seemed to have triumphed. Indeed, if I were ever so fortunate, even death would be worth it. Who could argue otherwise? The Prince of Chun was, after all, a royal figure, yet that wretched woman, with her vile character, had received such a blessing. Surely the heavens had gone blind. Just as they reveled in their gossip, a cold and stern voice pierced through the air. Whether the heavens were blind or not, this lady knew all too well that the Hua couple were indeed blind. As servants, how dare they slander behind closed doors? Such audacity! Hua Nuanyu sauntered into the courtyard, swinging a willow branch she had found, her expression indifferent as she fixed her gaze upon the 4 individuals before her. 2 elderly women, 2 young maids. What a rarity! They were devoid of generational gaps. The sudden intrusion of Hua Nuanyu, along with her sharp reprimand, startled the four. But upon recognizing her, their fear quickly transformed into arrogance. Oh, it is merely the sixth miss. The old servant is not gossiping, merely stating the facts. If you do not believe it, step outside and see for yourself. The entire street speaks of it. Yet, miss, your blatant disrespect toward the master and madam has been heard loud and clear. One seemingly older woman spoke with unfounded bravado, her tone dripping with disdain, as if she had seized the upper hand. The moment her words fell, another maid, emboldened by her companion, joined in chastising Huan. Indeed, we have all heard it clearly. The sixth miss has spoken disrespectfully. We must report this to madam. In their eyes, Huan appeared arrogant in public, yet meek as a cat before her superiors, shamelessly begging for favor. This, they believed, was her Achilles' heel. They had often flaunted their power before her, treating her like a mere footstool. However, today they were fated to meet their misfortune. How could a transformed foreign elite allow mere servants to trample upon her? As the two young maids prepared to assert their dominance, Huanuanyu's languid demeanor shifted to cold intensity. With a smirk that hinted at malice, she raised her arm, the supple willow branch slicing through the air toward the closest woman. Ah! A crimson mark instantly appeared on the older woman's face, clutching her cheek in pain. She had yet to comprehend. In rapid succession, the willow branch struck the other side of her face, leaving her no time to react. It was all too swift. The other three, upon hearing the cries, gradually returned to their senses, but it was far too late. How could Huanuanyu allow these individuals to escape unscathed? Although their past actions were not her own, having inherited this body, she was determined to seek justice. As servants, to show such disrespect toward their mistress was intolerable. Should she choose to end their lives, it would merely be their fate. Even if this matter were to be reported outside, Madame Hua would not dare utter a single word against her. Having been mere lapdogs for too long, they had come to believe themselves as masters. To dare bicker in front of her, they were utterly oblivious to the consequences. With a simple flick of her finger, they would be powerless against her. The sounds of reprimands, pleas for mercy, and the crack of the willow branch echoed throughout the courtyard, sending shivers through the surrounding workers. Some, upon hearing the noise, rushed toward the front courtyard, clearly intent on reporting the incident. Yet, Huanuanyu paid little heed to the commotion around her. The older woman had sought her own punishment, and if she were to arrive, it would save Huanuanyu the trouble of seeking her out. Estimating that her lesson had been sufficiently delivered, Huanuanyu lowered the willow branch and spoke coldly. You four, within the span of a tea break, fetch me a barrel of water. Should you delay my bathing, prepare to bid farewell to the sun today. With that, she waved the willow branch and leisurely departed. The four individuals on the ground trembled, completely shaken. They had never expected that this person would dare to lay hands on them. Even more astonishing was the realization that the willow branch struck with a force akin to a whip. The Huanuanyu they had known, when had she gained such strength? If this continued, they feared for their very lives. The overwhelming terror rendered them paralyzed, and without a moment to ponder Huanuanyu's transformation, they stumbled toward the kitchen in haste. At this moment, they dared not question her parting words. If they were even a moment late, the consequences would be unimaginable. Chapter 5, Beauty and Detoxification, Poisoned. Huanuanyu's actions sent shockwaves through the servants surrounding her. They were well aware of her capricious and tyrannical nature, often resorting to physical reprimands, yet never had she displayed such ruthless brutality as she did today. Did she not fear the ire of the madam? The sudden shift left the servants bewildered. Some resolved to remember not to provoke the sixth miss, while others, after recovering from their shock, dismissed the incident, eager to hear news of her impending punishment. In the Yuliyuan, the courtyard where Madame Hua resided, a few locust trees had just begun to sprout tender green buds, adding an artistic touch to the opulent surroundings. Aside from the main residence, this courtyard was the largest and most luxurious in the entire general's manor. The maids and matrons hurriedly attended to their tasks, their expressions betraying a cautious demeanor. At that moment, a servant rushed into the courtyard, reported respectfully, and entered with utmost reverence. The conversation within was unclear, but suddenly, the sound of shattering porcelain echoed through the air. Impudence! Such audacity! This behavior blatantly disregards my authority. Does she truly believe no one can hold her accountable? Madame Hua's noble visage was marred by fury, her eyes revealing unmasked disdain. In this moment, she bore no resemblance to the charitable matriarch she was when the Hua patriarch was present. She seemed transformed, her benevolence completely absent. Hearing their mistress's wrath, The messenger lowered his head in trepidation, fearful of incurring her displeasure. Madame Huai cast a glance at the servant, satisfied with his demeanor, and coldly commanded, "You, lead the way for me." The servant, singled out by his mistress, immediately complied with utmost respect and began to guide her. Just as they exited the courtyard, the legitimate second miss arrived. "I have seen the seventh miss," the servant greeted, quickly retreating to the side. Upon seeing her most cherished daughter, Madame Huai immediately donned a tender smile. Before she could speak, Hua Wanrong interjected, "Mother, are you going to teach that wretch a lesson?" In the sanctity of her mother's courtyard, Hua Wanrong felt no inhibition, referring to her half-sister as a wretch without a trace of the decorum expected of a lady of her status. It had become a habit for her to compare herself with Hua Nuanyu, her own cleverness and grace starkly contrasting with her sister's foolishness and unruliness. Little did she realize that as a legitimate daughter, she was stooping to compare herself with an illegitimate, unattractive girl. Madame Hua frowned slightly at her daughter's words and replied, "Ronger, you are a legitimate daughter. That wretch is not even worthy to be compared to you. Do not cultivate any sisterly feelings towards her. Heed your mother and steer clear of her. You are destined to become a princess, and you cannot afford to associate with such ill fortune." Madame Hua was determined to marry her daughter into the faction of the seventh prince, ensuring her eldest daughter's support and elevating the family status while paving the way for her son. It was a dual benefit. Moreover, her daughter was exceptionally talented and beautiful. The seventh prince had already taken an interest, with only a royal decree pending. Given the goal of marrying into royalty, it was imperative that no mistakes be made, and that ill-fated individual must be kept at a distance. Hua Wanrong understood her mother's intentions and smiled. "Mother, I am aware of your thoughts, but I have my own plans. The seventh prince favors virtuous women. That wretch, in her ignorance, do you think I would allow her to feel at ease?" Hua Wanrong's words were laden with implication, and she exchanged a knowing glance with her mother. Upon hearing this, Madame Hua recognized her daughter's intentions and smiled benevolently, granting her permission. Indeed, her daughter was astute. The two shared a warm bond as they proceeded to the inner quarters. Meanwhile, Hua Nuanyu had moved the only broken chair in the room outside, settling into the courtyard with an air of leisure, just as she awaited the arrival of the servants. Hurried footsteps echoed from outside, followed by the appearance of 4 individuals. 2 carried a bathing tub, while the other 2 bore hot water, their expressions filled with trepidation. 6th Mississippi. Upon seeing Hua Nuanyu in the courtyard, the group paused momentarily, then prepared to bow, only to be halted by her raised hand. "Quickly bring it inside, and be swift. After waiting so long, I wish to finish my bath and have my meal before addressing Madame Hua." The 4 servants, complying with her directive, respectfully carried the items inside and soon had everything ready. "You 4, ensure that breakfast is served to me shortly," Hua Nuanyu instructed before stepping into the room. The 4 servants exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss. Who in the household did not know that the 6th miss was treated as one of the servants, and in fact, often fared worse than them? Her meals were either leftovers from Madame Hua or whatever she could prepare herself. For the past decade, the kitchen had never prepared a meal specifically for her. The sudden command left the 4 servants momentarily stunned. After regaining their composure, they exchanged looks and retreated. Inside the room, Hua Nuanyu luxuriated in the water, relishing the sensation. Upon hearing the footsteps retreating, she hurriedly added some magical water to the tub, eager to test its potential for skin whitening. The original owner of this body was frail and, perhaps by nature, possessed a dark complexion that she could not tolerate. If this magical water proved ineffective, she would resort to herbal remedies for beauty and rejuvenation. Suddenly, while scrubbing her skin, she discovered a dark substance emerging. The areas she had scrubbed appeared significantly lighter. Hua Nuanyu's heart soared. Was this the sweat expelled from her body during exercise? She had not anticipated that such a process could lead to a fairer complexion. Could this be the expulsion of impurities from within? Overjoyed, her smile stretched from ear to ear. Truly, this magical water was remarkable. The once clear water quickly darkened, prompting Hua Nuanyu to emerge from the tub and begin dressing. Perhaps due to the effects of the magical water, she felt invigorated, as if her body were weightless. It was a splendid sensation. Now, all that remained was to gaze into the mirror. Hua Nuanyu murmured under her breath, though her tone carried an icy edge. While bathing, she had discovered signs of poisoning in this body, evidence of a decade-long affliction. It seemed someone had deliberately marred her beauty. But she remained unaware of the perpetrator's identity. A flicker of murderous intent sparked in her eyes, and upon hearing footsteps outside, she composed her expression and strode out confidently. As she exited her room, she beheld Madame Huai chastising the 4 servants who had brought her breakfast. Madame Huai has come so early. Perhaps out of a sudden pang of conscience to deliver my breakfast? Hua Nuanyu spoke languidly, feigning ignorance of the earlier reprimands, absorbed in her own thoughts. Initially incensed, Madame Huai intended to scold her further, but upon seeing Hua Nuanyu, she was momentarily rendered speechless. Fresh from her bath, Hua Nuanyu's damp hair clung to her towel, droplets cascading down her skin. Most striking was her suddenly fair complexion. If one overlooked the disfigured half of her face, Hua Nuanyu resembled a celestial being, her beauty breathtaking. Chapter 6. Confrontation and retribution. Beside her, Hua Nuangrong's countenance flickered with a flash of jealousy upon seeing Hua Nuanjiu. Damn it, were it not for that unsightly blemish, she would undoubtedly be a paragon of beauty. What a wretched creature. Who is she trying to seduce? After a brief moment of resentment, Hua Nuangrong quickly regained her composure. No matter how she presented herself, she remained fundamentally unattractive. Once the 2 women shook off their stupor, Madame Hua admonished Hua Nuanjiu with fury. Impudent! You are yet to be wed and must heed my authority. Today, you have brazenly mistreated the servants, showing blatant disrespect to the mistress. I shall. Madame Hua was in the midst of listing Hua Nuanjiu's transgressions when she was abruptly interrupted by a fierce retort from Hua Nuanjiu. Madame Hua, truly an exemplar of a noble woman in the capital, allowing subordinates to bully their superiors, passing judgment without discernment, and letting herself be manipulated by them. How intriguing this situation must be for the noble families of the capital. What say you, Madame Hua? Hua Nuanjiu, nonchalantly drying her hair, cast a disdainful glance, utterly disregarding the person before her. Their intentions were plainly written on their faces since they entered. If she were to heel her left cheek, would they not be driven to madness with envy? How utterly amusing compared to her own tasks. Madame Hua's face darkened with anger as she felt herself outmaneuvered by Hua Nuanjiu. Yet, being the mistress for many years, she quickly regained her wits. You are not Hua Nuanjiu. Who then are you? With those words, Madame Hua gestured subtly behind her, and the attending maidservants understood, immediately summoning guards. Tension filled the air. Hua Nuanjiu, gazing at the defensive Madame Hua, let out a soft chuckle before casting aside her towel and slowly advancing towards her, coldly stating, Who am I? Has Madame Hua perhaps suffered from amnesia? Or do you wish to thwart His Majesty's decree of marriage? Are you intent on marrying your daughter to Prince Chen? Utter nonsense. I would never. You are slandering me. As soon as Hua Nuanjiu's words fell, Madame Hua hurriedly protested. How could she bear such an accusation? Wretched girl. How dare you possess such a sharp tongue? You cannot be that person. With eyes blazing with malice, Madame Hua attempted to retort, but Hua Nuanjiu spoke first. Oh, you acknowledge this is slander? Then by what grounds do you assert I am not Hua Nuanjiu? Is it that I no longer exhibit the same submissive demeanor? Or perhaps I no longer heed your instigations to commit foolish acts? Or should I remain forever as the mud beneath your feet, accentuating your supposed virtue? Every word from Hua Nuanjiu dripped with mockery, her tone deceptively calm, yet resonating with an undeniable force that struck at the heart. Upon accepting the memories of the original owner, she had discerned their ulterior motives, utilizing a fool to bolster their own grand reputation. Undeniably, they had succeeded over the years. For every misstep made by the original owner, praise would inevitably follow for the 2 women. In an esteemed society where reputation equates to life itself, one tarnishing a family's name while the other elevates it, everyone understands the choices to be made. The original owner had merely been led by the obsession of seeking affection from her unworthy father. How miraculous that she had grown up at all. Hua Nuanjiu couldn't help but internally scoff at the original owner once more. Fortunately, she was now in control. Her past grievances would be reclaimed bit by bit. Be it cattle, horses, or serpents, she would take them all for a stroll. Faced with Hua Nuanjiu's incisive revelations, both Madame Hua and her daughter wore expressions of disbelief. Glaring at the composed Hua Nuanjiu, it was as if they were trying to uncover the truth. This wretched girl was concealing her true self. Apart from the slight changes in her speech and complexion, the girl appeared unchanged from head to toe. That blemish on her left cheek remained as before. There were no other signs of alteration. Yet to be deceived by a fool was intolerable. Hua Nuangrong pointed an accusatory finger at Hua Nuanjiu, chastising her. Hua Nuanjiu, we have treated you kindly, only to find you a thankless wretch. Your rebellious nature has led to chaos, and each time it is mother and I who have quelled the situation. You are heartless. Hua Nuangrong no longer spoke with the sisterly affection of the past. Feeling provoked, her words dripped with reproach. She was unwilling to acknowledge years of being played for a fool, nor could she accept the truth of Hua Nuanjiu's words. She desired for her to bear the label of ingratitude. Had she known this would be the outcome, she would not have sought to clear her own name at that time. Hua Nuanjiu regarded the two women, their teeth clenched in fury, and laughed inwardly. Just a few words, and they were already on the brink. How trivial. Losing interest in their futile squabbling, Hua Nuanjiu waved her hand dismissively, exclaiming, "Let us not dwell on trivial matters. We both know the truth of this situation. Should we insist on defining right and wrong? Let us meet at the tea house one day to discuss it openly, allowing the entire city to bear witness. How delightful that would be." Pausing, Hua Nuanjiu disregarded the two fuming figures and continued, "Since you are here, I have matters to address. As the esteemed fiancé of Prince Chun, my accommodations must exceed previous standards. However, I am magnanimous. I shall not trouble you with housing arrangements. Here shall suffice. As for the rest, I kindly request you deliver everything by noon. Otherwise," though her final words remained unspoken, her expression turned icy, unreservedly glaring at Madame Hua, a blatant threat. Her patience was finite. One warning was all she would offer before unleashing her wrath. Such audacious arrogance. Madame Hua felt she might faint from indignation. Pointing at Hua Nuanjiu, she seethed, "You ungrateful child. Do you truly believe you have grown wings and can act as you please? You are deluded. It is merely a royal decree of marriage. Whether you become Prince Chen's consort depends on your fate. What you have done today, I shall recount to your father in detail. Prepare for your punishment." With that, Madame Hua flung her sleeve and departed. As for those desires? Merely a dream. Hua Nuangrong shot a fierce glare at Hua Nuanjiu before scolding the nearby servants and leaving in haste. Accompanying them were several individuals sent to investigate. In response, Hua Nuanjiu feigned ignorance, turning her gaze toward the dilapidated courtyard, a smile creeping onto her lips. If they did not believe her, then let the appetizers commence. She pivoted, surveying the courtyard, her eyes landing on a particular corner. This would do. Hua Nuanjiu hastened over, weighing a broom in her hands, satisfied with her choice. She gestured towards the wall a few times. The broom's bristles fell to the ground, leaving only a sturdy stick about the length of her arm. With it in hand, Hua Nuanjiu strode purposefully out of the courtyard. The kitchen, located in the southwestern part of the estate, was relatively close to the master's quarters. At present, it was the time for the various masters to dine, and the kitchen was bustling, with people darting in and out. The kitchen staff were diligently preparing dishes for their respective masters, nearly finished with their tasks. Only after the masters had dined would it be the servants' turn, with their meals being cooked on the two stoves in the furthest corner of the kitchen. Chapter 7. Intimidating the kitchen, a violent outburst. In the midst of a bustling kitchen, a sharp voice suddenly pierced through the air. "Why has my breakfast not yet been served?" The inquiry, though framed as a question, was laced with accusation. Hua Nuanjiu, exuding an air of languor, cast her gaze slowly over everyone in the kitchen. One hand rested behind her back while the other toyed with a stick, clearly seeking confrontation. Upon hearing the voice, the kitchen staff halted their tasks, lifting their eyes in surprise. Recognition dawned as they identified Hua Nuanjiu, and disdain flickered across their faces before they resumed their work, choosing to blatantly ignore her presence. Previously, Hua Nuanjiu had caused a ruckus in the kitchen, but each time, her attempts had ended in failure. Coupled with her lack of favor and the commands of the master and mistress, the household staff disregarded her as a legitimate master, naturally looking down upon her. Although she was arrogant and overbearing, they knew that if she dared to bully them, the master and mistress would surely come to their aid. Thus, no one in the household truly regarded her with respect. The kitchen supervisor, upon spotting Hua Nuanjiu, sneered and sauntered towards her with hands clasped behind his back. "Miss Six, have you forgotten that your breakfast is prepared by yourself? Disturbing the kitchen this early could impede the meals of the other masters. I suggest you consider the consequences." The man, appearing to be in his 40s, bore a sycophantic expression, lacking any semblance of respect, his words dripping with veiled threats. This treatment of Hua Nuanjiu was not a first, and the onlookers, upon hearing the supervisor's remarks, cast scornful glances at her, as if she truly had disrupted their work. Hua Nuanjiu remained composed, taking in the expressions of those around her, and fixed her gaze on the cunning supervisor, a smile playing at the corners of her lips. Are you suggesting, Supervisor Liu, that I am not a master? Am I unworthy of your culinary services? Her tone was calm, devoid of overt emotion. Yet those familiar with her knew this was a harbinger of her wrath, a perilous sign. The supervisor was momentarily taken aback, unable to decipher her intent. Miss Six, do you not know whether you are a master? Perhaps you should refrain from interrupting our work. His voice dripped with sarcasm as he once again attempted to dismiss her. Those capable of managing the kitchen were not lacking in cunning. Their eloquence surpassed that of the average servant. However, the supervisor erred gravely in failing to recognize Hua Nuanyu as a master, becoming arrogant in his favored position and forgetting the hierarchy. As his words hung in the air, the atmosphere around Hua Nuanyu shifted abruptly, her demeanor turning icy. She kicked the kitchen door shut and swung her stick towards the supervisor. A scream reverberated throughout the kitchen, followed by a cacophony of anguished cries and the sound of shattered porcelain. No one knew precisely what transpired within, but the heartrending wails sent shivers down the spines of the servants outside, their hands trembling in fear. What was happening inside? Why did they hear Miss Six's furious voice? Nearby guards rushed to the scene, and upon hearing the commotion, realized that Miss Six was causing chaos. They hastily sent someone to inform the mistress. The 4 servants who had previously been punished by Hua Nuanyu were just recovering when they heard the uproar. Once resentful of her, their faces turned pale as they scurried away like mice fleeing a cat. Heavens! How had Miss Six become so fearsome? No one knew how Hua Nuanyu had acted. But when she emerged, several kitchen servants were following her with bruised and battered faces, their injuries evident despite the absence of visible wounds. They quickly set the table with a sumptuous breakfast, then timidly retreated back into the kitchen, awaiting their next orders, enduring their pain while standing at the door. The guards outside were astonished, even audibly gasping in shock. Those servants had been beaten by Miss Six. Through the door, the scene near the entrance was laid bare to the guards' eyes. They saw Supervisor Liu sprawled on the ground, battered and possibly lifeless. Just from the sight at the entrance, they could imagine the chaos that unfolded within. It was brutal. Miss Six was truly terrifying. Aside from the wails emanating from the kitchen, the entire courtyard fell silent. The guards stood by, unwilling to meet Hua Nuanyu's gaze, quietly awaiting the mistress's arrival. Unfazed by the intimidation she had instigated, Hua Nuanyu savored her meal. At that moment, anyone daring to disturb her dining experience would surely face dire consequences. Adhering to the dining standards expected of a legitimate daughter, Hua Nuanyu polished off her meal in no time. Just as she set down her chopsticks, her awaited guest arrived. Scoundrel, what are you doing? Recklessly assaulting servants, wreaking havoc in the kitchen, defying the master's orders, stealing the meals of the masters. You are utterly lawless. I shall enforce the family rules. Someone. As Madame Hua stepped into the courtyard and beheld the contented expression on Hua Nuanyu's face, her fury erupted. She immediately chastised Hua Nuanyu in a harsh tone. Such audacity! To cause a scene in the kitchen, I shall not let this go unpunished. Madame Hua had intended to teach Hua Nuanyu a lesson, but before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Hua Nuanyu's sharp retort. Wait, what more can you do besides flaunting your authority? As the esteemed matriarch of this household, you are both blind and deaf, conducting yourself so absurdly. You are bringing shame upon the general's household. Hua Nuanyu sat unceremoniously in her chair, casting a disdainful glance at Madame Hua, coldly rebuking her. If she sought to condemn her, she would have to possess the capability to do so. She had committed no wrongdoing. Otherwise, she could take her grievances to the tea house for public judgment. The sight of a legitimate daughter publicly berating the matriarch left the surrounding servants aghast. They stood frozen in place, all too wary to meet anyone's gaze, merely awaiting instructions. Fuming at the reprimand, Madame Hua pointed angrily at Hua Nuanyu, intending to have her detained, but once again, Hua Nuanyu preemptively spoke up. I have not finished speaking. Why the rush, madam? The steward has mismanaged things so terribly. You truly are a remarkable leader. Not only are the servants free to fabricate rumors about their masters, but they also dare to defy hierarchy. Such disrespect. They even address me informally, as if regarding me with contempt. Every single instance I witnessed and personally corrected. Do you believe they are justified in their actions? Hua Nuanyu maintained a piercing gaze on Madame Hua, denying her any chance to retort, and continued with another layer of sarcasm. Her voice was resonant, each word firm and unyielding. Upon hearing Hua Nuanyu's words, Madame Hua's face darkened with anger. Having previously witnessed Hua Nuanyu's sharp tongue, she now faced yet another verbal sparring match. Indeed, a formidable skill. Enough. Cease your nonsense. The servants conduct themselves properly. There has never been a fault. You, the only one to notice, must the others be blind? I previously chastised you, hoping you would acknowledge your mistakes, yet you have only escalated your misbehavior. Today, I shall enforce justice. Madame Hua maintained her imposing demeanor, resolutely defending her position. Chapter 8. Escort by the King of Hell, Utter Defeat. To be the mistress of the household, one must possess certain skills. At least, in this moment, she is still eloquent, skillfully twisting black and white, her words flowing like silk. Madame Hua's fabrications are met with calm disdain from Hua Nuanyu, who coldly rebukes her. Ah, madam, what remarkable talent you possess. You could very well act as an agent of justice. After all these years, how have you not lost your own life? When servants disobey, it is my duty as the mistress to exert influence in the household. If you insist on your opinion, I would not mind discussing it publicly at the tea house. Hua Nuanyu paused for a moment before continuing. In this capital, I believe that even a neglected daughter of a concubine could hardly face such indifference as that found in the general's residence. A concubine cooking for herself, akin to a servant, would surely astonish the aristocracy. Madam, what do you think of my proposal? She was willing to share the scandal far and wide. Hua Nuanyu's audacious words incited considerable rage in Madame Hua, to the point where her body trembled with anger. Impudent girl! How dare you facing a threat? Madame Hua's fury surged, her visage nearly contorted. But who was she dealing with if not Hua Nuanyu? The outcome was all but predetermined. Noting that time was slipping away, Hua Nuanyu grew weary of the argument and interrupted Madame Hua, stating firmly, Madam, spare yourself. Your nonsensical babble cannot overshadow the truth. If you wish to label me with a crime, please think it through first. Since you are here, let us discuss the matter at hand. Firstly, regarding what was mentioned in my humble courtyard, I have changed my mind. Bring those items to me immediately. Unless I truly am a servant, everything that belongs to me must be returned, without exception. Secondly, the matter of meals has been resolved. Yet I must inform you that my 3 daily meals must be delivered to my courtyard according to standard. After all, it is quite exhausting to teach them a lesson. Thirdly, the monthly silver that has accumulated over the years, please have it counted and delivered to me within the hour. Debts are quite laughable. Hua Nuanyu's commanding tone, laden with threats yet entirely reasonable, left Madame Hua seething. What should have been reasonable requests fell upon her ears as aggressive demands, a blatant provocation of her authority. Enduring continuous humiliation from the same individual, Madame Hua was on the verge of exploding, her chest heaving as she gasped for breath, her countenance visibly shaking. The pampered general's wife, a woman of high rank, had never before faced such indignities. Her elevated status had conditioned her to command others, to dictate the fates of those around her. Now, forced into a corner, Madame Hua felt the sting of humiliation, a deep-seated hatred coursing through her veins. You are so arrogant. Do you not fear the Lord's punishment? After a considerable pause, Madame Hua managed to articulate this retort. Watching Madame Hua grit her teeth, Hua Nuanyu waved her hand dismissively. Madam, you worry too much. I fear not even death. How could I fear one individual? Just yesterday, I was fortunate enough to visit the King of Hell, who remarked upon my resilience, stating that he specializes in collecting demons and monsters, and personally escorted me back. Madam, do you not find this curious? As for her previous attempt at hanging, the servants were aware of it, but the masters certainly knew. The severed white silk could not be fabricated, and her fanciful tales were precisely the answers they sought. Whether they believed her or not, it was the truth. Pointing directly at Madame Hua, a flicker of doubt crossed Madame Hua's eyes. What nonsense is this? You are spouting wild tales. If you desire those items, I shall grant your wish. Whether you can keep them is a different matter. However, the monthly silver? Dream on. She could not possibly trust the words of that wretched girl. All talk of demons and monsters was sheer fabrication. That white silk from yesterday was undoubtedly a ruse. She had previously concealed her true intentions. Such meticulous scheming. How foolish she had been to underestimate her. Having been deceived once, she would not show mercy again. Just wait and see. Madame Hua concluded, narrowing her eyes with significant intent as she cast one last glance at Hua Nuanyu before sweeping away. She would wait for the Lord's return to seek her vengeance. Hua Nuanyu observed Madame Hua's retreating figure with a sense of triumph, a smirk appearing on her lips, her eyes glinting with profound depth. This was merely the beginning. Madame Hua's defeat was entirely unexpected for the servants. Even more astonishing was Hua Nuanyu's transformation. They were taken aback. Eloquence, relentless pressure, and brazen defiance. Yet, the mistress remained powerless to retaliate. What could this possibly mean? The servants who had suffered beatings in the kitchen had hoped for Madame Hua to vindicate them, but to their shock, it was the mistress herself who was chastised by the sixth miss. Heavens! When did the sixth miss become so fearsome? The fear escalated, and one poor soul fainted from sheer terror. The sixth miss was not to be trifled with. As Hua Nuanyu exited the kitchen, an invisible pressure seemed to dissipate, allowing the servants to finally breathe again. The sixth miss was truly terrifying. Word of the events in the kitchen quickly spread to the ears of the various masters in their respective courtyards, eliciting reactions of astonishment, schadenfreude, and disbelief. Most notably, they could hardly fathom Hua Nuanyu's transformation. Among them, only a select few had witnessed her confrontation with the Lord the previous day, while others only heard the accounts from the servants. With the continuous influx of news, the masters in each courtyard began to ponder the implications seriously. If it were possible to bring down Madame Hua, they would, of course, rejoice. Yet some dismissed the notion, believing that Hua Nuanyu was courting disaster. When the Lord returned at noon, that individual would surely face consequences. These individuals, largely aligned with Madame Hua, hastened to Yulio courtyard to express their fealty. Aside from the masters in the inner quarters, the remaining individuals were the servants of the household. The speed at which news traveled was astonishing, within moments. All the servants were aware of the incident. Many nearly dropped their jaws in disbelief. However, after a brief period of shock, many donned expressions of anticipation. Reveling in the prospect of openly defying the mistress, the Lord was still unaware. When he returned, they were eager to see how that individual would continue to act so arrogantly. Surely, the family discipline would be invoked. Today, this affair was utterly foolish. A fleeting moment of triumph could lead to unimaginable consequences. Meanwhile, outside the General's residence, whether by design or coincidence, Hua Nuanyu's actions that morning had already spread, described as arrogant and reckless, defying authority and slandering the mistress. In short, they painted Hua Nuanyu in the most unflattering light possible. The third miss of the Hua family had already become a laughingstock in the capital, and this incident only drew even more ridicule. Yet, Hua Nuanyu, still within the General's residence, remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding events. Currently, she sat in her dilapidated courtyard, watching as the servants delivered the items she lacked in life: furniture, ornaments, daily necessities, and cheap, outdated clothing. Hua Nuanyu regarded the valueless items with a calm demeanor, displaying no signs of displeasure. Aside from the silver, everything had been delivered. Once she confirmed its accuracy, she allowed the servants to depart. What she desired had always been given to her by others, and this instance was no exception. With half an hour remaining, should that person fail to provide her with the silver, she would continue her lessons for them. It was just in time for that person to return, and they could discuss matters together. Chapter 9. Blocked at the gate, a devious encounter. As time slipped by, the moment given by Hua Nuanyu quickly approached. At the second quarter of the hour of the snake, Hua Nuanyu, after observing the sun's position, rose slowly and entered the room. It was unclear what her intentions were, but upon her emergence, she donned an ill-fitting, pale yellow satin gown, her hair casually twisted up and secured with a wooden hairpin. The outfit accentuated her fair complexion, yet the dark spot on her left cheek significantly marred her beauty. Nevertheless, her overall demeanor exuded an air of cold elegance mixed with dignity. Strangely, as she moved, several tears appeared in the fabric of her gown. Given Hua Nuanyu's meticulous nature, it was improbable that she had overlooked this detail. Perhaps there was a deeper significance to this attire. Leisurely, she strolled towards the front courtyard, recalling the layout of the estate as she walked. Admiring the exquisite architecture, ornate beams, and majestic structures, the ancient buildings were truly awe-inspiring. She noted that, regardless of the size of the house, not a single nail was visible. The intricate design alone guaranteed the stability of the residence. The Hua estate was a grand three-courtyard layout. Following her recollections, she traversed the corridors, passed through the delicate courtyards, and arrived directly at the front yard. Throughout her journey, the servants rarely offered respectful greetings, such a rarity. Hua Nuanyu chose to appreciate the estate's design. Ignoring the sycophantic behavior of the servants, who had lost themselves in the illusion of wealth, thereby severing their own paths, and becoming ensnared in their delusions. Upon passing through the drooping flower gate, the splendid view of the central courtyard captivated Huanuanyu. The reality surpassed her memories. Positioned between the main entrance and the assembly hall of the front courtyard, this was the estate's face in its most exquisite location. A small bridge arched over flowing waters. Surrounded by blooming flowers, pavilions, and towers, everywhere was a picturesque scene. Huanuanyu marveled. In a society ruled by imperial power, the nobility exhibited such opulence. Even she, once a possessor of vast wealth, felt a pang of poverty upon witnessing the estate's grandeur, despite having no money to her name. Yet, she had wisely preserved her fortune. Otherwise, the sight might have driven her to despair. "Stop. Sixth Miss, you cannot leave the estate." As she reached the entrance, a guard obstructed her path. Having heard of the morning's events, the guard spoke with an air of authority, albeit with an added term of address. The prohibition against leaving did not surprise Huanuanyu. She halted, gazing directly at the guard, and retorted, "Why can't I leave the estate?" Her question was deliberately posed, as yesterday's confrontation might have prompted an order forbidding her departure. It was known that the original owner had left the estate even on the eve of her betrothal. Indeed, after her inquiry, the guard explained the reasoning behind the restriction. Aware of the circumstances, Huanuanyu responded, "I am merely stepping out on an errand for the crown prince. Even if the general returns, he would not dare to impede my departure. Besides, as the future crown princess, you cannot obstruct me." Today, she intended to exit through the main gate, both to irk the couple and to procure the monthly silver. As long as she wished to leave, the general's estate could not restrain her. Of course, should she find her stay tedious, she could simply vacate the premises and seek her fortunes elsewhere. Having spoken, she advanced toward the exit. The guards hesitated, but soon resolved to step in front of her, sternly declaring, "Sixth Miss, you cannot leave the estate." With a fierce demeanor, one guard unsheathed his sword as a warning. Huanuanyu's calm expression transformed into one of icy resolve. Her cold gaze bore into the two men standing in her way, and a faint smile played on her lips as she remarked, "Excellent. My patience has just run out." The guards were puzzled by her words, but suddenly, a sharp pain struck their midsections, and they found themselves propelled backward. With a crash, they tumbled to the ground. The entire incident transpired in the blink of an eye. The other guards at the entrance gaped in astonishment. When did the sixth miss make her move? It was too swift for them to comprehend. In mere moments, she had vanished from sight. The guards, caught off guard, hurried inside to report to the matron. Meanwhile, in the Yulio garden, a lively scene unfolded as several concubines and illegitimate daughters assisted Madame Hua in addressing her troubles. "Madam, that person is nothing but an ungrateful wretch. You can no longer afford to show her kindness. In my humble opinion, she should be punished by kneeling at the ancestral hall. Before our ancestors, she should receive a whipping. Indeed, madam, as the head of the household, your actions should instill gratitude in her, that daughter of a lowly woman. If she doesn't see blood, she won't understand your authority." The three enchanting women hastily offered their suggestions, their beautiful faces concealing a more sinister agenda, as if they harbored a deep-seated hatred for Huanuanyu. Their words laced with malice. These three concubines had always relied on Madame Hua for protection, securing their own safety. Among them, concubine Chui and concubine Lu. Both dancers in their 20s, were youthful and charming but bore no children. Concubine Zhang, appearing of a similar age to Madame Hua, was a middle-aged beauty, still possessing her allure, with one daughter yet to be married. In their leisure, the three would often visit Madame Hua to share amusing tales from the capital. Beyond her status as the matriarch, it was her cunning and connections that commanded respect. In the hall, alongside them were concubine Zhang's daughter, Huanuanyu, and the legitimate daughter, Huanuanyu. The two listened intently, mirroring the expressions of the three women. Upon hearing their words, Madame Hua set down her teacup, her expression calm, and spoke slowly. "It seems my three sisters possess quite the cunning. I have watched that girl grow up, and now that she has become this way, I cannot bear to be harsh." As she spoke, Madame Hua wore an expression of guilt, as if Huanuanyu's actions were a consequence of her own failure to educate her properly. The illegitimate daughter's disrespect towards the matriarch was profound. Yet the matriarch's magnanimity only emboldened the three concubines to further criticize Huanuanyu. They all vowed to report the incident to the master upon his return, urging him to punish Huanuanyu severely. This performance of feigned grievance reached its intended goal, leaving Madame Hua and Huanuanyu quite satisfied. by voicing their complaints through others. The outcomes were decidedly different. However, before their joy could linger, a guard arrived at the entrance. "Madam, the sixth miss injured a guard and left the estate. I was unable to stop her. Please punish me." The guard bowed respectfully, getting straight to the point. Upon hearing his words, the atmosphere in the room shifted instantly, with everyone casting disapproving glances at the guard and reprimanding him for his incompetence for failing to detain a single person. Yet, after a few scoldings, they inquired how Hua Nuanyu had managed to escape. Her defiance against the master's orders was indeed delightful news. The master would be returning shortly, and there would be consequences for that wretched girl. The guard, clever in his own right, knew of Hua Nuanyu's standing within the estate and embellished his account. The more audacious her actions, the more he exaggerated her defiance. Chapter 10. Begging on the street, a slap in the face. The words of the guard incited fury among those in the room, who immediately began to chastise Hua Nuanyu. However, the final decision rested with the lady of the house. "Quickly capture that wretched girl. Await the master's judgment." Lady Hua commanded coldly, unbothered by the potential rumors that might circulate in the capital. She brought this upon herself. The guard accepted the order with a bow and withdrew, while a smirk of satisfaction spread across the faces of several individuals in the room. Yet, they celebrated too soon. A mercenary of unpredictable nature would not simply allow others to trample upon her. The East Market, like its counterpart in the West, stood as one of the busiest markets in the imperial city. The sole distinction lay in the fact that the East Market showcased more luxurious and rare goods, catering to nobles and dignitaries, while the West Market served the common folk, albeit with an equally diverse array of wares. Situated on the eastern edge of the imperial city, near the East Market, the Hua residence was home to Hua Nuanyu. Ignoring the curious glances of the city's populace, she strode directly to the archway of the East Market. Surveying her surroundings, she produced a chipped bowl seemingly from nowhere and plopped down onto the ground, brandishing a tattered handkerchief as she began to wail loudly. "Kind uncles and aunts passing by, please show mercy on this poor girl. I lost my aunt at a young age and have struggled to survive. Now, even the servants dare to bully me, the master. Oh, for more than a decade. I have nearly forgotten what silver looks like. I humbly beseech you all to grant me a chance to live." Her heart-wrenching lament instantly drew a crowd, filling the street in front of the archway with curious onlookers. Many felt sympathy for her tragic tale, but as some keen-eyed individuals recognized her as the sixth young lady of the Hua family, doubts began to surface. "Are you not that arrogant sixth miss of the Hua family? How could you possibly be suffering so? Indeed, you, a vile woman, how could you be bullied? You must be fabricating stories. That is right. You have always been the one to torment others. How could you be the victim?" The tide of skepticism surged, prompting more individuals to linger, eager to witness the drama unfolding. Yet, Hua Nuanyu remained unfazed by the multitude of accusations. With the same demeanor as before, she rolled up her sleeves. Gasp! The sight of her frail arms elicited gasps from the crowd. Good heavens! So many injuries. There was scarcely a patch of unscathed flesh. They were swollen, old wounds layered with fresh ones. Perhaps the rumors were false. Hua Nuanyu lowered her sleeves, noticing the crowd's reaction, and continued to defend her innocence. She briefly recounted the rumors circulating that day, explaining that they were based on circumstances not as they appeared. Ultimately, she emphasized her destitution and inability to survive. From start to finish, she focused solely on her own plight, refraining from disparaging any members of the general's household. This was her most astute maneuver. Most of the residents in this eastern district were affluent families, and among the spectators were several wealthy individuals who, upon seeing her plight, felt compelled to offer her some spare silver. However, not everyone shared such sentiments. Among the crowd, some openly mocked her, deriding Hua Nuanyu as if she were a mere commoner. To belittle the daughter of a second-rank general might elevate their own status or perhaps stem from past grievances. In any case, they reveled in their disdain. Hua Nuanyu quickly identified the culprits. They were acquaintances of Hua Wanrong and Hua Wanyun. The young men accompanying them were of no particular note in her memory, but judging by their demeanor, they were nothing more than idle, dissolute youths, likely neglecting their studies. Suppressing her sorrowful facade, Hua Nuanyu gathered her silver and fixed a cold gaze upon the offenders. To you fine ladies, I must kindly request that you exercise some restraint in your words. Life is long, and one should not act impulsively, lest you come to regret it for all eternity. Even in front of the assembled crowd, She was unperturbed by the potential for doubt regarding her recent attempt to clear her name. She consistently stressed that she was the wronged party, forced to act in self-defense. Was this not the very situation at hand? With her pointed warning, the expressions of the young women shifted dramatically. The one clad in red, furious, retorted, "How dare you, a lowly illegitimate daughter, expect us to endure your insults? You distort the truth to garner sympathy. I shall inform Lady Hua and have you properly disciplined." This fiery young woman, named He Wenxin, was the legitimate daughter of a third-rank official, accustomed to privileges and speaking with an air of superiority. Though she possessed an attractive appearance, her disdainful expression marred her beauty. As He Wenxin's voice faded, the lady dressed in pink chimed in, "How dare you, lowly wretch? You think yourself worthy to threaten us? Do not believe that just because you have a marriage contract, you can act with impunity. Whether you can marry into the royal household depends on your fate. A worthless life cannot transform into royalty." Regarding the matter of the prince, no one dared speak openly, even if his favor had waned. The pink-clad lady believed Hua Nuanyu's actions were a direct consequence of the prior day's marriage decree, prompting her pointed remarks. For the unattractive Hua Nuanyu, the young woman felt only annoyance. To openly threaten them was tantamount to courting disaster. As she continued to hurl venomous insults, suddenly a shadow darted before her. Before she could comprehend, pain shot through her face. "Ah!" The young woman's shrill scream pierced the air, startling the crowd. Before they could react, two sharp slaps echoed through the air. The sixth miss of the Hua family had struck. Before the crowd could regain their wits, Hua Nuanyu's icy voice rang out. "You all witnessed this. This woman persistently insulted me. I was compelled to act in self-defense as a form of punishment. You are all aware of my engagement, are you not? This woman's loose tongue publicly humiliates me, which is also an affront to the future royal consort. I am fortunate to be favored by His Majesty, honored to become a royal daughter-in-law. Now, to be insulted in the streets. Tell me, is my response unjustified?" With a stern demeanor, Hua Nuanyu adopted a serious tone. The matter could escalate significantly, and she intended to amplify its significance. Prompted by her words, the onlookers recalled the imperial decree, collectively condemning the young woman for her actions. Simultaneously, someone recognized her and revealed her background. The young woman and her companions quickly became targets of public scorn. In the capital, there was no shortage of ridicule, and under such denunciation, the young woman in pink and her companions were left humiliated, eager to flee. However, Hua Nuanyu obstructed their exit, demanding a public apology and compensation for damages before they could depart. Each was to pay 100 taels, totaling 500 taels for Hua Nuanyu. "Thank you all for your assistance. I am profoundly grateful." Having achieved her goal and acquired the silver, Hua Nuanyu publicly expressed her gratitude to the gathered crowd, glanced toward a particular direction, and then vanished into the throng. Chapter 11. Begging on the street, infuriated. As the lively atmosphere dissipated, the crowd gradually dispersed, though not without engaging in animated discussions. Among them stood a young gentleman clad in white, elegantly fanning himself, his gaze fixed intently on the direction from which Hua Nuanyu had just departed. He murmured to himself, "How intriguing, truly intriguing." This young man, Xia Zimo, possessed striking features and a complexion as fair as that of any woman, dressed in a flowing white robe that exuded an air of scholarly sophistication. Yet, his fox-like eyes betrayed a cunning nature, suggesting he was not merely the refined gentleman he appeared to be. Reflecting on the scene he had just witnessed, Xia Zimo pondered. The sharp-tongued, astute, and ever-cautious demeanor of Hua Nuanyu seemed to contradict the rumors he had heard. What could possibly be the truth behind this? "My lord, what are you observing?" inquired a subordinate, who was carrying a medicine box. He was puzzled, having seen no one of interest in that direction. Xia Zimo withdrew his gaze, glancing back at his attendant with a knowing smile. A beauty, perhaps? Or perhaps a visage less appealing. His words were vague yet suggestive as he began to walk away. Musing to himself, the third daughter of the Huan family is rather extraordinary. The attendant, perplexed by his master's cryptic remark, shook his head and hurried to catch up. The once congested thoroughfare before the East Market was now clear, with carriages slowly making their way through. A closer inspection of these carriages revealed they belonged to prominent families, their occupants being officials returning from court. As the carriages moved steadily, the voices of the townsfolk could be distinctly heard around them. The sixth miss of the Huan family is truly pitiable. Not only has she suffered bullying since childhood, but even now, as the future bride of the prince, She is mistreated by the household servants. She is utterly destitute. It is such a tragedy. Indeed, I believe that sixth miss is a good person. Despite enduring such great injustice, she has never spoken ill of her mistress. Isn't that crystal clear evidence of her character? Absolutely. You are right. This insubordination among the servants reflects poorly on the mistress. The withholding of the legitimate funds for a concubine and the lack of proper attire must surely be the doing of that mistress. Within just an hour, the narrative had shifted from scorn to sympathy regarding Huan Yuanyue's harsh treatment within the household, spreading rapidly like wildfire and inevitably pointing fingers at Madame Huan. Unbeknownst to them, General Huan, who had just arrived on the street, overheard these discussions, and the vivid descriptions ignited his fury. What is going on outside? Investigate this immediately. General Huan, filled with rage, could not comprehend why the rumors were so peculiar. Instead of mocking the girl, they seemed to rally in her defense. The allegations of mistreatment and her impoverished state were intolerable. Such slander could tarnish the reputation of the general's house. He vowed that whoever was responsible would not go unpunished. The guards surrounding the carriage, having received General Huan's command, immediately set off to investigate. As the carriage continued its course, keen-eyed bystanders noticed the insignia and exclaimed, "Look, that is the carriage of General Huan." The sudden outcry attracted many gazes, and upon recognizing the emblem, people murmured in astonishment. Indeed, it is General Huan's carriage. I wonder if he is aware of the sixth Mrs. plight. Surely he must be. After all, she has been mistreated for over a decade while living under the same roof. How could he not know? This situation seems quite dubious. No one dared to obstruct the procession of the court officials, unless they were of considerable significance themselves. Observing the general's carriage, the murmurs grew louder, pulling General Huan deeper into the whirlpool of gossip. He had not anticipated such a turn of events, and the public scrutiny was a source of profound humiliation. He quickly ordered the coachman to return home at once, his face dark with rage. Who is behind this? Who is orchestrating this chaos? Meanwhile, those sent by Madame Huan, upon hearing the gossip, rushed back to inform her. The rumors must have originated from the sixth miss. In addition to the Huan family, the Chung and He families were also implicated. The heads of both households were in their own carriages, seething with indignation upon hearing the news. Whether fueled by the townspeople's accusations or their own daughter's involvement, they had never felt such a mix of shame and fury. They resolved to return and demand answers about the unfolding situation. Huan Yuanyue's spontaneous actions had made the three families the center of attention in the capital, instantly igniting a flurry of discussion. As the architect of this commotion, Huan Yuanyue strolled leisurely down the bustling Zhuke street, her face partially veiled in light gauze, a bag of herbs in hand, seemingly searching for something while casually inquiring about various matters. Following the leads she had gathered, Huan Yuanyue turned left and right, finally discovering a modest shop nestled in a quieter street. Nio's blacksmith shop, this must be it. Upon seeing the sign, a satisfied glimmer sparkled in her eyes. The three-room establishment was bustling with customers, each wearing expressions of contentment. Clearly, this was the place capable of crafting what she desired. Indeed, she had two primary objectives for venturing out today: to gather medicinal herbs and to procure some reliable weapons. Here, weapons would serve as her most trustworthy allies and essential tools for expanding her influence. At all times, holding the upper hand was crucial, and this place was no different. After a brief inspection, Huan Yuanyue stepped inside. "Miss, how may I assist you?" greeted a young attendant respectfully upon her entrance. The shop displayed a variety of iron goods, including farming tools and large pots, but the limited stock suggested governmental restrictions on iron products, which were mostly available for limited purchase and required registration. Surveying the surroundings, Huan Yuanyue stated, "Is the owner present? I have a few unique items I wish to have crafted, but I am uncertain if you can accommodate my requests." She adopted an air of grandeur, knowing that her requests might be unusual. After all, the children of noble families often sought peculiar items, a fact not lost on anyone in the capital. The attendant, without hesitation, led her to a resting area before disappearing into the back room. From behind the walls, the rhythmic sounds of hammering could be faintly heard. Huan Yuanyue took a seat, casually lifting a teacup while patiently waiting. The staff here were evidently well-trained, treating every customer with respect, regardless of their background. It was no wonder the shop was so popular, first recommended by the townsfolk. As she silently admired the establishment's service, the attendant returned, accompanied by a middle-aged man whose forehead glistened with perspiration. Just one glance, and Huan Yuanyue surmised that this man was indeed the blacksmith master. This was fortuitous. After exchanging pleasantries with the master, Huan Yuanyue wasted no time and got straight to the point. Master Wang, here are the items I wish to have crafted. Do you believe you can create them? She presented several yellowed sheets of paper from her sleeve, laying them before the master. Chapter 12. The beginning of the plan, my unworthy friend. Upon observing the peculiar designs on the paper, Wang, the shopkeeper, initially brightened with intrigue, soon followed by deep contemplation. What could these bizarre objects possibly be? Among the myriad of illustrations, some resembled jewelry, yet were not. Others appeared to be tools, yet lacked blades. One particular drawing depicted the creation of a thread as fine as silk from a silkworm. This posed quite a challenge. However, there was another design illustrating the crafting of 24 silver needles. Although he had never encountered such a thing, he believed he could manage it. Miss, I am but a humble artisan. May I inquire as to the purpose of these items? Wang pointed at the incomprehensible illustrations, his curiosity piqued. For someone in this trade, oddities held a certain allure, as they often crafted rare and exquisite objects. In response to Wang's query, Huan Yuanyu smiled softly and replied, Shopkeeper, I too wish to know their intended use. These items were procured at great expense. You need only focus on their creation. And regarding the designs. Hua feigned ignorance, casually mentioning the blueprints. Though unspoken, the implication was clear to those who possessed wit. She was crafting diverse weapons that could change forms at will, easily concealable on her person. As for the silver needles, they were her most adept tools for healing, distinct from ordinary silver needles. Her medical prowess was largely attributed to those 24 silver needles. In addition to the needles, there existed a method known as the Xiantian 12 needles. During a past mission, she had stumbled upon this ancient technique within a tomb. To her astonishment, she was captivated by the mystical art of acupuncture after merely skimming a few chapters, leading her to self-study the discipline. It seemed almost fated. At just 16, she mastered it within 3 months. However, at that time, she could treat ailments but lacked the ability to diagnose them. Acquiring this medical knowledge was a vital lifeline for her. Thus, she journeyed to the land of Z, a place rich in traditional Chinese medicine, embarking on her path as a healer. Ultimately, she became renowned worldwide as the revered medical sage, Qian Fashu. Moreover, the name Huan Yuanyu was bestowed upon her by her master. Prior to that, she was known solely by her code name. The alias Qian Fashu remained a closely guarded secret, known only to her. Wang, not receiving a direct answer, remained composed. Regarding the blueprints mentioned by Hua, he assured her, rest assured, Miss, these designs will not be seen by a third party. However, may I inquire how soon you require these exquisite items? They are rather intricate. Before he could finish, Hua interjected, no matter, take your time. Whenever they are ready, I shall come for them. Though the crafting process would be time-consuming, she was willing to wait. Wang nodded, contemplating the illustrations before confidently estimating a time frame of 8 days. Very well. I shall return on the 8th day. Hua agreed without hesitation. Today was February 16th. 8 days later would be February 25th. Presently, she had no pressing matters. After negotiating the price, Hua paid half up front, amounting to 30 taels of silver. Goodness, silver truly does not last long. This amount was equivalent to a small bracelet or ring, yet cost so dearly. And it consisted only of a tiny bit of iron it appeared she needed to earn her keep. Before departing, Hua also purchased a small, elegant dagger, leaving the shop with satisfaction. As she glanced up at the sun, Hua surmised that her midday meal at home had likely gone cold, prompting her to head toward a nearby tavern. A hearty meal would invigorate her for the tasks ahead. Additionally, she was curious to sample the local cuisine and compare it with modern fare. Perhaps she could even consider opening her own establishment. Upon entering the tavern and placing her order, Hua swiftly completed her transaction. After a brief wait, for dishes and a soup arrived at her table. Before the food was served, she had already gleaned the general nature of the offerings from the surrounding tables. The selection of seasonings was limited, and the dishes were simple, predominantly steamed, stir-fried, or braised. While she was not a professional chef, she possessed the culinary skills learned in her youth, particularly during her medical training. She had mastered numerous spicy dishes from Z country, which tantalized her palate. Just recalling them made her mouth water. With a newfound resolve, Hua picked up her chopsticks. Having spent her money, she would not allow it to go to waste. She intended to savor every last bite, honoring her expenditure. At that moment, unbeknownst to Hua, her exploits were being recounted to the Prince of Chun, whom she had inadvertently used as a shield. In the majestic and bustling Chun royal residence, the courtyard was filled with men, devoid of any female presence. The daylight hours in the palace were shrouded in an unspoken decree, silent as the night, with workers moving about without uttering a sound. In the main courtyard of the inner chambers, dressed in white, Xia Zimo was meticulously preparing silver needles for a seated gentleman. His demeanor, contrasting sharply with his earlier elegance, now bore a serious and focused expression. The man in the chair had his eyes closed, his sharp brows and sculpted features reminiscent of a divine being. Seemingly untouched by any flaw, whether due to his illness or not, the man's complexion appeared somewhat pale. However, his presence exuded an aura of noble danger. Despite sitting, it was evident that he was tall and robust, far from the frailty one might expect of a patient. Clad in dark blue attire, he was accentuated further, enhancing his otherworldly visage, amplifying his regal and perilous essence. In the hushed room, no third party was present. Apart from the faint sound of the needles being positioned, silence reigned supreme. Even the sound of breathing was imperceptible to ordinary ears. As Xia Zimo withdrew the last needle, a voice shattered the tranquility of the room. Phew! Xia Zimo exhaled a long, weary breath after removing the final silver needle. I am utterly exhausted. He slumped back into his chair, his appearance now reflecting the toll of laborious exertion. However, as Xia Zimo's words faded, a voice, cool yet magnetic, interjected. Loud. The two simple syllables carried a hint of menace. Upon hearing this, Xia Zimo instantly silenced himself, though a smirk danced upon his lips. Yi Chun, you ought to amend your temperament. Fortuitously, it is I. Otherwise, no one would dare. Xia Zimo hailed from a lineage of healers, his ancestors having served as chief physicians in the imperial court. For reasons unknown, the Xia family had ceased to produce court physicians, instead practicing as common doctors, healing the sick. The world presumed the Xia family had fallen from grace, their medical skills diminished from former glory. However, only those familiar with the family understood that Xia Zimo's medical prowess surpassed even the most esteemed court physician. Thus, it was apparent that the Xia family had chosen to conceal their brilliance, desiring to distance themselves from disputes. Yet, in the case of Xia Zimo, he maintained a close association with the Prince of Chun. Of course, the world remained oblivious, believing he was merely there for consultation. The prince's eye ailment was well known. The court physicians were inept and sought Xia Zimo's expertise. After years of interaction, Xia Zimo understood the prince's temperament well. In an attempt to persuade him to alter his disposition, he unwittingly provoked a dangerous atmosphere. The rear mountain still requires personnel. You, being so idle, should go. Please, no? I was merely jesting. Do not hold it against me. I am still occupied preparing your antidote. Such a delightful task should be left for young Master Su. Hearing the prince's words, Xia Zimo's survival instincts kicked in, and he hastily pleaded for mercy, all the while dragging another into the fray, showcasing his unworthy friendship. The rear mountain, described as a formidable mountain, was, in reality, the prince's secret training ground, a place dedicated to nurturing dark guards. Need personnel? What sort of people could they possibly seek? It was merely a euphemism for undergoing brutal training. As a healer, how could he endure such suffering? Surely, it would be better suited for Suyu. I'm sorry, but there seems to be no content provided for me to edit and translate. Please provide the text you would like me to work on. Chapter 13. A bold confrontation. At this moment, within an exquisitely adorned residence, a handsome young man practicing swordplay suddenly sneezed. After a brief pause, he glanced towards the direction of the Qin Wang mansion and murmured to himself, surely, that fellow is not speaking ill of me. Meanwhile, Xia Zimo, after pleading for mercy, recalled a scene he had witnessed earlier that day at the royal mansion. Adopting a languid demeanor, he cryptically began. Guess who I encountered on the streets today? Just as Xia Zimo attempted to build suspense, a sword was thrust against his throat, wielded by none other than the Qin Wang himself. At that moment, the Qin Wang's eyes were covered by a white cloth. Although he could not see, he possessed an uncanny ability to discern the positions of those around him, or rather, to strike at the vulnerabilities of his adversaries with remarkable precision. This illusion made it seem as though his eyes could see. Xia Zimo, fixated on the blade, once again pleaded loudly, Please. It's not that I thought you would be uninterested. I assure you, this matter concerns you. And it is indeed extraordinary, perhaps. Before Xia Zimo could articulate his speculation, the sword was swiftly retracted. This time, he had learned his lesson. Sitting up straight and sipping a cup of tea, he finally spoke. Today, I stumbled upon something intriguing. The person in question is none other than the third daughter of the Hua family, Hua Nuanyu. Upon hearing this, Xia Zimo distinctly felt the temperature drop in the air, aware that the Chen Wang held a disdain for women, particularly those from the Hua family. After all, the Hua family was close to the crown prince, and the Chen Wang's past injuries, which had robbed him of his sight, were inextricably linked to the crown prince and General Hua. However, Xia Zimo was hesitant to draw conclusions about today's events, so he quickly added, "That woman has issues. They say she is arrogant and unruly. Yet today, I witnessed her begging in the East Market, lamenting the disgraceful actions of the Hua family. Her words and demeanor were far removed from the rumors that circulated. Indeed, upon hearing this, the chilling atmosphere dissipated." Xia Zimo continued to recount how Hua Nuanyu had admonished the two young ladies. Intelligent and astute, with meticulous thoughts, he refrained from directly criticizing the matriarch of the Hua family, yet subtly thrust that individual into the crosshairs of public scrutiny. To beg on the street may seem demeaning, yet she carried herself with dignity. Throughout her discourse, she remained courteous and eloquent, her piercing gaze revealing depths that eluded Xia Zimo's understanding. A woman worthy of Xia Zimo's genuine praise was a rarity in the entire capital. While she might occasionally act out, she never faltered in matters of importance. Like the young Master Su, she was the Chen Wang's right hand, his eyes. Listening to Xia Zimo's words, the Chen Wang's expression remained unchanged, though his fingers toyed with the ring. Xia Zimo understood that the Chen Wang was contemplating the matter. However, it was not long before the Chen Wang spoke. March 20th is an auspicious date. This cryptic statement was not lost on Xia Zimo. He realized the Chen Wang was contemplating. As this thought crossed his mind, a hint of regret flickered across Xia Zimo's face. It appeared the Chen Wang did not regard that woman with any seriousness, though others remained unaware. They knew well the rumors surrounding the Chen Wang's supposed ill fate with women were deliberately orchestrated by that individual. Such words had been spread and actions taken. Due to the Chen Wang's status, he had grown weary of the intrigues of the noble families in the capital since childhood, preferring the company of servants over maidens. Yet, having reached the age of maturity, with a clean household, he could not escape the emperor's decree of marriage, regardless of his affliction. As the Chen Wang uttered this phrase, he effectively sealed the woman's fate, regardless of her innocence. The notion of his marital misfortune would surely manifest. If indeed she was linked to that individual, her life would be forfeit. The Chen Wang mansion was not a place for just anyone. Xia Zimo could not influence the Chen Wang's decision, so he took his leave. As the door closed behind him, a faint sound echoed in the silent room. Hua Nuanyu, having eaten her fill, stood before the gates of the Hua residence. Upon seeing the guards at the entrance, she could easily surmise the situation within. Most likely, someone had been humiliated and subjected to family discipline. With a languorous demeanor, Hua Nuanyu feigned ignorance of the approaching guards and lazily commanded, "Lead the way." Without casting a glance at the hesitant guards, she strolled up the steps, a satchel of medicine in hand. As Hua Nuanyu boldly entered the mansion, the guards followed closely, one stepping ahead to guide her. Traversing the corridor and crossing a small bridge, she soon arrived at the grand hall. The courtyard was filled with people, predominantly those from the kitchen. All bore signs of injury, their faces swollen and red. The steward was being carried in, his body wrapped in bandages, clearly suffering from grave wounds. Upon seeing Hua Nuanyu, everyone trembled, their expressions shifting dramatically. Yet, as if recalling something, many wore peculiar expressions, their gazes tinged with a hint of glee. Especially the steward, Lu, who lay on the ground, glaring at Hua Nuanyu with unabashed fury. Hua Nuanyu calmly surveyed the room, a slight smirk gracing her lips, and stepped directly into the hall. "Unfilial wretch, kneel." As soon as she entered, the thunderous voice of Hua Mansheng reverberated through the air. Hua Nuanyu met his glare directly, while her peripheral vision swept across the gathered assembly. The attendance was notable. Everyone had come. A legitimate wife, 6 concubines, and 2 daughters. TSK, how fortunate. She wondered if there were more spectators outside. With the onlookers poised for entertainment, it seemed they would be disappointed. After a brief moment of scorn towards the group of women, Hua Nuanyu finally turned her attention to the furious Hua Mansheng. "Who is the unfilial wretch? Step forward and answer." Such a lack of decorum. Feigning ignorance, Hua Nuanyu mockingly inquired, her eyes searching the room as if genuinely unaware of whom the family head referred to. This ludicrous retort sent Hua Manching into a rage. With a single strike, the table shattered. As his fury erupted, the room was suffused with a stifling tension. Just witnessing the women, each appeared utterly terrified. Presumptuous. Kneel. Hua Manching's piercing gaze fixated on Hua Nuanyu, issuing yet another command. This time, his tone carried an undercurrent of danger. As though failure to comply would result in dire consequences, the authority of the family head was not to be trifled with. Upon witnessing Hua Manching shatter the table, a flicker of seriousness crossed Hua Nuanyu's eyes. Such overwhelming strength. It was in her power. Hua Nuanyu suppressed her languor, casting a cold glance at Hua Manching, and declared, if the family head becomes enraged due to today's events, it would indeed validate what the citizens of the capital say. After all, I dare to publicize this matter, and there will surely be repercussions that reach the emperor's ears. A threat? Who couldn't issue one? She was not easily intimidated. From the moment she could remember, she had survived in the ruthless F nation. At that time, she must have been only 6 years old, yet fate had smiled upon her, allowing her to endure. Hua Nuanyu's words carried an air of oppression, reminiscent of one who had long occupied positions of power, commanding authority without the need for fury. Chapter 14. A confrontation, a complete victory. The sudden transformation of Hua Nuanyu caused an inexplicable tightening in Hua Manching's heart. Could it be that he was mistaken? How could she exude such an imperial aura? Impossible. Surely, it must be an illusion. After being directly threatened by Hua Nuanyu, Hua Manching momentarily lost his composure, only to recall the outrageous words she had just spoken. You wretched creature! What have you done? He bellowed, facing the transformed Hua Nuanyu, feeling an unsettling strangeness. Yet, the person before him was indeed that rebellious daughter. There was no trace of disguise. Aside from her altered temperament, everything else remained unchanged. What on earth was happening? Just as the lady had said, she was indeed a treacherous wolf. Years of hiding her talents, merely waiting for this day to exact revenge on the Hua family? It seemed the previous punishments had been far too lenient, allowing her such audacity. Today's actions were aimed at the destruction of the Hua family. As for the childish tricks that had reached the emperor's ears, how could he possibly believe them? However, the person before him was different from before. Perhaps she had hidden ulterior motives. In Hua Nuanyu's eyes, Hua Manching's fury appeared to betray a hint of desperation. For such a subtle change, she found herself looking down upon such a person. The head of the Hua family was nothing more than a vain and selfish man. He would forsake his wife and daughter for the sake of reputation. It is said that what one lacks is what one values most. Could it be that the Hua family head was unworthy of his position? A flicker of doubt crossed Hua Nuanyu's mind. But now was not the time to ponder such matters. Master Hua, what I do is of little importance. What you choose to do is what truly matters. All I desire is to reclaim what rightfully belongs to me. As for everything else, I have no time for trifles. Pausing briefly, Hua Nuanyu added, by the way, today in the Eastern Market, I only mentioned those servants, not a word more. If you doubt me, you may inquire of those numerous witnesses on the street. As for how the common folk perceive it, that is of no concern to me. I fear some may be deliberately misguiding. As she uttered these words, her gaze gradually shifted towards Madame Hua. Rumors are spread by the common people, and within this residence, Madame Hua was the greatest source of gossip. If she could incite discord between the two, it would be most advantageous. Hua Nuanyu's gaze did not waver from Hua Manching's. When he glanced at Madame Hua, before he could speak, she interjected, My lord, what I say is entirely true. I have raised her with great care, only to have her with an innocent expression. Madame Hua seemed to suffer a grave injustice, tears streaming down her face, evoking sympathy. However, such a display made Hua Nuanyu feel nauseated. How utterly unbearable. Madam, you truly enjoy labeling yourself. I was speaking of the common folk outside. Why do you suddenly interject? Do you mean to imply that those rumors have passed through your lips? Heh, since you claim to be innocent, do not hastily shout your grievances, lest it backfire. Overdoing it will inevitably lead to disdain. With pointed sarcasm, Hua Nuanyu denied Madame Hua the opportunity to retort. As her words fell, Madame Hua's voice rang out once more. Wretched girl, do not be so brazen. My lord, look at how she treats the lady of the house. You, Madame Hua scolded Hua Nuanyu, then turned to look at General Hua with a face full of grievance, seeking his support. Yet, She seemed to forget that Hua Manqing had received similar treatment from another. Hua Nuanyu could not bear the pretentiousness of Madame Hua, impatiently interrupting her. No more weeping like a childish brat. Let us get to the point. What is it that you summoned me here for? I must clarify that the gossip among the servants reflects great disrespect towards their master. Hua Nuanyu's tone was cold, her expression filled with disdain. It was truly unworthy of her time to be delayed by such trivial matters. Her words caused the other women present to cast veiled glances at Hua Manqing, perceiving that Hua Nuanyu was once again provoking the ire of their lord. However, the recent confrontation forced them to reassess the sixth young lady. How had she suddenly transformed into someone so audacious? Daring to challenge the lord, how brazen! Such insolence deserved the harshest punishment. With Madame Hua's interruption, Hua Manqing lost the initiative. He had initially held the reins of the situation, yet now he found himself in a passive position. He glared at Madame Hua, an expression of reproach in his eyes. To Hua Nuanyu, that look screamed fool. How dare you defy my orders? Sitting upright, his voice carried an air of authority, and he refrained from addressing Hua Nuanyu's words. This matter was no secret within the general's residence. It simply had not been brought to light. Hua Manqing intentionally avoided mentioning the servant's insubordination, but that did not deter Hua Nuanyu. With piercing eyes fixed upon him, she smirked slightly, responding with a pointed inquiry. Does the head of the Hua family tacitly condone the disrespect shown by the servants towards their master? The question posed by Hua Nuanyu was a resolute affirmation. She intended to use this matter to slap his face. Hua Manqing had not anticipated that Hua Nuanyu would once again oppose him. His temper surged, an invisible pressure bearing down on her. Today, he would ensure that this wretched girl experienced hardship. It was time to teach her a lesson, to remind her who truly held power in this household. What a joke! A mere illegitimate daughter, so audacious as to challenge him due to a marriage contract, was utterly intolerable. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Hua Manqing's eyes. He wished nothing more than for her to disappear at once. Hua Nuanyu, keenly observing Hua Manqing, did not miss the look he had just cast. A smirk graced her lips as the aura of a top-tier mercenary began to radiate from her. In terms of presence, she had never been bested. The two faced off, their imposing energies palpable. The other occupants in the room felt nearly suffocated by the strange, oppressive atmosphere, sitting on pins and needles, their faces reflecting sheer terror. My lord, how terrifying. No one dared acknowledge that Hua Nuanyu possessed such audacity. A foolish, illegitimate daughter, at best, relying solely on the influence of the Prince of Chun. Hua Manrong, summoning her courage, cast a furtive glance at Hua Nuanyu, hoping to witness her panic and regret. Yet, the scene before her left her dumbfounded. A chilling aura. How could this be? Was this truly that wretched girl? How could she possibly emanate such a dangerous presence? Impossible. It must be a mistake. Hua Manrong's mind roared in denial, utterly refusing to accept that Hua Nuanyu could possess such strength. Retracting her gaze, she intended to look again, but at that moment, a voice rang out from outside. My lord, the imperial decree has arrived. The sudden announcement shattered the eerie atmosphere within the room. The unexpected imperial decree sent a wave of panic across the faces of those present, excluding Hua Nuanyu, of course. Quickly, go receive the decree. Hua Manqing's face darkened as he coldly uttered the command, rising to stride towards the door. As he passed by Hua Nuanyu, he paused momentarily to snort derisively before continuing on his way. The others hurriedly followed the head of the Hua family, eager to receive the decree. Chapter 15 The Wedding Date, Monthly Silver. Hua Nuangrong deliberately lingered at the end, and as soon as she saw that only the two of them remained in the room, she casually remarked, Do not be so arrogant. That imperial edict may very well be your death warrant. With a huff, Hua Nuangrong swiftly exited. Her words were merely a fleeting expression of her disdain for the other's smugness. The engagement with Prince Chun was, in fact, a harbinger of doom for Hua Nuanjiu. In previous instances of bestowed marriages, none of the women had escaped such a fate. However, at this moment, Hua Nuangrong was unaware that her casual fabrication was about to become reality. Hua Nuanjiu did not take her words to heart. Raising her hand, she carefully stored the powdered medicine she had discreetly taken out during their confrontation into a bottle. Although she lacked internal power, she could still strike first if necessary. Nevertheless, the arrival of the imperial edict was rather timely. She decided to save the powder for next time. Of course, she also needed to hasten her recovery of martial prowess. If she could learn internal strength, that would be perfect. After gathering her belongings, Hua Nuanjiu surveyed the grand hall, and then, with an air of nonchalance, strolled out toward the inner courtyard. However, after taking a few steps, she heard an urgent voice behind her. "Miss, please wait. You must go and receive the edict at once." The speaker was a guard, his tone respectful. Hua Nuanjiu halted and turned to face him, raising an eyebrow. "Me? To receive the edict? Is it truly for me?" A flicker of doubt crossed her mind. Could it be that the little white flower had indeed spoken the truth? Was it really her wedding date? The guard respectfully responded, "I am but a humble servant, and know not. It is the decree of the eunuch who named you." The eunuch's naming essentially indicated who the edict pertained to, though they could not speak of it casually. After a moment of contemplation, Hua Nuanjiu decided to proceed to the entrance. "Very well, let us see. If it truly is the wedding date, I shall receive the edict and perhaps further vex that person." The thought of the other's disgruntled expression brought a smile to her face as she made her way to the front courtyard with an air of leisure. "Do not delay. Kneel and receive the edict." The moment Hua Nuanjiu appeared, Hua Mansheng immediately urged her, his tone tinged with reproach. The eunuch glanced at Hua Mansheng before turning his gaze to Hua Nuanjiu, maintaining a calm demeanor as he announced, "The third daughter of the Hua family, Hua Nuanjiu, receives the edict. Your servant, Hua Nuanjiu, receives the edict." Hua Nuanjiu responded loudly, kneeling down as she did so. Performing the kneeling ceremony felt utterly disconcerting to her. It seemed the road ahead would be fraught with challenges. While she pondered, the eunuch's voice rang out above her, "By the decree of heaven, the emperor proclaims, the third daughter of the general, possessing pure character and talent, according to the calculations of the astrologers. The 20th day of the third month is an auspicious day thus. The 20th of the third month." Hua Nuanjiu felt a wave of astonishment wash over her. So soon, in just a month's time, was the royal wedding arranged so casually? Had the historical accounts she had studied been a mere fabrication? Alas, never mind. Sooner or later, she would leave the Hua residence, and the earlier the better to find some peace. "General Hua, receive the edict." The eunuch's voice continued, and Hua Mansheng expressed his gratitude for the emperor's grace, rising respectfully to accept the decree, all the while not forgetting to offer a bribe of tea money. Hua Nuanjiu observed the strained expression on the head of the Hua family, a smirk of derision crossing her features. What a sycophant! Suddenly feeling two scorching gazes upon her, she turned to see, predictably, Hua Nuangrong and Hua Nuanjian. Were they reveling in her misfortune? Did they truly believe this edict was her death knell? They were celebrating far too soon. "Oh, look at that one. How her eyes shimmer with envy." Hua Nuanjiu deliberately lingered her gaze on Hua Nuanjian's face. Envious? Jealous? How could that be? Oh, right. The person she was promised to was not favored by fate. Rumor had it that just before her wedding 2 years ago, her fiancé's family had suffered a bereavement, causing a delay in their union. Next year, once the mourning period concluded, she would finally be wed. How unfortunate! She mused, wondering if next year would bring her the desired outcome. With a disdainful glint in her eyes, she shot back, "You little wretch. Your parents are no match for me, and you still fail to comprehend the reality before you. How foolish. Master, madam, since the wedding date is set, I presume you no longer need me to discuss my needs? Otherwise, if I were to leave and disgrace you, it would be a sight to behold. Oh, and do not forget the dowry preparations. The amount does not matter. After all, it is your reputation at stake. Of course, if you prepare less, it is of no concern, for the Hua family cannot rival the royal treasury. As long as it is not too shabby, you may proceed as you wish." As soon as the eunuch departed, Hua Nuanjiu immediately interjected, each word laced with well-meaning reminders. The head of the Hua family's countenance shifted dramatically at her veiled remarks, the gleaming objects in his hand suddenly appearing glaringly conspicuous. "Well then, let us see if you possess such fortune," Hua Mansheng insinuated, clearly skeptical of Hua Nuanjiu's good fortune. The notion that Prince Chun was a wife-killer was no mere rumor. A month? Too long. He could hardly wait for it to happen in just a few days. He wished never to lay eyes on this troublesome offspring again. Hua Nuanjiu, uninterested in further banter, flashed a mocking smile before turning to leave. However, after taking a couple of steps, she suddenly slapped her forehead. "Oh dear, how could I have forgotten something so crucial?" Muttering to herself, she quickly turned back and called out, "Madam, you have yet to give me my monthly silver. Without funds, I might just have to resort to begging on the streets." The word begging escaped her lips so casually, as if it were an ordinary matter. Yet, spoken from her mouth, it transformed into a threat. What noble lady would ever stoop to begging on the streets? Even commoners would shy away from such disgraceful actions. What a humiliation! And yet, she dared to utter it. Hua Manqing felt an unbearable throbbing at his temples. This troublesome daughter was driving him to madness. Just give it to her. He spat, clutching his chest, his tone icy, before sweeping away in a huff. He feared that in a moment of impulse, he might just strike down this bane of his existence. Once Hua Manqing departed, Hua Nuangrong appeared somewhat reluctant. Mother, what about father? However, this was not a matter that could be resolved with mere words from her. Ronger, knowing what her daughter intended to say, Madame Hua immediately interjected, her expression signaling her to stop. Then she turned to Hua Nuanjiu. Ah, indeed you are quite capable, but do not rejoice prematurely. The silver will be given to you shortly. Madame Hua finished speaking and pulled her daughter away. The others, witnessing the scene, felt it was inappropriate to linger, casting a brief glance at Hua Nuanjiu before hastily departing. Today, the sixth miss had shattered their perceptions. How arrogant! With the wedding date set, they would see just how long she could maintain her arrogance. None of them believed Hua Nuanjiu would survive to marry into the Prince Chun's residence. After all, the previous three had already become mere memories in the graveyard. Hua Nuanjiu gazed at the departing figures, feeling a profound sorrow. From life to death, they had accomplished but one thing, to please their husbands. Only by fulfilling this duty could they live without worry, free from oppression. Thus, the struggles in the inner courtyard had become their compulsory lesson. Alas, the sacrifices of an era. Hua Nuanjiu murmured, her hands clasped behind her back as she left. Outside the residence, for the aristocratic families attuned to every shift in the capital, the arrival of the imperial edict at the general's residence naturally drew considerable attention. Upon learning that it was the wedding date, many families breathed a sigh of relief. They had feared the Hua family was to receive another stroke of good fortune, but thankfully, it was not. General Hua had recently become a favored figure of the crown prince, with every matter closely aligned to him, inciting envy among the other families. Yet, some could not help but lament in private, regretting that the imperial edict was not a reprimand for the Hua family. Today, the city was rife with gossip, and the Hua family had lost face. To have such a daughter was indeed a blessing. However, the emperor's decree to wed Prince Chun to the third daughter of the Hua family was truly perplexing. One could only wonder if the person behind it intended to humiliate the family or sought to rid the Hua residents of that calamity. Chapter 16. The monthly silver reduced. After a busy half-day, Hua Nuanyu returned to her home and meticulously inspected every corner of the house. Once satisfied that everything was in order, she laid out the spoils of the day, an assortment of food, utensils, medicinal herbs, spices, and remedies. A myriad of items sprawled across the table, and a smile of contentment graced her face. She casually unwrapped a packet of snacks, popped a piece of cake into her mouth, and commenced her work. Her first task involved opening 5 packets of medicine, selectively sorting through their contents before repackaging them neatly to one side. These were her antidotes. Additionally, she opened another 5 packets, incorporating the selected herbs into them, and began the sorting process anew. Through her diligent efforts, the 5 packets quickly transformed into 10 small piles of medicine, varying in quantity and clearly not resembling the standard dosages. From these 10 portions, she carefully packaged 5, while setting aside the remaining ones. With a mortar in hand, she commenced grinding one portion, the poison intended for her own defense. As for the notion of being dominated by a husband, she dismissed it entirely. She was determined to uncover the truth behind those scheming against her. Based on information gleaned earlier, she had a gut feeling that the ruthless Prince Chun was unlikely to be involved. However, she understood that exceptions could exist, and thus, she refrained from jumping to conclusions. When the time came, she would verify the truth herself. Time passed swiftly amidst her endeavors, and soon the sun began to set. Just as she finished her tasks and tidied up, a servant arrived with her monthly silver. "Miss, here is your monthly silver," the maid announced respectfully, holding out a pouch filled with coins. The messenger was Chuanqi, the head maid serving Madame Hua. News of the day's events had circulated throughout the estate, and the servants dared not act carelessly, each one wary of incurring the wrath of the sixth miss, renowned for her fierce temperament. Hua Nuanyu did not immediately accept the pouch of silver, but instead fixed her gaze upon Chuanqi, her demeanor languid as she inquired, "Pray tell, how much silver is contained within? Should there be any discrepancies, I shall not be pleased." The monthly allowance for a concubine's daughter was 3 taels, half a tael more than that of a secondary wife. Additionally, there were 2 taels allocated for cosmetics, yet over the years, she had seen none of it, which she insisted be converted into silver. In the 2 years following her mother's death, when no one was there to protect her, her monthly allowance had been consistently withheld, leaving her with less than a tael. However, she was not inclined to dwell on the past 2 years. She demanded her rightful 8 years' worth, every last coin. How could she allow them to live comfortably while appropriating what was rightfully hers? Faced with her inquiry, Chuanxi's expression stiffened, and she responded, "Miss, there has been no withholding. This pouch contains your 8 years' worth of monthly silver, not a single coin less." As she spoke, Chuanxi timidly extended the pouch towards Hua Nuanyu, her demeanor betraying a hint of fear. With narrowed eyes, Hua Nuanyu shifted her seemingly calm gaze from Chuanxi's face to the pouch of silver, still refusing to accept it. "This pouch holds merely over 200 taels, insufficient for my 8 years' allowance. Has Madam forgotten? I have yet to see any of the 2 taels allocated for cosmetics. Go back. Tell her to convert it all into silver and deliver it directly, or I shall personally pay her a visit to discuss this matter." She had witnessed the disparity in the weight and size of the pouch, whether it contained large ingots or smaller coins, and she knew immediately that the figures did not match. It was curious that the person had chosen to provide her with silver coins rather than a banknote, leading her to suspect ulterior motives. As Chuanxi retreated in the face of Hua Nuanyu's anger, the servants from the kitchen arrived with her evening meal. The standard fare for a concubine's daughter consisted of 1 meat dish, 2 vegetable dishes, and a soup. Hua Nuanyu, having ensured everything was satisfactory, picked up her bowl and began to eat, her body and mind having worked tirelessly throughout the afternoon, leaving her quite famished. In the Yuliu courtyard, Madame Hua and the head of the Hua family were dining together. The table was laden with delectable dishes, yet the head of the family was in a foul mood. Hardly able to enjoy his meal, Madame Hua diligently attended to him, gently encouraging him while serving the food with utmost grace. However, he seemed unappreciative, even directing his ire toward her, casting dark glances whenever she inadvertently displeased him. Madame Hua endured silently. Just as Hua Manqing was on the verge of leaving in a fit of frustration due to Madame Hua's apparent distress, Chuanxi returned. "Master, Madam." "The 6th Mississippi," Chuanxi began, but upon seeing the master's grim countenance, she faltered. At that moment, Hua Manqing erupted. "What is happening here?" His voice was laced with anger, expressing his frustration at the failure to receive the silver he had long desired. Chuanxi's pouch was clearly visible, and upon noticing it, Madame Hua's eyes flickered with guilt, though she feigned ignorance, remaining silent. However, internally, she raged against Hua Nuanyu. When pressed for an explanation, Chuanxi dared not conceal the truth. After glancing at Madame Hua, she spoke. "Master, the 6th Miss refused to accept it. She claimed the silver is insufficient, asserting that she has not received any of the cosmetic funds over the years, demanding that Madame convert it into silver." With a resounding bang, Hua Manqing's fury erupted, causing him to slam his hand on the table, shattering it, and sending the food crashing to the floor. Chaos ensued. "Wretched child," he spat, finding himself at a loss for words thereafter. Burdened with official duties, he returned home only to confront a multitude of problems, exasperated by the day's events. His gaze fell upon Madame Hua, irritation flaring anew as he commanded, "Give her the remaining silver. Avoid provoking her further." His tone was accusatory as he stood to leave. Madame Hua felt a deep sense of humiliation at being treated thus by her own husband. Was he blaming her? For what reason? She had always acted in accordance with his wishes. He was well aware of her efforts. The orders had originated from him. Now, he dared to cast blame upon her. Her expression shifted from disbelief to resentment. How well she knew his selfish nature. He cared only for appearances. Had it not been for this, she would never have allowed that wretched girl to grow to this day. Never. Now, that girl had grown bold, daring to confront him, and he turned to blame her. How could she not have foreseen this? Madame Hua appeared entranced, her expression shifting from hatred to a manic grin, her demeanor alarming Chuanxi. In a state of panic, Chuanxi tentatively called out, "Madam." Suddenly, with a sharp slap, her face stung, followed by Madame Hua's furious retort, "Wretched girl. You are a traitor. It is all your fault. Had I known this day would come, I would have put an end to you long ago." Madame Hua's face twisted with malevolence as she unleashed her fury upon Chuanxi, mistaking her for the object of her disdain, venting her wrath in a frenzied outburst. Chapter 17. Conspiracy and Mechanisms. The commotion within the room left the servants stationed at the door trembling with fear. They were oblivious to the circumstances inside. Yet the sounds emanating from within made them feel a deep sense of dread. It had been quite some time since the mistress had exhibited such fury. Alas, it was all due to that person. After a long while, the noise subsided, and the attendants at the door immediately regained their composure, focusing intently on any movements inside. Ever ready for orders. In the dilapidated courtyard, Huan Yu, having enjoyed a hearty meal, settled onto a chair. A willow branch she had severed from a tree in hand, meticulously whittling it down, as if intent on crafting a sharp point. In her previous life, before claiming her own territory, she had nearly resided in the wilderness, encountering all manner of creatures and toxic beasts, even experiencing their dangers firsthand. Truly, she had been favored by fate, having crossed the threshold of death multiple times, only to return by a stroke of luck. Once she possessed her own domain, she no longer frequented that perilous realm. To safeguard her life, she understood that strength was paramount. Even if she felt frail, her demeanor must not betray weakness. Perhaps, there still lay a glimmer of hope. After all, in that realm, the weak either became the lowest of slaves or cold corpses. It was indeed hell. The denizens there were akin to demons, and she had risen from that abyss to become its sovereign. In comparison, this place was nothing short of paradise. Yet her experiences from childhood had taught her that comfort often concealed danger. Like a tiger confined within a zoo, it could never rival its kin in the wild. She intended to set traps and concealed weapons throughout her courtyard. No one would tread upon her territory without her consent, for their fate would be left to chance. Even if the room held nothing of value. Footsteps approached, prompting Huan Yu to pause her work, stow away her knife, and recline in her chair, awaiting the arrival of the guest. A maid appeared, addressing her with trepidation. "Miss Six, your monthly allowance." This newcomer was not the same maid as before, yet her countenance betrayed a similar fear. Upon seeing the bulging pouch of silver, Huan Yu accepted it calmly, weighing it in her hand with satisfaction. "Very well. I have received the money." Upon her words, the maid visibly relaxed, preparing to bow and retreat, only to be halted by Huan Yu's icy voice. "The monthly allowance from the past 2 years. Everyone in the manor has pilfered their share. Tomorrow morning, I expect the full amount returned, along with interest placed upon that table. Otherwise, I trust you can imagine the consequences." Huan Yu had not forgotten the misappropriated funds. Even the smallest mosquito bore flesh. And considering her current lack of silver, she could not afford to forego it. The maid, understanding the implications of Huan Yu's words, respectfully accepted her orders and hurried away. After reporting back to the mistress, the maid conveyed Huan Yu's message to various stewards and elder servants within the household. After 10 long years, they were likely well aware of the situation. Consequently, due to Huan Yu's pronouncement, some servants were destined for a sleepless night. Debts owed from years past were now due. Those lacking sufficient silver scrambled to borrow from their peers, creating a wave of panic. In the fragrant courtyard of the legitimate daughter, Huan Rong, the sky darkened, and oil lamps flickered to life within the room. Several maids stood guard at the door, indicating the presence of someone inside. Within, Huan Yun and Huan Rong were engaged in conversation, both displaying expressions of rage. "Sister, let us not dwell in anger. That wretched woman is but a lowly creature, unworthy of our ire. She merely relies upon this marriage contract. Once she is gone, I shall whip her spirit. It will serve as a fine retribution for you." Huan Yun offered her sister comfort, her words dripping with flattery, yet her gaze betrayed an underlying malice. Huan Yun possessed a beauty that struck one at first glance, while Huan Rong embodied the archetype of a refined young lady, with fair skin and a charming demeanor. Under her aunt's guidance, Huan Yun adorned herself with subtle makeup daily, standing beside the meticulously groomed Huan Rong to diminish attention upon herself. The jealousy of the legitimate daughter was not lost on Huan Yun, who had grown up alongside her. With no allies, they were bound to the mistress, destined to conceal their true selves. Who would have thought that the wretched woman could deceive them all? Moreover, she was to be married next month. How ironic. Huan Yun's eyes glimmered with resentment and ambition, though it flickered away before Huan Rong could notice. Appreciating her sister's attempts to placate her, Huan Rong feigned affection. "Sister, you are the best." Despite their shared blood, that wretched woman was indeed malicious. Yet, the heavens were just with this marriage contract. Her arrogance would soon meet its demise. As Huan Rong spoke, a glimmer of triumph danced in her eyes, as if she could already envision Huan Yu's downfall. Huan Yu nodded in agreement, but a flicker of malice crossed her features, and she hesitated. Sister, if that wretched woman were to die so easily, would it not be too merciful? She has committed heinous acts for so long, nearly driving our father and mother to despair. This grudge must be repaid. They were well aware of the events in the mistress's courtyard. How could such a great enmity be allowed to pass? Naturally, they found amusement in it. But she could not be spared. With Huan Yun's subtle guidance, Huan Rong contemplated the rationale. It was indeed true. That wretched woman had disrupted the harmony of their parents. If she were allowed to die so easily, it would indeed be a disservice to her. Having closely observed Huan Rong's expressions, Huan Yun's lips curled into a slight smirk, and she casually remarked, "That wretched woman is fortunate to have been born into the Hua family, nurtured by a benevolent mistress. Yet who would have thought she shares the same vile nature as her mother? How many from the brothel possess gratitude? Humph, in my opinion, those men ought to teach her a lesson. Otherwise, they will truly believe we are easy prey." While her words sounded like mere venting, they held an underlying implication. Upon hearing this, Huan Rong's mind sparked with ideas, and she turned to her sister with a smile. "Indeed, that lowly creature, to be associated with me, fills me with shame. How could someone from a brothel produce anything virtuous? She certainly learned a thing or two from her aunt." Contemplating the courtesan, Huan Rong felt a twinge of hatred. It was that seductive woman who had caused her father to neglect her mother for years. That wretched creature. With Huan Yun's schemes bearing fruit, she exchanged a few more words before retiring for the night, eagerly anticipating the day she would witness that person's downfall. A life deemed lesser than her own, possessing such high status, yet daring to make the mistress compromise. How could that be? Huan Yun cast a glance toward the dilapidated courtyard, a faint smile gracing her lips before she turned to leave. Conspiracies born in darkness ultimately shun the light. The bright moon emerged from the clouds, illuminating the dark corners somewhat. In the shabby courtyard, a dim oil lamp cast its weak glow, while in the obscurity, a shadow flitted back and forth, seemingly engaged in some task. At last, the task was complete. Huan Yu's figure sprang into view before the oil lamp. Whispering softly before lifting the lamp and stepping into the room, plunging it into darkness shortly thereafter. Chapter 18. A thorough search of the manor, seeking a shop. The following day, before dawn, Huan Yu donned her attire and stepped outside. Today, she wore a simple yet perfectly fitting garment, a new purchase from the previous day. As for the ill-fitting clothes delivered yesterday, she intended to sell them, hoping to exchange them for some silver. Today, she would venture into the marketplace to scout for shops. Time was of the essence when it came to making money. With funds, she could facilitate her endeavors and, in turn, establish her own mercenary empire. Upon exiting her abode, Huan Yu noticed several coin pouches laid out upon the table in the courtyard, instantly uplifting her spirits. To receive silver so early in the day was truly delightful. Approaching the table, she emptied the contents of the pouches and, after counting, discovered that it exceeded her expectations by 2 taels. Given their astuteness, as long as they did not provoke her, they would undoubtedly remain unscathed. With today's 31 taels, her total assets had reached an impressive 1,128 taels. However, she pondered whether she could find a suitable shop to rent. If not, she would have to resort to her ultimate weapon, her silver-tongued persuasion. After securing her belongings, Huan Yu commenced her new day of training. All her equipment was improvised from local materials. Without the means to craft new tools, she utilized what was readily available. She bound approximately 2 to 3 pounds of stones to her limbs and began her exercises, frog jumps, sit-ups, push-ups, until half an hour had passed. Standing before the thickest sycamore tree in the courtyard, she paused for a moment before climbing the tree with astonishing speed. Yes, she climbed the tree. With her skirt tied around her waist and wearing underpants, she nimbly ascended. If the household staff were to witness this, they would surely be both astonished and terrified. Her agility surpassed even that of the guards, and she was encumbered with weight. Reaching the utmost limit of the trunk, Huan Yu paused, clutching the tree as she gazed below. How slow! It took her half a minute to scale a mere 20 meters. Her strength had regressed significantly, akin to that of a 6.5-year-old. She chuckled at her own predicament. Subsequently, she loosened her grip and slid down the trunk, landing effortlessly on the ground. Such a method of descent was perhaps unique to Huan Yu. Without lingering, she resumed her climbing, repeating the previous actions. After countless ascents and descents, she finally came to a halt, and by then, the sun had risen high in the sky. Once her training concluded, she became aware of her perspiration, which, like the previous day, was both sticky and odorous. Perhaps due to yesterday's ordeal, she felt no nausea today. She untied her weights and returned to her room to fetch the medicine she had collected yesterday, then headed outside. "Bring water for me. I wish to bathe. And this medicine needs to be prepared. If anything unclean is added, I shall hold you accountable." Hua Nuanyu called out to two servant women, who she had summoned to arrange the tasks. The two women, upon being called, trembled slightly, their expressions shifting dramatically, just as they were about to plead for mercy. They heard Hua Nuanyu's orders and quickly fell silent, bowing deeply, nodding repeatedly. "Yes, yes. We shall obey." Grateful for her grace, they abandoned their brooms, took the medicine package, and briskly headed to the kitchen. Hua Nuanyu watched their retreating figures, arching an eyebrow. Was she truly so fearsome? Nonetheless, given their efficiency, she resolved to entrust them with her bathing water from that day forth. Her authority had grown formidable among the servants, and it was said that as long as the sixth miss was unharmed, one should not provoke her. Upon entering the courtyard, the two women soon returned with water. After assigning them the daily task of bringing water, Hua Nuanyu proceeded to bathe. As with the previous day, she expelled a considerable amount of impurities, her skin appearing paler. Even the dark spots on her face seemed to have faded. It seemed that in a few days, she would transform into a stunning beauty. After praising herself internally, she stored away the copper mirror, changed into another set of simple yet elegant attire, and stepped out of her room. Just then, her breakfast arrived. With the passage of time, Hua Nuanyu found herself regarding the servants with a newfound appreciation. Excellent. From now on, her meals would be delivered at this hour. After relaying her thoughts, she instructed the kitchen staff to dispose of the bathing water. This was the hour for the matron to dine, and according to her status, she would have to wait a while longer. However, she had no time to waste. Leaving the manor early would afford her many opportunities. The servants who delivered her breakfast had been reprimanded by Hua Nuanyu the day prior and were naturally respectful in their compliance. The pain of their punishment was still fresh in their memories. Even now, their bodies ached. Yet, curiously, there were no visible marks to show for it. After finishing her breakfast, Hua Nuanyu took a piece of paper she had inscribed and affixed it to the entrance of the courtyard. It read in hasty, uneven handwriting, "Death to trespassers." The ominous message, though poorly written, lost none of its menacing intent. However, considering Hua Nuanyu's previous actions, it was unlikely that anyone would dare approach her courtyard in the near future, unless one disregarded the formidable Madame Hua. Upon exiting the manor, Hua Nuanyu encountered no obstacles and left without incident. As soon as she stepped outside, news of her departure reached Madame Hua's ears. She truly left the manor? Madame Hua inquired nonchalantly, stirring the tea leaves in her cup upon hearing the steward's report. Today, Madame Hua's demeanor was markedly different from the previous night's malevolence and stood in stark contrast to her usual benevolence. Though her expression was calm, a peculiar aura lingered. The steward, a man in his 30s who bore the Hua surname, responded respectfully, "Madam, I personally witnessed her heading to the East Market." Upon hearing this, Madame Hua set down her cup, her expression abruptly turning serious. "I misplaced a precious peony hairpin while strolling in the garden. It was a valuable gift from the Empress. This matter is of utmost importance. Conduct a thorough search of the entire manor for this item. We must capture the thief." Madame Hua's tone was grave as she issued her command. The steward, without hesitation, accepted the order and promptly gathered the guards to commence a search of the entire inner courtyard. The women of the inner quarters felt a wave of anxiety wash over them upon hearing of the manor-wide search. Upon learning that Madame Hua had lost a significant object, they sighed in relief. As long as it did not involve them, all was well. Yet, the loss of an item did not prevent them from indulging in wild speculation, and their suspicions inevitably fell upon that decrepit courtyard. Hua Wanrong, upon hearing this news, hurried to Yuliwan. Within the span of a single tea time, she emerged from the courtyard. Instead of returning to her own quarters, Hua Wanrong took a maid and headed out of the manor. East Market Hua Nuanyu, her face veiled by a light gauze, strolled along the bustling street before the East Market archway, a thoroughfare second only to Zhuke Street in terms of commerce. The street was lined with shops on both sides, teeming with people. Observing the lively scene, Hua Nuanyu felt a surge of anticipation for the prospects that Zhuke Street might offer. Opening a restaurant in a populous location was undoubtedly the best choice. Naturally, it would be ideal to remain within her budget. Huan first walked the length of Chunming Street, assessing the types and sizes of the shops, while inquiring about rental prices from the vendors at the roadside stalls. Good heavens, what a surprise! The information was astonishing. Chapter 19. The Art of Negotiation in Leasing a Shop. A modest shop, astonishingly, demanded 200 taels. Should it include a courtyard, an additional 50 taels would be required. As she intended to open an establishment, disregarding other expenses, the space would need to be at least 3 to 4 times larger. Furthermore, it must come with a rear courtyard to accommodate staff. She could not deplete her finances all at once, for she had other necessities to consider. It appeared that the bustling Shkei Street was out of the question. Having grasped the general situation, Huan casually wandered through the markets in the Eastern District. If she could not afford the lively marketplace, she would explore other avenues. After all, the scent of fine wine does not fear the depths of alleys. And she was unperturbed by the prospect of poor business. The Eastern District boasted 4 to 5 streets genuinely suited for commerce. Yet they paled in comparison to Chunming Street in terms of popularity. In fact, the foot traffic dwindled from street to street. Following her previous analysis, Huan patiently scrutinized each street, gathering information on the approximate rental prices before heading to the pawnshop. The sun in mid-February radiated a comforting warmth, enticing one to squint. Huan approached a well-reputed pawnshop. Dawang Pawnshop. Why not call it Wang Pawnshop instead? Observing the sign, she grimaced. Miss, please come in. Are you here to purchase a person? Or a young attendant greeted her as she stepped inside. How is the shop for rent? Huan stated her purpose directly. The attendant, maintaining a professional smile, nodded eagerly upon hearing her inquiry, warmly inviting her to sit inside. Miss, you have come to the right place. Our Dawang Pawnshop is undoubtedly the finest in the capital. We manage the most shops, regardless of their location or size. We have them all. Truly, the young attendant was a seasoned pawnbroker, launching into a fluent spiel reminiscent of modern real estate agents. After enjoying some tea, Huan mentioned a few marketplaces and specified the size of the shop she desired. The attendant's smile widened, and he swiftly retrieved their specialized manual, beginning to search diligently. As he flipped through the pages, he did not forget to extol the virtues of the locations Huan had mentioned. Clearly, he was well versed in his trade. The manual provided a clear visual of the shop's position, layout, and size. Based on the broker's descriptions, Huan quickly selected 3 shops and requested the attendant to take her to see them in person. With less than half an hour until noon, she needed to return home for lunch. She aimed to finalize the shop before her meal, allowing her to arrange other matters in the afternoon. She despised procrastination, preferring to act decisively, whether in matters of life or issuing new management edicts. The first shop was 3 units in size, spanning 2 floors, and included a courtyard at the back with 3 rooms and a kitchen. The usable area was over 300 square feet, and the interior was quite empty. Renovations would be a significant undertaking, particularly as the upper floor would need to be transformed into private rooms. After ascertaining that the rent was 300 taels per month, Huan refrained from voicing her opinion and moved on to the next shop. The second shop was located at the intersection of 2 streets, relatively close to another exit of the East Market, naturally attracting more foot traffic than the first. It also consisted of 3 units across 2 levels, though it seemed to have previously operated as a restaurant, boasting 8 private rooms upstairs that required minimal refurbishment. After surveying the premises, Huan felt an immediate sense of resolution. This was the shop for her. What is the rental for this establishment? She inquired, maintaining her usual calm demeanor, rendering her emotions indiscernible. The attendant, uncertain of Huan's feelings, respectfully replied, Miss, the shop is centrally located, and the rent is 320 taels per month. As soon as he finished speaking, Huan's astonished voice pierced the air. What? This place is even more expensive than the last. Are you trying to rob me? Her demeanor shifted, revealing disbelief in her eyes, and her tone conveyed a sentiment that the shop was simply not worth such a sum. Noticing her reaction, the attendant quickly seized the opportunity. Miss, how could I dare to deceive you? Everyone in the capital knows our pawnshop's prices are the most reasonable. This shop's proximity to the East Market guarantees a vibrant clientele. Hence the attendant unleashed his persuasive prowess, eloquently attempting to convince Huan. However, she had her own plans and promptly interrupted him, initiating her negotiation strategy. This shop is not as desirable as it seems. Firstly, The orientation is quite poor. If it were a residence, that might suffice, but for business purposes, the shop's direction significantly diminishes its value. The best orientation is well known. I trust you are aware. This shop faces southeast and looks northwest, placing it in the lower tier of locations. Moreover, due to the shop's position, it would struggle to retain customers, leading to a lack of longevity in business, ultimately resulting in closure. Hua Nuanyu adopted an air of expertise, critiquing the orientation, location, and FAAD, employing every conceivable modern sales tactic to undermine the shop's advantages with baseless claims. In the end, she generously proposed to lease the shop for 200 taels per month for 5 years, additionally suggesting a trial rental period of 3 months with monthly payments, followed by biannual payments thereafter. What should have been the attendant's domain became Hua Nuanyu's stage. Gradually, she led the attendant into submission, ultimately securing the agreement. Excellent. It's settled. Here are 200 taels. I shall return this afternoon to help me find a few trustworthy staff members. Hua Nuanyu, holding the freshly signed lease contract, boldly produced 200 taels, reminding him of her return later. The attendant, gazing at the gleaming silver in his hands, felt a mix of despair and disbelief. How had he managed to rent out the shop at such a low price? Was this shop truly worth so little? Had he perhaps encountered a rival? No, surely there were no women operating as brokers in the capital. With the deal sealed, the attendant forced a smile, reluctantly handing over the keys to Hua Nuanyu before departing with a bemused shake of his head, watching the attendant's retreating figure, filled with doubt about his choices. Hua Nuanyu raised an eyebrow. Should she consider acquiring another staff member this afternoon? If the attendant could hear her thoughts, he would surely refuse, believing it wiser to avoid additional purchases. Her bargaining skills were formidable. With the shop secured, she was poised to embark on her journey to prosperity. Satisfied, Hua Nuanyu locked the door and hurried towards the general's residence. Lunchtime was upon her. Taking a shortcut back to the general's residence, she immediately sensed something was amiss upon entering. There was trouble brewing within the estate. She noticed the fear in the eyes of the servants. When she had left that morning, such emotions had not been present. Clearly, something had transpired. Moreover, it was likely connected to her. As she walked, her mind raced through possibilities, quickly arriving at a suspicion. Someone had entered her courtyard. Otherwise, why would the servants display such demeanor? Chuckling to herself, she mused over the audacity of ignoring warnings and intruding upon her domain. She wondered if that person had met a grim fate. Just then, someone approached, and Hua Nuanyu regained her composure, adopting a cool demeanor. Miss Lu has finally returned. The madam requests your presence urgently. It was butler Hua, who, upon seeing Hua Nuanyu, first bowed respectfully before addressing her with deference. The butler, who had previously dismissed the original owner, now exhibited a subservient attitude. How ironic. Original owner. Do you see this? Beyond arrogance, it is intelligence that matters. Once the mind falters, even the greatest martial prowess means little. Hua Nuanyu felt a wave of disdain for the original owner, a sense of frustration akin to disappointment in a wayward child. Chapter 20. A failed framing, a counterattack. Upon the steward's words, Hua Nuanyu immediately spoke up, then please lead the way. Her subsequent remark, seemingly made in passing and at a moderate volume, was heard perfectly by the astute steward. However, displaying his shrewdness, he feigned ignorance, turning to lead the way, a flicker of disdain flashing in his eyes. Competing with the lady? She would soon learn the consequences. In mere moments, Hua Nuanyu arrived at the grand hall, where aside from a few guards, only Madame Hua was present. Bold Hua Nuanyu, how dare you secretly harbor concealed weapons in the courtyard, endangering lives? Bring her here. Let her be punished. Madame Hua, upon spotting Hua Nuanyu, erupted in fury, intent on administering punishment before Hua Nuanyu could utter a word. Observing the sudden shift in Madame Hua's demeanor, Hua Nuanyu chose not to engage in pretense, confronting her with a commanding retort. What punishment? Have I taken a life, set a fire, or committed some petty crime? If you wish to accuse me, there is no need to rush to execution. Have you forgotten the laws of our dynasty, or do you consider them mere formalities? Invading my courtyard without permission should come with consequences. Competing in words with me, you would only end up fainting from rage. Hua Nuanyu boldly cast a heavy accusation. Without a modicum of skill, one might easily lose their composure. Madame Hua, having held her position as the matriarch for many years, was not without her own capabilities. A flicker of confusion crossed her eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. coldly declaring, "You are slandering me. As the mistress of the household, the security of the various courtyards falls under my jurisdiction. Even the officials have no authority over them. Who would have thought you would hide deadly weapons within your courtyard, almost resulting in a fatality? Your malicious intent is blatantly exposed. Bring her." Madame Huai's imposing presence was punctuated by her sharp words, each one a venomous accusation against Hua Nuanyu, her gaze piercing as if laced with poison, cruel and vindictive. Yet, Hua Nuanyu was undeterred. How amusing. A mere courtyard that seldom sees visitors, today of all days. How could someone possibly venture into my territory? Yes, the courtyard belongs to the general's residence, but I reside there. Thus, it is my domain. Others cannot enter at will. Moreover, I even posted a notice at the entrance. That person deserves their fate. Pausing for effect, she continued with a tone laced with mockery, "If we follow your logic, should I not be able to invade others' courtyards when their inhabitants are absent? If you believe this to be correct, please draft a rule and post it at the general's residence for all to see. If the public agrees with you, I shall gladly accept my punishment." Such excitement should be shared, not hidden away. Hua Nuanyu's attitude was one of revelry in the chaos, which only served to infuriate Madame Hua further. The tension that had been so carefully maintained shattered, and she lashed out at Hua Nuanyu. "How dare you? I lost a golden hairpin bestowed by the Empress. The entire estate has been searched, except your courtyard. This is a matter of great importance. How can I not investigate?" Madame Hua's justification invoked the Empress's name to bolster her authority, yet all she received was Hua Nuanyu's derisive laughter. "Ha ha, Madame Hua, you are approaching old age. Might I suggest you employ some common sense when you speak? Losing something and searching within the residence is reasonable, but isn't it likely that you have numerous possessions? Why not search every courtyard? Why not dive into the sea to retrieve it? A child understands such logic. How could you, the esteemed wife of a general, not grasp it? Your intellect is concerning. Fool, do you truly believe I am intimidated by your threats? Such a blatant attempt to belittle my intelligence is laughable." Madame Hua trembled with rage, her hands shaking as she pointed accusingly at Hua Nuanyu, who seized the opportunity to interject. "Now you speak rightly. Look at you, gnashing your teeth in fury. This is the real you. Aren't you exhausted from pretending? Humph. If you wish to frame someone, at least devise a proper scheme. The Empress's prized possession, lost under your care, is a crime. TSK, hardly worth the trouble. If she intended to intimidate her with the Empress's name, Hua Nuanyu would return the favor. Failing to frame her, Madame Hua was left infuriated, ultimately fainting from the weight of Hua Nuanyu's words. The room descended into chaos. Hua Nuanyu cast a cold glance at the fallen figure, brushed non-existent dust off her clothing, and muttered, "What a nuisance. Such a distraction to one's appetite." With that, she turned and exited the grand hall, addressing the servants outside. "Go. Inform the kitchen to prepare 3 additional dishes for my lunch today. This will be Madame's compensation to me." The maids waiting outside had overheard the commotion within and were well aware of the situation. "The 6th Miss has fainted the madam. How terrifying." They had anticipated some misfortune upon being targeted by her, yet it turned out to be a message to relay. The sudden surge of fear dissipated, and the maids hurriedly nodded. Yes, yes. This servant will go at once." With that, they hurried off towards the kitchen, having arranged her plans. Hua Nuanyu strolled leisurely back to her courtyard, where all passing servants bowed respectfully to her. Meanwhile, the events of the front courtyard spread like wildfire throughout the rear residence. All the mistresses of the rear residence were taken aback. After a brief moment of shock, various whispers erupted. Lunch was served promptly. As Hua Nuanyu completed her inspection of her courtyard, the food arrived. Those who dared not enter were frightened by the hidden weapons, and the sight of blood on the ground would certainly keep them at bay for some time. After receiving her meal, Hua Nuanyu instructed that the blood be cleaned, reminding everyone to tread carefully. The kitchen staff, already aware of the presence of weapons in her courtyard, were terrified, hardly daring to move. Yet, given the temper of the 6th Miss, they had no choice but to muster their courage and begin cleaning. The 6th Miss was not only formidable, but so was the place she resided in. Had they not seen her face unchanged, they might have thought she were a different person entirely. Today, the head of the Hua family returned later than usual. Upon entering the estate and hearing the steward's report, he was engulfed in fury. This ire was directed towards 2 individuals. Without delay, he made his way to Yuliyuan, reprimanding Madame Hua for her incompetence. "Do you have nothing to do but create trouble for me?" Upon learning that the lost hairpin had been found elsewhere, he finally calmed down. Losing something bestowed by the Empress, if word got out, could lead to dire consequences. He could not allow such a thing to transpire. However, the hairpin had been taken by Huan Manqing and stored away, with strict orders that no rewards or imperial gifts were to be removed from the storeroom. Having dealt with Madame Hua's matter, he turned his attention to Huan Nuanyu. How had she managed to set up concealed weapons in her courtyard? Without pause, he summoned Huan Nuanyu, intent on interrogating her thoroughly. Chapter 21. Someone to guide the rascals. After a brief respite, as Huan Nuanyu was on the verge of leaving the estate, the steward arrived. "Miss, the master requests your presence." A flicker of impatience crossed Huan Nuanyu's eyes as she glanced at the steward and coldly replied, "Lead the way." With that, she strode forward. This couple is truly bothersome. Do they not have state affairs to manage? Their eyes are perpetually fixed upon her, seemingly unafraid of any repercussions. In the front courtyard, Huan Manqing wore an expression as if the world owed him money. His demeanor was stern, emanating an aura that was unsettling. "What is the meaning of the hidden weapons in your courtyard?" Upon sighting Huan Nuanyu, Huan Manqing demanded sharply, tossing an arrow at her feet, his gaze menacing, scrutinizing her every expression. The arrows, crafted from willow branches, possessed considerable power. Who could have created such a thing? What did that mechanism resemble? Huan Nuanyu had anticipated Huan Manqing's inquiry before her arrival. Now, as he posed the question, she leisurely bent down to retrieve the arrow, replying with a nonchalant air, "Of course, it was made by someone. The estate is not peaceful, and my courtyard is prone to attracting vermin. So I had someone devise it." Her tone was utterly serious, her demeanor unchanged, yet she could not resist subtly likening the family head and his entourage to vermin. Cloaked in mockery, Huan Manqing, though a military man, was educated and could not fail to discern her blatant sarcasm. In a fit of rage, Huan Manqing overturned a nearby table, sending porcelain crashing to the ground. "Impudence! Who are the vermin?" His glare at Huan Nuanyu was fierce, as if he might erupt at any moment. Were there bystanders from the inner courtyard, they would surely be terrified of Huan Manqing's predatory visage. However, to Huan Nuanyu, he appeared to be nothing more than a paper tiger, blustering yet fundamentally weak, devoid of true courage. Hearing Huan Manqing's words, Huan Nuanyu immediately donned an innocent expression and replied, "Master, you summoned me merely to inquire about this? Surely you are not unaware of the vermin?" Huan Nuanyu feigned ignorance, weaving yet another veiled jab at Huan Manqing. With her silver tongue, Huan Nuanyu had already demonstrated her wit to Huan Manqing on more than one occasion. His frustration was palpable, veins throbbing on his forehead. "Speak. Who are you seeking?" Huan Manqing enunciated each word with a threatening edge. At this moment, he seemed to be at his boiling point, radiating an aura of danger. Huan Nuanyu regarded him with a slight smile, replying, "It is someone from Prince Chen's side. If you wish to know how it was done and where it was placed, you may inquire directly. I know nothing." Displaying no fear, she feigned ignorance, tossing the question back to Huan Manqing. The name of Prince Chen was not one to be used lightly. Whether they believed her or not was of no concern to her. She claimed ignorance. Huan Manqing was taken aback by her response, his expression shifting to one of skepticism. "How could Prince Chen possibly send someone to set up mechanisms in your courtyard?" His words dripped with incredulity, his body language betraying disbelief. What kind of person was Prince Chen that he would assist such a nefarious character? He simply could not fathom it. Huan Nuanyu waved her hand dismissively, feigning innocence. "How would I know? That night, a man clad in black approached me, claiming to be a guard of Prince Chen, having heard rumors." She spun her tale with earnestness, her expression innocent, as if truly recounting a factual account. In other households, the presence of a man in a woman's courtyard would be scandalous. Yet Huan Nuanyu boldly stated it, indicating that the man was sent by Prince Chen. Unafraid of any backlash, knowing that Huan Manqing valued his reputation too much to speak recklessly. Though Huan Manqing initially doubted, her words caused him to waver. However, recalling her lack of hesitation in mentioning the presence of a man, he found himself believing her to some extent, confounded and unable to extract further information. He dismissed Huan Nuanyu. Prince Chen seemed to be intentionally protecting Huan Nuanyu, a situation shrouded in mystery. It appeared that the nefarious character had not spoken the truth. After much contemplation, Huan Manqing realized that Prince Chen was notoriously indifferent to women. Thus the one behind this must surely not be him. "Come here," he commanded. "Yes, sir." A guard responded promptly. Huan Manqing narrowed his eyes and coldly instructed, "Send someone to watch that nefarious character's courtyard. Report on her every move, especially if anyone comes to visit her. Suspecting that Huan Wanyu's recent changes were linked to the maker of the mechanisms, he yearned to uncover the identity of that person. The guard accepted the order and departed to fulfill it. Once the guard left, the steward entered, informing Hua Mancheng of Hua Wanyu's departure from the estate. Furrowing his brows, he promptly arranged for someone to follow her discreetly, keen to discern her whereabouts and whom she met. In short, he aimed to monitor her every action. Meanwhile, after leaving the estate, Huan Wanyu did not head directly to the pawnshop, but ambled leisurely through the streets with a large bundle slung over her back. The sight of a slender woman carrying such a hefty load drew curious glances from passers-by, not to mention the contents of the package. Its sheer size seemed poised to bend her back under its weight. Yet, remarkably, the woman walked on without a hint of fatigue. Most peculiar. Huan Wanyu appeared oblivious, scanning around as if in search of something. Having inquired about a pawnshop dealing in secret passages the previous day, she intended to take a shortcut to reach that establishment based on the city's layout. Upon entering a secluded alley, Huan Wanyu sensed that someone was tailing her. Without turning back, pretending not to notice, she continued to stroll leisurely. While her mind focused on discerning the identity of her pursuer, the sound of footsteps could reveal much about a person, their height, weight, gender, and even if they were trained fighters. After a moment of consideration, Huan Wanyu reached a conclusion. It turned out to be a group of ruffians. There were 5 of them. Just as she finished her assessment, the followers quickened their pace. A slight smile danced on her lips as she thought, "Look, here come my free sparring partners." "Stop. Where are you heading, miss?" 4 men blocked Huan Wanyu's path, their voices laced with an unsettling tone. Huan Wanyu veiled, revealed only her smooth forehead and a pair of lively eyes. Yet, it was her fair complexion that led everyone to surmise that beneath the veil lay a face of unparalleled beauty. Standing firm, she gazed directly at the unscrupulous men. Feigning confusion, "What do you gentlemen want?" Her voice was calm, betraying no hint of fear or alarm. The men before her bore faces that suggested laziness and deprivation, the result of long-term malnutrition, their features resembling those of petty thieves. Did they truly believe that a few scraggly beards granted them the right to act brazenly? Given the circumstances, they might consider themselves fortunate to have crossed paths with her. Upon hearing Huan Wanyu's words, the 5 ruffians exchanged knowing smirks, and the apparent leader stepped forward, speaking in a provocative tone. "Miss, carrying such a heavy load, are you not tired? It pains me to see you struggle. Allow me to assist you." As he approached, he completely disregarded Huan Wanyu's unusual composure, failing to recognize that her reaction was not typical of an ordinary woman. Chapter 22. Free Punching Bag. By a person. Huan Wanyu gazed at the burly man approaching her, the corners of her lips curling into a subtle smile as she calmly remarked, "Very well. Just as it happens, I am rather fatigued from the resistance and need to stretch my limbs." With those words, her demeanor shifted dramatically, emanating a fierce aura. Before anyone could react, Huan Wanyu hurled her burden at the nearest man with a swift motion. Bang! The man was sent crashing against the wall. The sudden turn of events unfolded in the blink of an eye. The 5 ruffians were utterly oblivious. Upon witnessing their leader being struck, the remaining 4 finally reacted, realizing that the woman before them possessed formidable skills. As they reached for their daggers, it was already too late. Huan Wanyu sprang forward, delivering a powerful kick to a ruffian's abdomen. He had no time to evade and was struck squarely, his body propelled backward. Without missing a beat, she executed a sweeping kick, bringing another man crashing to the ground. Each move was fluid and explosive, effortlessly incapacitating her opponents. Huan Wanyu's strikes were decisive, granting no opportunity for the ruffians to counterattack. As she had stated, she treated these men as mere punching bags, escalating her assault from the abdomen to their faces. The air was filled with their anguished cries, echoing incessantly. The dust in the alley swirled due to the commotion. Although this alley was secluded, it opened onto a street with sporadic passers-by. The cacophony of screams drew a curious crowd, who speculated about the possibility of a clash between 2 factions. Heavens! The ferocity of the blows was astounding. The sound of shattering bones could be heard, though they dared not intervene. Onlookers speculated that the sheer number of individuals inside made them hesitate to step foot in the fray. Gradually, the sounds within subsided, and silence enveloped the alley. No more sounds of struggle or cries of anguish remained. After a brief wait, ensuring that the commotion had ceased, the curious crowd ventured inside. What they beheld sent shivers down their spines. 5 men lay in a neat row upon the ground, each face swollen beyond recognition. Strikingly, the bruises on their faces were all concentrated in the same areas, crimson and swollen. Could these truly be two factions? Among the newcomers, someone recognized a few of the men by their attire. They promptly retrieved some vegetable scraps and hurled them at the fallen men, all the while shouting curses. Meanwhile, Huan arrived at the pawnshop, seeking the proprietor. She traded a large bundle of clothes for 16 taels of silver, as each piece was valued at 1 tael. Despite appearing to be a substantial load, it amounted to merely 16 garments, enough for all seasons. With 16 taels secured, Huan delightedly stowed her modest earnings alongside the 30 taels she had pilfered from the ruffians. She pondered whether this sum would suffice to purchase a person. At the Dawang pawnshop, as Huan entered, she was greeted by the same young servant from the morning. His signature smile faltered momentarily before returning to normal. "Are you here to buy someone, miss?" The servant recalled her earlier words and, glancing around, intended to summon the proprietor shortly. Otherwise, he would be working in vain on this transaction. "Yes, please bring someone who can cook, preferably someone with experience in a tavern. I wish to select myself." The purchase was to be overseen by her, as the dishes served in her establishment would be of the highest caliber, and she would not allow anyone else to meddle. The servant promptly nodded, ensuring the best tea was served while he hurried to the back. After a brief wait, the servant returned with several men adorned with leg shackles, accompanied by a middle-aged man of about 40. Observing his demeanor, Huan surmised he was the proprietor. Indeed, the man introduced himself courteously. "Greetings, miss. I am the owner of this establishment, surnamed Zhang, with the given name Liu." His demeanor was polite, exuding a seasoned charm. After speaking, he instructed the men to stand at attention, allowing Huan to inspect them. With a polite response, Huan turned her attention to the 6 shackled men and languidly inquired, "How did you come to be sold?" This question was crucial, as it would reveal their circumstances and gauge their honesty. The men, varying in age, did not seem to have any restrictions on their ages. Upon hearing her question, the men exchanged puzzled glances, unsure why she would ask such a thing. After a moment of hesitation, they were met with the proprietor's reprimand. "Answer her, will you? Don't be mute." Fearing that their silence might provoke her anger, the men hastily lowered their heads, and the one at the front began to respond. "Miss, I was once a chef in a wealthy household, but was falsely accused, which led to my sale. Miss, my family fell into hardship, and I had no choice but to sell myself. Miss, I used to work in a tavern but was pushed out by others, resulting in my sale." Among the 6, only the young man in his 20s had willingly sold himself. The others had all been sold due to treachery. Of the 6, 2 had worked in taverns, while the remaining 3 had been kitchen hands in households. Huan maintained her scrutiny, and after they had shared their stories, she continued, "What are your thoughts regarding your future masters?" Her question left everyone in the room astonished. How could she ask such a thing? What was her intention? Even the astute proprietor displayed a look of confusion. Had he not known that Huan had rented a shop earlier, he might have suspected her of disrupting the proceedings. In the world of slavery, obedience was taken for granted, leaving no room for choice. Thus, the 6 men exchanged glances, their expressions turning peculiar as they lowered their heads. Hesitant to respond, they felt that speaking up would be an act of rebellion. The proprietor, perplexed by Huan inquiry, remained silent, biding his time to interject if necessary. However, Huan remained calm and posed yet another outrageous question. "What are your expectations for future wages?" Yet another perplexing query, leaving everyone in the room exchanging bewildered glances, increasingly doubting whether she was genuinely there to purchase someone. At that moment, Huan placed 3 10-tael silver coins on the table and asked yet another question. Upon seeing the silver, the proprietor's suspicions eased slightly. Perhaps Huan simply had peculiar preferences, leading her to ask such strange questions. Little did they know, these seemingly odd inquiries would soon become the very tools she wielded to negotiate a better price. Chapter 23. Scrutinizing and Observing. After Han Yuanyue posed 5 questions, she allowed the individuals to depart. The innkeeper, eager and anxious, inquired, "Miss, have you found someone to your liking? The price is negotiable." Typically perceptive regarding others' intentions, Zhang, the innkeeper, found himself utterly blind when it came to Han Yuanyue. He could not discern whether she was interested in purchasing anyone. Sensing the urgency in the innkeeper's tone, Han Yuanyue finally spoke. "Ah, Zhang, it is not that I am being overly particular, but the matter of buying individuals is indeed significant. If this is not handled properly, the inn may not thrive for long. The selection of staff here must be approached with utmost caution. Her demeanor exuded heartfelt concern, providing an explanation for her earlier peculiar behavior. Upon hearing her words, the innkeeper finally understood, smiling and agreeing, acknowledging that the selection process should be approached with the same seriousness by everyone. He inquired about the young ladies previously considered but did not finish his sentence, leaving the implication clear. Han Yuanyue sighed and responded earnestly, "Innkeeper, your staff are undoubtedly good. Yet, I sense something is amiss. This deficiency may directly jeopardize the inn's longevity and adversely affect your business." Her words astonished Zhang, who was perplexed by her meaning. Even the nearby servant was intrigued by her statement, sensing a familiarity in her words, as if he had heard something similar before. With a subtle smile beneath her veil, Han Yuanwei began to articulate her thoughts, gradually imparting the shortcomings of those individuals with reason and evidence. Ultimately, she generously acquired 3 men for the price of 18 taels each for their culinary services. Furthermore, she graciously imparted a method for training the staff, encouraging the servants to express themselves freely. When servants speak confidently, it indicates good health, which in turn is likely to entice potential buyers. Thus, business shall flourish. The innkeeper instinctively found merit in Han Yuanyue's ideas, joyfully handing over the contracts of sale, accepting the silver, and politely escorting her out. Truly a capable and talented young lady. Once she was a distance away, Zhang praised her and turned back into the establishment. The servant, glancing back at Han Yuanyue and then at the inn, scratched his head and murmured, "Should I inform the innkeeper that we just lost 30 taels?" Meanwhile, Han Yuanyue brought the 3 newly acquired individuals directly to the inn. "You 3 are now the cooks here. Let me make this clear. In my eyes, there is no room for error. Any treachery or deceit will be met with the harshest of punishments. Life worse than death," Han Yuanyue stated directly, her words imbued with an air of authority that lent weight to her otherwise calm tone. The 3 men, whom she had chosen, Cheng Hui, who volunteered to sell himself, Ma Zhan, a former inn cook, and Zhang Dashan, were all honest individuals. Moreover, Han Yuanyue was particularly drawn to them due to their robust health, which she discerned through her observations and their speaking voices. The sudden intensity of Han Yuanyue's presence took them by surprise. Fear flickered in their eyes, and they hastily knelt, pledging their loyalty. "Miss, rest assured, we will serve you faithfully and diligently. We shall never betray you." Every master, upon acquiring servants, typically speaks such admonitions as a form of warning. However, the 3 men had never encountered a mistress who spoke with such gravity before. Yet, once they tasted the dishes prepared by Han Yuanyue, they truly grasped why she was so serious. After her admonition, Han Yuanyue began discussing wages. For the first month, during the probationary period, each would earn 8 taels. From the second month onward, the pay would increase to 15 taels, with additional rewards based on performance. Naturally, they would receive 2 days off each month, plus 8 sets of clothing per year. The wages she offered were above market rate, though still reasonable, and it was only fair that good cooking warranted fair compensation. The 3 men were astonished to hear such generous remuneration from their employer. They expressed their gratitude, bowing deeply in thanks. Having conveyed her initial points, Han Yuanyue planned to discuss further rules once additional staff were recruited. As time was pressing, she left 10 taels for them to purchase necessities and instructed them to buy vegetables early the next morning, as she would teach them to cook. Having departed swiftly, Han Yuanyue left the 3 men puzzled, wondering if they had truly understood her intention to teach them how to cook. The sun had set, and darkness enveloped the sky, compelling Han Yuanyue to visit 2 lumber yards, ultimately selecting one to assist with the renovation of the inn. She had already sketched the designs, slightly embellishing the private rooms while focusing on decorating the main hall. Overall, the work was not extensive but required time to complete. Thus, she spent 50 taels, all while adhering to her principle of minimizing unnecessary labor. Han Yuanyue believed that flavor was paramount. The ambience was of little consequence. After attending to her afternoon tasks, the sky darkened further and the streets grew desolate. Upon returning to her dilapidated courtyard, Han Yuanyue felt a distinct sensation of being watched. It was evident that someone from the Hua family had been sent to spy on her, likely seeking information regarding her connection to the crown prince. Though she had anticipated such actions, the reality of being monitored made her uncomfortable. She longed to confront the intruder and deliver a sound beating. Yet, Recalling the ominous saying regarding wives who bring misfortune, she chose to retreat indoors, preferring to remain oblivious and untroubled. Recently, she had confined her exercise to the safety of her home. In the Eastern Palace, the night had deepened, signaling the time for rest. In a meticulously adorned palace, bright candlelight illuminated the space as if it were daylight. Maidens and eunuchs stood respectfully at the entrance while, within the grand hall, a resplendent lady adorned with jeweled hairpins catered to a man dressed in bright yellow, preparing for bed. The lady, Huai, the legitimate daughter of the Hua family and the crown prince's consort, possessed an exquisite visage and a hint of allure. Appearing to be in her 20s with a captivating figure, the man, the crown prince, was handsome, exuding an air of nobility and authority, his royal garb accentuating his dignified presence, embodying the gravitas befitting a future ruler. As the lady hung the crown prince's garments aside, he inquired, "My beloved, what troubles you today? Has some clumsy maid offended you?" With that, he drew her into his embrace, speaking softly. Hua Wanrui hesitated before responding, "Your Highness, today my younger sister came to me with grievances, claiming that our troublesome half-sister has become increasingly arrogant due to that marriage contract. She no longer respects my parents. What shall we do about this?" As she spoke, her eyes glistened with unshed tears, a sight that stirred compassion in the hearts of all who beheld her. Chapter 24. Still too weak, poison. Today, her sister came to visit, and to her astonishment, that wretched girl had become exceedingly arrogant, practically courting disaster. However, the most puzzling aspect was that the other day, that insufferable person had not perished. Moreover, her temperament had also undergone a transformation. What could possibly be the reason behind this? Has her rise to power led her to seek vengeance against her mother? The crown prince could not bear to see his beloved consort wronged, particularly regarding his most cherished concubine. Once he grasped the situation, he promptly interjected. What capability could an ugly woman possess? She is merely blinded by the allure of wealth before her. Ultimately, this will only culminate in a fleeting dream, my dear consort. Do not take offense. The crown prince's tone was filled with disdain, as he regarded Huan Wanyu as unworthy of his concern due to her identity and her unattractive appearance. Huan Wanrui nodded, yet wore a skeptical expression as she inquired, "Your Highness, do you believe that the malevolent aura surrounding that person might not affect her?" Huan Wanyu was a harbinger of misfortune, unruly and reckless. Now that she had gained power, I fear. Huan Wanrui hesitated to voice her concern about Huan Wanyu's overwhelming malevolence and whether the Prince of Chun could subdue her. However, she refrained from uttering the latter, hoping the crown prince would provide a response. While others were unaware of the Prince of Chin's capability to subdue his wife, she was privy to this information, which was linked to the crown prince, a fact she had stumbled upon by chance. Nevertheless, she could not allow the crown prince to learn of this. Thus, resorting to this means to expedite the fate of that individual. Upon hearing Huan Wanrui's words, the crown prince burst into laughter, as if he had heard the most delightful jest. With a buoyant spirit, he remarked, "My beloved consort, I truly wonder what thoughts occupy your mind. That person is shrouded in such dense malevolence. How could it possibly be ineffective? Perhaps that dark aura has already entwined itself around that ugly girl. This marriage is a stroke of fortune, thanks to your reminder. Otherwise, how could she hope to find such a fine match?" With pointed implications, the crown prince spoke, embracing Huan Wanrui as they turned to the bed. Huan Wanrui's face radiated satisfaction upon hearing his response. A blind man paired with an ugly woman. What a perfect match. Alas, the ugly woman is far too lowly to enjoy such fortune. The brightly lit hall soon descended into shadow, the sounds of their passionate voices resonating through the stillness of the night, causing the palace maids at the entrance to blush deeply, their heads bowed, fearful of making any movement. The following day, as was the case in the past 2 days, Huan Wanyu awakened from a beautiful dream, dressed herself, and was about to step outside. Suddenly recalling that she was being watched, she turned around and began to exercise within her modest abode. The dilapidated room measured merely 30 to 40 square meters, furnished only with a bed, a table, and a cabinet, devoid of any superfluous items. Huan Wanyu made do with the limited space, tying stones to herself and commencing frog jumps and sit-ups. However, she replaced yesterday's tree climbing with climbing a pillar. The pillar, half embedded in the wall and half exposed to the air, though aged, retained a smooth surface that presented a challenge for her exercise. Standing before the pillar, Huan Wanyu assessed it, then swiftly retreated, taking a running leap, placing her right foot on the pillar, then using it to propel herself upwards. Quickly placing her left foot for leverage. Huan Yu's movements were swift, completing the exchange of footing in the blink of an eye. However, just then, her left foot bore too much weight, causing her to slide down the smooth surface of the column. Oh no, Huan Yu thought, quickly stabilizing herself and leaping to the ground. That was a close call. Sai still too weak. After mentally chiding herself, Huan Yu took a step back and sprinted forward again, placing her foot on the pillar. With the previous experience in mind, Huan Yu endeavored to control her weight as she climbed upward. This time, she managed 3 additional steps, only to lose her balance once more and jump down. The 2-meter-high column could be easily scaled to reach the roof beams, yet she sought to enhance her agility through this elaborate exercise. Just like climbing trees, this activity not only honed her speed, but also cultivated her balance and ability to conceal herself. Huan Yu's tree climbing was utterly silent. In the eyes of skilled martial artists, achieving such mastery indicated immense inner strength. Time flew swiftly during her training, and as Huan Yu concluded, footsteps echoed outside, followed by the voice of a matron. After bathing, the dark spots on her face had faded to faint marks, and perhaps by tomorrow, they would vanish entirely. Gazing into the copper mirror, Huan Yu grew increasingly pleased with her reflection. Her willow-like brows arched gracefully, not appearing overly delicate. Her eyes were clear and lively, seemingly possessing an enchanting allure, captivating her own gaze as they radiated her inner delight. Her lashes were dense, resembling those enhanced by mascara, dark and curled. With a high nose and rosy lips, her features were soft yet possessed a hint of seduction, exuding an air of cool elegance. After admiring herself, Huan Yu produced a dark substance resembling ink, dipping a small twig into it and applying it to her face, blending it to form dark spots. Before her marriage, she had no intention of revealing her appearance to others, especially to the Hua family. What a hassle! Furthermore, once her shop opened, she needed to pay a visit to the Prince of Chun to gauge the situation. Whether she could act boldly in the future depended on that individual. With her appearance perfected, Huan Yu tidied her belongings into her space and stepped outside to dine in the courtyard. From today onward, she would embark on a busy schedule. Sigh. I truly wish time would pass more swiftly, so I could begin earning money. Ignoring the prying eyes, Huan Yu filled herself and then proceeded toward the front courtyard. The moment she stepped out of the estate, she felt 2 gazes upon her. Huan Yu smirked slightly, feigning ignorance as she continued onward, turning into the second alley. The 2 attendants from the Hua residence followed at a leisurely pace, entering the alley as well. After about the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, the 2 individuals tracking Huan Yu returned, their expressions indicating they had lost her trail. Meanwhile, upon reaching her shop, the workers had already begun renovations. After surveying the surroundings and finding nothing requiring her attention, Huan Yu made her way to the back courtyard. Greetings, esteemed owner. The 3 cooks greeted respectfully. Have all the supplies been procured? Huan Yu nodded, assessing the 3 spirited individuals before turning to enter the kitchen. Running a tavern-style establishment certainly alleviated many concerns. The kitchen merely required cleaning and firewood to be ready for use. Take this. Huan Yu presented the prepared medicine in her hand, observing the 3 with a calm demeanor, offering no explanation. The sudden gesture startled the 3, and their faces paled. The dark pills surely could not be poison. They exchanged glances, recognizing the owner's intent to remain silent. After a moment of hesitation, a young man named Chung Hui took the initiative to grasp a pill and swallowed it whole. The pill dissolved instantly, leaving him with a bitter taste but no discomfort. Perhaps it was not poison. Chapter 25. Diluting the divine water. Delicious. The first person consumed the pill, followed closely by the second and third. Only after all 3 had ingested the pill did Huan Yu finally speak. The dish I am teaching you today is closely related to the potion you just took. It is a family secret, not to be divulged without permission. What you have ingested is poison. Huan Yu spoke with an air of authority, leaving no room for carelessness in her recipe. Even if a buyer were to offer an exorbitant wage, she would still impose an additional layer of caution. Her direct declaration sent a chill through the faces of the 3, but seeing that their master had more to say, they refrained from speaking. They were unsure of what to say anyway. After all, they were but slaves. Their lowly status dictated their very existence by their master. Huan Yu observed the expressions on their faces, continuing, "As long as you do not betray me, you shall not perish. I never harm my own. Yes, she never harmed her own. This had been true in the past, and would remain so in the future. From an orphan girl to a world-renowned mercenary leader, she had relied upon her cunning, and at the core of this cunning lay trust. The foundation of trust, however, was rooted in having one's own people. Her seemingly simple words carried the weight of a promise and a sense of responsibility, instantly earning her the allegiance of the three. They clasped their hands in sincerity, vowing, "We shall never betray Our Lady." They spoke in unison, their faces resolute. Hua Nuanyu nodded, and then turned her attention to the ingredients, instructing them to wash and chop the vegetables and meat according to her specifications, for she would handle the cooking. Cheng Hui and the others, being cooks themselves, quickly and skillfully prepared the ingredients. Hua Nuanyu planned to teach 6 dishes daily, with the shop expected to be ready for business in about 5 days. She would then gradually impart the remaining recipes. With the ingredients prepared, she discreetly retrieved the seasonings from her space, introducing them one by one. These are the spices, more varied than what you have used before. This is the pepper, this is the flower pepper, this is the 5-spice package I have proportioned, and this is the 5-spice powder. After detailing the spices, she instructed them to start the fire and began cooking. The first dish was braised pork, primarily because it was something she craved and also because it was not expensive. With about 2 pounds of pork belly, she placed it in the pot alongside some strong liquor and ginger to eliminate the fishy odor. As she cooked, she spoke, and Cheng Hui and the others listened intently, not wanting to miss a single detail. Timing it just right, Hua Nuanyu retrieved the meat, instructing Cheng Hui to cut it into pieces, as they would soon begin stir-frying. The 5-spice package she had prepared was added directly to the pot along with the meat. The unique aroma of star anise made her mouth water. It was simply divine. How fortunate she had been to study medicine in Z country. Otherwise, she would never have known such delectable food existed. Thus, her previously unrefined palate began to develop a taste for exquisite flavors, ensuring that all seasonings were meticulously prepared. The fragrance of the star anise and meat astonished Cheng Hui and the others. They craned their necks to glimpse the pot, their eyes wide with disbelief. The meat could be so aromatic. Indeed, the master's ancestral recipe was extraordinary. Just the scent alone, even without tasting, foretold of the exquisite flavor to come. They could already envision the bustling scene when the shop opened. After a brief wait, the entire kitchen was enveloped in the mouth-watering aroma of braised pork, with many scents wafting outside. Noticing the color was just right, Hua Nuanyu picked up a piece with her chopsticks, ignoring its scorching heat, and took a bite. It was simply too fragrant. So delicious. So delightful. As she savored the familiar flavors, joy radiated from her. Suddenly, she recalled the divine water and, feigning nonchalance, retrieved it from her sleeve, dropping a single drop into the pot. Instantly, the aroma intensified to an irresistible degree. The divine water had been diluted, and she hadn't anticipated such an effect when added to the dish. Without needing to taste, she already knew this dish would be extraordinary. However, how could she resist tasting it? She hurriedly grabbed her chopsticks and added another piece. Heavens! It was exquisite. Simply irresistible. The meat was perfectly tender. Every morsel was enveloped in the fragrant spices. Most importantly, after savoring one piece, she yearned for another. And so, Hua Nuanyu indulged, devouring the meat directly from the pot. Behind her, the three were already drooling from the tantalizing aroma, watching her with desperate eyes. Their desire for a piece of meat palpable. They dared not voice their cravings, but in their hearts, they thought, "This braised pork must be the best meat we have ever tasted. Please, leave us a piece." Unintentionally, Zhang Dashan voiced his thoughts. Suddenly realizing he had spoken aloud, he quickly covered his mouth, fearing his master's displeasure, filled with self-reproach. Yet it was this comment that reminded Hua Nuanyu of her role as a teacher. She promptly set down her chopsticks, picked up the spatula, and scooped half the meat from the pot, generously declaring, "This is for you. Taste this flavor and remember it." Having said that, she resumed her hearty feast. Unable to stop, grateful for her generosity, Cheng Hui and the others eagerly picked up their chopsticks to taste. Ignoring the scalding heat, they swallowed hastily after chewing a few times. Heavens! It was delicious. This was undoubtedly a heavenly delight. No, how could such exquisite flavor be created by mere mortals? To call it food for the gods would not be an exaggeration. Silky, tender, and aromatic. The braised pork filled their stomachs with a sense of comfort and lightness. Indeed, the ancestral dish was extraordinary. They could not stop. The rare meat quickly became the object of their competition. Huan, hearing their commotion, chose not to intervene. At least this dish was a resounding success. It would surely capture the market in the capital. As the meat in the pot vanished rapidly, Huan, still wanting more, glanced at the remaining uncooked meat. You three, begin preparing the next dish. With that, she crossed her arms, assuming a posture of evaluation. Zhang Dashan, seizing the empty plate, quickly set it down and was the first to step forward to start cooking. Their master's skills could rival those of a royal chef. They were determined to give their all, not for the sake of silver, but to savor a bite of meat. As cooks, they could easily follow the steps Huan had taught them, preparing the dish with practiced precision. Once all the seasonings were added, Zhang Dashan recognized the rich aroma emanating from the pot, signaling that he had succeeded. He had intended to sample the dish himself, but a pair of chopsticks moved faster than he could react. Let me taste. Soon, the already scant meat in the pot visibly diminished until only a single piece remained. Just as Zhang Dashan thought he would miss out on tasting, he heard Huan say, "Well done. You may have the last piece." Huan put down her chopsticks, nodding in approval. Whether it was the effect of the divine water or not, this dish was indistinguishable from her own. Chapter 26. The Pursuit of Wealth and Confrontation. Upon receiving approval, Zhang Dashan's eyes brimmed with tears of joy as he hurriedly picked up the meat from the pot and savored it slowly, having previously rushed through his meal without fully appreciating the flavors. The other two, observing Zhang Dashan's indulgence, could hardly contain their envy and rushed to the cauldron, eager to claim a second helping. Unbeknownst to them, outside the kitchen, a throng of people had gathered, discussing the tantalizing aroma that wafted through the air. What an enchanting scent! Whose household is responsible for such a delightful dish? It surpasses even the most renowned taverns in the capital. Even before noon, they found themselves inexplicably hungry. Meanwhile, Huan, having finished tasting the braised pork prepared by the trio, moved on to instruct them in the next dish. Time flew swiftly amid their bustling activity, and soon it was noon. Huan successfully taught them 3 dishes, in addition to the braised pork. They also learned to prepare braised ribs and sweet and sour pork tenderloin. Through these culinary lessons, she uncovered a profound truth. Regardless of the variance in seasonings, any dish infused with divine water would undoubtedly be exquisite. However, she kept this revelation to herself, insisting that everyone adhere strictly to the prescribed standards for ingredients. Having relished a morning full of delightful flavors, Huan had no intention of returning to the bland fare at home. Instead, she decided to continue cooking at the kitchen, preparing for the afternoon lesson in advance. This way, she could enjoy a hearty meal, conduct her teachings, and finish early to attend to other matters, an arrangement that served multiple purposes. With this in mind, Huan assigned tasks to the 3, steaming rice, preparing the leftover meat and vegetables, all awaiting her stir-fry. Considering each person's appetite, she added an extra dish and increased the portions. She prepared 4 dishes: spicy and sour shredded potatoes, home-style tofu, twice-cooked pork, and dompa pork, complemented by a delicate egg flour spinach soup. As the delicious aroma filled the air, the trio's eyes glimmered with desire. Once Huan took her share, a new round of culinary skirmishes erupted among them. When Huan finished her tasks and stepped outside, she was taken aback by the sight before her. A multitude of well-dressed individuals stood there, gazing upwards in search of something. From snippets of their conversations, she discerned that they had caught a whiff of the enticing aroma, an irresistible fragrance that beckoned them closer. Huan's heart swelled with excitement, as if she were gazing upon a fortune in silver. Her establishment was destined to thrive. Alas, with only a few days left for the preparations, she lamented the lost opportunity. Faced with the throng of elegantly attired patrons, Huan felt a surge of emotion. Her initial delight gradually morphing into a sense of urgency. It was imperative to open the establishment sooner rather than later. Such a captivating aroma, if left unattended, would surely attract unwelcome attention. Once the establishment opened, all conspiracies would cease to be mere whispers. After a moment's contemplation, Huan retreated through a side entrance and instructed the trio to purchase additional ingredients for the next day. She also requested that they post a hiring notice at the entrance before heading to the front of the shop. The establishment was still under renovation, and the main door was shut. Huan approached the workers, urging them to expedite the renovation, offering extra payment in return. She intended to open in 3 days. Tomorrow, she would start hiring and training staff. Despite the pressing timeline, Huan remained composed as she organized matters before departing. It was now approximately 2 hours past noon, and with an hour until dusk, she hurried to a tailor shop to purchase 2 sets of replacement clothing. Then, she visited a pharmacy before making her way to the tea house. Indeed, every day, she made it a point to visit the tea house. Even if only for a brief respite, she carved out time to indulge. The tea house served as a vital source of information about the happenings in the capital. From amusing anecdotes to scandalous tales of noble families, any gossip that circulated found its way here. Today, her own affairs dominated the discussions, showing no sign of fading. As she settled into her seat, Huan overheard the chatter around her. Have you heard? Yesterday, during the Kuju match, young Master Su clinched victory again. Truly a paragon of both intellect and martial prowess. What's so remarkable about that? Let me tell you. That illegitimate daughter of the Chun family dared to covet young Master Su, and in plain sight, a portrait of him fell from her person. As the crowd continued their animated discourse, Huan listened quietly, piecing together the details. She learned that young Master Su was the second son of the Duke of Su, whose elder brother had perished on the battlefield, and that the Duke was related to the Prince of Chun. While she was aware of this connection, she found herself intrigued by the gossip. Yet, to her dismay, the conversation inexplicably turned to her. Huan felt a flash of irritation. To be labeled an illegitimate daughter was an unforgivable sin. Regardless of the truth behind the story, being dragged into it and ridiculed was wholly unjust. Slightly turning her head, she caught sight of the individuals at the adjacent table. With a calculated gesture, she knocked over a cup that contained only a few drops of tea, feigning a flustered demeanor as a fine powder slipped from her sleeve and drifted toward their table. Oh dear, that was close. Huan performance was so convincing that no one suspected her intentions. The powder she had prepared was as fine as the dust in the air, making it nearly undetectable. Since their words were so foul, let them wallow in their own stench. The powder was initially meant for Madame Hua, so today it would not be wasted. Sitting upright, Huan resumed her listening, and soon enough, she caught wind of a valuable piece of information. The old ailment of the Count of Dingyuan's wife had flared up violently. She might not survive the next few days. The imperial physicians were at a loss, prompting the Count's household to scour the city for renowned doctors. For Huan this was splendid news. She was in dire need of substantial clients, and today, she finally had her chance. After lingering for a while, satisfied with the information she had gathered, she left the tea house as the sky began to darken. Upon entering the general's residence, Huan was summoned to the conference hall, where the head of the Hua family interrogated her about her whereabouts that day. She had anticipated this confrontation. Returning so late was unbecoming. Where had she been? Why hadn't she returned by noon? Hua Manqing's face darkened as he coldly questioned her, his piercing gaze fixed on Huan, demanding to know her movements. How could someone so incompetent lose track of another? If there were no hidden hands guiding her, how could she have gone missing? Now, Hua Manqing was more convinced than ever that someone was backing Huan. Remaining calm, she replied, I visited the Prince of Qin's residence. As for my purpose, I shall inquire tomorrow if the prince is willing to inform you. With that statement, Huan purposely provoked him. She relished the thought of inciting his fury. Bang! Upon hearing her words, Hua Manqing's temper flared, and he smashed a nearby table with a single strike, angrily exclaiming, Wretched girl! Shameless! The Hua family has no place for such a disgrace. As he spoke, he advanced toward Huan, raising his hand to strike her. Chapter 27. Displaying authority and slapping faces. Huan observed Hua Manqing, sensing his fury, and predicted his impending action. Her calm demeanor suddenly shifted as she swiftly raised her hand to block the descending strike, her voice cold and resolute. Master Hua, should you wish to raise your hand, please consider the consequences. Tomorrow, I must visit the Prince of Qin's residence, and if I bear any wounds on my face, not only will the prince inquire, but the common folk along the way will also witness the truth of my previous claims. With her icy gaze fixed upon Hua Manqing, her words dripped with undeniable mockery. As the head of a prestigious family, he might enforce discipline upon his offspring at will, yet given the current circumstances, Huan was on the brink of marrying into royalty, and Hua Manqing was the subject of much gossip in the capital. Unwarranted punishment would surely invite public scorn. Empowered by this knowledge, Huan boldly wielded her influence, confident that her position would deter Hua Manqing from proceeding to the prince's residence. She understood their opposing stances, but more importantly, she possessed a unique skill. She was a healer. The prince required a divine physician, and she held the leverage for negotiation. No one could refuse the assistance of a skilled healer, unless one were to achieve immortality. With these calculations in mind, Hua Nuanyu stood firm against the Hua family. Her words served as both a reminder and a threat. Hua Mancheng, momentarily paralyzed by her frigid gaze, trembled as if under the scrutiny of a demon. As the fury within him gradually dissipated, all his sharp edges were subdued by Hua Nuanyu's formidable presence. By the time he regained his composure, she had already vanished from the room. Hua Mancheng was taken aback. What had just transpired? Why had he felt fear towards that wretched girl? Impossible. It must have been exhaustion. He, a distinguished general, could not possibly be intimidated by that disgrace. He refused to believe his earlier feelings and dismissed the notion that he had been daunted by Hua Nuanyu's aura. Surely, the recent demands of state affairs had led to a mere hallucination. Desperate for answers, Hua Mancheng called for his guards, whispering furtively. Meanwhile, Hua Nuanyu strolled leisurely towards the rear courtyard. At a corner, she encountered Hua Nuanyun, who appeared to have just emerged from Hua Nuanyun's quarters. Casting a glance at the scheming Hua Nuanyun, Hua Nuanyu chose to ignore her and continued on her path. As a lowly concubine's daughter, Hua Nuanyun, being the third sister, held disdain for the inferior Hua Nuanyu. Now, faced with blatant disregard, her anger flared. Stop! How dare you disregard propriety in the presence of your elder sister? Hua Nuanyu, let me remind you, no matter how arrogant you are, I am your third sister, and you ought to pay your respects. Hua Nuanyun's voice resonated with fury, attempting to assert her elder sisterly authority. She had not anticipated encountering Hua Nuanyu, especially not in the presence of her stunning visage. Momentarily stunned, jealousy surged within Hua Nuanyun as she was incensed by the perceived slight. Upon hearing her sister's words, Hua Nuanyu halted and, after Hua Nuanyun finished, turned to her with an indifferent expression, her voice chillingly composed. Are you certain you can withstand my courtesy? The words were devoid of warmth, laced with condescension. Accompanying her statement was an invisible pressure that bore down on Hua Nuanyun, as heavy as 1,000 pounds. In that moment, Hua Nuanyun found herself overawed by Hua Nuanyu's commanding presence, her body quivering involuntarily. Unwilling to admit her fear, Hua Nuanyun quickly steadied herself and retorted coldly. You better mind your manners, lest the Prince of Chun grow weary of you. With that, she turned to leave, but someone was swifter, blocking her path with an outstretched hand. Not so fast. Hua Nuanyu's voice was frosty, her lips curving into a semblance of a smile. Provocation without the intent to engage was a habit she would not tolerate. Sudden obstruction startled Hua Nuanyun and her maidservant. What are you doing? You cannot touch me. I am. Flashes of panic crossed Hua Nuanyun's eyes, yet she quickly regained her composure and issued a warning. In her mind, this was the general's residence. Hua Nuanyu would not dare lay a hand on her. With a sense of misplaced confidence, Hua Nuanyun believed Hua Nuanyu was merely skilled with words and lacked the courage to act. However, her thoughts were cut short by a sharp sting across her face, leaving her momentarily dazed. What had just happened? Had that wretched girl struck her? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Hua Nuanyun had yet to voice her outrage when she heard Hua Nuanyu's icy words. The ugly often stir up trouble. I chose to ignore you to spare myself the disgust, yet you insisted on provoking me. If I did not retaliate today, it would be a disservice to our fateful encounter. Do not flaunt your haughty demeanor before me. Do you not recognize your own reflection? Even the courtesans are more noble than you. Look at your audacity. Why not seek a place in the royal court? With each accusation, Hua Nuanyu's hand continued to slap Hua Nuanyun, the sound resonating throughout the courtyard. Onlookers lowered their heads, avoiding the scene. After what seemed like an eternity, Hua Nuanyu finally ceased her actions, casting a derisive glance at the disfigured Hua Nuanyun. Look at you. What a sight. I am but a mirror, revealing the true nature of both man and spirit. With that, Hua Nuanyu departed with grace. Hua Nuanyun, now a vision of horror, was consumed by both fear and hatred as she watched Hua Nuanyu leave, her eyes glistening with tears, yet harboring a void of rage. How dare she strike her? How dare she compare her to a lowly harlot? Hua Nuanyu would pay. She would suffer torment for her actions today. Hua Nuanyun's mind screamed in silence, vowing vengeance. Her already swollen face, coupled with her venomous glare, rendered her terrifying. Beside her, the maidservant sensed the fury radiating from her mistress, paralyzed with fear, unsure whether to approach for comfort. Just then, a murderous glare shot her way. The maidservant panicked, realizing the gravity of the situation. Soon, the courtyard echoed with wretched pleas for mercy. News of Hua Nuanyu's violent confrontation spread swiftly through the rear courtyard, eliciting a mix of schadenfreude and indignation. Madame Zhang, witnessing her daughter's humiliation, wept as she sought the family patriarch, demanding justice for her daughter. However, upon learning of the incident, the Hua patriarch merely scolded Hua Nuanyu lightly to appease his favored concubine, rewarding her with a few trinkets, and that was that. Throughout, there was no mention of Hua Nuanyu facing punishment, nor of any reprimand directed towards her, leaving Madame Zhang profoundly disappointed. Recognizing that the patriarch had no intention of chastising Hua Nuanyu, Madame Zhang swallowed her grievances, departing in discontent. This incident, which many had anticipated would lead to Hua Nuanyu's retribution. After all, she had been the aggressor, had yet to yield any news by nightfall, prompting speculation among the onlookers about the patriarch's unusual behavior. Chapter 28. Sudden illness, deserved. Upon returning home, Hua Nuanyu, the subject of much gossip, immediately sequestered herself within her room, engaged in a flurry of activity. She busied herself with grinding herbs and preparing five-spice powder, continuing her labor until the late hours of the night. After a simple ablution, she finally reclined on her bed, casting her gaze out the window with a slight smile. Tonight was destined to be lively. Muttering to herself, she turned over and closed her eyes, surrendering to slumber. The night was unusually tranquil, with even the wind seemingly at a standstill, devoid of any rustling leaves or sounds. The moonlight was resplendent, the stars dim. Yet one solitary star in the east shone brightly, almost vying with the moonlight for brilliance. Under the cloak of darkness and moonbeams, the general's residence lay in deep silence, save for the occasional patrolling guard. Suddenly, a terrified female voice pierced the stillness of the Hua residence. The guards stationed in the courtyard rushed to investigate, only to be met with a frightful sight. Their master was truly terrifying. Consequently, the entire estate became a hive of activity. The following day, as was her routine, Hua Nuanyu rose early to exercise. When the kitchen staff delivered her breakfast, she nonchalantly inquired about the commotion that had transpired within the estate. What happened last night? She feigned ignorance, having overheard snippets of conversation. Upon hearing her question, the two servants exchanged anxious glances, their expressions tightening as if harboring a secret. Their eyes cast downward, reluctant to speak. Noticing their demeanor, Hua Nuanyu's curiosity piqued. Speak, for there is no one else here. Her tone was firm, leaving no room for refusal. Realizing they could not evade her inquiry, the two servants divulged the events of the previous night. After they finished, Hua Nuanyu dismissed them, a smirk playing on her lips, her eyes glinting with derision. See, I told you it would be lively last night. She mused about whether there was a capable doctor who could remedy her master's ailment. As she pondered, she began to partake of her breakfast. Yufeng Courtyard, the abode of the Hua family, was the closest to Yulio Courtyard. At that moment, the courtyard was teeming with servants, each trembling in fear, heads bowed and motionless. From within the house, the sound of shattering porcelain echoed intermittently, accompanied by loud reprimands. Soon, an order emerged from within, prompting the guards stationed at the door to rush inside. They emerged shortly after, escorting a man burdened with a medical kit. The physician's face a mask of terror as he protested his innocence. Inside, Hua Manqing donned a veil hat, radiating fury. Fetch another doctor. His voice was laced with rage. From last night until now, physicians had been summoned, yet none could discern the matter. They are utterly useless. The steward, wiping the sweat from his brow, nodded cautiously and hurried out. Once outside the courtyard, he exhaled in relief, adopting a serious expression as he contemplated which physician to summon next. The master had fallen ill suddenly, and it was perplexing that none of the four doctors could determine the cause. This raised suspicions. Could it be that someone had poisoned the master? If it were a common ailment, why could the doctors not identify it? Yet, the illness was peculiar, leaving them utterly bewildered about its nature. Steward, how is the master faring? A sudden voice broke his contemplation. The steward quickly regained his composure, responding, Madam, the master is experiencing some discomfort and refuses to see anyone. I must go summon another physician. You should return and await news. He answered with utmost respect, adhering to the master's wishes, concealing his scarred visage from prying eyes. Those few guards who witnessed the incident had already faced consequences, and within the estate, all discussions regarding the matter were strictly prohibited. Upon hearing the steward's words, a flicker of anger flashed in Madame Hua's eyes, quickly extinguished. She took the spoon from her maid's hand and continued. This is a nourishing soup I specially prepared for the master. Though she did not finish her sentence, her intent was unmistakable. She wished to enter and check on the master. This was not her first visit. It marked her third since last night. The sudden illness was indeed perplexing, especially as the doctors had failed to uncover any insights. Thus, she yearned to investigate further. The steward, caught in a dilemma, was well aware of the master's orders. He reiterated, "Madam, the master has commanded that he sees no one. You should return and await news." As he spoke, the sound of shattering porcelain erupted from within the room, compelling the steward to bow his head even lower. The master was clearly incensed. Madame Huai glanced around the courtyard, resignedly departing. Today, Huan exited the estate without hindrance, skillfully evading those who had been trailing her. Upon reaching the shop, she embarked on a new day of training. For 3 consecutive days, Huan immersed herself in the affairs of the shop, while the Hua family patriarch, incapacitated by his sudden illness, had not troubled her. The rest of the household remained unusually quiet. With no one to provoke her, Huan relished her newfound freedom, diligently tending to the shop's matters while keeping abreast of the condition of the Duchess of Dingyuan. The crucial moment was approaching. On the 21st of February, the day of Huan Yu's shop opening, the patriarch's illness persisted, leaving him no time to concern himself with her. Early that morning, she set out, but as she exited the estate, she noticed someone had begun to follow her. These were not individuals sent by Huan Manqing, nor were they from within the estate. As she left, she spotted figures lurking in the shadows, clearly prepared for her. They bore the appearance of ruffians. Feigning ignorance, Huan Yu deliberately walked into a less populated alley. Fortunately, Huan Manqing's men, realizing they could not track her, chose to lie in wait near the Prince of Qin's residence. Otherwise, she would not have had the opportunity to test her skills today. As she ventured into the alley, a group of thuggish figures, seeing her alone, eagerly followed her in. Truly, fortune favored her. However, they celebrated prematurely. Upon rushing into the alley, the sight before them left them astonished. "What business do you have following this young lady?" Huan Yu had somehow procured a wooden stick, lazily resting it on her shoulder, her voice heavy with disdain. "Let us make this a memorable encounter." Her non-threatening words, falling upon the ears of the ruffians, were met with laughter, as if they had heard the most amusing joke. They continued to close in on her. "What business? That is the most laughable thing I have heard this year. A mere woman. And you ask me what I want with you?" The leader of the thugs sneered, his gaze appraising her like a product, his intentions far from honorable. Chapter 29. Free Targets, Compensation. Huan Yu cast a frosty glance at the audacious leader, scoffing derisively. Since you have come seeking death, do it swiftly. If you disrupt my important affairs, even in the halls of Yama, I shall ensure you suffer unbearably." Suppressing her murderous aura, she feared that these wretches might flee in terror. Her words incited the fury of the leader, known for his fierce reputation and intimidating visage. How could he not instill fear in others, only to be met with mockery? "Brothers, let us teach this vile woman a lesson. She shall be our prize," he bellowed. And his companions brandished wooden clubs, advancing upon Huan Yu with malicious intent. They were aware of her identity, yet felt emboldened. 7 burly men charged at her. But Huan Yu merely smiled, unfazed. Clearly, someone behind her had a profound understanding of her capabilities. Just as a club was about to strike her, her demeanor shifted dramatically, her cold aura emanating a lethal intent. With swift precision, she seized the club and retaliated, delivering a crushing blow to her assailant, who staggered and collapsed to the ground. The entire exchange transpired in the blink of an eye. Without pausing, she dispatched the others as if harvesting chives. The leader, initially brimming with arrogance, was rendered speechless as he witnessed Huan Yu's prowess. Her movements were elusive, her strikes chaotic yet devastating, akin to a wolf on the hunt. Is this truly the infamous ugly woman of the Hua family? They say she is arrogant, but no one mentioned her skill in combat. Bewildered, the man thought he must have been mistaken. Instinctively, he turned to flee, realizing he could not remain in this perilous place. Huan Yu observed the scene before her, unhurriedly seizing a club from one of the fallen, accurately aiming, and throwing it forcefully. The man was struck down, crashing to the ground. She then kicked another aside and approached the downed assailant, her voice a chilling whisper. "Now, tell me, who sent you to trouble me?" Her words hung in the air like a sharp blade poised at his throat. The man curled into himself, pale and terrified, inching backward as he pleaded, "Spare me. Noble heroine, a steward sent us. We were merely following orders for silver. Please, spare my life." The brashness he had displayed moments ago was now replaced by abject desperation. With a sharp slap, Hua Nuanyu silenced him, her voice cold as ice, too loud. He ceased speaking, trembling, praying to escape this dire predicament. What manner of individual had he provoked? Her aura was chilling, and the force of that slap rivaled that of a robust man. How could she be that person? Hua Nuanyu surveyed her surroundings, noting the absence of onlookers. She swiftly concealed herself, producing paper and charcoal from her sleeve, and again demanded, "What does this person look like?" Crouching beside the man, she focused intently, ready to sketch a portrait. Hua Nuanyu was known for her straightforward and brutal methods. The man, quaking, described the individual in detail, and soon her drawing took shape. "Is this him?" she inquired, holding up the image for him to identify. The thuggish man, startled by the lifelike portrayal, quickly nodded, exclaiming, "Yes, yes, that is him, noble heroine." The vivid depiction was unlike anything he had seen before, igniting his will to survive. "May I leave now?" he asked, unable to contain his anxiety after revealing all he knew. Hua Nuanyu tucked her materials away, gazing at the humbled ruffian with a sly smile. "Yes, you may leave, but only if you escort me." The thug was taken aback. Soon, a woman appeared on the street, veiled and wielding a club. Before her stood a battered man, clearly no saint. Hua Nuanyu instructed the thug to lead her, winding through alleys until they reached the man's residence. "Ah, it seems he has some wealth," she scoffed, entering the abode. She was there to collect her compensation for emotional distress. 80 taels just to send such scum to humiliate her. Truly, a case of underestimating her worth. The thug, filled with regret for provoking this formidable force, led her into the courtyard, wishing he could turn back time. He would have to part with his meager savings to send her on her way. Watching her depart, his expression twisted with malice as he plotted revenge, oblivious to the fact that this day would be his last. Meanwhile, Hua Nuanyu found an empty alley, elated to stow away her compensation. Wasting no time, she donned a man's robe, her hair styled high, and hurried toward her shop. At the first hour of the day, with only half an hour until opening, she was eager to arrive and oversee the preparations. Today would surely be a fortuitous day. She anticipated earning 2,000 taels, plus valuables worth over 2,000. After a brief interval, Hua Nuanyu arrived at the shop, her heart brimming with joy upon seeing the throng gathered outside. The promotional efforts from the previous day had proven successful. She would certainly employ those beggars again. Inside the shop, a dozen individuals stood in the hall, a mix of excitement and anxiety as they awaited her arrival. The premises had been meticulously cleaned and decorated, ready for the auspicious hour to commence business. Upon entering, Hua Nuanyu promptly inspected the establishment. Once satisfied with the cleanliness, she moved on to check other areas. Cheng Hui and his colleagues, relieved to see her, approached to report on the shop's readiness. As she conducted her inspections while listening to their updates, she found everything in order and called a meeting. Today's opening would undoubtedly be chaotic, but as long as each person remained vigilant in their designated areas, there would be no issues. The menu and service had already been evaluated, and she expected no mistakes. Should anyone persist in their misbehavior, they were welcome to confront her. Her establishment would not tolerate such insolence. Hua Nuanyu's words were commanding and succinct. Here, apart from 3 chefs, she presented herself in male attire, leading the staff to believe she was a young master from a prominent family. Cheng Hui and his team were careful not to disclose her true identity, feigning ignorance as they focused on their culinary tasks. Of the 12 wait staff, only 3 had prior experience, while the others were newcomers, 6 of whom had once survived by begging. Hua Nuanyu hired based on character rather than background. Chapter 30. The grand opening of the establishment. As the establishment opened its doors, the atmosphere was vibrant and bustling. Hua Nuanyu offered a few words of admonition, and the crowd nodded in agreement, vowing to adhere to the proprietor's guidance. Their expressions were a mix of seriousness and gratitude. The proprietor, though stern, was undeniably benevolent. With food and shelter provided, it was only natural to dedicate themselves wholeheartedly to their tasks. Hua Nuanyu acknowledged their commitment. On this day of inauguration, her message was simple. For all necessary training had been imparted previously. She allowed them a brief respite as they awaited the auspicious hour. 12 individuals, apart from the kitchen staff and front desk personnel, were free to roam the other areas. At this moment, even upon hearing the proprietor's suggestion to rest, they stood upright, reluctant to take a break. Soon, the auspicious hour arrived. Hua Nuanyu donned an elegant set of male attire and stepped outside, exuding an air of calm confidence. Aside from her slender frame, she resembled any other affluent gentleman. Her handsome visage and noble presence astonished the onlookers outside the establishment. Once the initial surprise wore off, hushed whispers spread among the crowd as they speculated about the identity of this striking young nobleman. Hua Nuanyu chose to disregard their curious murmurs and addressed the gathering with a clear voice. Ladies and gentlemen, our establishment is now open. She eschewed grandiloquent language and went straight to the point, pulling down the red cloth from the plaque to reveal the prominent inscription. Yue Pavilion. The name bore an unusual charm, reminiscent of a scholarly retreat. On this day of our grand opening, we are pleased to offer a 10% discount, exclusive to today. Without waiting for a response, Hua Nuanyu left them with a parting remark and re-entered the establishment. Then, the jubilant sound of firecrackers erupted. The crowd gathered at the entrance surged inside, exchanging praises and compliments. Even before the official opening, they had already caught a whiff of the enticing aromas. Eager to discover if the culinary delights matched their expectations. The decor was simple yet elegant, creating a sense of spaciousness. Under the guidance of the staff, patrons settled in the grand hall and began to peruse the menu. "What is this spicy chicken dish?" one patron inquired, holding up the menu with a look of confusion. As soon as he spoke, another table echoed his curiosity. "Waiter, what is this spicy fish? I've never heard of it before." Others at different tables soon followed suit, throwing out questions about the unfamiliar offerings. The staff, having tasted the kitchen's creations, were well versed in the dishes and began to explain succinctly, each introduction brief yet informative. On the first floor, 10 tables were filled to half capacity, while upstairs, only 2 of the 9 private rooms were occupied, and it was still before noon. Hua Nuanyu stood at the front desk, observing the patrons, recognizing many as familiar faces from the neighborhood, having previously caught wind of the establishment's enticing aromas. The front staff busily attended to guests while the kitchen staff worked tirelessly, each member understanding their role, ensuring everything ran smoothly. Before long, dishes began to emerge from the kitchen. As the first platter was carried out, its tantalizing aroma wafted through the air, captivating hearts and tantalizing taste buds. "What is that delightful scent?" exclaimed one patron. "This is incredible! What dish is this?" Gasps of amazement erupted as everyone craned their necks, eagerly eyeing the waiter's tray, saliva pooling in anticipation. Once the dishes reached the tables, patrons flocked to the first table, bombarding the diners with inquiries about the delectable fare. The unfamiliar red chili peppers and black peppercorns became the center of their curiosity. However, soon, dishes began to arrive at other tables, and the crowd dispersed, diving into the soul-stirring cuisine. With each bite, a unique flavor exploded in their mouths, awakening their palates and invigorating their spirits, leaving them yearning for more. After a brief adjustment, awe spread across the faces of the diners, affirming that the dishes were indeed extraordinary. The hall soon resonated with praises and the sounds of eager competition over the dishes. Diners clamored for food, prompting requests for additional servings. The staff were busier than ever. Among the 3 experienced waitstaff, this was a rare occurrence. They had never witnessed such a scene in any establishment throughout the capital. An inexplicable sense of anticipation filled the air. They knew their proprietor's future was boundless. As she had stated, to savor the dishes of their establishment, one must adhere to their rules. The establishment could refuse patrons, but never would patrons refuse the establishment. That was their confidence. While the aroma permeated the establishment, those within 2 streets of it were drawn in by the fragrance, following the scent into the restaurant. Hua Nuanyu maintained a warm demeanor, gracefully navigating through the throngs of guests. She felt that today was her friendliest day yet. As time passed, noon approached, and soon, Yue Pavilion was filled to capacity. Many attracted by the aroma could only sit in the hall, their eyes gleaming with desire as they fixated on the dishes, nearly willing their wishes to be fulfilled with their expressions. The opening of Yue Pavilion transformed the once quiet street into a lively thoroughfare, prompting those from nearby establishments to step out and investigate. The intense fragrance quickly revealed the reason for the commotion, evoking envy and smiles among them. This street was destined to flourish. Time slipped by, and an hour after noon had passed, yet the flow of patrons into Yue Pavilion showed no signs of abating. Business remained exuberant throughout the establishment. It was only when night fell that the doors of Yue Pavilion finally closed. Hua Nuanyu halted the staff who were tidying up the tables and called for a meeting. Today's opening was a resounding success. Everyone performed admirably. We shall continue tomorrow. Now let us distribute rewards for a festive touch. With that, She produced a substantial amount of silver and began to call out names for distribution. Each of the 3 chefs received a reward of 50 taels for their hard work today, while the 12 waitstaff received 10 taels each for their diligence and efficiency. Grateful for Huanuanyu's generosity, the staff accepted the rewards with appreciation, knowing their proprietor was a person of her word. Once the silver was distributed, Huanuanyu addressed the potential scrutiny they might face due to their success, leaving behind antidotes and poisons for protection. She then collected the seasonings from the kitchen, ensuring everything was secure before departing the establishment. As she walked through the dimly lit streets, a smile spread across Huanuanyu's face, reaching nearly to her ears. 13,100 taels. On the very first day of opening, they had netted over 10,000 taels. Haraha. Each table brought in nearly 200 taels in revenue. The turnover rate was exceptional. With today's success in mind, Huanuanyu began contemplating plans for a second branch. The capital was vast, and not counting the daily influx of people, there were still over 500,000 residents within the city, many of whom were affluent. With just 20 tables, how many could she accommodate? It would barely suffice for a large family. Furthermore, with her establishment's popularity, it was certain to attract attention from those with ulterior motives. Thus, preparations for a second establishment must commence forthwith. Having concluded her thoughts, Huanuanyu arrived at the general's residence, only to find the grand gates firmly shut. Her joyful expression suddenly turned frosty, and her lips curled into a smirk as she mused. It seems tonight will be quite lively indeed. With a final sardonic glance, she swiftly vanished into the shadows. This evening, the estate bore a more somber air than usual. The servants within appeared to be on edge, each meticulously attending to their tasks. At the rear entrance, a figure swiftly flitted through the shadows, only to vanish back into the darkness. Chapter 31. Her retaliation. Huanuanyu concealed her presence and swiftly navigated through the back courtyard, avoiding populated areas, heading straight for the dilapidated courtyard. Upon her arrival, she sensed that only one person remained to monitor her. With a subtle shift in her gaze, she silently slipped from the tree and into the house. Moments later, she emerged from the dwelling, appearing as if she had just awakened, surveying her surroundings with a feigned sense of confusion. This peculiar behavior did not escape the watchful eyes of the hidden guards, prompting one to hastily report to the 6th Mississippi. Wasn't he the 6th Miss supposed to be out of the residence? Why then did she emerge from the house, looking as if she had just risen from slumber? What could possibly be going on? Once the guard departed, Huanuanyu made her way to the servants' quarters. She recognized one of the servants and intended to inquire further about who among them was unable to remain calm. Among those with whom she had a direct conflict were 4 individuals, but clearly, it was not Huamiansheng. Therefore, only 3 remained. Of these 3, she leaned towards the 2 younger ones, as they were undoubtedly more impulsive. In the Yufeng courtyard, the head of the Hua family, still donning his hat and brimming with rage, shattered a teacup upon hearing the guard's report and furiously reprimanded Huanuanyu. However, recalling the doctor's words, he forcibly suppressed his fury. "Bring that wretched child here." "Yes, my lord." The guard complied, turning to leave, but just as he was about to step outside, he heard the lord's voice again. "Wait, there is no need to summon that wretched child. If you have failed in your duty, you shall face the consequences yourself." Thinking of his face, Huamiansheng ultimately wished to avoid confronting Huanuanyu. Apart from his anger, his recovery bore no benefit from seeing her, and he could not bring himself to speak the truth. The matter was ultimately the guard's incompetence. He had failed to see how she had returned. All of this was due to that wretched child. Were it not for her, he would not have been driven to anger, resulting in his sudden ailment. Why had she not perished yet? Beneath his hat, Huamiansheng's already pockmarked face twisted in fury, resembling a vengeful spirit, truly terrifying. Meanwhile, Huanuanyu found the servant she sought, and without further ado, she raised a cudgel and brutally assaulted him, subsequently dragging him to a secluded spot, coldly demanding, "Speak. What is the truth about Lu Han-san? You have but one chance, otherwise, the consequences will be dire." In the dim light, Huanuanyu resembled a demon, delivering a life-and-death interrogation. The battered servant, barely clinging to life, widened his terrified eyes, trembling and begging for mercy. Ultimately, Huanuanyu extracted her answers, rendering him unconscious before having him carried away. How could anyone involved escape unscathed? In the Tingfeng courtyard, Huanuanyu sat on a chair, evidently preoccupied, frequently glancing anxiously outside, her mind elsewhere. "Miss, it is time for your bath and rest," the maid gently urged, as at this hour, she would usually be resting. Hua Wanyan waved her hand dismissively and inquired, "Has that wretched girl returned?" At the mention of those words, her breath hitched, a realization she herself did not recognize. The maid shook her head, replying, "Miss, she has not returned. Before the gates closed today, we did not see her, and her whereabouts remain unknown. It is truly reckless." Hearing this, Hua Wanyan seemed to breathe a sigh of relief and rose to take her bath. It would be best if that wretched girl never returns. However, fate has a way of striking swiftly. Just as Huan Wanyun lay down, news of Huan Wanyu's return reached her ears, along with a startling revelation. Huan Wanyu had violently assaulted a servant named Wang Shan. Huan Wanyun was filled with dread. She initially intended to send someone to check on the condition of that servant, but then reconsidered, instructing the maid to let everyone rest. That wretched girl returning so late must have encountered misfortune. By tomorrow, it would be confirmed, and she would become the object of scorn in the capital. What was there to fear? The one truly fearful should be that wretched girl. Huan Wanyun reassured herself, and having spoken her thoughts, her panic dissipated. What if she discovered Wang Shan's fate? Who had witnessed him visit her courtyard? Who had seen him interact with anyone from her household? If only she had known sooner, she would have ensured that wretched girl was incapacitated long ago. To be overpowered by several people must be utterly despairing, indeed. How ironic. This was all self-inflicted. With a face darkened by malice, Huan Wanyun threw her head back in laughter, satisfied, and prepared to rest. Little did she know, this night would transform into a nightmare for her. That night, leaves rustled softly, and the cool spring breeze danced through the world, roaming freely. The night sky, shrouded in mist, dimmed the light, enveloping the general's residence in darkness. Huan Wanyu, sound asleep, suddenly opened her piercing eyes, donned her night attire, and stealthily exited her room. This night was destined for someone to bear the brunt of her wrath. Silently, like a shadow, Huan Wanyu expertly evaded the patrolling guards and entered Huan Wanyun's courtyard, quietly slipping inside. Ah, a favored daughter indeed. How splendid. Upon entering the room, she surveyed the numerous ornaments, feeling a pang of envy. Compared to the trinkets in her own quarters, these were indeed of greater value. Without hesitation, Huan Wanyu began to collect every item of worth, including various garments belonging to Huan Wanro. Anything that could be sold caught her eye, and she gathered it all without a second thought. After clearing the room of valuables, she noticed that only the bed remained. Huan Wanyu touched her nose, pondering if she had taken too much. What kind of thief empties an entire room? Not even a feather duster was left behind. Never mind. Anything in the hands of a soon-to-be despised individual is a waste. Standing before the bed, a smirk played upon her lips as she scattered some powdered medicine and turned to leave. Moments later, Huan Wanyu returned carrying a servant, carelessly tossing him onto the bed before departing once more. After repeating this 5 times, 5 men now lay on Huan Wanyun's bed. Huan Wanyu leisurely produced a vial and dispensed pills, placing one into each man's mouth, and upon witnessing the effects of the drug take hold, she departed with a sense of accomplishment. Huan Wanyu was no saint. She would not allow those who wished her harm to persist. Even that mother-daughter duo would face ridicule until their very end. Thus, none who sought her demise would live to tell the tale. In the depths of darkness, none were aware of the unfolding events, and what transpired this night would ultimately become a monumental tale without conclusion. After all, no thief could silently empty an entire room without being discovered. Time passed swiftly, and dawn soon approached. A terrified scream echoed from one of the courtyards, followed by guards rushing into the compound. The wide-open door astonished everyone. The commotion inside was only realized later. How could the third Miss room be completely empty? This incident quickly summoned Hua Manqing, Madame Hua, and concubine Zhang, along with all the women of the back courtyard. The Hua family's back residence descended into chaos. Chapter 32. A comprehensive search of the mansion. When Huan Wanyu awoke, the mansion was in an uproar. Particularly, Aunt Zhang was vociferously claiming innocence, adamantly asserting that her daughter had been harmed by Huan Wanyu. However, even the head of the Hua family could not find a justifiable reason to accuse Huan Wanyu. The room in question was entirely stripped bare, leaving only a bed behind. This shocking revelation compelled the Hua patriarch to immediately seal off the estate and initiate a thorough search. At this moment, even if he believed in his third daughter, it was of little consequence. Aside from executing the 5 men involved, the only option left was to suppress the news. The true concern was the audacity of the thief who had stealthily emptied the entire mansion. The thought alone was enough to instill fear. The patriarch's actions were met with approval from everyone except Aunt Zhang, who, in a state of panic, rushed back to inspect her belongings, anxious to ascertain what had been lost. Only Aunt Zhang remained, weeping uncontrollably while cradling the seemingly lifeless Huan Wanyun. The servants of the mansion were the first to be interrogated, gathered in the front courtyard where Huan Manchun personally conducted the questioning. Huan Wanyu, upon rising, stepped outside to find the area devoid of any unwelcome onlookers. However, the sounds of the search echoed throughout the estate, prompting her to retreat into her room and commence her daily exercises. Just as she finished, the search party arrived. "Miss, we have been ordered to search the entire mansion. We hope for your understanding," a group of guards announced respectfully as Huan Wanyu emerged. They were aware of the hidden traps in her courtyard and dared not intrude recklessly. "A search? What has transpired within the mansion?" Huan Wanyu inquired curiously, as if captivated by their words. The guards hesitated, their expressions revealing their unease. "Speak freely. Should you share your findings, I shall permit you to search my courtyard," she declared nonchalantly, crossing her legs and glancing over her shoulder, muttering, Why has anyone brought water today?" Her voice, perfectly audible, caught the attention of all present. After exchanging glances, one guard relayed the news of the emptied Fengfeng courtyard but withheld the details regarding the third miss. Upon hearing this, Huan Wanyu feigned shock, urging them to expedite their inspection of the premises, her excitement palpable. The guards, hesitant to disobey, hurried to her quarters. They quickly noted the desolate state of her room. And one guard inquired, "Miss, where have your decorations gone? We recall the items you moved here, albeit few, especially the ornaments. All that remains is a set of teacups." Huan Wanyu, arms crossed and visibly irritated, replied, "Those items are worthless. Why keep them? I prefer to hear them chime when I feel unwell." The guards, disheartened, moved on to continue their search. Curiosity piqued, Huan Wanyu wandered to Huan Wanyun's courtyard, where she encountered Aunt Zhang and Huan Wanyun. The pair's expressions shifted dramatically upon her bold entrance, resembling feral dogs ready to pounce. "Wretched girl, I shall kill you," they screamed in unison. The guards, tasked with maintaining order, were momentarily frozen in shock. Observing their frenzy, Huan Wanyu smirked, maintaining her composure. Just as they lunged at her, she effortlessly sidestepped, causing them to crash to the ground. "Initially, I thought your courtyard was burglarized, but it seems there is more to this tale. TSK. Who truly is the wretched one?" "A harlot," she retorted, mercilessly exposing Huan Wanyun's vulnerabilities. Disheveled and clad in disarray, Huan Wanyun scrambled to her feet, frantically denying. "No, it's not me. It's you. You are responsible for all of this." She, the pampered daughter, could not fathom her current state. Why had it come to this? Why was she suffering instead of the one who deserved it? Huan Wanyun's heart seethed with anger, her gaze venomous as it fell upon Huan Wanyu. Spotting a guard's sword, she rushed forward, seizing the weapon, aiming it at Huan Wanyu. "Wretched girl, I shall slay you." Fueled by hatred, Huan Wanyun, despite her frail form, lunged at Huan Wanyu. Unfazed, Huan Wanyu smiled faintly and, as she crouched low, swiftly tripped her attacker. Huan Wanyun fell, unconscious. Huan Wanyu raised her voice triumphantly. "You all witnessed. She fell of her own accord. It's none of my doing. I am magnanimous enough not to engage with a harlot." With that, she dusted off her clothes and turned to leave. Aunt Zhang, filled with fury, wished for nothing more than Huan Wanyu's demise. Yet, with her daughter incapacitated, she could only watch helplessly as her nemesis departed. "Wretched girl, I shall not let this slide." Aunt Zhang seethed, instructing her servants to carry her daughter inside. Outside the courtyard, Huan Wanyu, having already left, reappeared at the door. Calm and composed, she surveyed the room before departing once more. If she remained unrepentant, so be it. Amid the chaos within the mansion, Huan Wanyu summoned two servants who had been questioned, requesting they fetch water for her. Only then did she indulge in a relaxing bath before heading to the kitchen to find something to eat. Today had been tumultuous enough. In the front courtyard, Huan Manchun concluded his inquiries with the servants, yet discerned no hint of wrongdoing. Even the searchers had unearthed nothing unusual. Frustrated, he nearly overturned his hat in anger. Family disgrace must not be aired publicly. Despite his desire to uncover the thief, he could only investigate discreetly. However, regarding the negligence of the guards, he showed no mercy, promptly punishing those on night watch and reprimanding the remaining guards to quell his fury. A thief had emptied an entire courtyard, and not a soul had noticed. Curse be the situation. Just as he exhaled in frustration, a guard rushed in to report Huan Wanyu's south departure from the estate. "Sir, the sixth miss. She has left the estate," And she? What? Who permitted her to leave? Hua Manching bellowed, striding forward and kicking the guard aside, his aura radiating menace. He had issued orders that no one was to enter or exit. How had that wretched girl managed to slip away? Overwhelmed by his own rage, Hua Manching suddenly felt lightheaded, forcing himself to suppress his fury as he demanded clarity once more. What did she say? Chapter 33. Gossip of the Hua family. The end. The guard quickly prostrated himself on the ground, trembling as he spoke. Master, the sixth miss said that you cannot even manage matters in the inner courtyard. Yet you wish to control her. It is akin to a dog chasing a mouse, meddling in affairs that do not concern you. The guard's words caused everyone in the courtyard to instinctively hold their breath. The sixth miss had indeed dared to touch the Lord's sensitive spot. As expected. Upon hearing the guard's report, Hua Manching felt a throbbing in his temples, and then kicked the guard away, rolling his eyes before fainting. When Hua Manching collapsed, his hat fell to the side, revealing a shocking face, instantly exposed to the air. The steward and the servants of the manor were taken aback. They hurriedly rushed forward to help him up and carried him into the house to summon a doctor. Meanwhile, Hua Nuanyu was wandering through a secluded alley. And unbeknownst to her, she was already dressed as a young gentleman. Arriving in front of a dilapidated temple, Hua Nuanyu imitated the sound of birds, and two beggars with impaired mobility emerged from within. Young master, you have come. What would you like us to do today? The beggars addressed Hua Nuanyu with great reverence. Hua Nuanyu tossed out 2 silver ingots, casually spoke a few words, and then waved her folding fan as she departed. The 2 beggars bowed repeatedly towards her direction, then quickly got up and headed towards the bustling market. Moments later, the scandal regarding the second daughter of the Hua family, known for her promiscuity, spread rapidly like a tornado throughout the capital. With vivid details, even a vendor delivering vegetables to the Hua residents spoke of the unusual happenings at the Hua household, convincing everyone in the capital. Crowds flocked to the Hua residence, eager to witness the spectacle. Furthermore, the engagement of the second daughter was also brought to light, sparking widespread ridicule of the Liu family. Upon learning of this, the Liu family immediately sent representatives to annul the engagement and demand the return of the betrothal gifts. Thus, a familial conflict began. The mastermind behind this whirlwind of events was now merrily hosting guests, relishing in the profits. This continued for 3 days. The Hua family was besieged by the Liu family and the rumors circulating in the capital, while Hua Nuanyu focused solely on earning money during these 3 days, accumulating wealth and preparing to open a branch store. Meanwhile, the Hua family became the laughingstock of the capital due to the Liu family's actions. Ultimately, unable to bear the weight of the capital's gossip, they acquiesced to the Liu family's unreasonable demands, returning the previously refunded betrothal gifts and additionally compensating the Liu family with 10,000 taels of silver, thus bringing the matter to a close. Hua Wanyan, on the other hand, was imprisoned in her room, awaiting the resolution of this affair before her fate would be decided. However, early this morning, news of Hua Wanyan's demise spread. The head of the Hua family calmly set down his teacup, merely stating, "Take a straw mat and casually toss it into the potter's field. It is fate, and it cannot be defied." Such cold words from Hua Manching seemed entirely justified. After over a decade of father-daughter relationship, there was not a hint of reluctance. "Yes, master." The steward accepted the order and turned to leave. Just as the steward departed, a guard hurried in, reporting, "Master," Madame Zhang said, "if you do not spare the third miss a path to life, she will follow the third miss with a length of white silk." Impudent. The guard's words stirred Hua Manching's anger. If she wishes to die, then let it be so. A threat against him was intolerable. Even if favored, one could not touch his sensitive spots. His words sealed the fate of Madame Zhang. Upon learning of this matter, Hua Nuanyu rarely exhibited a solemn expression. In ancient times, women held no status. If one were a legitimate wife and had not committed any grave errors, she could live a stable life. Yet, if one were a concubine, she was merely an article of clothing, easily replaceable. Madame Zhang sought her own demise. She could only blame her own misfortune in being born at the wrong time. Reflecting on today's date, the 25th, Hua Nuanyu hurried to retrieve her belongings. After hastily finishing her breakfast, she exited the manor. During this time, Hua Manching had neither the energy to manage Hua Nuanyu nor the inclination to do so. Being preoccupied with his appearance and seeking doctors, thus, he neglected her entirely. Consequently, Hua Nuanyu enjoyed unrestricted access to the manor, free from surveillance, with even the 2 women from the inner courtyard remaining silent. Of course, after understanding this situation simply, Hua Nuanyu cast them aside. allowing them a few days of respite as long as they did not interfere with her affairs. Unbeknownst to Hua Nuanyu, just as she left the manor, several young gentlemen returned. Upon arriving at the blacksmith shop and seeing her items, she displayed a satisfied expression. After thanking the shopkeeper and settling the remaining payment, Hua Nuanyu departed. The Duke of Dingyuan's residence was located in the northwest of the Imperial Palace, an area inhabited by the nobility of the capital. However, compared to the northeast region of the palace, it appeared somewhat inferior. The Duke's mansion was grand, with two fierce stone lions bearing their fangs, exuding an intimidating presence. Guards stood watch at the entrance, instilling an awe-inspiring feeling. Hua Nuanyu stood at the entrance of the Duke's mansion, her eyes filled with admiration. Look at this noble estate. It is truly extraordinary. The same lions, the same guards, yet standing before different mansions. The sensation is altogether different. This mansion was so magnificent. What price should she quote? Oh, this truly vexed her. After a moment of contemplation, Hua Nuanyu stepped forward. Halt! Who goes there? Before she could approach, the guard's angry voice rang out, accompanied by the sound of unsheathing swords. Hua Nuanyu slowly halted her steps, calmly stating, I am the renowned physician Qianfashu. Having heard that your esteemed resident seeks medical assistance, I have come here specifically. Dressed in white, with a white veil and hair loosely tied. She exuded an ethereal aura reminiscent of a wandering physician, and in her hand, she carried a medicine box symbolizing her status. Upon hearing Hua Nuanyu's introduction, several guards sheathed their swords and exchanged glances. One of them spoke, Since you are a physician, then please follow me. Remember, do not look around. The guard issued a warning before turning to lead the way inside. Hua Nuanyu maintained a composed demeanor, following closely behind, entering the Duke's residence. The moment she stepped into the Duke's mansion, she sensed prying eyes from all directions. There are hidden guards. Hua Nuanyu's heart raced. Their presence was faint, yet she could still detect them. Truly, they were of noble heritage, possessing immense wealth. Hua Nuanyu fixed her gaze ahead, closely following the guard's footsteps. Passing through the front courtyard and entering the central garden, which was twice the size of the general's garden, leaving her astounded. The disparity in social status was indeed vast. Look at the pavilions, the flowing streams. These were commonplace. What precious flowers, trees, and artificial hills with flowing water, along with rare fish. She truly wished to bring these back to the present world. These are all living specimens, living fossils. Perhaps an entire courtyard in Z country could fit into this. Extravagance. Decadence. Hua Nuanyu felt a sense of injustice. Indeed, one's birthright was a skill in itself. In this lifetime, she would work diligently. Only upon reaching the main courtyard did Hua Nuanyu retract her gaze, observing the grand and majestic hall before her with a tranquil expression. The guard entered to announce her presence, and after a brief wait at the entrance, Hua Nuanyu was ushered in. Chapter 34. The Duke's Consultation and Medical Fees. Greetings, my lord. I am Qianfashu, said Hua Nuanyu as she entered the grand hall. Gracefully bowing to the man seated at the head of the table, her demeanor both respectful and composed. The man, nearing 40, bore an air of sternness and authority. His gaze fixed intently upon her the moment she stepped inside, assessing her with undisguised scrutiny. Such a young lady already possesses her own reputation, truly impressive, he remarked with a slight lift of his left hand, his tone both complimentary and subtly questioning. Hua Nuanyu, perceiving the underlying doubt, smiled and replied, Your Grace. You flatter me. To speak candidly, I have practiced medicine since childhood. By the age of 8, I was already capable of treating ailments, and by 12, I could tackle various complex illnesses. As it stands now, as long as a patient draws breath, I can pull them back from the brink of death. Her self-assured declaration carried a tone of unwavering conviction, devoid of any hint of boastfulness. The Duke's expression shifted to one of earnest interest. Is what you say true? Qianfashu has never suffered defeat. Hua Nuanyu met his gaze, her own eyes resolute. The Duke, visibly intrigued, promptly led her to the inner chambers to examine his wife. In the exquisite courtyard of the inner residence, servants bustled about, their movements quick and purposeful. Within, 3 young individuals paced anxiously, their faces etched with worry. Suddenly, the door to the inner room swung open, and the figure of Xia Zimo emerged. Young Master Xia, how is my mother? They implored in unison. Desperation clear in their voices. Xia Zimo sighed heavily, his expression grave. The lady's condition is critical, the illness is perilous. I have done all I can. When she will awaken is a matter of fate. The trio bore no resentment towards him, had he not intervened the previous day. Their mother might have already departed this world. The mere extension of her life was a testament to his skill, leaving no room for blame. As Xia Zimo gathered his belongings to depart, the Duke entered, accompanied by a young woman. "My lady, this is my wife. I implore you to assist her," the Duke earnestly requested. Curiosity sparked among the three young adults, and one couldn't help but ask, "Father, who is this young lady?" Ignoring their inquiries, Hua Nuanyu approached the bedside, examining the woman in distress. The woman lay pale and haggard, her eyes tightly shut, the lines of pain evident upon her brow, particularly around her lips, which bore a darker hue. Yet, despite her current state, she retained the air of nobility befitting a matriarch. And Hua Nuanyu discerned that she had once been a beauty. After a preliminary assessment, Hua Nuanyu seated herself to take the woman's pulse. Indeed, it was a gynecological issue, and alarmingly severe. The pulse was weak, lacking vitality, as if it could cease at any moment. With focused determination, Hua Nuanyu's demeanor conveyed an air of experienced confidence, while the Duke and his children observed her intently, their eyes fixed upon her. Xia Zimo too stood by, awaiting her diagnosis, instinctively recognizing that this woman was extraordinary. After a moment, Hua Nuanyu withdrew her hand and stood, and before she could speak, the three young adults implored anxiously, "Miss, how is our mother?" In unison, their urgency palpable. Hua Nuanyu raised a hand, signaling a number, declaring, "In 7 days, your mother will recover." The room fell silent, the faces of all but Xia Zimo transforming in astonishment. 7 days. Is the young lady not exaggerating? They thought. Though their disbelief was overshadowed by hope. They had consulted many physicians, yet none had dared to make such a bold proclamation. The aura surrounding her was unlike that of any other doctor, instilling a sense of trust within them. Xia Zimo's gaze sharpened, scrutinizing Hua Nuanyu with newfound intensity. 7 days to recover? I have been unable to achieve such results. Who is this woman? The fervent gazes of all present turned towards Hua Nuanyu, who calmly responded. Qian Fashu has never failed in her consultations. However, my fees are rather substantial. One gets what one pays for, she continued, and the results I offer exceed your expectations. Thus, the monetary aspect is of utmost importance. Once she finished speaking, the eldest of the young men broke the silence. May I inquire, Miss, what is your fee? If you can save our mother, the Duke's house will undoubtedly reward you handsomely. Hua Nuanyu assessed that this man was likely the Duke's heir. As soon as he spoke, the other two quickly nodded in agreement. With a smile, Hua Nuanyu raised her hand again to indicate a figure for my services. The fee begins at 1,000 taels. Given the severity of the lady's condition, a full recovery in 7 days warrants 5,000 taels. Indeed, had it not been for the Duke's favorable disposition, the price would have been even higher, not to mention her unique techniques and divine remedies, which were unparalleled. 5,000 taels for a life. For those of noble standing, it was hardly a burden. Upon hearing her words, the Duke replied, "Very well. If the young lady is confident, then 5,000 taels is but a trifling matter." Without hesitation, he produced the silver notes and handed them to Hua Nuanyu. Displaying no reluctance, the Duke's wealth was not easily acquired, and those who sought to benefit must first prove their worth. With such promptness, Hua Nuanyu accepted the notes. Her face composed, though inwardly she reveled in delight. "Thank you for your trust, my lord. I shall not disappoint you. Please step outside. Once I have treated the lady, she will awaken." Her calm demeanor and reassuring words seemed to weave a spell, filling the others with joy as they expressed their gratitude and exited the room. Only Xia Zimo lingered, casting a long glance at Hua Nuanyu before departing. Throughout the encounter, Hua Nuanyu had paid him no heed, ignoring his probing gaze completely. She recognized him as a formidable individual. She had known this from their previous encounter. Yet she was taken aback by his medical prowess. Had she not possessed her 12 needles, she would have been outmatched. After a moment of contemplation, Hua Nuanyu closed the door and meticulously checked for eavesdroppers before opening her medical kit. She retrieved the silver needles she had just crafted, disinfected them, and set them aside. Next, she took out a vial from her sleeve, uncorked it, and drank its contents. "Now, I need not fear collapsing," she murmured softly. After loosening the woman's garments to reveal her underclothes, Hua Nuanyu inhaled deeply and commenced acupuncture. The 12 needles of Xiantian were unlike any conventional acupuncture technique. It was an intricate system of treatment. While regular acupuncture merely required accurate placement of needles and the application of energy, the 12 needles demanded a far more nuanced approach. Chapter 35. where to seek guidance, a gracious decline. The intricate art of acupuncture demands not only the application of force, but also the convergence of vital energy. The two must intertwine as one focuses intently on the acupoint, swiftly. After each puncture, the silver needle must be withdrawn immediately before re-entering the same point. Each acupoint requires 12 punctures before the needle is left in place. Furthermore, with every 3 punctures, the next set must penetrate deeper. Thus, this acupuncture technique is profoundly taxing on the mental and physical faculties, as well as on one's vital energy. Upon completing the 24 acupoints, Huan was drenched in sweat. Fortunately, having consumed the divine water beforehand, she was able to remain on her feet. Otherwise, she would have been incapacitated. This justified her steep fees. Such relief. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Huan sank into a chair and savored a bottle of divine water, her countenance radiating contentment. Suddenly, she noticed the ink and brush on a nearby table. Rising, she approached and began to compose a prescription: Angelica, Chuanxiong, motherwort, and honey-fried licorice. Madame Ho suffered from uterine fibroids, referred to in ancient medicine as zhongjia, resulting from stagnant qi and blood stasis. This prescription could invigorate the blood, dispel stasis, and soften hard masses, truly a commendable remedy. Of course, it must be complemented by her acupuncture skills. As for the divine water, it merely expedited her recovery. With a swift flourish, Huan completed the prescription, set it aside after verifying its accuracy, and resumed writing something atop it. Outside the room, Madame Ho's 3 children gazed anxiously at the door, their worry etched plainly on their faces. Their mother must not come to harm. The wait was agonizing. But soon the door swung open. "Miss, our mother." The 3 began to speak in haste. Just then, they heard a cough from within, and their faces lit up with joy as they rushed inside. As Huan turned to enter the room, the previously silent Xia Zimo finally spoke. "Miss, may I inquire where you received your training? I am from the Xia family in the capital and hold great admiration for your medical skills. I hope you will excuse my boldness in asking." Xia Zimo's demeanor was humble and sincere, his words gentle. He had not anticipated that Huan could indeed heal Madame Ho, whose affliction had reached a stage where no medicine could help. The woman before him was nothing short of miraculous. Upon hearing Xia Zimo's inquiry, Huan regarded him earnestly and replied, "It is of no consequence. My mentor was merely a wandering physician, not a renowned healer. However, all must eventually succumb to time. My mentor has departed this world, and I have merely absorbed some wisdom from those who came before." Huan exuded an air of humility, her earlier pride regarding fees entirely absent. Xia Zimo scrutinized her closely, unable to detect any deceit in her eyes, thus believing her words. Contemplating the matter, he hesitated on how to proceed, only to see Huan stepping into the room. Realizing she might be preparing a prescription, he followed her inside. "My lord, here is the prescription. This one outlines dietary restrictions. Please ensure it is given to a competent individual. Should any issues arise with this medication, I cannot be held responsible." Huan handed over 2 sheets of paper to Lord Ho, emphasizing her caution. She was aware of the intricacies within the Ho residence, yet it did not deter her from voicing her concerns. While she possessed the ability to cure ailments, she could not rectify the shadows lurking within others' households. Thus, she articulated her boundaries clearly. Understanding her words, Lord Ho accepted the prescription, expressing his gratitude before swiftly arranging for the medicine to be procured. Having concluded her dealings at the Ho residence, Huan prepared to leave, accompanied by Xia Zimo. "Miss, might we converse at a tea house? I have a humble request," he urged, hastening to position himself before her as they exited the Ho estate, speaking in hushed tones. Xia Zimo felt compelled to voice his thoughts today, otherwise, he feared he might never see her again. She was enigmatic, shrouded in mystery. Raising an eyebrow, Huan nodded in agreement, leading him to the nearest tea house. "Speak freely. Whom do you wish for me to heal?" Huan inquired as she took her seat, forthright in her approach. Beyond this, she doubted Xia Zimo had any other intentions. The Xia family in the capital was a lineage of medical practitioners, renowned for their exceptional skills, often referred to as divine healers by the common folk. However, by the time of Xia Zimo's grandfather, they no longer served as imperial physicians, opting instead for the life of a humble doctor. This was intriguing. Yet, she pondered their reasons for such a shift. Regardless, they were still a family of healers, with a legacy of divine practitioners, and Xia Zimo himself was no less skilled. He surely had nothing to learn from her. The only possibility lay in a patient he could not treat, and she wondered if it might be the individual she suspected. Upon hearing her words, Xia Zimo laughed heartily. It appears I cannot conceal anything from you. I wonder when you might be available. I would like to ask for your assistance in treating a friend. He spoke cautiously, refraining from revealing the identity or nature of the ailment. Hua Nuanyu discerned Xia Zimo's reticence and replied with a smile. You have yet to specify your friend's affliction. Not all ailments are ones I am willing to address. Indeed, there were many illnesses she would not entertain. Noble maladies, princess ailments, and foul conditions were all beyond her interest. Xia Zimo detected her implications, yet remained uncertain of their meaning. After a moment's hesitation, he finally spoke. It is an eye ailment. Might you be willing to assist? The price is negotiable. The matter of Prince Chen could not be carelessly discussed, and the eye ailment was the limit of what he felt comfortable disclosing. Upon hearing those two words, Hua Nuanyu immediately confirmed her suspicions. He sought her help to treat Prince Chen. Such an opportunity could not simply be handed to him. It was hers to seize. Moreover, she had intended to visit the prince's residence within the next few days. Young Master Xia, this matter is not particularly challenging. However, I have another patient in need of treatment, and the principle of first come, first served applies. Therefore, you will have to wait. Hua Nuanyu delicately declined, neither specifying a timeline for the wait nor divulging her whereabouts, essentially communicating a refusal. Rising, she prepared to depart, but Xia Zimo, feeling anxious, hurriedly stood and stepped in front of her. Before he could speak, he caught sight of the medicine bottle in her hand. There is no need to be so insistent. Your friend will find his fortune and escape his suffering. Remember, to seek an acquaintance, do not compel me to reveal the contents of this bottle, for it could render you a mere skeleton. Hua Nuanyu spoke in a calm yet profound manner, and after finishing, she circumvented Xia Zimo and exited. Xia Zimo watched her retreating figure, choosing not to pursue her, a glimmer of intrigue illuminating his gaze. That woman possessed remarkable poise. Her seemingly casual words concealed an ominous threat. The notion that she wielded a poison capable of reducing a person to a mere skeleton was something he had never before encountered spoken from a healer's lips. Could it be true, as the text suggested? Did such terrifying substances truly exist in this world? Reflecting on the expression she wore while speaking, Xia Zimo concluded that even if her potion was not that of a lethal toxin, it would undoubtedly possess something formidable. That woman was indeed extraordinary. It seemed that the ailment of the individual in question would require a bit more patience. At this moment, Xia Zimo was completely oblivious to the earlier half of Hua Nuanyu's statement, fixating solely on the uncertainty surrounding the potential poison. Chapter 36. A knife to the throat, a threat. As Hua Nuanyu returned to the Yuyue platform at noon, the shop was bustling with activity. She adeptly took her place, diving into the midday rush. Once the afternoon lull set in, she planned to leave. This afternoon, she intended to purchase the shop outright to ensure her interests were safeguarded. At the Doang Tooth shop, the attendant, upon noticing Hua Nuanyu's arrival, froze momentarily before welcoming her with enthusiasm. He was uncertain whether she had come to inspect the shop or to acquire someone. But one thing was clear. They had suffered significant losses. Who could have anticipated such a thriving business? Hua Nuanyu perceptively noted the attendant's fleeting expression but feigned ignorance. Replying nonchalantly, I have come to inspect the shop today. If I find something suitable, I shall purchase a set. Her demeanor remained casual, no different from her previous visits. However, her seemingly indifferent words caused the attendant's eyes to brighten, and he promptly invited her to sit, bustling to pour tea with remarkable eagerness. Purchasing a shop yielded far more than merely renting one. The attendant sensed opportunity. What type of shop does the young lady wish to acquire? We have all kinds available in various locations. The prices are negotiable, he exclaimed, presenting a ledger and commencing his professional pitch. Just as the shopkeeper was about to enter the hall, he heard the voice that sent chills down his spine and abruptly retreated, hurriedly exiting. The woman had returned. He had seen nothing, absolutely nothing. This subtle exchange went unnoticed by the attendant but not by Hua Nuanyu, who raised an eyebrow at the shopkeeper's sudden flight. Was she truly that fearsome? This brief incident did not deter Hua Nuanyu from her purpose. Soon, she had selected 2 shops to inspect alongside the attendant. Neither shop was located in the heart of the bustling market, yet both were conveniently situated nearby. One offered an affordable price, while the other enticed patrons with delightful aromas wafting from its wares. Hua Nuanyu envisioned transforming her shop into a vibrant hub. The 2 shops were close to Chumming Street, with one nestled between Chumming Street and the morning market, in a rather secluded area that seldom saw visitors. Consequently, only a handful of businesses operated there. The two-story layout featured a front shop with a backyard, providing nearly 700 square feet of usable space, aligning perfectly with Huan Wanyu's criteria. However, after her inspection, she chose not to comment and proceeded to the next shop. The second shop boasted decent foot traffic and was comparable in size to the first, yet it held a distinct advantage: proximity to the royal circle. Upon realizing this, Huan Wanyu began to contemplate the implications. The royal family. That meant princes and noblemen. This shop could not be treated as casually as the previous one. While Huan Wanyu's mind raced with considerations, her expression remained serene, leaving the attendant unable to decipher her thoughts. After delivering his entire spiel, he couldn't help but inquire, "Miss, which of these two shops do you prefer?" Huan Wanyu collected her thoughts, gazing at the entrance of the shop as she initiated her bargaining process. Today, she chose not to invoke matters of feng shui but instead relied on her current shop standing, reinforcing that her new venture's viability hinged on the shop's suitability rather than its location. With a firm grasp of the situation, she deftly negotiated the price down from 12,000 taels to 8,800 taels. The two-story, 720-square-foot shop was a profitable acquisition for her. After signing the contract and hastily gathering the necessary funds, she presented them to the attendant. The attendant, now at a loss for words, accepted the silver notes without the usual excitement, leading her to the government office to complete the property deed. Once the deed was secured, Huan Wanyu wasted no time in returning to the carpentry workshop, seeking the owner to discuss renovations for her shop. Armed with her meticulously drafted designs for an upscale aesthetic, she intended to elevate her establishment status. Communicating her vision to the shopkeeper, everything was swiftly agreed upon. And as dusk fell, Huan Wanyu hurried back to the Yue platform to collect her earnings before heading to the Hua residence. At the Hua residence, festivities erupted as the three sons returned, incensed by the recent events within the household. They promptly ordered the courtyard gates sealed and stationed guards at the entrance, preparing to confront Huan Wanyu upon her return. Their rationale was simple: a daughter must obey her parents, and those who defy parental authority ought to face punishment. There would be no leniency. United in their disdain, the three brothers shared a profound animosity towards Huan Wanyu. While they could not comprehend her sudden transformation, they were certain of one thing: her drastic change was undoubtedly linked to the imperial decree of marriage bestowed upon her by Prince Chun. Believing she was on the verge of ascending to greatness, they perceived her as haughty and reckless. Thus, these three spirited scholars sought to teach Hua Wanyu a lesson in place of their parents, while the Hua patriarch turned a blind eye, permitting them to act as they wished. The matriarch, having endured humiliation at Huan Wanyu's hands, felt emboldened by her son's return and vocally condemned Huan Wanyu for her alleged transgressions, rallying her sons to deal with her. The entire household, including Huan Wanrong, eagerly anticipated witnessing Huan Wanyu's comeuppance, conveniently forgetting that 2 lives had been lost within the family that day. The indifference of the household was palpable. As Huan Wanyu approached the gates, she immediately sensed a shift in the atmosphere. Narrowing her eyes, she gazed into the estate and slowly made her way inside. Seize her. No sooner had she crossed the threshold than the guards, stationed at the entrance, lunged toward her. A smirk danced on Huan Wanyu's lips as she swiftly produced a dagger, pressing it against her throat, and coldly commanded, "Come forth, all of you." The Hua residence openly defies the imperial decree. They seek to harm the future princess consort. Come, make your move. Huan Wanyu regarded the guards with an icy stare, her gaze unwavering. To ambush her? How utterly ridiculous. Did they truly underestimate her? Her boldness rendered the guards momentarily paralyzed, each shrinking back, wary of her threat. Defying an imperial command was a grave offense they dared not shoulder. Sixth miss, please lower the knife. Don't harm yourself. We'll leave at once. The lead guard implored, his face ashen, trembling as he spoke, before hastily retreating with his companions. Watching the guards flee in disarray, Huan Wanyu strode further into the estate with the dagger in hand, pondering the motives behind today's events. It seemed unlikely that the head of the Hua family had orchestrated this, and the old matriarch hardly seemed capable. As she mulled over these thoughts, hurried footsteps echoed, and upon lifting her gaze, she spotted the familiar figures approaching. Old Huan Wanyu, you show such disrespect to your parents, brazenly acting as you please. Today, I shall uphold justice and punish you for your ingratitude. Guards, seize her. The Hua family's legitimate heir, Hua Ziki, accused Huan Wanyu, his refined and handsome features darkening with rage, as if driven by some deep-seated vendetta. His righteous indignation served to amplify the gravity of his accusations against her, exuding an air of authority. Chapter 37. The Young Master of the Hua Family. Reversal of Misery. Hua Ziki was, without a doubt, the very embodiment of Huang Mancheng. Even in anger, his demeanor mirrored that of Huang Mancheng, as if he had been sculpted from the same mold. Beside him stood the fourth and fifth young masters, who bore a slight resemblance to Hua Ziki, their refined features exuding an air of elegance befitting young gentlemen. At that moment, Hua Nuorong resembled a peacock, proudly fanning its tail, awaiting the unfolding drama. As the second young master's voice echoed, the group chimed in, their eyes reflecting sheer indifference. However, upon Hua Ziki's command, the guards exchanged apprehensive glances, lowering their heads, too intimidated to meet the second young master's gaze. Just as Hua Ziki was about to erupt in fury, the head guard spoke up, "Young master, the sixth miss is armed with a knife. We dare not approach." The guard intended to recount the scene they had encountered at the entrance, but before he could finish, a sharp pain struck his abdomen, and he was sent flying through the air. "Useless. All of you are useless. You cannot even capture a single girl. What use are you to me?" Hua Ziki seethed, preparing to voice his wrath, only to be interrupted by Huan Nuyu's scornful retort. "Ah, who might I have thought you were? It turns out you have returned. What is the matter? Have your studies rendered you foolish? Or has your education instilled in you a sense of superiority, allowing you to punish the royal family's future daughter-in-law without a second thought? Hua Ziki, are you plotting a rebellion?" Huan Nuyu remained composed, coldly admonishing, directly placing the weight of accusation upon Hua Ziki. Huan Nuyu's sharp tongue caught Hua Ziki and the other two young masters off guard. Although they were aware of her capabilities, they were still taken aback by her audacity. "Huan Nuyu, you speak nonsense. Who is plotting rebellion? You are slandering." Huan Nuorong retorted vehemently, her face flushed with anger. Following her outburst, the fourth and fifth young masters joined in, reprimanding Huan Nu. "Rebellion? How dare you speak such nonsense?" Yet, they evidently underestimated Huan Nuyu's eloquence. She continued, "Do you not? I am the emperor's chosen princess consort, possessing virtue and grace. I am indeed worthy of becoming a royal daughter-in-law. Yet, upon your return, you have the audacity to belittle me, openly defying the royal decree. If you do not intend to rebel, then what are your intentions? Scholars?" Huan Nuyu's tone was unassuming, yet each word struck like a dagger to the heart. The final three words dripped with unabashed derision. A scholar reduced to such a state. It was indeed a cause for concern. The foolishness of the Hua family was evidently hereditary. These individuals were undoubtedly blood relatives. Huan Nuyu's words instilled fear in the group. They immediately grew anxious, and the fourth young master, Hua Zishan, attempted to defend himself. "We did not." "Huan Nuyu, cease your nonsense. Look, even you cannot find the words to speak." Huan Nuyu interrupted, "If you wish to trouble me, perhaps you should consider whether you possess the capability to do so. And do try to engage your minds. Acting in such a manner, and still dreaming of passing the imperial examinations and securing an official position, with your character, you would be better off saving your efforts." Huan Nuyu crossed her arms, initiating her counterattack. Did they truly believe her easy to bully? It had been far too long since she had humiliated those from the inner quarters. Today, these individuals were destined for a lesson. The blatant insults fell upon the ears of the three young masters, who had been pampered since childhood, undoubtedly provoking them. Enraged, they scowled and shouted at Huan Nuyu. "Huan Nuyu, how dare you speak ill of us?" Hua Ziki, with the pride of a legitimate heir, seethed with fury, wishing to tear Huan Nuyu to shreds. How could a dignified, legitimate son of the general's residence ever endure such indignities? He sought to punish her. However, Hua Ziki's rebuke was pathetically weak. As soon as he opened his mouth, the seemingly calm Huan Nu interjected, "Oh, how disappointing. I thought you were above such pettiness, apprehending anyone you come across, and here you are, angered. Truly laughable." Huan Nu thoroughly lambasted them, stripping away the facade they wore. They appeared human, yet were nothing more than petty individuals. Self-righteous, they hid behind the guise of scholars, bullying and looking down upon the original owner, deriving amusement from her misfortune. Certainly not the conduct of a true scholar. They embodied the very essence of a cultured rogue. The original owner had been foolish, brazen in public, yet timid as a mouse in private, especially before these three young masters, to whom she was exceedingly obedient. She even took orders from the little white lotus, desperately seeking their favor, motivated by a desire for protection and a future match. The original owner feared abandonment, terrified that her despicable father would truly cast her aside. Thus, under the instigation of the two white lotuses, she attracted her father's attention. When in good spirits, these three young masters would indulge the two white lotuses with praise, encouraging the original owner to continue her foolishness. If such individuals could pass the imperial examinations, it would indeed be a grave mistake by heaven. She was a favored child of destiny, meant to act in accordance with divine will, to eliminate these wretched creatures. Observing the ashen faces of the three, Huan Nuyu impatiently declared, "Enough. I have no time to waste on your senseless prattle. You dispatched someone to apprehend me without cause today, and then proceeded to insult me. This matter cannot simply be overlooked. Each of you shall compensate me with 100 taels for both emotional distress and damage to my reputation. Otherwise, I shall take this matter outside and seek a fair judgment. I am the emperor's designated princess consort. How could I endure such indignities?" As Huan Nuyu spoke, her languid demeanor transformed into one of cold authority, her voice imbued with a chilling detachment. If they wished to provoke her, they must be prepared to pay the price. Compensation was merely a fraction of what was owed. The true reckoning awaited them. Faced with public humiliation, the group seethed with rage but found no outlet for their frustration. Their gazes locked onto Huan Nuyu, reevaluating the once familiar sibling who now seemed a stranger. However, against the formidable and relentless Huan Nuyu, the three were left with no choice but to swallow their grievances. The fifth young master, Huaziyu, witnessing his two elder brothers at a loss, posed a question. "Huan Nuyu, if you demand compensation, how will you explain the humiliation you have inflicted upon my brothers?" As if having found a foothold, Huaziyu spoke with conviction, pride swelling within him. His words alerted the others, prompting them to voice their demands for compensation, their true colors laid bare. Huan Nuyu, upon hearing their childish claims, let out a derisive laugh. "Oh, what an eye-opening day this is. What are you three to shamelessly demand compensation from me? Hurry and wash up for bed. You can dream of whatever you wish. I am the future princess consort, appointed by the emperor himself. You question the imperial decree and insult me. Should you not be compensating me?" With the imperial decree as her backing, what did they possess to challenge her? Truly laughable. Huan Nuyu's scorn only fueled the fury of the three young masters, yet they found themselves powerless, caught in her web of threats. The four of them were to pay 100 taels each, unwillingly. Huan Nuyu collected their silver, discreetly delivering her own tokens of gratitude, save for the little white lotus, for whom the day's tribute was inappropriate. She would make amends another time. With the silver secured, Huan Nuyu departed with a sense of joy, while the four remained, their eyes glinting with resentment, fixated on her retreating figure, their expressions twisted with fury. The humiliation of today would undoubtedly be repaid in kind. Chapter 38. The mysterious iron token and heritage. As the few individuals plotting revenge contemplated their next move, Huan Nuyu unexpectedly approached them again. Having sealed off their courtyard, they were compelled to seek assistance from their fathers to arrange a new residence for her. After much ado, Huan Nuyu acquired a new courtyard, one that had once been occupied by her aunt, which had remained uninhabited for many years. After a thorough cleaning, she settled in. News of the three young masters' defeat spread rapidly throughout the inner residence, eliciting a variety of reactions. Some rejoiced, others whispered maliciously, and some, in anger, smashed their teacups. In any case, the Hua family's inner residence was lively that night. Meanwhile, Huan Nuyu, the center of attention, was comfortably soaking in a bath while surveying her new abode. She had not anticipated being forced to relocate so swiftly. Dressed in her undergarments and with her hair wrapped, Huan Nuyu examined her surroundings. Earlier, a servant had merely glanced around, but now, with leisure time on her hands, she scrutinized every detail. The room once belonging to her aunt, Huji, had been unoccupied for years, and she wondered if any remnants remained. It was her ingrained habit to meticulously inspect new places, and this one was no exception. Her impression of Huji was rather vague. The scant memories she possessed were mostly critical, with little genuine affection. This moment sparked a flicker of curiosity in Huan Nuyu's mind. Was the original owner of this body quite mischievous in her youth, thus inviting her aunt's reprimands? Not dwelling on this thought, she noticed a section of the wall that protruded slightly and immediately approached for inspection. Knock, knock, knock. It was hollow. This wall was empty. Her eyes brightened with excitement as she searched for a gap, producing a knife to pry it open. However, to her disappointment, it yielded nothing. It appeared that years of neglect had led to dampness and insect damage. Wanyu replaced the wooden panel, then moved a table to block the wall, continuing her examination elsewhere. Just when she presumed the room was devoid of treasures, she discovered a small box concealed within the earthen bricks beneath the bed. Astonished, she retrieved the box, dusted it off, and opened it. Inside lay a square token made of a mysterious iron, roughly the size of a child's palm. One side bore an inscription, while the other showcased a feather. Such an odd artifact filled Wanyu with a sense of gravity. Whose token was this? And what was its purpose? Why was it hidden here? Questions flooded her mind as she scrutinized the token in her hand, her intuition sensing its significance. This peculiar item was undoubtedly not of imperial origin. If her conjecture was correct, it must belong to a certain organization or faction. Upon inspecting the box further, she discerned it was used to store a jade pendant, showing signs of wear from over a decade ago. She concluded that this box likely belonged to Huji, and the token might have been concealed beneath the bed for a reason. What secret was she attempting to hide? Unbeknownst to her, Wanyu found herself before a bronze mirror, gazing at her enchanting reflection. Suddenly, she noticed a disconcerting fact. She bore no resemblance to the Hua family. The offspring of the Hua family exhibited at least some traits of their lineage, while she possessed none whatsoever. Wanyu began to confront this issue. Perhaps her lack of beauty was related to this mystery. The original owner's memories were too hazy for her to ascertain whether her face resembled Huji's. If it did, her speculation would be contradictory, but if not, it would indeed be intriguing. Lying on her bed, she crossed her legs and examined the token thoughtfully, her eyes narrowing. After a time, she tucked the token away and gazed out the window, realizing she needed to investigate her connection to the Hua residence. The Prince Chen's manor, shrouded in the night, was enveloped in silence, with even the patrolling guards of the day nowhere to be seen. A brightly lit room stood out against the darkness. Unmistakably the study. Prince Chen sat at his desk, pen in hand, listening to a trusted aide read the contents of a memorial before him, then began to write something on the paper. If one were to disregard the white cloth covering his eyes, they would surely believe he could see, for it is not common to write with one's eyes closed. At that moment, his hand paused mid-motion as a subtle shift in the air announced the arrival of a figure clad in black. Reporting to my lord, the Crown Prince intends to make a move tonight. The black-clad figure bowed respectfully, delivering the news. Another individual in the room turned their gaze toward Prince Chun, seemingly awaiting his response. With an impassive expression, Prince Chen acknowledged with a brief before resuming his writing. The black-clad figure lingered for a moment before bowing and departing. But just as they were about to exit, they heard a voice from behind. Investigate covertly. Do not let them mislead you. Yes, my lord. The figure complied, promptly setting out to fulfill the order. The individual was cunning and treacherous, determined to keep a close watch. Once the black-clad figure left, the soft sound of writing resumed in the room. The aide cast a glance at Prince Chun but chose to remain silent, continuing to read the next memorial aloud. That night, all was cloaked in darkness. The once tranquil atmosphere was shattered by a sudden gust of wind, howling through the surroundings. Even the bright moon was obscured by clouds, casting the ground into shadow. The unpredictable spring weather left one bewildered. In the dark, two figures swiftly maneuvered, hastening toward a particular courtyard, pausing only momentarily before vanishing from sight. Qing Shui Courtyard, the new residence of Wanyu. As she lay asleep, Wanyu abruptly opened her eyes, a glint of menace flashing within. Swiftly, she donned her garments, concealing herself in the shadows. Assassins, Wanyu masked her presence, brandishing a dagger and preparing to ambush the intruders. Tonight would be an auspicious occasion for her to test her weapon. Moments later, two shadowy figures infiltrated the courtyard. To ensure their success, one produced a sleeping powder and blew it through a broken window. After a brief wait, they stealthily entered the premises. From her vantage point on the rafters, Wanyu observed their every move, patiently awaiting the duo's ultimate objective. It was her newly acquired residence. And yet these two had found it with uncanny precision. If not for the whispers within the Hua family, how could they have known? Who were these individuals? And did their skills relate to the matter of her fate? Upon entering the inner chamber, the two black-clad figures noticed the quilt rising and exchanged glances. Then sheathed their blades with lewd laughter. Humph! A hideous woman serving us before her demise. What a way to leave this world. Indeed, I am curious about the flavor of a woman belonging to Prince Chun. Haraha. Their lewd chuckles echoed as they approached the bed. Just as they were about to touch the quilt, Huan Wanyu sprang into action. Whoosh! The sound of sharp weapons slicing through the air rang out, startling the two men, who immediately sought to evade. However, they were a moment too slow. The concealed weapon struck one of them in the thigh, eliciting a gasp of shock as they recoiled in pain. Chapter 39, Midnight Terror, Assassination. Who approaches us? Why do you obstruct our affairs? One of the cloaked figures scanned the surroundings, a look of vigilance etched upon his face. At this moment, they were oblivious to the fact that the bed was entirely unoccupied. Huan Wanyu emerged from the shadows, her voice low and commanding. Who are you? Haunting at midnight, do you not fear the king of hell coming to claim you? At this juncture, Huan Wanyu was fully dressed, her face veiled in a sheer fabric, her hair casually styled. The two assassins in the darkness could not discern her identity, relying solely on her voice to identify her as a woman. The assassins fixed their fierce gazes upon Huan Wanyu, drawing their blades with malicious intent. You seek death? Then do not blame us for our lack of courtesy. With that, they lunged forward, but suddenly, sharp pain coursed through their bodies. Alas, the hidden weapon is poisoned. One exclaimed in panic, while the other clutched his wound, glaring at Huan Wanyu. Despicable! How could you? A swift shadow flashed before him, followed by a sharp sting on his face. You dare haunt the night with impunity. I cannot stand idly by against villains like you. With that declaration, Huan Wanyu swiftly kicked one of the assassins into a corner and unleashed a flurry of blows upon the other. The howling wind masked the commotion within the room, allowing Huan Wanyu to unleash her wrath unrestrained. Time passed, and finally, she ceased her assault, lighting an oil lamp and sitting calmly on a chair. Casting a steady gaze upon the two men sprawled on the floor. Speak. Who sent you? She inquired, playing with the knife in her hand, her tone unervingly calm. The assassins lay on the ground, their chests barely rising, appearing lifeless. Their disheveled forms bore witness to the ferocity of Huan Wanyu's attack. At that moment, her calm voice pierced through the air like a blade, causing both to shudder. Their swollen faces betrayed no emotion, yet their eyes reflected disbelief. If they still did not recognize the woman before them, they would be utterly foolish. The third daughter of the Hua family had martial prowess. Had they not been careless, they would not have succumbed to the poison and been unable to resist. How unexpected it was that the daughter of the Hua family concealed such abilities. It had deceived countless people. With no response from the assassins, Huan Wanyu sheathed her knife and activated a mechanism on her ring. With a flick of her wrist, a slender thread shot towards the fallen men. MMM1 groaned as the thread penetrated his body. As Huan Wanyu pulled again, a bloody piece of flesh tore away from him. The man howled in agony, while the other trembled in terror, his eyes wide with fear. Terrifying. This woman is a devil. Huan Wanyu remained unfazed, her eyes unblinking as she spoke once more. My patience is limited. I shall ask you one last time. Who sent you? And what is your purpose? Despite her suspicions, she yearned to hear their explanation. Realizing they could not escape, the assassins coldly replied, just an ugly woman. How could she possibly be worthy of our lord? They intended to slander the Prince of Chun. Yet, before he could finish, a cold arrow flew towards him, accompanied by the appearance of another cloaked figure. Impudence! To sully the name of the Prince of Chun. You shall die? The sudden arrival of the cloaked figure caught them off guard, exuding a palpable aura of menace. He fixed his gaze upon the two men on the ground, his eyes resembling those of a ferocious beast, brimming with danger. In that moment, an alarm rang in Huan Wanyu's mind. She instinctively drew her knife, prepared for any eventuality. How had she failed to notice this person? When had he arrived? Upon hearing the man's words, Huan Wanyu's apprehension eased somewhat. He was one of the prince's men. She watched as the cloaked figure acted with lethal precision, swiftly ending the lives of the two assassins. Miss Hua hides her capabilities well, the cloaked figure remarked, his tone devoid of emotion. At that moment, Huan Wanyu's veil was discarded, revealing her true visage. His words revealed that he had witnessed everything that transpired. To think that the third daughter of the Hua family possessed martial skills. What was her true intention behind this? A cold sweat broke out on Huan Wanyu's brow as she realized the prince's men were indeed exceptional. Simultaneously, she felt a wave of relief that she had refrained from utilizing her spatial abilities. Maintaining her composure, she addressed the cloaked figure. You arrived just in time. Inform your lord that I require his presence tomorrow. Regarding the matter of the wife claiming, if it does not pertain to the prince, then it will be simpler to resolve. The cloaked figure frowned, intending to refuse, but Huan interjected. Just relay the message. I have my means to catch your lord's attention. She sensed his reluctance to comply and added, You need only convey the message. I shall visit your lord at the Wang residence tomorrow at SI hour. The night grows late. I must retire. With the presence of someone, she felt entitled to direct them. She had revealed enough. Now, she simply needed to negotiate terms at the Wang residence. The cloaked figure regarded her with a hint of surprise before turning towards the two corpses. Huan, seated in her chair, felt an inexplicable fondness for the Prince of Chun. It is said that the master reflects the servant. This one's demeanor was rather agreeable, suggesting that their negotiations the following day might proceed smoothly. The cloaked figure lifted the bodies and prepared to depart, but before vanishing into the night, he glanced back at Huan. Once certain he had left, she rose swiftly, surveyed the surroundings, and closed the door, exhaling deeply. She was still too weak. Had those two assassins been skilled, the night would have been fraught with peril. Murmuring to herself, she began to clean the blood from the floor. Meanwhile, the cloaked figure returned to the princess' residence and, as expected, reported everything he had witnessed at the Hua estate to the prince. My lord, that is all. The cloaked figure, known as an served as the princess' shadow guard. Nichien's calm demeanor was momentarily disrupted by a hint of gravity. The woman was not as rumored. Was her concealment intentional, or was there a deeper mystery? What was her connection to the Hua family? What did she seek at the Wang residence? The recent rumors surrounding the Hua family were undeniably linked to her. With myriad questions swirling in his mind, Nichien found himself perplexed. A woman of the inner chambers possessed such a killing aura? Her decisiveness suggested that this was not her first encounter with violence. Chapter 40. To the prince's mansion for negotiation. The flower residence has always been peaceful. What could possibly be amiss? That woman is indeed extraordinary. Let her in tomorrow. After a moment of contemplation, Yichun decided he wanted to see what Huan sought from him. Regarding the striking beauty of Huan as mentioned by Ni, Yichun hardly paid it any mind. To him, a woman's looks had never been of interest, and he had never truly gazed upon one. However, when his sight was restored and he beheld her enchanting visage, surpassing that of a celestial being, he was utterly captivated and willingly succumbed to her allure. Of course, that is a tale for another time. And he, having received his orders and noticing that his master had no further instructions, turned to take his leave. Yichun remained seated, pondering deeply. Huan, what secrets do you harbor? The following day, before dawn, a series of terrified voices shattered the tranquility of the flower residence. Chaos ensued, as panic spread among the inhabitants. The cause? The three young masters had suddenly fallen ill, mirroring the condition of the head of the household. This led everyone to speculate that the illness had been transmitted from the family head. Instantly, the entire flower residence was enveloped in fear. Huan, having prepared for the day, stepped outside. After inquiring about the situation within the estate and exchanging a few gleeful remarks, she chose not to involve herself in the turmoil. As she passed through a courtyard, she unexpectedly encountered Huan Rong. Upon seeing Huan Rong's expression shifted from surprise to confusion, quickly morphing into disdain. Could it be that she had not yet acted? This entire exchange did not escape Huan Yu's notice. Intriguing, it seemed yesterday's events were somewhat connected to her. The newcomer was from the Crown Prince's entourage, and her sister was the Crown Prince's consort. She wondered if the couple was aware of these happenings. Huan Yu continued on her path and whispered as she brushed past Huan Rong, the wicked shall meet their due. Her voice was anything but quiet, and Huan Rong, along with her maid, heard it clearly. Infuriated, Huan Rong exclaimed, Huan Yu, who do you call wicked? Unable to tolerate such humiliation, she felt compelled to retaliate. However, her words were cut short by the sound of Huan Yu's laughter. How amusing. I referred to the wicked. Are you perhaps the wicked one? Casting a derisive glance at Huan Rong, Huan Yu turned to leave. It dawned on Huan Rong that she had been outmaneuvered by Huan Yu. With a loud slap, Huan Rong vented her frustration on her maid, angrily reprimanding. Wretched girl, why did you not warn me? The outburst seemed to do little to quell her rage, as she continued to chastise the servant. The surrounding attendants, terrified, dared not breathe a word, cautiously tending to their tasks. After a prolonged silence, Huan Rong finally ceased her tirade and turned towards her own quarters. She needed to inquire when the strike would occur. She could wait no longer. That wretched girl must perish. Prince's Mansion. The Prince's Mansion is situated in the northeast of the Imperial Palace, an area exclusively reserved for royal residences. Compared to the northwest, the nobility is more densely populated here. Thus, residing in this vicinity is a hallmark of status. As Huan Wenyu traversed this path, her calm demeanor nearly faltered. The opulence surrounding her was overwhelming. Upon arriving at the gates of the prince's mansion, Huan Wenyu felt the weight of scrutinizing gazes from all directions. The probing stares were reminiscent of the mysterious figure she encountered yesterday. These individuals were far more capable than those from the Marquis's estate. Had she not met that shadow guard yesterday, she might have struggled to sense the hidden presence today. Gazing at the lavish entrance of the mansion, Huan Wenyu stepped forward. "Who goes there?" The guard inquired coldly. "I am Huan Wenyu, the third daughter of the flower residence," she stated plainly. Upon hearing her name, the guard immediately gestured for her to enter. "Miss Hua, please proceed inside." As she stepped across the threshold, Huan Wenyu marveled at the grandeur of the prince's abode. Her imagination had conjured images of a royal residence, yet witnessing it in reality left her astounded. She felt as though she had been thrust back to her true self, experiencing a stark contrast between the impoverished and the immensely wealthy, an ironic realization. The Marquis's residence could not even begin to compare. Even the entrance overshadowed that of the Marquis's estate. The gardens in the courtyard were leagues beyond what the Marquis could offer. Here, she must reside. Otherwise, her journey to this ancient realm would be in vain. After approximately 7 or 8 minutes, she finally arrived at the main courtyard. The awestruck expression on her face had become numb as she sat in the grand, opulent hall, awaiting the arrival of the prince. At that moment, Huan Wenyu realized something. There were no females in the prince's mansion. The attendant serving her tea was also male. A glimmer of joy flickered in her eyes. It was splendid that he had no interest in women. Once she married, she could maintain her distance from his quarters, allowing them both to attend to their own affairs without interference. How delightful! After a brief wait, Huan Wenyu heard footsteps approaching. She set down her teacup and turned to the entrance, only to find herself momentarily spellbound. A man clad in dark attire strode in with assured steps, an aura of coldness enveloping him, his visage strikingly handsome. His chiseled features bore an irresistible allure. Should his eyes, hidden beneath cloth, be revealed, they would surely rival the divine. The prince's countenance was a commanding coldness, a rarity she had seldom encountered. Though she was no fool for beauty, she appreciated the exquisite. As if sensing her intense gaze, Yichin turned his attention towards Huan Wenyu. Even with his eyes concealed, Huan Wenyu felt an unsettling sense of being scrutinized. Instinctively, she recognized the danger he posed. Yet, she too belonged to a perilous category. "Your Highness," Huan Wenyu began, recovering her composure and rising to pay her respects. The clear ring of her voice reached Yichin's ears, yet his expression remained unchanged as he coldly inquired, "What business do you have with me?" Without beating around the bush, Huan Wenyu boldly took a seat in the chair nearest to him and replied directly, "I wish to negotiate a deal with you." As her words lingered in the air, a menacing aura enveloped Huan Wenyu. Crossing her legs with nonchalance, she maintained her composure. "You possess great audacity. Seeking to negotiate with me, do you not fear I might take your life?" His voice was frigid, laced with threat, and any ordinary person would have quailed at such a statement. Yet Huan Wenyu appeared unfazed. "Indeed, Your Highness, you are correct. I am quite bold. You are not one to kill indiscriminately, and I possess the means to cure your ailment. Surely, you would not slay me. If one truly wished to kill, they would not divulge their intentions beforehand." She had once been akin to him, wielding power and controlling the fates of others. Her thoughts inscrutable, she was a mystery to all. Yet they shared a commonality, a reluctance to eliminate those of talent. Of course, this had to exclude those who were villains. Her unwavering conviction piqued Yichen's interest, causing him to furrow his brow slightly. "What are your terms?" The first person to dare negotiate with him, and she bore no fear. What manner of woman was she? Huan Wenyu's lips curled into a smirk as she delineated her conditions. 3 stipulations. First, ensure my safety before the wedding. Second, after our marriage. We shall not interfere with one another. Should you wish to divorce, I will agree at any time, though it must be at least a year. Third, teach me martial arts, specifically lightness skills and internal energy. If you consent, I can commence treatment for your eyes starting tomorrow. These 3 points were paramount. Should that individual fail, they would undoubtedly take action before the wedding. If she encountered a master, even with her poison, it would be challenging to approach. As for the latter 2 points, they had been her intention from the outset. She needed time to leverage his status to cultivate her own power while simultaneously enhancing her own abilities. Chapter 41. An unintentional mistake. The signing. A shadow guard, possessing such remarkable skills, surely implies that his master is an unparalleled expert. To associate with such masters, achieving success seems almost inevitable. However, when Hua Nuanyu articulated her meticulously considered conditions, the expression of Prince Chen visibly chilled. What is your ultimate aim? In Yi Chen's eyes, Hua Nuanyu's manner undoubtedly concealed some unspeakable secret. The Hua family already bore animosity towards him, and now with the emergence of the enigmatic Hua Nuanyu, he could not help but feel a sense of caution. How could a figure, once ridiculed in the capital as a foolish and unattractive villainess, suddenly transform into a woman of exceptional intelligence and decisive ruthlessness? What connection did the recent rumors surrounding the Hua residence have with her? Was it truly, as the gossip suggested, that she endured humiliation and was wrongfully accused? Nevertheless, he found himself intrigued by her unwavering medical skills. What even Xie Zimo could not ascertain, she seemed capable of. Various signs compelled him to harbor suspicions. In the face of Yi Chen's inquiries, Hua Nuanyu maintained her composure, pouring herself a cup of tea, delicately raising it to her lips, blowing gently before uttering, "I wish to live freely." Indeed, this encapsulated her ultimate ambition. Regardless of the past or the future, all her endeavors aimed to shatter her constraints and live unencumbered. Now, in a foreign realm, to live freely beneath the imperial authority, she must possess the strength to resist it. Collaborating with Prince Chun was undoubtedly the swiftest and most fitting course. Her seemingly casual remark brimmed with defiance, ambition, and a yearning for freedom. Prince Chun clenched his fists beneath his sleeves, pondering the extraordinary nature of this woman who dared to voice such audacious thoughts. Freedom? How elusive it is. Even a prince like him could not detach himself from such matters, yet a mere illegitimate daughter would dare to utter such grand declarations. Humph. Was she genuinely foolish or merely feigning such bravado? The room was eerily silent, as Yi Chun, lost in thought, radiated an icy aura, his expression inscrutable. Leaving others to ponder his thoughts, Hua Nuanyu appeared tranquil, yet she was engaged in a covert contest of wills against Yi Chen's formidable presence. A prince accustomed to high status emanated an aura that was far from welcoming. She was gambling, betting that he would inevitably agree. Two intangible forces clashed in the air, evenly matched, showing no signs of yielding. After a prolonged silence, Yi Chen finally spoke, albeit with a tone of reproach. What if you cannot cure this prince's eyes? His cold demeanor was laced with menace. Hua Nuanyu wiped the cold sweat from her forehead, striving to maintain her composure as she replied, "I will accept any consequences." Prince Chen's eyes, through her examination, initially indicated hope for recovery. Furthermore, she possessed divine water. Even if she desired to perish, it would be impossible. It was no exaggeration to assert that the duration of his recovery rested in her hands. She held the initiative. Upon finishing her statement, Hua Nuanyu distinctly sensed the oppressive atmosphere surrounding her diminish considerably. Just then, Yi Chen called out, "Zuolun." The sudden mention caught Hua Nuanyu off guard. The tea she had just sipped in an attempt to calm her nerves was expelled involuntarily in a fit of excitement, splattering directly onto Yi Chen. Hua Nuanyu's breath hitched, her eyes nearly bulging with shock. Oh dear, she was about to stir a hornet's nest. As the tea approached Yi Chen's face, he swiftly raised his hand, deflecting the onslaught onto his opulent garments. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. He acted with remarkable speed. Hua Nuanyu stood there, utterly astonished. A true master. Suddenly sensing a change in the atmosphere, Hua Nuanyu shivered, realizing the gravity of the situation. Her survival instincts kicked in, and she quickly pleaded, "Cough, cough, please, it was an unintentional mistake. How about you take off your clothes, and I will wash them for you? Or you can spray me with tea instead." As she spoke, she stepped forward, producing a handkerchief and tugging at Yi Chen's sleeve to wipe it down. Upon uttering her last suggestion, she nimbly poured another cup of tea, placing it beside Yi Chen, standing in front of him, awaiting the inevitable spray. After all, she had no intention of compensating with silver. She certainly did not wish to face financial ruin over his golden-threaded attire. The sudden scene shocked Zuolun, who had just entered, his eyes wide with terror as he stood frozen in disbelief. This woman nearly splashed her lord's face, not to mention her reckless words. How could she dare to touch the prince's sleeve? And yet, she had not been thrown out. Overwhelmed by astonishment at this unprecedented sight, Zuoluan found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Yichen too was taken aback by Huan Nuanyu's audacity to spray tea at him. Anger surged within him. However, before he could react, she had already seized his sleeve, and a unique fragrance wafted into his nostrils. This subtle scent seemed to possess a magical quality, instantly calming his turbulent emotions, even evoking a hint of affection for this delicate aroma. For a moment, his anger inexplicably subsided, leaving Yichen utterly perplexed. What had just transpired? Upon hearing Huan Nuanyu's words, Yichen chose to ignore her, directing his gaze towards the still stationed Zuoluan at the door. His voice icy as he commanded, "What are you dawdling for? Hurry and assist this prince in changing." With that, Yichen rose and walked towards the back, prompting Zuoluan to snap back to reality and hastily follow suit. Huan Nuanyu remained rooted in place, observing the inner chamber, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. How peculiar. He had seemed quite angry just moments ago, yet now his ire had vanished. Truly an unpredictable temperament. After a brief wait, Yichen emerged in a new dark outfit, his demeanor still exuding an air of coldness. As Huan Nuanyu pondered whether to broach the subject of washing clothes, Yichen's voice broke through. "If it is a transaction, let us formalize the contract." Aside from curing his eyes, Yichen agreed to Huan Nuanyu's second proposal. Having a dispensable consort was not out of the question. Upon concluding his statement, Yichen's personal attendant cast a glance at Huan Nuanyu before moving to the desk to prepare for writing. Huan Nuanyu felt a surge of joy and promptly stepped forward, articulating her thoughts without a hint of hesitation. Zuoluan cautiously observed his master, and seeing no change in his demeanor, began drafting the contract as per Huan Nuanyu's instructions. In less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, the 2 copies of the agreement were completed with signatures and seals. Huan Nuanyu beamed, attempting to inquire, "Your Highness, how splendid," regarding the martial arts training. Since they were now partners, she could commence her cultivation of internal strength and lightness skill. Yichen, maintaining his composure, replied nonchalantly, "As it is a condition, it must wait until your eyes are healed before you may learn." Huan Nuanyu was taken aback. Good heavens! He had intentionally left a contingency. He had snatched away her leverage. Old fox. Recognizing the need to be prudent, Huan Nuanyu waved her hand dismissively. "Very well. It is settled then. In less than a month, let us ensure that you are wed under the light of the moon." Once the arrangements were finalized, Huan Nuanyu departed swiftly. Yichen, seated in the room, gradually became aware of an unfamiliar sensation. Why did he not detest her touch? As he contemplated, Yichen's fingers absently traced the rings on his hand, lost in thought, while Zuolin stood quietly beside him, still reeling from the bewilderment of the earlier events. Chapter 42. The Flower Family's Farce. How revolting. When did the third daughter of the Flower family acquire such audacity? How could she possibly cure the master's eye ailment? What on earth is happening here? Your Highness, that flower girl. Zuoluan attempted to inquire about the young woman's medical skills, but was interrupted by the master's command. The safety of Huan Nuanyu was entrusted to Enwu and Enlu. After night, Chen issued his decree. He rose to leave, eager to discover if that woman could indeed restore his sight. Zuoluan accepted his orders and proceeded with arrangements. Meanwhile, having changed her attire, Huan Nuanyu arrived at the Marquis's residence to continue her treatment of the Marquis. Following her previous success, the household awaited her arrival with bated breath, and even the servants treated her with utmost respect. After a flurry of activity, noon had arrived. The Marquis extended a warm invitation, which Huan Nuanyu politely declined, hastily gathering her belongings before heading to her shop. In the Eastern Palace, the Crown Prince returned from the Imperial Palace and made his way directly to his study. Wu Xiao. Upon the utterance of his name, a man clad in black appeared. Your Highness. The man in black bowed respectfully, his expression as impassive as a statue. What transpired last night? How did we fail? The Crown Prince's fury was palpable. A mere woman remained unscathed. This was utterly incomprehensible. The man in black lowered his gaze. I beg your pardon, Your Highness. I was unable to locate the 2 individuals. With a resounding thud, the Crown Prince slammed his palm upon the table. Useless. You cannot even handle such a trivial matter. What purpose do they serve? Dispatch someone to find them immediately. Alive or dead, I want to see them. This incident reeked of intrigue. As the man in black prepared to depart, he heard another command. Wait. Investigate the Chunwang residence. Determine if last night's events are connected to that individual. The Crown Prince's eyes narrowed, brimming with malice. He could not allow anyone to discover this. What power did a blind man possess to contend with him? He intended to turn him into a laughingstock, a despised burden, a mere stepping stone for his ascent. Yes, Your Highness. The man in black accepted his orders and withdrew once he confirmed there were no further instructions. The crown prince gazed ahead, his eyes laced with disdain. What a wretched creature, surviving against all odds. Let her linger for a few days. Her demise is inevitable. Today, a rumor circulated throughout the capital concerning the Flower family, claiming they were afflicted by a peculiar illness, one that no remedy could cure. For individuals had already succumbed to it. Instantly, those who heard the news were filled with trepidation, fearing the spread of this mysterious ailment. Yet, before long, another voice emerged, asserting that it was merely a strange illness, non-contagious, a punishment from the heavens for their misdeeds. Once the news broke, it spread rapidly, and soon the entire capital was abuzz with gossip. The Flower family, which had recently been under constant scrutiny, found itself thrust into the spotlight once more, facing far more severe allegations than in previous days. Upon hearing the news, Hua Manqing nearly fainted from rage, immediately dispatching individuals to capture those spreading the rumors. He also sought renowned physicians who had previously treated him to clear his name. Once the critical tasks were arranged, he quickly sent others to investigate the source of this scandal. A day passed in a whirlwind of activity. The rumors dissipated somewhat, yet the true instigator remained elusive. Hua Manqing's fury ignited once more. Suspecting that this may be the work of Huan Wanyu, he steeled himself, contemplating how to address the situation. This was likely not the first occurrence of such treachery. Who was the powerful figure behind her? With the might of the general's residence, not a single clue had surfaced. Today, he must pry the truth from her lips. In the Flower family's inner quarters, aside from the birth mother of the three young masters, others fixated on the rumors, unwittingly succumbing to panic. First, the master had inexplicably fallen ill, followed by a series of calamities afflicting the three young masters. Even those who doubted the rumors found themselves compelled to acknowledge that something was amiss. Had the general's residence attracted the attention of some malevolent force? Fear gripped everyone. Although the Flower matron and her two concubines dismissed the rumors, they couldn't help but resent Hua Manqing for infecting their sons. The sudden illness not only delayed their return to the academy, but also confined them to their rooms, causing them great distress. Witnessing her son suffer, the three mothers scoured the city for physicians, their minds racing with worry, leaving them little time to concern themselves with Huan Wanyu's affairs. As dusk descended, Huan Wanyu returned to the residence and was summoned to the main hall. The sight of Hua Manqing, wearing a hat and displaying an unfamiliar demeanor, startled her. You're back. I have thought of you these past few days. Indeed, I have neglected you over the years, but I shall make amends. Hua Manqing's sudden shift in demeanor made Huan Wanyu feel as though she had stepped into a nightmare. Disgust surged within her. Before he could finish, she interjected. No. I've eaten too much today and feel nauseous. If you have something important to say, please get to the point. Your angry demeanor seems entirely normal to me. Her implication that Hua Manqing was not normal caused his previously gentle expression to falter. Remembering his purpose, he restrained his fury and replied, You err. I am your father. You should address me as such. A little temper is acceptable. But with so many eyes on the Flower family, any misstep could jeopardize your engagement. Hua Manqing feigned concern, speaking as though he were acting in her best interest. Yet his furtive glances betrayed his true intentions. Huan Wanyu could hardly contain her laughter. After all this time, he sought to manipulate her. But was he mistaken to focus on the engagement? My engagement? How could it possibly be affected? That is a decree from His Majesty himself. Who would dare intervene? Her disdainful yet assertive words revealed a hint of unease, which did not escape Hua Manqing's notice. Delighted, he pressed on, You misunderstand. I am a dignified general. How could I be unaware of the royal family's reputation? As a member of the Flower family, you are inherently involved in our family's reputation. If this reaches the Emperor's ears, your engagement will be shattered. Hua Manqing observed as Huan Wanyu appeared to contemplate his words, and continued, Recently, someone has been maliciously slandering the Flower family, turning us into a laughingstock in the capital, and this will undoubtedly impact your wedding. Is that why you summoned me here? Huan Wanyu laughed mockingly, her words dripping with sarcasm. If the original owner were still here, she would be quite pleased to hear this. Suppressing his anger, Hua Manqing nodded in agreement. Indeed, you are on the verge of marrying into royalty. We cannot afford any unfavorable rumors circulating outside. If the emperor hears of this, the engagement may be annulled, or worse, you may face dire consequences. A young lady's reputation is more precious than life itself. Hua Mancheng's repeated reminders conveyed the urgency of knowing the source of the rumors and silencing them, which hinged on persuading this troublesome child. Hua Wenyu felt a strong urge to slap Hua Mancheng, who was still pretending. Goosebumps covered her body. Aware of his intentions, she spoke plainly, "Master, all of this amounts to wanting to know if I am involved in this matter. I assure you, I am far too busy to be out on the streets spreading such tales. If you doubt me, feel free to investigate." With an innocent expression, she shrugged her shoulders and turned to leave, displaying a complete disregard for decorum. Infuriated, Hua Mancheng smashed the teacup in his hand. Chapter 43. The maidservants serve, sparring. After experiencing a surge of anger, Hua Mancheng swiftly devised a plan and summoned the steward, imparting some instructions with a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. He was curious to see what tricks that rascal might attempt next. A restful night passed. The following day, after Hua Nuanyu finished her exercises, 2 maidservants arrived carrying water. "We greet the 6th miss." Upon seeing Hua Nuanyu, they hurriedly bowed with respect. Furrowing her brow, Hua Nuanyu inquired, "Who are you? And where are those 2 old hags?" Although the question escaped her lips, she had already surmised the situation. After a moment of hesitation, one of the more astute maidservants respectfully replied, "Miss, we have been assigned by the master to specifically attend to you. From now on, such tasks will naturally fall to us." Observing their hands, Hua Nuanyu deduced that they were previously engaged in menial work, and she understood the underlying intricacies of their assignment to serve her. Since there were others to attend to her, she thought it wise to accept their assistance. "Rise, as you are here to serve this miss. Let me make a few things clear. First, you shall not enter my room without permission, or you shall face dire consequences. Second, I am accustomed to independence. You are only to carry out my commands, or else the same fate awaits. Remember these 2 rules." Hua Nuanyu spoke with a smile, but her words were laden with menace. The 2 maidservants were visibly shaken, exchanging glances before promptly acknowledging, "Miss, we shall remember. We will heed your instructions." Waving her hand, Hua Nuanyu instructed them to carry the water inside. Standing still, she observed the flustered figures of the maidservants, her gaze calm. She had indeed sent 2 cunning individuals, and it was amusing to see them so intimidated by her simple declarations. The 2 maidservants trembled as they entered the room, casting furtive glances around as they approached the bathtub. The tidy room revealed no abnormalities. Once they filled the tub with water, they promptly withdrew. Hua Nuanyu had taken note of their every little action, saying nothing as she began her bathing ritual, undistracted. After breakfast, Hua Nuanyu prepared to leave, and the 2 maidservants quickly followed in her wake. "What is the meaning of this?" Hua Nuanyu pointed at them, her words trailing off, yet the implication was unmistakable. The 2 maidservants fell to their knees with a thud, pleading, "Miss, as your servants, it is our duty to attend to you. How could you leave the estate without us by your side? Miss, you were destined to become a noble. How can you venture out without maidservants? With us at your side, should anything arise, you can command us to attend to it. We are concerned for you." Their words were sincere, portraying a deep sense of duty and remorse for not having fulfilled their role. Hua Nuanyu crossed her arms, waiting for them to finish before retorting, "Are you eager for death or merely trying to prove your loyalty?" Her remark left them momentarily stunned. They wished to argue, but Hua Nuanyu continued, "If you cannot remember the second rule, you may either perish or return to your original posts." With that, she turned on her heel and departed. The 2 maidservants' faces turned pale, collapsing onto the ground. Just moments ago, they felt as if something had lodged in their throats. It was utterly terrifying. After leaving the estate, Hua Nuanyu navigated a few turns and soon stood before the gates of the prince's residence. Unimpeded, she entered the royal estate, and upon reaching the main courtyard, she encountered a familiar face. "Hua Miss, I have heard you intend to treat Prince Chen's eyes. I must admit, I am quite astonished, and thus I came to see for myself. I am curious, when did Hua Miss acquire such medical prowess?" Xia Zimo, upon seeing Hua Nuanyu approach alone, was filled with astonishment followed by skepticism, his tone tinged with barely concealed animosity. The news of her undertaking had shocked him the previous day. How could the 3rd daughter of the Hua family possibly treat the prince's eyes? Did she enlist the help of a renowned healer, or was she to undertake the task herself? What could her motives be? So many questions remained unanswered, and he had come early, aware that the prince's health could not withstand any frivolity. Unlike his previous demeanor, Hua Nuanyu sensed something amiss. Did she truly come across as so disagreeable? The original owner of this body seemed to have had no interaction with him. Why was he so sharp today? Nevertheless, Hua Nuanyu would not relent. She directly countered, "The world is vast. Do you know how many species inhabit the waters? How many creatures soar through the skies?" Xia Zimo was momentarily taken aback. Observing his expression, Hua Nuanyu pressed on, "See, the myriad of entities in this world, believing they possess great knowledge, are often merely frogs at the bottom of a well, aware only of their immediate surroundings, while remaining utterly ignorant of the distant." Hua Nuanyu indirectly addressed Xia Zimo's inquiry about her medical skills, an answer that ignited his ire. "Hua Nuanyu, you certainly have a way of surprising people. Rumors should not be trusted. Why have you concealed your talents for so long?" The Hua family bore a grudge against the prince, and this woman's sudden proximity could not be without ulterior motives. Furthermore, she had the audacity to call him a frog at the bottom of a well. Such insolence was intolerable. Xia Zimo, with his refined appearance, now wore a mask of indifference, exuding an air of cultured yet volatile temperament. Realizing Xia Zimo was no ordinary man, Hua Nuanyu found herself intrigued. He was a charming yet dangerous figure. "Ah, so you wish to spar with me, do you? Come then. I excel at plucking feathers." Humph. Lamenting one's own lack of ability while blaming others for hiding their talents, I must ask you, when you present yourself so impeccably, why do you appear so different today? What is your purpose in keeping your talents hidden? Hua Nuanyu did not hold back, delivering a brazen insult that sent Xia Zimo into a fury. "Hua Nuanyu, how dare you? A mere ugly woman. Do not harbor such delusions." As the legitimate son of the Xia family, he had never been subjected to such humiliation. His ire ignited, he unleashed his wrath upon Hua Nuanyu. At that moment, Xia Zimo shed his scholarly facade, consumed instead by rage. Little did he know, he had offended someone far beyond his imagination today. Moreover, he was oblivious to the vibrant days that lay ahead. Hua Nuanyu, with her sharp tongue, was equally unyielding. Rolling up her sleeves, she engaged Xia Zimo in a verbal duel. The scene was utterly astonishing. The guards in the royal estate were nearly tempted to snack on seeds while watching the spectacle unfold. When Yuchen arrived, he fortuitously overheard Hua Nuanyu's fiery retort to Xia Zimo. "I, indeed, have a fondness for Prince Chen, and I intend to marry him. That is my goal. What say you? Are you dissatisfied? If so, come and contest for him." Upon finishing her declaration, she felt no shame until noticing the figure at the courtyard entrance. Her heart suddenly racing. What had she just proclaimed? Ah well, she had signed a contract with that person. He was aware of her intentions. As long as she remained unembarrassed, it was others who would feel the discomfort. Xia Zimo had never encountered such an audacious woman. Hearing her words left him utterly flabbergasted. Speechless with indignation, pointing at Hua Nuanyu, he struggled to articulate his thoughts until his gaze fell upon the approaching figure of Yuchen. Xia Zimo's expression brightened. Clearly, he had heard. Standing tall like a victorious rooster, he shot a glare at Hua Nuanyu before stepping forward to pay his respects. "Your Highness." Hua Nuanyu secretly mocked Xia Zimo's immaturity and also bowed to Yuchen. "Your Highness." Her demeanor was composed, betraying none of the fiery exchange that had just taken place. Chapter 44. The Commencement of Healing, Lingering Toxicity. With a dark expression, Prince Chen stood resolutely before Hua Nuanyu. Even without sight, Yuchen could accurately face her. He had heard her previous words, spoken with an air of dominance that inexplicably warmed his heart. Who is this Hua Nuanyu, that she so frequently disrupts his tranquility? He had never felt such an urgent desire to comprehend this world and this woman. The truth or deception, he could discern with a mere glance. Just as Xia Zimo anticipated that Yuchen would dismiss Hua Nuanyu with a single strike, he was taken aback by the prince's unexpected declaration. "In 10 days. I demand to see results." Upon uttering these words, Yuchen strode into the room, his instincts telling him that 10 days would suffice. Hua Nuanyu abruptly raised her head, gazing at the prince's retreating figure, and hurriedly pursued him. "Hey, Your Highness, are you aware of what you just said? How has your demeanor changed so drastically? I am the physician here. The timeline for healing is determined by me." Yuchen suddenly halted, turning around. Hua Nuanyu came to an abrupt stop, the two standing mere inches apart, poised to collide. In this proximity, they could feel each other's breath. The icy aura surrounding Yuchen was unexpectedly interrupted by a captivating fragrance that eased his spirit, rendering him momentarily forgetful of his intention to strike. Taken aback by his striking features, Hua Nuanyu quickly regained her composure, stepping back and speaking rapidly. "Your Highness, regarding this 10-day time frame, I fear it may be." She sought to negotiate time, having perceived the prince's capricious nature. Although he had already assigned guards to protect her, she remained cautious. Before she could finish, Yichen snapped back to reality and declared, "The Qin Wang Fu does not harbor idlers. You have 10 days to prove your capability. Should you succeed, a reward of 100,000 taels of silver shall be yours, along with a lifetime as a respected consort. Should you fail." His hands clasped behind his back, his voice turned cold, and as he concluded, a palpable murderous intent radiated from him. Upon hearing the promise of gold, Huan Nuanyu's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Calculating the exchange rate in her mind, she feigned confidence. "I can do it. Rest assured, Your Highness. If I lack the skill, how would I dare to approach your esteemed residence? Let us proceed without delay." With that, she entered the grand hall, her steps hurried. Fearing Yi Chun might retract his command. 100,000 taels. Such extravagance. He offered 10 times that amount without a second thought. Was he wasteful or simply generous? Yi Chun's aloof demeanor shifted slightly at her words, and he turned to follow her inside. This woman indeed had a penchant for wealth. Xia Zimo, astonished by the scene he had just witnessed, could scarcely articulate his thoughts. What had he just seen? The ruthless prince allowed a woman to come close, and she belonged to the Hua family. Furthermore, the strange transition from imminent rage to sudden calm was bewildering. How could she manage to extract such a fortune from him? No, this woman must be deceiving him. How could she possibly possess medical knowledge? Snapping out of his shock, Xia Zimo rushed toward the grand hall, unwilling to accept that Huan Nuanyu could heal. Meanwhile, Zuolun, who had remained as inconspicuous as a shadow, returned to his senses and hastened toward the hall, determined to keep an eye on his master, refusing to let his vision be tainted by an unsightly presence. The moment that woman arrived, his master exhibited peculiar behavior. Surely some form of trickery was at play. As they approached the grand hall, a resounding thud echoed as the door slammed shut. They halted abruptly, unable to utter a word before hearing the familiar voice from within. "I am here to heal and save lives. No outsiders shall enter. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences." Huan Nuanyu's cold warning resonated as she moved toward the inner chamber. The two men outside stood in stunned silence, wishing to enter yet hesitating to speak. For Yi Chun had not intervened when the door was closed. With no other recourse, they leaned against the door, attempting to gauge the situation inside. Within the room, Yi Chun sat on the bed, one hand resting on the adjacent table, his expression unyielding. Huan Nuanyu glanced at the frigid figure, then reached out to take his pulse. Suddenly, her previously languid demeanor transformed into one of utmost seriousness. Her eyes filled with determination. She focused intently on the pulse. The room fell silent, so quiet that Huan Nuanyu could only hear the rhythmic beating of his heart, strong yet tinged with weakness, smooth as a pearl but marred by a flaw. He bore the remnants of toxic residue, impairing his vision. Yet, the prince was fortunate. That poison was exceedingly potent. He had narrowly escaped death. Evidently, Xia Zimo possessed some skill. Now, having encountered her, the lingering toxins in his eyes would find no root. Huan Nuanyu exhaled deeply, preparing to lament the difficulties of treatment when she was interrupted by his icy voice. "If you can cure it, then let us begin. I have pressing matters to attend to." Huan Nuanyu stared at Yi Chun, irritation flickering in her eyes. This man had an uncanny ability to extinguish her enthusiasm. Were it not for her certainty of his blindness, she might have suspected him of feigning illness. With a glare directed at Yi Chun, she opened her medicine box, readying her tools. "Your Highness, since we are in a cooperative relationship, it would be prudent not to disclose the fact that I possess medical skills. This world is treacherous, and it is wise to maintain some means of self-preservation." Huan Nuanyu consumed the prepared elixir from her medicine box, speaking candidly. Yi Chun offered no response. She had not expected him to engage, so she took up her silver needles and began the acupuncture process. The lingering toxicity that had caused his blindness posed minimal risk to his body. However, it was indeed fatal to his eyes. The toxins had accumulated around his eyes, eroding his vision, which explained why he had remained unhealed for so many years. Huan Nuanyu adeptly maneuvered the silver needles, her technique fluid and precise. Each acupoint completed in the blink of an eye. As Yi Chun received the treatment, his expression remained placid, yet internally, he was engulfed in tumultuous waves. Huan Nuanyu possessed medical skills, and they were exceptionally refined. Even Xia Zimo could not compare. Though both practiced acupuncture, Huan Nuanyu's methods embodied a distinct force. With each needle she inserted, warmth radiated from the acupoints, traveling to his eyes, inducing sensations of soreness, dryness, and pressure. Remarkably, his eyes could feel a familiar sensation, as if centuries had passed. She was indeed extraordinary. Once all the silver needles encircled his eyes, Yi Chun exhaled deeply, the sound laden with fatigue. A sudden tightness gripped his heart, the cause of which he could not comprehend. The sensations around his eyes enveloped him in a comforting darkness, one that, compared to the past, now seemed imbued with warmth, dispelling the surrounding cold and loneliness. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until the cool voice of Hua Nuanyu brought him back to reality. Your Highness, here is the medicinal solution for your treatment. Drink it. Hua Nuanyu placed a vial of diluted elixir beside him, fully confident he would take it. The elixir possessed the properties of detoxification and impurity expulsion, perfectly suited for the healing of his eyes. Chapter 45. Profound and Mysterious. The Healing. The divine water possesses the remarkable ability to detoxify and expel impurities, making it the perfect remedy for his eyes. Aware of Hua Nuanyu's medical skills, Yichen seized the vial from the table, uncorked it, and was about to drink, when a delicate hand brushed against him. The gentle touch felt like a lightning bolt, striking his heart and causing it to race in that instant. At that moment, the voice of Hua Nuanyu reached his ears. Are you not afraid I might poison you? Observing Yichen's unwavering intent to drink, she felt compelled to interject. Yichen, snapping back to reality, replied, You wouldn't. With that, he downed the potion in one swift motion. He sensed that she would not take such risks. There was an essence about her that resonated with him, as if they were kindred spirits. Such a person would not engage in actions without certainty, and her assertion had already sealed the outcome. However, as the potion coursed through him, Yichen's complexion changed. The sweetness of the elixir flowed through him, invigorating his blood and causing even his meridians to feel a surge of power. It was faint yet remarkably pure. He immediately recited a mantra to absorb it. Indeed, his internal energy had increased. Moreover, his meridians felt unencumbered and warm. What kind of potion was this? How was it so miraculous? Yichen contemplated Hua Nuanyu's methodical nature and suppressed his urge to inquire further. The potion was extraordinary, and any impulsive questions might alert her. Time was on his side. He had ample opportunity to ask later. From the moment Hua Nuanyu noticed Yichen grasping the vial, her gaze remained fixed upon him. Once she observed that he exhibited no unusual reactions, she felt a slight sense of relief. Were it not for the limited time of 10 days, she would never have risked giving him the quintuple diluted divine water. She was uncertain if he had noticed. In any case, he did not ask, and she remained silent. Should he inquire, she would only provide a rehearsed response while further diluting the potion. Money holds value, but life is paramount. She would not engage in actions without confidence. At this moment, Yichen was unaware of the immense advantage he had acquired by refraining from asking. Once the poison was purged from his body, his eyesight restored, and even his internal strength increased. Soon, the day's treatment concluded. Hua Nuanyu put away her silver needles, prescribed a formula, and opened the door. Just as the door swung open, 2 figures rushed in. Your Highness, how are you? Are your eyes feeling uncomfortable? Xia Zimo inquired anxiously, moving to check his pulse. Yichen swiftly evaded Xia Zimo's touch, preparing to reprimand him, but Hua Nuanyu's voice preempted him. Young master, please wish for the prince's good health. My medical skills are beyond your reach. Perhaps you should focus on enhancing your own abilities. Were it not for their presence in the royal residence, she would have prescribed a laxative to keep him confined. After her statement, Hua Nuanyu departed without looking back. Xia Zimo, indignant, was about to confront Hua Nuanyu, but Yichen halted him, saying, Zimo, Miss Hua is to be my future princess, so please mind your words. Yichen's voice was frigid, both a reminder and a declaration. If this was a transaction, then she was indeed his princess, and proving her identity was not a challenge. His words left Xia Zimo momentarily stunned, his expression akin to seeing a ghost as he exclaimed, Your Highness. You, how could you? Xia Zimo was so astonished he struggled to articulate his thoughts. The prince was known for his aversion to women, a fact well known throughout the capital. Furthermore, having known him for many years, he was acutely aware of the kind of person Yichen was. Yet, the words that had just escaped his lips were utterly unbelievable. He truly intended to marry a princess. Good heavens! Had an iron tree finally bloomed? Beside him, Zwaluan mirrored Xia Zimo's astonishment. Though he lacked the courage to voice any questions, their master was always meticulous in his actions. To earn his protection, one must possess extraordinary qualities. It seemed that Miss Hua truly had the ability to heal the prince's eyes. However, for someone like the prince, how could a plain woman be worthy? What was to be done? The emotions of the two within the room could not escape Yichen's perception. He was not in the habit of explaining himself to others, simply leaving behind a remark. Your medical skills require significant improvement. With that, he strode out. Zhuo Luan hurriedly followed, leaving Xia Zimo alone in the hall. Hey, is my medical skill truly so lacking? He shouted towards the door, feeling defiant. How could an unknown woman from the inner residence possibly possess superior medical skills than his 15 years of experience? He would seek to verify the truth. After declaring this, Xia Zimo prepared to leave the royal residence. However, as he exited the courtyard, Zhuo Luan informed him of the need to conceal Hua Nuanyu's medical expertise. Although Xia Zimo was often reckless, he maintained strict discretion regarding matters concerning Yichun. Whatever the prince commanded, Xia Zimo, despite his reluctance towards Hua Nuanyu, would comply. Hua Nuanyu approached the prince's residence with caution, always timing her visits for moments when no one was around. Likewise, she ensured that the way was clear before departing. Although she often spoke of her exploits in front of the Hua family, she did not wish to leave any traces for others to follow, enabling them to deduce her whereabouts. After leaving the royal residence, Hua Nuanyu went directly to the Marquis's residence to continue treating the Marquis's wife's ailment. From this day forth, news of the miraculous doctor who had pulled the Marquis's wife back from the brink of death began to circulate. After all, just days prior, the Marquis's wife had been deemed beyond help by several esteemed physicians, with little time left to live. Yet now, aside from a slight weakness, she was no different from a normal person. The stark contrast spread through the estate and into the streets of the capital. A divine physician known as Thousand Buddha Hands quickly became the subject of discussion, with many marveling that this esteemed healer was a woman. Meanwhile, the Hua family, seeking a physician, caught wind of this news and promptly dispatched someone to the Marquis's residence to locate the divine healer. Unfortunately, just as Hua Nuanyu departed the Marquis's residence, the Hua family's envoy arrived. The Marquis's household, unaware of Hua Nuanyu's whereabouts, offered to relay their message. Upon learning of this matter, the Hua family, though anxious, found hope and promptly made arrangements to send someone to the Marquis's residence the next morning, planning to invite the healer back to their home. Amid the flurry of activity, a day eventually came to a close. Hua Nuanyu tallied her earnings of over 8,000 taels and went to check on the second shop. The renovations were proceeding smoothly, and once the second shop opened, the customer flow in the first shop would ease, though it would not diminish the overall earnings, as many still sought to dine without reservations. Curiously, aside from the first 2 days of opening, the table turnover rate had been remarkably high. Customers who once finished their meals in haste now savored the culinary delights, a change she found perplexing. Business matters continued to run smoothly, and Hua Nuanyu returned home. However, a suddenly emerging tavern could not escape the notice of wealthy merchants in the restaurant business. Uncertain of what made this establishment so remarkable, many flocked to Yuyue Terrace to sample its offerings. The unique and bold flavors left an indelible impression, leading them to feel their own culinary creations paled in comparison. Chapter 46. The 6 Pre-Marriage Rites and Dowry. A crisis immediately emerged, and the apparent business opportunity prompted a swift decision to steal the culinary secrets. Unaware of the background of the establishment's owner, some who were intrigued dared not directly inquire from the staff, opting instead to spend silver to invite the head chef for a tasting, hoping to analyze the ingredients for their own concoctions. Yet, unbeknownst to them, what they could conceive, Hua Nuanyu had already contemplated. Apart from the presence of chili, Sichuan pepper, and ginger in the necessary dishes, she had cleverly reserved certain elements, extracting them after stir-frying, leaving merely a trace of flavor. Additionally, some seasonings had been ground into powders and incorporated into the dishes, remaining unrecognizable to those who had never tasted them. Most importantly, however, was the divine water. In their lifetimes, they would never replicate the dishes of the Yuyue platform. Whether alternative methods would be employed in the future remained uncertain. The following day, before Hua Nuanyu had even left her residence, officials from the Ministry of Rites arrived, announcing the royal decree for the conferral of a consort. The prince's marriage entailed 2 additional rites compared to common folk, and this decree signified her elevation to the status of a consort. The wedding date for Prince Chun was approaching rapidly. Today marked the 3rd day of the 3rd month, with only a few days remaining until the grand ceremony. According to custom, the entire Hua household was to welcome the officials. Hua Nuanyu had initially wished to abstain, but upon hearing the decree of consort, her eyes brightened, and she hurried to the front courtyard. Upon her arrival, the entire Hua family had gathered, and amidst the envious and resentful gazes of the onlookers, Hua Nuanyu knelt to receive the decree. By the grace of heaven, the emperor decrees. As the sharp voice of the eunuch echoed, Hua Nuanyu realized she had been conferred the title of the legitimate consort to Prince Chun, and she felt a surge of status. She straightened her back, bowing in gratitude for the imperial favor. At that moment, the eunuch instructed attendants to bring forth the betrothal gifts, 12 large chests, each adorned with red fabric, exuding festivity. Without needing the eunuch to elaborate, Hua Nuanyu understood that these gifts were the royal betrothal offerings. In that instant, she also heard the eunuch read the list of gifts: 1,000 taels of gold, 10,000 taels of silver, pairs of gold and silver bowls, and a pair of dragon and phoenix decorations. The royal betrothal gifts were indeed extravagant. Besides the silver, the remaining items were all exquisite. As Hua Nuanyu listened, her mind was already calculating how to convert these treasures into silver. According to local customs, the betrothal gifts were to be managed by the bride's parents, to be utilized for the dowry when the daughter married. However, Hua Nuanyu was determined not to let her parents-in-law benefit from it. Once the eunuch departed, Hua Nuanyu looked at Madame Hua, whose eyes seemed glued to the gold, and inquired directly, "Madam, now that the royal betrothal gifts have arrived, have you prepared the dowry? Do present it for my inspection. We must not allow the Hua family to be the subject of ridicule amidst such royal sincerity." Hua Nuanyu spoke with an air of authority, not concealing her sarcasm. Did she not know whether the Hua family had prepared her dowry? With merely over 10 days remaining, she intended to compel them to present it. And regarding the betrothal gifts, upon finishing her statement, Hua Nuanyu deliberately glanced at the large chests, her expression impassive, as if indifferent to their contents. Everyone present clearly heard her words, their gazes shifting towards Mr. Hua and Madame Hua, their expressions complex. They were utterly taken aback that this lowly woman had actually received royal recognition. Previous contenders had not been so fortunate. Could it be that she would indeed achieve her desire to enter the Chun royal household? Amidst the crowd, Huan Wanyong cast a venomous glare at the triumphant Hua Nuanyu, refraining from speaking impulsively. Instead, she summoned a maid, whispering something in her ear before the maid nodded and departed. Hua Manqing was taken aback by Hua Nuanyu's boldness in bringing up the matter at this juncture. A displeased expression crossed his face. Yet mindful of Hua Nuanyu's current status, he addressed Madame Hua, "Madam, it would be prudent to arrange the dowry expeditiously, whether it was an act of evasion or not." He turned and left, instructing that the betrothal gifts be stored in the treasury. Hua Nuanyu made no effort to obstruct him, but let her gaze linger on those chests for a moment, a flicker of light passing through her eyes. Having been called upon by the head of the family, Madame Hua, however unwilling, had no choice but to respond to Hua Nuanyu. "We have prepared some items. However, a few remain incomplete and will require some time." Fearing Hua Nuanyu would probe further, Madame Hua hastily exited. With the departure of the two heads of the family, the others quickly followed suit. Observing the hurried retreat of the crowd, Hua Nuanyu's lips curled into a slight smile. "Let them keep it for now. When that person returns, I shall surely present them with a delightful surprise." With her cryptic remark, Hua Nuanyu turned and made her way out of the residence. Following the failed assassination attempt, having completed the 6 rites today, she believed that individual could no longer remain idle. Seizing this opportunity, she intended to orchestrate a scheme to frame them. As Hua Nuanyu departed from the Hua residence, a maid hastily left as well, heading northeast. In the streets, news of the third daughter of the Hua family being conferred was already circulating, igniting a wave of discussions. As Hua Nuanyu made her way to the Qin royal residence, she could not help but overhear various remarks along the way. For those whose words were particularly harsh, she passed by without hesitation, leaving behind her concocted laxative, which would certainly confine them to their homes for 3 days. At the Chun royal residence, Xia Zimo had arrived early, accompanied today by another young man. This man, scarcely 20, bore a stern visage comparable to Xia Zimo, perhaps even slightly more handsome. In contrast to Xia Zimo's gentleness, this young man appeared more austere. Moreover, he bore a resemblance to Prince Chun. This individual was Su Yuxuan, the prince's cousin. Upon seeing his cousin, Su Yuxuan approached hastily and inquired, "Cousin, are you truly going to marry that ugly woman?" According to customs, the conferral ceremony was still several days away. Who would have thought it would occur so soon? If not for him, who would have dared to take such a step? Naichen settled himself, lifting the teacup filled with tea prepared on his left, savoring it slowly. Evidently disinterested in responding, Su Yuxuan frowned, wishing to speak further when he heard Xia Zimo's voice. "Yuxuan, do not underestimate that ugly woman. She is far from simple. Xia Zimo wore a mysterious expression, deliberately piquing Su Yuxuan's curiosity. A flicker of disdain crossed Su Yuxuan's eyes as he coldly retorted, "Umph. The Hua family harbors no simpletons. They are all scheming villains." All the hardships his cousin faced today were a result of the Hua family's actions. Truly despicable. However, his words were precisely overheard by Hua Nuanyu. "This young master, despite your affluent appearance, I did not expect you to be such a gossip, speaking ill of others behind their backs. Do you not fear your nose will grow crooked?" Hua Nuanyu entered the room unceremoniously, her words laced with sarcasm. Su Yuxuan was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Hua Nuanyu. But his anger swiftly surged as he scolded her. "How dare you refer to this young master as a gossip?" Before he could finish his retort, Hua Nuanyu interrupted. "You are the one who is audacious. I am the legitimate consort of Prince Chun. How dare you overstep?" Hua Nuanyu held her ground, her imposing demeanor rivaling that of Su Yuxuan, recognizing his identity immediately. Chapter 47. Inherent Discord and Consultation. As tensions mounted between the two parties, Xia Zimo emerged to play the peacemaker. "Alas, both of you calm down. This is a mere misunderstanding. Miss Hua, do not take this to heart. This young master Su is just like that." Xia Zimo, ever the troublesome friend, readily betrayed his companion, speaking in a tone of serene calmness that seemed to erase any memory of the quarrel he had with Hua Nuanyu the previous day. In truth, Xia Zimo was preoccupied with Hua Nuanyu's medical skills, though he could not openly acknowledge her prowess. He had to confront the reality that the ailing Prince Chun could undoubtedly discern her abilities. His words were merely a means to observe her skills. Yet they irked young Master Su. "Xia Zimo, how do you speak so? Is your hand itching for a fight? Come, let us settle this outside." Su Yuxuan was at a loss for words with Xia Zimo, believing that only through brute force could the latter be made to see the truth. He stepped forward, intending to drag Xia Zimo out for a duel, but Xia Zimo deftly evaded him, firmly declining the challenge. The focus of conflict swiftly shifted back to the two men. Hua Nuanyu glanced at Yi Chun, who showed no inclination to intervene, and decisively asserted, "You two, step outside. I need to attend to the prince." Her words halted both men in their tracks. Young Master Su looked at her in astonishment, disbelief etched on his face, as if questioning the very reality of what he had just heard. Meanwhile, Xia Zimo plopped down into a chair, his demeanor mild, showing no desire to leave. At that moment, the previously silent Yi Chun spoke, his voice icy and laced with an undeniable authority. "You both, out." Xia Zimo's expression shattered at the command, casting a glance at Hua Nuanyu, who stood with her arms crossed, before glaring at Su Yuxuan and rising to exit. Su Yuxuan was still processing Hua Nuanyu's words when he heard his cousin's decree. After a brief hesitation, he followed suit. What on earth was happening? The unattractive woman possesses medical skills? When did this occur? His mind swarmed with questions as he stepped out, only to hear the door slam shut behind him. Hua Nuanyu secured the door, casting a sidelong glance at the composed Yi Chun, and remarked, "I thought you would allow them to remain here." She said this deliberately, for in her view, their presence was a calculated move, a form of vigilance against her, and she wondered why they harbored such hostility toward the Hua family. Yi Chun ignored her, striding directly into the inner chamber. Aware of his unpredictable temperament, Hua Nuanyu seized her medical kit and followed him inside. Following her established protocol from the previous day, she sterilized the silver needles and began her acupuncture treatment anew. Throughout the session, Yi Chun remained silent. Yet he felt an even more intense sensation of pressure than the day before. The unimpeded flow of qi coursed around his eyes, warm and soothing. After consuming the vial of medicine once more, he noticed a peculiar change not only within his meridians but also in his vision. After enduring prolonged darkness, he was greeted by a flicker of light today. Though fleeting, it invigorated his spirit. Before long, he would regain his sight. It appeared the crown prince had indeed done a commendable deed this time. As the treatment concluded swiftly, Hua Nuanyu excused herself, having other matters to attend to. Xia Zimo and Su Yuxuan, unable to prevent her departure, found themselves summoned by Yi Chun to the study. In the Eastern Palace, upon learning of Hua Nuanyu's official recognition, the crown prince was immediately unsettled. What is the meaning of this? How could I have been unaware of such a matter? The crown prince was shrouded in gloom. Sensing his authority had been challenged, and to his utter dismay, a decree had been issued without his knowledge. How could he not be enraged? In the hall, Wu Shao, who had been standing, promptly knelt in submission, awaiting punishment. As a guard, He had been oblivious to today's events, but felt compelled to lessen his master's fury. Who could have expected Prince Chun to possess such capabilities? After unleashing his frustrations, the Crown Prince's anger subsided slightly, and he raised his gaze to the kneeling figure, coldly inquiring, "Have you located those two?" As the Crown Prince posed the question, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Those two had been missing for far too long. They deserved death. Wu Xiao, upon hearing the inquiry, replied without hesitation, "Your Highness, those two are likely in grave peril. After several days of searching, we have found nothing. Those skilled in combat surely perished. Otherwise, with their audacity, how could they defy your orders?" As his words fell, the hall erupted once more with the Crown Prince's furious outburst. "Incompetence. Worthlessness. A bunch of useless fools. You cannot even locate a single person. What use are you to me?" In the Crown Prince's mind, it was inconceivable to acknowledge that Prince Chin was superior to him in strength. The news of their failure stung his pride, igniting his wrath. He seized a nearby teacup and hurled it at Wu Xiao. "By tomorrow, I demand good news from the palace." The Crown Prince's cold voice echoed in Wu Xiao's ears. Understanding the implication, Wu Xiao took his leave. In the vast hall, the Crown Prince sat alone, emanating an aura that rendered the atmosphere eerie and forbidding. After a prolonged silence, a faint voice broke through the stillness. "Yi Chun, you ought to languish in the mire, forever to admire my solitude." Meanwhile, Hua Nuanyu arrived at the Marquis's residence, but before she could enter, she was intercepted by members of the Hua family. "Miss, are you the renowned divine physician, the Thousand Buddha Hand?" The steward's tone was respectful as he positioned himself before Hua Nuanyu. Hua Nuanyu, veiled in light gauze and having undergone a transformation, was unrecognizable to the steward. Suppressing her disdain, she coldly replied, "Indeed, it is I. I am unaware of the reason for obstructing my path." Hua Nuanyu had no intention of granting the Hua family any courtesy and spoke with an air of superiority. Perceiving her displeasure, the steward quickly offered an apology and explained the situation. Hua Nuanyu feigned reluctance, stating, "Inviting this divine physician for a consultation is not out of the question. However, I have my rules. My fees start at 1,000 taels based on the severity of the illness. If you agree, I shall make a visit shortly. Otherwise, you may seek assistance elsewhere." With that, Hua Nuanyu brushed past the steward and strode into the Marquis's residence. The mention of 1,000 taels stunned the steward, leaving him indecisive as he promptly dispatched someone to inform the master of the estate. When Hua Nuanyu exited the Marquis's residence, she was unsurprisingly met by members of the Hua family awaiting her at the entrance. "Miss, our master requests your presence." The steward approached respectfully, gesturing for her to proceed. A cold smirk flickered in Hua Nuanyu's eyes as she replied, "Let us go." She then entered the carriage without hesitation. Upon arriving at the main hall of the Hua residence, Hua Nuanyu encountered familiar faces and continued to maintain her lofty demeanor. "Are you the female divine physician?" Madame Hua was the first to inquire, her tone tinged with skepticism. How could a woman so young possibly be a divine physician? As Madame Hua posed her question, Hua Manqing and the three young masters remained silent, scrutinizing Hua Nuanyu through the veil of her gauze. Hua Nuanyu did not respond directly but remarked, "If you say I am a divine physician, then I am. If you say I am not, then I am not. I heal the sick and save lives. But I do not treat the ignorant and foolish." Her retort was a direct affront to Madame Hua. Instantly, Madame Hua's countenance darkened. "Impudent! How dare you claim I am ignorant and foolish? Such audacity! Bring them here." In this moment, Madame Hua, humiliated, was like a powder keg, ready to ignite at the slightest spark. Chapter 48. Raising the Price, Extortion. Madame Hua was about to issue commands when she was interrupted by Hua Manqing's voice. "Hold on. If the young lady is indeed a miracle worker, then let her diagnose me." Although Hua Manqing harbored discontent towards the female physician before him, the thought of his ailment compelled him to speak to Hua Nuanyu in an authoritative tone. How dare a mere doctor brazenly act out in the general's residence? It was as if she had become arrogant upon gaining a modicum of skill. Hua Manqing's words elicited a laugh from Hua Nuanyu, who then candidly replied, "Has the general not inquired properly? I charge a consultation fee before diagnosing. This has been my practice for over a decade. Even the Marquis must abide by my rules. Is it that General Hua lacks the sincerity to seek treatment? To attend to one's health requires a proper attitude." She aimed to dismantle the established status of physicians in this era. She was not a benevolent soul, yet she held a modicum of respect for those skilled in medicine, provided they were of good character. Hua Nuanyu's words dripped with both sarcasm and menace. Upon hearing her, the three young masters could no longer contain themselves, immediately rebuking her and threatening her with their status. However, Hua Manqing intervened. Since the young lady possesses such abilities, what harm is there in paying the consultation fee? Speak, how much is it? His reluctance was palpable. Hua Nuanyu extended a finger, but before she could speak, Hua Manqing interrupted. 1,000 taels? Steward, go fetch the money. Believing he had discerned the situation, he ordered the servant to procure the silver, only to be halted by Hua Nuanyu's voice. Wait, your consultation fee is 10,000 taels. The room erupted with exclamations of disbelief. What? 10,000 taels? Madame Hua's eyes nearly popped out of her head. 10,000 taels. This was not a consultation fee. It was sheer extortion. Hua Nuanyu nodded, adding, for individuals. And you deem 10,000 taels excessive? You three are in a fit of rage, stricken with acute symptoms. Besides me, who else can cure you? You are raising the price arbitrarily. At this, Madame Hua scolded furiously. Hua Nuanyu did not shy away, boldly responding, you are correct. If others cannot treat your ailments, I can. That is my skill. Do you believe the life of your esteemed lord and young masters is not worth so much? If not, then feel free to invite another doctor. I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. With that, she feigned to depart, causing Hua Manqing and the young masters to panic, their urgent conditions having become a laughingstock in the capital. If left untreated, it could lead to grave consequences, especially for Hua Manqing, who had not attended court for quite some time. He could not afford to waste any more time on this issue. After some gentle persuasion, he admonished Madame Hua and ordered her out. Hua Nuanyu achieved her objective, collecting the consultation fee, prompting the four to remove their veils for her to feign a pulse diagnosis. Using contemporary medical terminology, Hua Nuanyu explained the young master's facial afflictions before prescribing a remedy to clear the heat. As they stared at her in confusion, she kindly reminded them. The root of your issue is excessive anger, leading to hormonal imbalances in your faces. This month is crucial. Do not lose your temper, or it may recur. Should it recur, the consultation fee will be recalculated. Hua Nuanyu fabricated her words, deliberately leaving a backup plan to ensure they remained subdued until her marriage. After all, she was about to open her second shop and had no time to torment them daily. Her remarks nearly inflamed Hua Manqing again, a recurrence of the ailment. Yet, her words forced him to suppress his fury. With a slight curve of her lips, she handed them the prescription and took her leave. As soon as the prescription was in hand, Hua Manqing ordered the medicine to be prepared, and after much anticipation, it was finally ready. He disregarded the bitter taste and drank it down, awaiting relief from his acute symptoms. Meanwhile, the three young masters fared poorly. The bitter herbal concoction seemed more acrid than usual. After a single sip, the overwhelming bitterness made them retch. Cursing the medicine as a deliberate act of revenge from the miracle worker, they clamored for their patriarch to seek justice on their behalf. However, upon learning that the rash on their father's face had faded, they hastily ordered more medicine, determined to swallow it no matter how bitter. As the day passed swiftly, the four individuals afflicted within the Hua residence finally found relief. After consuming 2 bowls of medicine, aside from some lingering red spots on their faces, they displayed no further issues. At this moment, Hua Manqing realized that the miracle worker posed a significant threat. They feared that Prince Chen would find her. Without hesitation, before nightfall, Hua Manqing dispatched dozens of men from the residence to secretly search the city for the miracle worker, intent on eliminating her. In his view, the miracle worker was a rebellious element, unfit for their needs. She had to be removed. As Hua Nuanyu returned home just before nightfall, she remained oblivious to these events. She headed straight to her courtyard, locking herself inside, forbidding her 2 maids from entering. No one knew what she was doing within. That night, a spring rain was about to fall. The fierce wind howled, whipping up dust against the doors and windows, and the dark night grew even more oppressive, as if the end of days had arrived. Shadows moved against the wind, swiftly navigating the darkness toward a destination. In the secluded corners of Qing Shui courtyard, 2 individuals who had been feigning sleep suddenly opened their eyes, resembling feral beasts, fixated on a particular spot. In an instant, several figures appeared in the courtyard. Assassins. An Wu and An Lu exchanged glances, swiftly unleashing arrows at the intruders, then drawing their swords, their fierce presence surging forth to confront the encroaching shadows. Thus began the fierce clash. The clanging of weapons was swiftly drowned out by the howling wind. 5 individuals arrived, displaying impressive prowess. Yet, the men of Prince Chen were no pushovers either. The two sides immediately became entangled in combat, their forms obscured. In a corner of the courtyard, Hua Nuanyu had taken refuge, quietly observing the bloody struggle before her. Her expression one of astonishment. How swift, how overwhelming their internal strength. What formidable skills. How, oh dear, they were simply stronger than her. If only she possessed such abilities, she could dominate the world. Hua Nuanyu's gaze became increasingly fervent. She resolved to heal that person's sight in the coming days. She would train her internal strength, learn martial arts. Lost in thought, she was abruptly pulled back to reality. Her people were injured, and the enemy was employing treachery. Using poison. This was intolerable. How dare they wield their swords in front of Guangong without fear of retribution? Hua Nuanyu quickly swallowed a pill, donned a black scarf, and charged into the courtyard, shouting, "Come on. If you have the guts, come at me," as she hurled hidden weapons at the assassins. Her feeble attacks posed little threat to the skilled adversaries, who easily dodged her onslaught. Such provocations immediately drew the attention of the assassins, with 2 of them launching an assault on Hua Nuanyu. And Wu and Enlu were alarmed. They sprang into action, catching the assailants off guard and inflicting serious injuries, just as they were about to use their agility to rush to Hua Nuanyu's aid. The scene before them filled them with dread. Chapter 49. A dark and stormy night, 2 figures clad in black writhed in agony on the ground, blood streaming from their 7 orifices until they lay still, lifeless. To the horror of the onlookers, the bodies began to dissolve into a pool of blood. What had transpired just moments ago? How could corpses melt away in such a manner? Even the battle-hardened Dark 5 and Dark 6, seasoned in countless skirmishes, felt a chill of fear at this unprecedented sight. What manner of poison could be so terrifying? The remaining 3 assassins watched in terror as their companions disintegrated before their eyes, their faces paling and bodies trembling in fright. Heavens! Such a poison exists in this world. They resolved to inform His Highness immediately. The esteemed Prince Chun had formidable mentors guiding him. Just as they contemplated fleeing, Hua Nuanyu, who had been observing them intently, spoke up. "Thinking of escaping? Have you consulted with me first?" With a swift motion, Hua Nuanyu took the initiative, launching hidden weapons while deftly unspooling a silk thread from her ring, directing it towards the nearest wounded assassin. Her movements flowed seamlessly, striking true at one of the injured men. Meanwhile, upon hearing her voice, Dark 5 and Dark 6 regained their focus, brandishing their swords as they turned their attention to the remaining assassins. A new round of combat ensued. Within the ranks of the palace's shadow guards, Dark 5 and Dark 6 ranked 5th and 6th in prowess. Now, facing off one-on-one against an injured opponent, the assassins stood no chance. It wasn't long before the 2 adversaries fell silent. Hua Nuanyu, fully aware of her own abilities, chose to engage the more grievously wounded assassin. Her earlier victory had been largely due to the carelessness of the 2 assassins, compounded by her own audacity, as she had seized the opportunity to unleash her secret poison upon them. Thus, she had merely been fortunate. Now, she sought to hone her skills against a foe. Her strength lay in her survival against formidable opponents, for both power and territory were her treasures. Engaging in combat with stronger adversaries was undoubtedly the swiftest path to elevate her own prowess. With a large blade she had picked up, she practiced the techniques she had recently learned, matching her movements against the assassin while subtly gauging his attack patterns. Possessing an extraordinary memory, she absorbed the nuances of ancient martial arts as effortlessly as she did the intricacies of medicine, both requiring immense talent. Though the assassin was severely injured, he still had the strength to fight. For someone like Hua Nuanyu, who lacked internal energy, this was not an insurmountable challenge. Yet, her earlier display had instilled caution in the assassin, who, despite sensing no internal energy from her, dared not underestimate her, fearing a sudden, treacherous strike. Thus, his approach became predominantly defensive, with only an occasional offensive move. As Dark 5 and Dark 6 dispatched their opponents, they remained unaware of the fierce exchange taking place between Hua Nuanyu and hers. They assumed she was struggling against the assassin and prepared to assist. However, Hua Nuanyu's technique suddenly intensified. She moved with a ghostly grace, unleashing a barrage of unorthodox strikes that pressed the assassin relentlessly. At that moment, the assassin seemed to falter, completely unable to retaliate, and was swiftly overpowered by Hua Nuanyu. Dark 5 and Dark 6 halted, recognizing that Hua Nuanyu sought to conclude the battle herself. Previously informed by Dark One that she possessed some martial skills, they were now astounded by the reality. She was no mere practitioner of the art. She was a killer. Despite lacking internal energy, Hua Nuanyu's techniques were unlike anything they had witnessed before, swift, fluid, and brutally effective, as if she had engaged in countless battles before. She demonstrated a remarkable ability to predict her opponent's next moves with clarity and precision. Indeed, Hua Nuanyu was no ordinary individual, and it was evident why their master had tasked them with her protection. After a brief wait, Hua Nuanyu, employing the technique she had just mastered, seized the moment to strike, sending the assassin to his final resting place. She exhaled deeply, but before she could catch her breath, a torrential downpour began. "Handle this. I shall return shortly. No need to follow," Hua Nuanyu declared, recalling an urgent matter, and swiftly departed. Dark 5 and Dark 6 exchanged puzzled looks, eager to follow. But respecting Hua Nuanyu's command and sensing no immediate danger, they began to clear the courtyard of bodies. The howling wind accompanied the drenching rain, creating an atmosphere of dread throughout the night, effectively concealing all that had transpired in the Qing Shui courtyard. This also aided Hua Nuanyu, who swiftly navigated the rooftops, relying on her memory to arrive at the Hua family treasury. Today was a fortuitous occasion. She intended to collect her betrothal gifts. The guards of the general's residence posed little threat. Only the nobility had shadow guards, and the Hua family did not. With a deft application of a sleeping potion, she incapacitated a guard, removed the ring from his hand, and produced a curved hook to unlock the door. With a satisfying click, the lock yielded, allowing Hua Nuanyu entry, only to be met with another door. Employing the same method, she soon opened the second door and stepped into the treasury. The scent of silver wafted through the air, and in the dimly lit space, she sensed the opulence within. Lighting a fire starter, the entire treasury came into view, dazzling her senses. "My goodness, this is blinding," she gasped, her eyes nearly overwhelmed. The approximately 60 square meter space was filled to the brim with treasures: gold, silver, jade, jewelry, exquisite artworks, and fine fabrics, all of exceptional quality. Hua Nuanyu delightedly explored the room, fully aware that she could not linger long. She set her sights on her betrothal gifts. "Gold! I've struck it rich," she exclaimed, finding her intended gift, eagerly biting into a gold ingot, her heart brimming with joy at its purity. Subsequently, she gathered all her betrothal gifts into her spatial pouch. How fortunate it was to possess such a space. When the time came for her marriage, she would clear out the general's residence, leaving them with nothing. With her gifts secured, Hua Nuanyu also took some fabrics, porcelain, jewelry, and renowned artworks, intending to sell these items for their true value. She cherished only genuine gold and silver. Having concluded her business, Hua Nuanyu locked the door behind her and returned to the courtyard. The heavy rain washed away the blood from the ground, making it seem as if nothing had ever occurred. As the hour grew late, fatigue overtook her, and she retired to her room for some much-needed rest. The following day, as was her custom, Hua Nuanyu rose early to exercise, ensuring that the two maidservants would not awaken at this hour. The rain outside had long ceased, and she began her foundational training. After about half an hour, she called out to a tree, "Dark 5, come here." Obeying her command, Dark 5 descended. "Miss Hua." The events of the previous night had left them in awe of Hua Nuanyu's capabilities. "Feel free to use your internal energy. I want to see everything you can do," she instructed, closing in on Dark 5 with a determined fist aimed at his face, her intentions crystal clear. Dark 5 understood her intent, but was concerned about injuring her. He quickly sidestepped to evade her powerful blow. Hua Nuanyu sensed his hesitation and immediately delivered another punch, again targeting his face. The two punches flew with astonishing speed, almost too quick to blink. Dark 5 reacted swiftly, dodging her strikes with practiced ease. This time, the wind from her punch swept past him, grazing his cheek, and he felt a thrill of alarm. Her strength was formidable. Chapter 50, The Lost Betrothal Gifts and the Panic. Hua Nuanyu was displeased, declaring, "If you don't make a move soon, beware, or I shall administer a laxative." Evading her strikes was futile. What was the point of her training? With that, she launched another powerful punch towards Enwu. Upon hearing Hua Nuanyu's words, Enwu inexplicably shuddered, but he steeled himself to counter her attack. Hua Nuanyu's eyes gleamed with delight as she increased the force behind her fist, aiming directly at Enwu's face. Yet, Enwu was not easily defeated. He quickly disowned her intent, and effortlessly parried her blow. However, Hua Nuanyu seemed prepared for this, launching another punch without hesitation. Bang! Enwu was caught off guard and was struck squarely on the left cheek, a fiery sensation radiating from the impact. "Do it again! If you don't take this seriously, I'll mar your handsome visage," she warned. Following her words, she threw another punch. Recognizing that Hua Nuanyu was seeking a sparring partner, Enwu approached with a more serious demeanor. The two figures danced swiftly, their movements so fluid that one could hardly distinguish between them. Enlu, perched in a tree, observed the spirited exchange below with great interest. Unbeknownst to him, he made a startling discovery. Every move Enwu executed was flawlessly mirrored by Hua Nuanyu. Moreover, she had seamlessly integrated her own techniques, making it impossible to predict her next move. Enlu was astonished. Hua Nuanyu was indeed a martial arts prodigy. Should he inform their master? As dawn broke, the sparring between Hua Nuanyu and Enwu came to an end. Hua Nuanyu tossed a vial of medicine to Enwu, saying, "Remember to fight back next time." With that, she turned to awaken the two maidservants in the adjoining room. Enwu stowed the medicine away and swiftly retreated to the treetop, internally protesting how could he dare to strike Hua Nuanyu. His role was merely to endure her blows. Once the morning activities were concluded, Hua Nuanyu departed the estate. Barely had she stepped outside when news of the theft from the storeroom reached Madame Hua. Panic-stricken, Madame Hua rushed to investigate, and, upon discovering that the betrothal gifts had vanished without a trace, she fainted on the spot. Hua Wanrong, accompanying her, was equally bewildered by the disappearance of the items she had admired the previous day. In a state of alarm, she dashed into the storeroom, searching for the jewelry she had coveted. To her dismay, there was not a single trace of the betrothal gifts. In shock, her vision blurred, and she too collapsed. The legitimate son, not yet having left the house, learned of the incident and hurriedly arrived to suppress the news of the theft, sending someone to wait at the palace gates to inform his father. The loss of the betrothal gifts was a grave crime. The general's household could not withstand such an embarrassment. Instantly, a wave of panic swept through the general's residence. Meanwhile, the matter had reached Enwu and Enlu, who were concealed within the general's household. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Enlu returned to the Wangfu to report the incident. At the Chun Wangfu that day, Hua Nuanyu found herself in peaceful solitude, having not seen Xia Zimo or the young Master Su. After a brief wait, the Wang arrived. "My lord, I have a matter to discuss with you," Hua Nuanyu stated candidly. Given her recent interactions with him, she had noted that though the Wang exhibited some fluctuations in temperament, he was fundamentally straightforward and had honored his commitments to her. Sitting down, Yichen looked towards Hua Nuanyu and inquired coldly, "What matter?" Having grown accustomed to his icy demeanor, Hua Nuanyu replied directly, "Once your eyesight is restored, I wish to learn martial arts." That individual seemed rather restless. "Sending 5 men after me last night. Huh. He truly overestimates my ability to survive, dispatching 5 assassins," she mused. Of course, this also served as an excellent bargaining chip. Yichen was already aware of the assassination attempt and felt a strange unease upon hearing Hua Nuanyu mention it. However, this apprehension was soon overshadowed by her mention of a poison capable of turning a person into blood, a truly unprecedented toxin. She possessed such extraordinary abilities. Clearly, she was someone worth cultivating. If she wished to learn martial arts, what harm could there be in teaching her? After all, under his watchful gaze, her actions would not escape him. At this moment, Yichun mistakenly assumed that Hua Nuanyu referred to the 10-day period for her eyesight restoration, unaware that today would bring him a remarkable surprise. Upon receiving a positive response, Hua Nuanyu prepared for today's treatment. Unexpectedly, a messenger entered to deliver urgent news. Hua Nuanyu stepped aside, oblivious to the content of the message, but she sensed the temperature around Yichun drop further. After the messenger departed, Hua Nuanyu closed the door and approached Yichun, ready to begin the treatment, only to hear him inquire, "The Hua residence was robbed last night?" At his words, Hua Nuanyu immediately understood the nature of the message and nodded in affirmation. Indeed, what a coincidence. The thief made off with the betrothal gifts. The Hua family is in for quite a spectacle. Hua Nuanyu spoke with a nonchalance that belied her apparent detachment, embodying the role of an onlooker. She had never concealed her disdain for the Hua family, stemming first from the original owner's attitude, then from her own unrelated soul, and ultimately due to her improbable lineage. She had no reason to play the saint. Hearing her words, Yichen was struck by an indescribable sensation, caught between joy and anger. The Hua family had ties to that person and bore a grudge against him. Yet Hua Nuanyu had consistently exhibited her aversion towards the Hua family, making her sudden shift in attitude perplexing to him. If what she claimed were true, her joining the Wangfu would indeed be a significant advantage. Yet, her indifference towards his betrothal gifts irked him inexplicably. Consequently, Yi Chen chose to ignore Hua Nuanyu. Hua Nuanyu, perceptive to Yi Chen's sudden emotional shift, shot a glance at his unpredictable demeanor and internally scoffed before commencing the acupuncture treatment. Having laid the groundwork over the past 2 days, Hua Nuanyu intended to restore his sight within 3 days. Thus, during acupuncture, she was more focused than ever, concentrating her energy and skillfully executing her technique with precision. Today, each needle penetrated deeper than in the previous sessions, and her speed had notably increased. Her nimble hands moved so rapidly that they appeared as mere shadows. Halfway through the treatment, beads of sweat adorned her forehead. Yi Chen, too, was not faring much better, perhaps due to the pain, his expression contorted in discomfort. His brows furrowed, and sweat began to trickle from his forehead. Yi Chen was bewildered by the intensity of the acupuncture today, experiencing a potent mix of sharp pain, swelling, and soreness. An invisible warmth flowed from the acupuncture points around his eyes, creating a searing sensation that felt as if a multitude of ants were crawling upon them, rendering his eyes unbearably itchy. The acupuncture points were correct, so what was amiss? Just as he contemplated inquiring about it, the session concluded, and suddenly, a glimmer of light pierced through his previously darkened vision. Yi Chen was taken aback, his entire body trembling in astonishment. Chapter 51, Preoccupied and Enraged. The brilliance did not flicker and fade, it lingered. This indicated, was he on the verge of seeing? Night Chen's heart raced with excitement when suddenly, he heard the voice of Hua Nuanyu. Here, drink this. Knowing what it was, Night Chen seized the vial and consumed it without hesitation. This time, he was even more astounded. The potion he ingested today was evidently much purer than those he had taken in the past 2 days. A rich aroma instantly filled his limbs and bones. As if he were basking in warm sunlight, his meridians throughout his body relaxed completely, especially in his abdomen. The dantian burned with heat, blood, and energy surged, and his internal power actually began to rise. What kind of miraculous medicine is this? Night Chen's amazement did not escape Hua Nuanyu's notice. She began to feign with the lines she had prepared earlier. This exclusive secret medicine, much like the poison from yesterday, is indeed a remarkable treasure. This water is concocted from numerous century-old herbs, meticulously boiled, distilled, and purified. It's a life-saving elixir. You are fortunate to receive it. The purpose of Hua Nuanyu's words was to silence Night Chen. Exclusive secret medicines were not to be shared, a common rule among those with a lineage. At that moment, Hua Nuanyu's complexion was pale, beads of sweat dotting her forehead. Just from the sound of her voice, it was clear she was utterly exhausted. She quickly drank another vial of the divine water, reminding him, for the restoration of your vision, I have provided you with such precious resources. You must teach me the most exceptional martial arts in return. Otherwise, if I were to sustain injuries and lose my life-saving medicine, wouldn't that be a tremendous loss for me? Her words were faultless, perfectly coherent, further illustrating her sincerity. Night Chen could not help but twitch his lips. His previous doubts about the miraculous medicine temporarily vanished, replaced by greater curiosity towards Hua Nuanyu, even tinged with a hint of anticipation. Time swiftly passed, and after a brief respite, Hua Nuanyu's complexion returned to normal. She rose to retrieve her needles, removing the final one. Without haste, she inquired, "Open your eyes and see if there are any changes?" She wished to assess the progress of the treatment, having exerted her utmost efforts today, without the divine water. She mused she might still be on the ground. Aware that the Xiantian 12 needles demanded immense concentration, she had always treated with measured exertion. Upon hearing her words, Night Chen hesitated, then decided to try. His eyes had not been opened since losing his sight. Now, with a glimmer of hope, the person so close, with a unique aura that brought comfort, he slowly opened his eyes. Having long dwelled in the solitude of darkness, his eyes had lost the capacity to endure light. As he slightly opened his eyes, the long-awaited brightness pierced painfully through them. But this was what he had yearned for. He could see light. Don't rush. Take your time. Hua Nuanyu exclaimed joyfully, based on this reaction. You will surely regain your sight in just a few days. Night Chen, filled with excitement, steadied his heart and attempted to open his eyes once more. Gradually, White light seeped into his vision, transforming from discomfort to tolerable. Slowly, a figure emerged within his sight, blurred and hazy, resembling a dream. Apart from the outlines of objects and the light, he could discern nothing clearly. In just 3 days, to be able to see so much was utterly beyond his expectations. Huan Wanyu gazed at his ink-black eyes, momentarily entranced. The beauty before him, every detail exquisitely crafted by the heavens, was truly delightful. After examining Night Chen's eyes, Huan Wanyu calmly declared, "Your eyes are healing swiftly. Avoid bright lights and minimize eye-opening." As she spoke, she picked up a white veil from the table to cover Night Chen's eyes. In her heart, she was elated. Within 2 days, he would regain his sight. Then she could learn martial arts. Having concluded her tasks, Huan Wanyu left the hall. Night Chen sat in his chair, gazing towards the entrance, a smile gracing his lips. His future princess was indeed capable. After leaving the estate, Huan Wanyu followed her usual route, steering clear of crowded places, changing into a different colored outfit in a secluded alley, and then heading towards the Marquis's residence. After today's acupuncture, she would no longer need to return. Just as she neared the Marquis's estate, she suddenly halted. Someone was spying. Huan Wanyu's demeanor shifted instantly. She concealed herself and observed from the shadows. It was someone from the Hua family. Watching the two individuals, her eyes narrowed, and she harbored a suspicion. After extorting so much silver from him yesterday, could they be seeking revenge and attempting to reclaim it? At this moment, in Huan Wanyu's perception, her identity as a divine healer was merely linked to the grievances involving Hua Mansheng, nothing more. If they sought to trouble her, she would see if they possessed the capability to do so. After today, the name Thousand Buddha Hands would temporarily vanish. She couldn't help but wonder how Lord Hua would react upon learning that the betrothal gifts had been stolen. Oh, how she looked forward to seeing him scour the city for a physician. With a slight smirk, Huan Wanyu strode directly towards the Marquis's estate, not missing the gazes of the two individuals. Meanwhile, at the palace gates, a servant from the Hua estate rushed towards his master. My lord, a grave matter has arisen." The servant, in a panic, spoke in a hushed tone. Hua Mansheng bid farewell to those around him, stepping aside with a serious expression. What is so alarming? When Hua Mansheng inquired, he assumed it was Huan Wanyu who had caused some ruckus, hence his tone bore a hint of irritation. The servant wiped the sweat from his brow, glanced around cautiously, and replied, "Master, the storeroom has been robbed." "What?" Hua Mansheng exclaimed incredulously. Grabbing the servant by the collar, disbelief clouded his gaze. The servant trembled, cautiously responding, "Master, the items in the storeroom remain intact. It's just the betrothal gifts from the royal family are gone." Upon hearing this, Hua Mansheng was once again overcome with fury. What? How could this happen? While it was fortunate that the storeroom's contents were not missing, it was precisely the betrothal gifts that had vanished. This was a significant predicament. Hua Mansheng released the servant and hurriedly boarded his carriage, rushing towards the general's estate. Who could have committed this act? Were all the people in the residence dead? To steal from the general's storeroom was truly audacious. This matter must not be publicized. Hua Mansheng was filled with rage, wishing to see the thief face a fate worse than death. Moments later, he returned to his estate, immediately heading to the storeroom to assess the losses. Besides the betrothal gifts, several jewels, famous paintings, and other items were also missing. Enraged, Hua Mansheng trembled with fury and promptly executed the guards who had been on watch last night. This matter must remain confidential. Hua Mansheng personally led a search for clues. Today, everyone in the general's estate would undoubtedly spend their time in panic. In the Eastern Palace, the Crown Prince returned to his study after handling affairs, emanating a terrifying aura of anger. "Have you found anything? Is it that person?" Not having seen the 5 individuals dispatched yesterday, he concluded without a doubt that they must have failed. 2 individuals knelt in the Great Hall. Upon hearing the Crown Princess' somber voice, both lowered their heads, remaining silent. Observing their demeanor, the Crown Prince understood everything. He picked up a teacup and hurled it at them. Useless. Useless. What purpose do you serve if you cannot even handle one task? The Crown Prince's fury surged uncontrollably, particularly against anything related to that individual. Chapter 52. Introducing new dishes, their business. That man is blind. How could he possibly know these things? Yet his accomplices remain utterly clueless. Anger swells within him. Why should he always appear so confident? Why does he consistently steal the spotlight? He is filled with resentment. How dare he, a mere waste, challenge him? The Crown Prince seems ensnared in a torment, his expression twisted with frustration. The two kneeling before him dare not breathe, their heads bowed low, fearful of inciting the ire of the perilous prince. At this moment, he is exceptionally dangerous. A moment's carelessness could turn them into mere corpses. A strange atmosphere envelopes the grand hall. After a prolonged silence, a calm, chilling voice is heard. "Prepare the carriage. I must pay a visit to that individual." The crown prince, having regained a semblance of his gentle demeanor, harbors a calculating glint in his eyes. Wu Xiao and the shadow guards immediately comply, setting out to make arrangements. Meanwhile, Huan Wanyu exits the Marca residence after making her rounds, leading someone into an alley to deliver a thorough beating before departing. She then heads to the northeast shop to check on its renovation progress. The foundational layout is complete, with only the tables remaining to be painted. This process will take around 4 days, followed by an additional day for ventilation and preparation, meaning the grand opening will occur in 5 days. Having assessed the timeline, Huan Wanyu proceeds to the Yue Pavilion. After a busy midday, she gathers her staff for a meeting, announcing 2 matters: the imminent opening of a new branch requiring manpower, and that they may recommend suitable candidates from their acquaintances. Character is paramount, regardless of gender. The current staff are quite capable. Bringing in more trustworthy individuals will save considerable effort. Furthermore, given the popularity of Yue Pavilion, openly recruiting will inevitably attract those with ulterior motives. Naturally, all recommended candidates must undergo her scrutiny. The employees express their gratitude in unison, overwhelmed with appreciation for their employer. All of them hail from impoverished backgrounds, many having once been beggars. The employer's words ignite a sense of validation within them, and the opportunity for their acquaintances to secure a position feels like a lifeline. After establishing a time for the new recruits' interviews, Huan Wanyu dismisses the staff and calls 3 chefs to an upper room. She inquires directly, "Have there been any inquiries about recipes lately?" This question is a routine one for her, as her thriving business inevitably attracts envy. The 3 glance at each other and shake their heads. "No, esteemed employer. None as of yet. Since she had once provided them with poison, they have rarely left the kitchen, even removing their work uniforms to avoid drawing attention when using the facilities. They understand the significance of the recipes and seasonings imparted by their employer." Nodding in acknowledgement, Huan Wanyu shares news of the upcoming branch, instructing the 3 to bring in new chefs in a few days, while also assigning Cheng Hui to remain at the second shop. A recommendation: join our heroine in savoring delectable dishes. The culinary establishment will continue to expand, offering everyone an opportunity to take on greater responsibilities. This is her method of leadership. After concluding the essential meeting, Huan Wanyu seizes the moment to teach a new dish: braised meat. With March upon them, the weather begins to warm, marking the perfect time for such a dish. Moreover, once the meat is braised, the remaining time can be spent selling it, making it convenient and time-efficient. The necessary ingredients are swiftly procured by the staff, filling a basket at the cost of merely 100 coins. Huan Wanyu muses to herself that she has struck gold. Pork head meat, such a delicacy, once reserved for ancient sacrifices, is rarely purchased. Likewise, there are pork offal. Closing the back door, Huan Wanyu directs the 3 in handling these ingredients. Previously, they would never have considered these items edible. Yet now, anything deemed consumable by their employer is undoubtedly a culinary delight. As the aroma wafts from the pot filled with seasonings, the 3 are nearly drooling in anticipation. The braised meat is simply irresistible. Just the scent alone has them convinced of its deliciousness. Gathered around the pot, they eagerly anticipate tasting the dish, only to be interrupted by the order list arriving. Suddenly, they realize it's time for dinner. The staff rush to the entrance, inquiring about the source of the tantalizing aroma, as a customer has specifically requested it. Consequently, Huan Wanyu temporarily dons the role of chef, preparing the braised meat. After a flurry of activity, the braised meat sells out entirely. The 3 chefs miss out on tasting the dish that had captivated them throughout the afternoon. As night falls, Huan Wanyu finally concludes her busy day, humming a tune as she returns home. Upon her arrival, the steward greets her. "Miss, the master requests your presence." Huan Wanyu raises an eyebrow, saying nothing as she strides toward the main hall. Something feels off. The demeanor of these people appears strange. Are they no longer seeking a betrothal gift? Why are they returning so late? Upon entering the hall, she is immediately met with Hua Manching's interrogation. Huan Wanyu glances at him, suppressing laughter. "Ah, just one evening. And he has donned the veil of authority again. The slap of karma comes swiftly. Did I not inform you earlier that I had business at the prince's residence?" She replies coolly. Hua Manqing, struggling to suppress his anger, wears a face of frustration beneath his veil. Today has indeed stirred up a hornet's nest, one issue after another, leaving no room for peace. The Crown Prince visited today seeking you. Who could have anticipated your absence? Do not leave the estate tomorrow. Await the prince's arrival here. Hua Manqing speaks heavily, his tone devoid of warmth. The unexpected visit from the prince startled him, leading him to fear that the Crown Prince had discovered the theft of the betrothal gift. Little did he know, it was merely to find that troublesome individual. However, as time passed without locating the person, his earlier relief was quickly replaced by anxiety. In the midst of the Crown Prince's fury, he recalled the rumors from earlier on the street and hastily departed, leaving behind a hasty statement. Once the Crown Prince had left, Hua Manqing exhaled in relief, urgently dispatching someone to search the streets for the elusive physician. Yet, disappointment loomed as the entire capital yielded no trace of the healer. Hua Manqing was on the verge of spitting blood in frustration. Hearing Hua Manqing's words, Huan Wanyu raises an eyebrow, realizing the peculiarities within the residence. So it was that person who arrived. How amusing. The assassination attempt failed, and now he seeks to inspect his own worth? Perfect. She too wishes to ascertain the true character of that Crown Prince. Impatiently, Huan Wanyu nods. Understood. I shall inform the Crown Prince tomorrow before returning. With that, she turns and departs. Hua Manqing, infuriated, casts aside his veil, cursing within the confines of the room, his target unknown to all. As night descends, the once boisterous Hua residence settles into an eerie silence. However, the day's events linger in the minds of the inhabitants, a lingering fear of the night creeping in. From this night forward, the estate is fortified with stringent security measures, guards stationed throughout, and even the servants are assigned to night watch duties. Observing the changes within the residence, Huan Wanyu smiles slyly before retreating to her quarters to rest. After a night of restful slumber, Huan Wanyu rises early, embarking on a new day of training. Upon completing her foundational exercises, she summons Dark 6 to practice her techniques. Unlike Dark 5, Dark 6 displays a sharper intellect, understanding how to strike without incurring punishment. For half an hour, their sparring is marked by a balance of offense and defense, neither side conceding to the other. Chapter 53, Regaining Light, Personal Instruction. Due to an acute condition affecting his visage, Hua Manqing was unable to attend court. His heart ablaze with fury as he sat in the main courtyard, sending off his 3 sons. Had it not been for their restored appearances, he might have suspected that the miraculous physician was deceiving him. With this thought in mind, Hua Manqing crushed the teacup in his hand and coldly called out, "Come here." "Master," replied the attendant promptly, entering at the command. Without delay, Hua Manqing issued a directive. "Quickly find that female doctor. I demand to see her at once." His voice brimmed with barely concealed anger. The attendant bowed and swiftly exited. No sooner had he left than the steward arrived, reporting, "Master, the 6th young lady is about to leave the estate." Hua Manqing immediately rose, taking 2 steps forward, only to pause and return to his seat, coldly instructing, "Go and inform her of today's distinguished guests. I cannot manage this unruly child, but surely the Crown Prince can." He added ominously, "If she does not return, let her taste the Crown Prince's wrath." "Yes, master." The steward complied and departed. As Huan Wanyu approached the entrance, she noticed the steward waiting for her, but she paid him no heed and continued on her way. Miss, there are esteemed guests at the manor today. Do not forget the time," the steward called out. Hastily stepping forward, Huan Wanyu, without breaking her stride, replied, "I know," as she exited the general's residence. At the royal residence, Yichen was already aware of the Crown Prince's visit to the general's estate the previous day and understood it was concerning Huan Wanyu. Summoning Zwaluan, Yichen coldly commanded, "That man is too idle. Find him something to do." At this juncture, whatever brought him to the manor could not bode well. Zwaluan looked at his master with alarm, urging, "My lord, this is unwise. That man is already on guard, surely waiting for." The matter concerning Huan Wanyu had already drawn that individual's attention. Should they act again, they would expose themselves, complicating matters further. Before Zwaluan could finish, he was interrupted by Yichen's resolute declaration, "This is my decision. It cannot be contested." Just then, a guard hastily entered, reporting, "My lord, Miss Hua has arrived." Yichen immediately stood and made his way to the front hall. Hua Wanyu waited briefly in the great hall until Yichen arrived. She quickly stood, moved to close the door, and remarked, "Come in. After your treatment today, I have matters to attend to." Yichen paused at her words, inquiring directly, "Are you not afraid of that person?" He had come to realize that they were not allies. Huan Wenyu closed the door and responded nonchalantly, "Afraid? I am inherently rebellious. Fear is a foreign concept to me. In broad daylight, I refuse to believe he would dare send assassins after me." As she spoke, she prepared the silver needles for sterilization. Yichen remained silent, a subtle smile gracing his lips, indicative of his good mood. Though Huan Wenyu remained oblivious to this slight shift in his demeanor. Once ready, she took a deep breath and commenced the acupuncture treatment. As before, Huan Wenyu exerted her utmost effort, while Yichen once again endured the intense discomfort in his eyes. Upon the insertion of the needles, the overwhelming sensation abruptly dissipated, replaced by a newfound clarity. In the darkness behind his tightly shut eyelids, Yichen sensed a world transformed. He could feel the surroundings with an awareness he had not possessed before. Instinctively, he knew that what he would see today would be clearer than yesterday. After consuming the medicinal concoction, anticipation surged within him. The time to remove the needles arrived swiftly. "Open your eyes," Huan Wenyu prompted, seated nearby. Yichen slowly opened his eyes. The world before him burst into clarity, and as he shifted his gaze, an astonishing profile, flawless and breathtaking, imprinted itself in his mind. In that fleeting moment, his heart inexplicably fluttered. In his clear eyes, there was an indescribable spark framed by long, curled lashes that accentuated their uniqueness, drawing him in as if he could gaze upon them indefinitely. Ignoring the dark blemish on her left cheek, she was undeniably captivating. Yet, he had already realized that she bore no such mark. Observing Yichen's moment of distraction, Huan Wenyu waved her hand before his eyes. "Hey, why do you keep staring at me? Can you see now?" Her foremost concern was whether Yichen had fully regained his sight. Yichen snapped back to reality, clearing his throat to mask his previous lapse, yet his gaze remained fixed on Huan Wenyu. "After all this time, I have finally regained my sight," he thought, marveling at the unexpected connection his recovery had with her. Huan Wenyu beamed, offering a few words of caution before adding, "I will return tomorrow for a follow-up. Remember what you promised me. I want the most domineering martial arts techniques in this world, and it is just right for Enwu to teach me." Her mention of Enwu stemmed from her understanding that his name was ranked by strength, and he was currently protecting her while teaching her martial arts, making him the ideal instructor. However, upon hearing her words, Yichen's expression darkened. Seeing the sudden shift in Yichen's demeanor, Huan Wenyu grew anxious. "Hey, my lord, we agreed on this beforehand. You cannot back out. I used my most precious healing medicine to restore your sight, so you must. I shall teach you." Yichen interjected, causing Huan Wenyu to halt mid-sentence, astonished. "What? You will teach me?" Huan Wenyu's disbelief was palpable, yet there was a hint of joy in her voice. She was unaware of the extent of Yichen's skills, but she instinctively sensed the dangerous aura that surrounded him, suggesting his prowess was formidable. Having a master to teach her would mean she could quickly ascend to greatness herself. Truly a serendipitous turn of events. Yichen, despite facing her incredulity, countered, "What? Do you doubt my ability to teach you?" The thought of anyone else instructing her filled him with aversion. Huan Wenyu quickly shook her head. "Of course, you can teach. A great master produces outstanding disciples. So, where will I learn?" She was not concerned about Yichen's other obligations. Since he had taken the initiative to offer, she would seize this opportunity. Huan Wenyu's words brought Yichen considerable satisfaction. "If it is martial arts you seek to learn, the royal residence is the most suitable place. Tomorrow at the second watch, do not be late." Huan Wenyu recognized that the general's estate was not appropriate and promptly agreed upon the time and place. With the arrangement settled, she suddenly recalled something, smiling as she spoke. "My lord, since your eyes have been restored, do not forget about the 100,000 taels of gold we discussed earlier." This matter was firmly etched in her memory. Yichen's gaze shifted slightly, his deep-set eyes locking onto Huan Wenyu's as he calmly stated, "When I make a promise, I keep my word. 10 days hence, you shall receive your reward." Upon hearing this, Huan Wenyu's expression stiffened momentarily before she forced a smile, nodding in response, "All right, all right, all right." Each word was laced with emphasis. Yichen observed the barely contained frustration on Huan Wenyu's face, and his lips unconsciously curled into a smile. Truly, she was a girl who refused to be trifled with. Chapter 54. The disarray of Zhualuan. Huan Wenyu shouldered the medicine box, waved her hand, and turned to leave. Although she did not receive any silver today, the matter of her work was settled. A delay of a few days in payment was of no consequence. As she departed, Zhualuan, who had been waiting at the door, hurried inside. Upon seeing his master with his eyes wide open, staring straight ahead, Zuolun was taken aback. Shocked, he gazed at his master, uncertain of his thoughts, and tentatively called out, "Your Highness, your—" Zuolun dared not finish his sentence, fearing that his master's eyes were still not healed. Indeed, it had only been a few days. Young Master Xia had been treating him for so long with no improvement. How could that Miss Huai have cured him so swiftly? The expression of surprise quickly faded. And just as he began to worry about his master's eyes again, a familiar voice reached his ears. "This matter of my restoration must not be disclosed." Zuolun was instantly filled with joy. He stepped forward, exclaiming, "Your Highness, your eyes are restored. You can truly see. How many fingers am I holding up?" Overwhelmed with excitement, yet still disbelieving, he extended 3 fingers, striving to confirm that his master could genuinely see. In just 4 days, his master had regained his sight. This Miss Huai was indeed a miraculous healer. Observing Zuolun's ecstatic demeanor, Yichen wore a look of disdain and cast him a knowing glance before covering his eyes with a white cloth and rising to leave the hall. He ignored Zuolun completely. As Zuolun caught sight of his master's familiar piercing gaze directed at him, the overwhelming excitement in his heart was swiftly subdued. Indeed, His Highness could truly see. How wonderful. His master would no longer be bullied. "Your Highness, please wait for me." Suddenly coming to his senses, Zuolun realized the room was empty and hurriedly pursued Yichen. The usually composed Zuolun now acted impulsively, chasing after his master, which elicited puzzled expressions from the hidden guards of the Wangfu. What is wrong with Commander Zhua?" An heir, sensing Zuolun's odd behavior, directly inquired. Among the shadow guards, was the one most familiar with the master, holding the position of military recorder in the residence with notable achievements. He was the only shadow guard who walked openly among others. After a brief glance at Zuolun, remarked, "Surely something has stirred his excitement. What could possibly cause Commander Zhua to lose his composure, if not a matter concerning His Highness?" Thus, the reason for his unusual behavior was known only to him. This small incident was overlooked by the other shadow guards, but took note, sensing that His Highness had encountered significant news, and, moreover, it was joyous news. Otherwise, Zuolun would not have behaved so erratically. In the Eastern Palace, the Crown Prince returned from the royal palace and immediately ordered a carriage to be prepared for a visit to the Hua residence. Upon learning of this, the Crown Prince's concubine, Huan Wanchuan, seized the opportunity to accompany him under the pretext of visiting her parents after a long absence. However, not long after they set off, news compelled them to turn back. "Your Highness, the Crown Princess, she has miscarried," the guard reported in a panic. And the sudden news shocked the Crown Prince. What is the meaning of this? After the initial shock, rage swiftly followed. Huan Wanchuan, hearing the news, was filled with joy but then wore a worried expression. "Quickly, tell me, how could my sister have miscarried?" The guard, trembling, hurriedly replied, "Well, Your Highness. She was walking in the garden and was startled by." The guard's gaze flickered, unable to finish, clearly hesitant. The Crown Prince's anger surged, and after a sharp reprimand, he learned that the cause was the cat belonging to concubine Hua. Boom! The shocking news turned Huan Wanchuan's face pale. She immediately scolded the guard for speaking carelessly and then cried out to the Crown Prince in protest. With no time to waste, the Crown Prince ordered the carriage to turn around and return to the Eastern Palace swiftly. The sudden loss of the long-awaited legitimate heir was enough to infuriate him. According to the rules, a concubine could not bear children unless the legitimate son was born. Even though the Crown Prince already had a daughter, he had long awaited a legitimate son, making the absence of heirs in the inner court a pressing concern. Thus, after much anticipation, when the Crown Princess finally bore a legitimate son, the Crown Prince's countenance brightened. He could finally hold his head high among his married brothers. However, upon returning to the Eastern Palace, he was furious and without hesitation ordered the execution of all those who served the Crown Princess. Following this, the cat was to meet the same fate. Despite his affection for Huan Wanchuan, when it came to his own interests, such affections meant little. The Crown Prince commanded that the cat be skinned and flayed, and ordered Huan Wanchuan confined to the courtyard while he thoroughly investigated the matter. At the Hua residence, Huan Nuanyu emerged from the Qin Wangfu and returned directly to her own home. While waiting for the Crown Prince's arrival, she locked herself in her room to prepare her ingredients. To her dismay, noon arrived, yet he had not come. Huan Nuanyu was incensed. She turned to seek out Hua Manqing. "Father, did you not say that the Crown Prince would come today? Why is he still not here?" Initially, she suspected Hua Manqing of deceiving her. However, upon hearing his response, She dismissed that thought. The whereabouts of His Highness is not something for you to speculate upon. Hua Mancheng, now slightly irate, felt a headache at the sight of Hua Nuanyu. He wanted to be angry but dared not express it, feeling incredibly frustrated. Recognizing the tension in Hua Mancheng's demeanor, Hua Nuanyu understood that he truly was not jesting. The only possibility was that the Crown Prince had urgent matters to attend to. Since His Highness has not arrived, he must be dealing with something important. I shall take my leave. As she spoke, she turned to leave but suddenly remembered something. Halting her steps to directly inquire, "Father, do you still recall my aunt's appearance?" This matter had been set aside due to the shop and the assassination. But now it was time to bring it back to the forefront. Hua Nuanyu's unexpected question caught Hua Mancheng off guard. "Hu Ji? Why is that wretched girl suddenly asking about that scoundrel?" The mention of that person once again filled Hua Mancheng with distaste. She seemed to be a wisp of smoke, long dissipated from his memory. Perhaps it was due to Hua Nuanyu's rebellion, or perhaps the gossip he had heard later. In any case, the thought brought forth a wave of aversion. "I do not remember." Hua Mancheng assumed Hua Nuanyu wanted to leverage past affections for something, so he flatly denied it. "What could I possibly recall about someone who has been dead for many years?" Hua Nuanyu fixed her gaze on Hua Mancheng for a moment before turning to leave. It seemed she would need to seek other means to uncover the truth. She needed only to see a portrait of Hu Ji to understand her lineage and whether it related to the feather token. After Hua Nuanyu departed, Hua Mancheng summoned a guard and inquired about something, resulting in a furious outburst from within the residence. The day swiftly passed, and after completing her errands outside, Hua Nuanyu returned to the estate early. "You, go summon Lu Pozi." Hua Nuanyu sat in the courtyard, casually pointing at a maid. The two maids had been fairly obedient of late, so they were retained. The maid named Qiu Yue immediately put down her hoe and nodded hurriedly to leave. The other maid, Qiu Shui, continued to till the soil with her hoe. They were performing these tasks at Hua Nuanyu's request, claiming that flowers would beautify the courtyard. Chapter 55. The portrait of the courtesan. Before long, Qiu Yue brought Lu Pozi in. The old servant bowed respectfully, her demeanor tinged with trepidation. In the entire household, everyone knew that the sixth miss was an entity to be revered and never trifled with. Not only had the kitchen staff suffered dire consequences, with the steward still bedridden, but another servant had died the very next day. Now, who could dare to approach the sixth miss without the utmost deference? Seeing the anxious and fearful woman, Huan Wanyu spoke calmly, "Do not be alarmed. I have merely summoned you to inquire about a few matters." The passage of time had made her apprehensive that Lu Pozi might be too frightened to recall the necessary details. In this inner residence, there were many who had met untimely ends like Aunt Zhang. Upon hearing that it was merely a few questions, Lu Pozi hastily replied, "Sixth miss, please feel free to ask whatever you wish. Whatever the old servant knows, I shall relay truthfully." Her desperation to survive was palpable, fearing the ire of Huan Wanyu. Huan Wanyu glanced at the two maids working nearby, unperturbed. "I am to be wed shortly, a momentous occasion that should be known to my aunt. Thus, I have called you here to describe her features and demeanor in detail for a portrait to honor her." This explanation was perfectly reasonable and without flaw. Hearing her words, Lu Pozi's tension dissipated. She had initially feared it was something grave. After a moment's reflection, she assured, "Sixth miss, you have indeed found the right person. I had the fortune to serve Aunt Hu, and I still remember her beauty vividly." Huan Wanyu sought Lu Pozi not merely for her recollections, but also because she had previously withheld funds from the original owner, making her a relic of the past. After hearing Lu Pozi's words, Huan Wanyu instructed the two maids to bring forth a table, taking out paper and pen for the servant to begin describing the features. Without reservation, Huan Wanyu acknowledged her artistic abilities, casually remarking that in her leisure time, she would draw with burnt sticks, and through practice, she had become proficient. The two maids harbored no doubts regarding her claim. Following Lu Pozi's descriptions, Huan Wanyu commenced sketching, beginning with the eyes and progressing to the facial structure. Ultimately completing a portrait, Lu Pozi appeared to recall the details vividly, narrating as she watched, and the likeness was indeed captured with remarkable accuracy. "Indeed, Sixth miss, your painting is astonishingly lifelike," Lu Pozi exclaimed, her admiration flowing effortlessly. Huan Wanyu smiled, rewarded her with a few coins, and dismissed her. Gazing at the image that bore no resemblance to herself, Huan Wanyu felt a wave of silence wash over her. Indeed, her suspicions were confirmed. Hu Ji was neither the original owner's mother nor a member of the Hua family. Who, then, was she? What was the significance of that token? And what of the poison on her left cheek? That poison was particularly intriguing, designed specifically to mar one's appearance. Was the individual behind it aware that she was not a child of the Huai family, or perhaps envious of her beauty, thus resorting to such measures to obscure her radiance? Aside from these two possibilities, she could conceive of no one who would have administered such poison during the original owner's childhood. Of the two, she leaned toward the notion that it was Hu Ji. For if others were to discover this truth, the repercussions would undoubtedly be far graver than mere disfigurement. Clearly, there was still much to uncover. With her task completed, Huan Yu returned to her chamber, where no one knew the nature of her activities. As night approached, a figure hurriedly entered Yulio courtyard. "Madam, there are no further discoveries beyond what was previously reported." Qiyuan knelt, her tone respectful. Madame Hua, adorned in opulence, narrowed her eyes upon hearing the maid's report. The portrait of Hu Ji, drawn with charcoal, though nothing seemed amiss. Madame Hua felt an unshakable sense that something was amiss. Yet she could not pinpoint it. During this time, she had instructed her servants to report daily on Huan Yu's actions, yet nothing unusual had surfaced. This only deepened her suspicion that Huan Yu's daily activities must harbor some hidden significance. Compared to past reports, today's events felt particularly out of the ordinary. As Madame Hua pondered, determined to unearth some compromising detail about Huan Yu, a sudden hurried footstep echoed, followed by the voice of Huan Rong. "Mother, mother, a great calamity has befallen us." Huan Rong rushed in, her expression frantic, but quickly regained her composure upon observing the room's atmosphere. Madame Hua was seldom privy to her daughter's disarray and promptly dismissed the other servants. She turned to Huan Rong, a hint of reproach in her gaze. "Rong, what has you so flustered? Did I not teach you to remain composed in times of trouble?" Madame Hua held lofty expectations for her daughter, thus her discipline was stringent. Any semblance of disorder was intolerable. Ignoring her mother's admonitions, Huan Rong pressed forward. "Mother, elder sister has been placed under house arrest by the crown prince." The gravity of the situation concerning her elder sister sent Madame Hua into a state of shock. What? What did you say? How did this happen?" Madame Hua's flurry of questions revealed her alarm, her face a mask of panic. In that moment, she completely forgot her previous admonitions, a stark irony. Seeing her mother distressed, Huan Rong relayed the news brought back by the maid. She had intended to investigate why the crown prince had not come to reprimand Huan Yu that day, only to uncover this alarming revelation, leaving her in disarray. This concerned the heir apparent that could not bear such a weighty crime. Once her initial shock subsided, Madame Hua hastened to the study to seek out the head of the family. Just as one wave subsided, another arose. The Hua family would surely find no peace in the coming days. The following day, on the 6th of March, the afternoon marked the interviews for branch store employees. Huan Yu did not seek the company of her usual sparring partners, Dark 5 and Dark 6, instead focusing on physical training. She made her preparations early and set off to the residence of Prince Chun. Upon her arrival in the main hall, she found Prince Chun already present, notably without the white cloth. Two others were also in attendance, Xia Zimo and Su Yuxuan. Upon sighting Huan Yu, the two men exchanged peculiar glances. One appeared evasive, as if feeling shame, while the other displayed awkwardness, hesitating to speak. Huan Yu, recognizing the scene before her, understood that she had indeed dealt them a blow to their pride. Not feigning ignorance, she spoke in a teasing tone. "Ah, have the two gentlemen come today seeking to gather dirt on me?" Just days prior, they had been quite arrogant. What had caused their demeanor to shift? The two men, already uncomfortable, felt their faces flush upon hearing her words. Night Chin appeared disinclined to speak, savoring his tea with quiet contemplation. Su Yuxuan, glancing at Xia Zimo, rose first, bowing respectfully to Huan Yu. "Miss Hua, I must apologize for my previous offense. Your medical skills are extraordinary. You have healed the prince. Should anyone trouble you in the future, I, Su, will not hesitate to intervene." Su Yuxuan's demeanor was sincere, devoid of the airs typically associated with a noble heir. His surprise at Huan Yu's genuine healing of his cousin compelled him to offer an apology, which was entirely appropriate. This gesture from Su Yuxuan earned Huan Yu's newfound respect. As Su Yuxuan finished speaking, Xia Zimo followed suit, saying, "Miss Hua, I too wish to extend my apologies for my prior rudeness and any offense caused to you. I cannot compare to your medical prowess." Chapter 56. The Love for Silver and Compensation. He had never anticipated that Huan Yu would indeed possess remarkable medical skills, skills that were beyond his reach. This revelation was utterly unexpected for him. When had she learned such expertise? From whom had she studied? These questions eluded him, and it seemed she was truly extraordinary. The madman with a charming smile spoke in a manner that retained some ambiguity. Hua Nuanyu noticed the inquisitive glint in Xia Zimo's eyes, but chose to disregard it. With an air of nonchalance, she proclaimed, "You are merely worried about the prince. Since you are sincerely offering compensation, let us settle it with a spiritual restitution of 1,000 taels each, and we shall let this matter rest." Hua Nuanyu displayed an attitude of magnanimity, asserting her point with an air of entitlement. Su Yuxuan and Xia Zimo exchanged knowing glances, their lips twitching in disbelief. They had suffered a loss during their previous quarrel, and now they were expected to part with their silver. What a miscalculation! Observing that the prince did not intend to speak, the two men exchanged resigned smiles and retrieved the banknotes from their sleeves, presenting them to Hua Nuanyu without hesitation. Inwardly, Hua Nuanyu was elated. She had just earned 2,000 taels in mere moments, a pure profit. With the silver secured, she commenced her treatment. "Young Master Su, young Master Xia, I must now attend to the prince's follow-up examination. Please make your exit." Upon hearing her words, the two men paused in surprise before retreating. After closing the door, Hua Nuanyu heard the voice of Yi Chun. "Do you have an affinity for silver?" Yi Chun gazed intently at Hua Nuanyu, his expression betraying no emotion, as if he were merely asking a casual question. Hua Nuanyu, taken aback, retorted, "What? Do you not like silver?" How astonishing it was that someone could pose such a question. Look at him, a person born with a silver spoon, completely different from the likes of her. If she were not in need of money, would she toil so hard? Hua Nuanyu's reaction caught Yi Chun off guard, momentarily disrupting the words he had intended to utter. After a brief hesitation, just as Yi Chun was about to speak, Hua Nuanyu interjected with a tone laced with sarcasm. "Alas, how could I, a powerless and insignificant daughter of a concubine, ever compete with you noble princes? Silver is a wonderful thing, but alas, I lack the fortune to possess it and must rely solely on my own efforts to earn it." As she sterilized the silver needles, she lamented her circumstances, deliberately directing her words at Yi Chun. In light of his previous remarks, she had suddenly changed her mind. Soon they would wed, and she would become the mistress of the prince's residence. Therefore, she would inevitably acquire her share of wealth. Hearing Hua Nuanyu's words, Yi Chun regarded her with newfound interest, not missing the glimmer of shrewdness that flashed in her lively eyes. "What mischief are you plotting, little girl? Quite intriguing." Yi Chun himself was unaware that his gaze towards Hua Nuanyu had shifted from cold to curious, even captivated. With the needles properly sterilized, Hua Nuanyu ceased her lamentations and began the acupuncture procedure. As his sight returned and the residual toxins dissipated, Yi Chun found that today he did not need to exert himself fully. A mere 50% of his strength would suffice. During the treatment, Yi Chun only felt a sensation of soreness, with other sensations fading into obscurity. Outside the room, Xia Zimo paced anxiously, his gaze fixed on the door, as if he were desperate to witness the unfolding events within. "Stop moving around. You're making me dizzy." Su Yuxuan finally could no longer bear it, and urged him to settle down. This fellow was simply curious about her medical skills. He was not oblivious to that. Xia Zimo halted and turned to Su Yuxuan, puzzled. "What? Are you not curious about how she treats him?" Upon hearing this, Su Yuxuan chuckled and countered, "As if I had ever witnessed your treatment methods." He bluntly stated the truth without hesitation, adding, "She is a divine physician, and you, a mere doctor, would be infringing upon her expertise. If it were me, I would also deny you entry. You are quite mischievous, having known each other for many years." Su Yuxuan was well aware of Xia Zimo's character. He had often borne the brunt of blame, and seeing Xia Zimo like this prompted him to speak up. Xia Zimo was not taken aback by Su Yuxuan's comments, but the way he said it left him feeling embarrassed. He stepped forward and slapped a fan onto the table. "Let us have a contest." Su Yuxuan raised his eyes to meet Xia Zimo's challenge and instantly stood up. "Fine. Let us compete. The loser pays." With that, the two of them leaped lightly onto the roof of the neighboring courtyard, beginning their duel. Inside the room, Hua Nuanyu, who was in the process of removing the needles, heard the commotion outside and exclaimed, "Is someone dueling?" The sounds of combat were unmistakably clear, and she hastened to finish her procedure. She could tell this was a battle of skilled combatants. No way. She could not afford to miss this. Hua Nuanyu's words startled Yi Chun. How could she hear the sounds of their sparring so clearly? Yi Chun remained silent as he removed the last silver needle. He opened his eyes to see a hurried figure darting away. Instantly, his expression darkened, It appeared the two had nothing better to do. A confrontation of skilled fighters was, of course, a captivating scene. At least for Huan, it was exhilarating. Meanwhile, the others in the prince's residence seemed unfazed by the event, showing no interest in their duel. The hidden guards in the trees merely glanced over before turning away, but upon hearing a reprimanding voice, they swiftly turned back, each one frozen in astonishment. What had they just witnessed? Their master had opened his eyes. He could see not only the hidden guards in the trees, but even the guards below stood dumbfounded, shocked into silence, forgetting to react. It was only after young Master Su and young Master Xia had been dispatched to the back mountain by the prince that everyone regained their composure. The prince's eyesight had been restored. Instantly, a silent joy spread throughout the Chun Wangfu, a quiet yet vibrant excitement filling the air that lingered for quite some time. With no duel to observe, Huan departed, her heart eagerly anticipating the night, for she was determined to learn martial arts. As she left, Yichen summoned several of his trusted aides to discuss important matters. Among these matters, aside from the need to keep his restored eyesight a secret, was the necessity to conceal Huan medical abilities from the public. Finally, Yichen began to articulate his ultimate goal. The day after tomorrow, this prince shall wed, and preparations for the grand wedding will commence immediately. Upon hearing this, everyone except for Zuolun was taken aback. There was no time to ponder further, as they were promptly assigned various responsibilities concerning the wedding. It was evident the master was indeed serious about marrying. At the Yua platform, after a busy afternoon, the candidates recommended by the shop assistants began to arrive one after another. 16 individuals in total, 5 of whom hailed from impoverished families, while the rest were beggars, aged between 14 and 20. Each displayed signs of nervousness and timidity. Huan conducted interviews one by one, ultimately retaining 14 of the 16 candidates, dismissing those whose resolve proved insufficient. Those who remained were to undergo training. Seizing the lull in shop activity, Huan assigned 7 experienced employees to train the newcomers while she observed. Allowing them to take the lead would foster growth and enable them to shoulder greater responsibilities. Amidst the busyness, Huan eagerly awaited the arrival of nightfall. With approximately 15 minutes until the appointed time, she donned her night clothing, rendered the 2 maidservants unconscious, and stealthily climbed over the courtyard wall, making her way quietly outside. Chapter 57. The most powerful techniques, all learned. Due to a recent theft, the guards in the residence had significantly increased, particularly at the front and back gates, as well as the surrounding walls. Huan, well aware of the situation within the estate, deliberately returned home earlier today, seeking the optimal position, her former dilapidated courtyard. The security in that courtyard was lax. Adjacent to a neighboring residence, and the trees within it conveniently extended into the neighboring yard. Traversing through there would ensure that she remained unseen while saving precious time. Concealing her presence and utilizing the cover of darkness, Huan deftly avoided the guards and swiftly made her way to the dilapidated courtyard. After surveying her surroundings, she promptly climbed the tree to reach the neighboring property. An unseen figure, and Wu, followed her closely, aware that she was en route to the Wangfu and intending to protect her. Upon witnessing her agile ascent up the tree, he was left in awe, questioning whether she had learned from monkeys, given her remarkable speed. If they were not utilizing lightness skills, they certainly could not match her. Meanwhile, Huan hastened along the wall of the neighboring courtyard, her steps quickening towards the alley. Suddenly, a faint sound approached her direction, and with keen eyes, she discerned the source, a dog. Cursing under her breath, she realized the family had a dog, its eyes reflecting a glimmer in the darkness. Was this creature targeting her? Without pausing, she sprinted away, knowing time was of the essence. The dog, now in pursuit, began barking furiously, its growls echoing in the still night. Infuriated, Huan halted, glaring down at the approaching canine, threatening, "If you thwart my plans, I shall have you for dinner." A fierce aura emanated from her, compelling the dog to turn tail and flee. This unexpected turn of events caught Huan by surprise. "You know your place," she scoffed, and just then, the sound of footsteps reached her ears, prompting her to leap away and vanish over the courtyard wall. The guards within the estate searched the area, but found nothing amiss before dispersing. At the Qin Wangfu, Huan scaled the high walls, only to find a sharp sword pressed against her neck. Who dares to intrude upon the Wangfu? She gasped in shock, recognizing the dark guard once more. "It is I, your future princess," she exclaimed, hastily removing the black veil from her face. The guard, an E, immediately sheathed his sword and bowed respectfully, glancing at a nearby tree with curiosity. "Why did you not enter through the front gate, miss?" he inquired, his expression perpetually deadpan. Realizing that time was slipping away, and fearing that Yi Chun would nitpick her words, Huan Nuanyu retorted, "Who walks through the front gate at this hour? Climbing over is far more convenient." With that, she dashed towards the main hall, the closest point of entry. It was a false alarm, and Yi vanished like a ghost from the spot. In the main hall, Yi Chun sat sipping tea, a faint smile gracing his lips as he heard her hurried footsteps. "Ah, good evening," Huan Nuanyu exclaimed as she burst into the room. Waving at him, she had made it just in time. However, she felt dissatisfied with her 30-minute journey to the Chunwangfu, resolved to intensify her training. Tomorrow, she would find a large stone to carry as part of her regimen. In that moment, she forgot that the dark mark on her left cheek had already been washed away, her enchanting visage radiating a brilliance that struck Yi Chun's heart like a bolt of lightning. His heart involuntarily quickened, enveloped by an unfamiliar sentiment. He had always known Huan Nuanyu was beautiful, but when she smiled at him, it unveiled a captivating beauty that was pure, untainted, and disarming. He found himself irresistibly drawn to her. Calmly, Yi Chun set down his teacup and inquired, "What do you wish to learn?" Seating herself beside him without hesitation, Huan Nuanyu declared, "Inner strength, lightness skills, the fastest sword techniques, the strongest defenses, most." She halted abruptly upon noticing Yi Chun's peculiar expression, quickly adding, "I want to learn everything I can." Indeed, with her capabilities, she sought to master any formidable skill. A succinct summary sufficed. She feared that elaborating too much might hinder her chances of finding a mentor. Yi Chun scrutinized her with a curious gaze before responding after a lengthy pause. "Inner strength? You have surpassed the ideal age for training. Lightness skills? Your age is borderline. It will take considerable time to see results. As for sword techniques, that is not impossible." His words left Huan Nuanyu feeling dismissed. Yet, he spoke the truth. Most martial artists began their training at a young age. By 12, one was considered late. And over 15, almost no one was accepted. Moreover, mastering inner strength and lightness skills was not a matter of days, but required relentless dedication. Upon hearing this, Huan Nuanyu became agitated. "Why can't I learn? I am gifted and learn quickly. If you dare to teach, I will dare to learn." There has never been a challenge I, Huan Nuanyu, could not conquer. This was her attitude, her determination to grow stronger. In that moment, she appeared as her true self, unyielding, resolute, with an ambition befitting a warrior. Yi Chun, perceptive as he was, detected the depths of her experiences that forged such resolve within her. What had she endured that he could not discern? With a slight shift in his gaze, Yi Chun spoke once more, "If this is your choice, then let us await the outcome." He recognized that she was not a sheltered maiden, but a phoenix soaring against the wind. After stating his intent, Yi Chun approached a nearby table, retrieving a box, and presented it to her. "This sword technique is suitable for women. Familiarize yourself with it first." Huan Nuanyu eagerly accepted the tome, her eyes widening at the title inscribed upon it, Tianxian 12 Swords. Was this mere coincidence? Could her Xiantian 12 needles somehow be linked to this sword technique? Why were they both called Tianxian and number 12? A fleeting, absurd thought crossed her mind. But she dismissed it, attributing it to coincidence. Having experienced the might of the 12 needles, she instinctively believed that this technique was crafted by a master. It was undoubtedly a remarkable sword technique. Delighted, she felt a renewed appreciation for Yi Chun's generosity. Unbeknownst to her, however, this sword technique was merely an overlooked treasure in Yi Chun's possession, one he considered too simplistic for the royal household, as it was designed for female practitioners. Additionally, it had been acquired by his mother by chance, with its origins never disclosed. For these reasons, Yi Chun decided to present the technique to her. Observing her reaction akin to finding a precious gem, he felt an inexplicable sense of unease under her enthusiastic gaze. He quickly retrieved 2 additional tomes from the box and stated, "These are the techniques for cultivating inner strength and lightness skills. Whether you can master them depends on your own fortune." "Ah, haraha. You had these ready all along. Why even ask?" Huan Nuanyu exclaimed as she snatched the 2 books, muttering under her breath. Chapter 58, Cultivating Inner Strength, The First Kiss. Having acquired the techniques, Huan Nuanyu unreservedly requested Yi Chun to begin her instruction on inner strength cultivation. The training was to be approached from multiple angles, with each technique practiced for half an hour. Yi Chun, having discerned her eagerness to grow stronger, cautioned her, "Haste makes waste. one must not rush the process of cultivation, lest one fall into demonic paths. Upon hearing this, Hua Nuanyu expressed her astonishment. Is it true that one can fall into demonic paths? My goodness. I thought those were mere fabrications of television dramas. Those who fall into such madness seem to possess profound power and wreak havoc. I wonder if that is a deception. Her exclamation revealed no trace of fear, which intrigued Yi Chun. Typically, martial artists would be alarmed by such a term. Why did she seem somewhat exhilarated? Had he misjudged her? After this brief interlude, the teaching commenced. Hua Nuanyu imitated Yi Chen's posture, sitting cross-legged with palms facing upward, inhaling and exhaling deeply. Once her mind and body reached a state of tranquility, she began to recite the mantra of the inner strength technique. As she followed Yi Chen's guidance, she felt a warm current gathering in her dantian, a sensation akin to having consumed divine nectar. This warmth spread through her meridians and throughout her entire being, filling her with an ethereal sense of power. Hua Nuanyu was elated. Could this divine nectar truly cleanse one's sinews and marrow? To experience such sensations on her first attempt at cultivation was astonishing. Had she known this would happen, she would have watched more fantasy dramas from Z Country in her previous life. Suddenly, a look of agony crossed her face, as if her mind were being pierced by countless needles, and chaos ensued within her breath. Yi Chen was taken aback. Cast aside distractions, focus on your breathing, and ground your energy in your dantian. His familiar voice pierced through her turmoil, and Hua Nuanyu dared not waver again. She endured the pain threatening to explode her mind, controlling her breathing, gradually restoring her calm. With a sigh of relief, she narrowly escaped the crisis and expelled a breath of turbid air. Just as she was about to voice her thoughts, she opened her eyes to see Yi Chen's ominous expression, which rendered her speechless. Yi Chen's face was dark, a sight she had never witnessed before. In that fleeting moment, he had felt an unprecedented panic. Indeed, seeing Hua Nuanyu on the brink of demonic deviation had made him anxious. The very thought of the consequences was unbearable. Under Yi Chen's intense gaze, Hua Nuanyu surmised that her earlier distraction was to blame. A disobedient student rarely pleases their teacher. She feared this incident might jeopardize her training. In an instant, her survival instincts surged. She attempted to approach him, hoping to appease him, but her legs were weak, causing her to tumble toward Yi Chun. In a perfect arc, Hua Nuanyu and Yi Chun collided in an unexpected moment of intimacy. Their lips brushed together, soft and fragrant. In that instant, both forgot to react. The delicate aroma enveloped Yi Chun, intoxicating him with a sensation he had never experienced before. His heart raced uncontrollably, as if it had lost all restraint, and he found himself irresistibly drawn into this newfound feeling. Emotions surged within him, and he instinctively savored the lingering fragrance. Meanwhile, Hua Nuanyu felt her mind blank, as if she were deprived of oxygen following a collision. She had never found the scent of dragon's saliva appealing, yet in this moment, it was entrancing. Her heart raced, as though it might leap from her chest. What was happening to her? Was this a side effect of the demonic deviation? The warmth of the kiss brought Hua Nuanyu back to reality. Yi Chen's handsome face loomed closer, almost causing her to lose herself again. What had she done? Had she unwittingly thrown herself into his embrace? Quickly, she pushed Yi Chen away, stumbling over her words, just now. A sense of inarticulate embarrassment washed over her. Yi Chen's unpredictable demeanor left her anxious about whether he would believe it was intentional on her part. As she pondered how to defend herself, she was taken aback by his unexpected declaration, "You kissed me." Yi Chen, rarely witnessing Hua Nuanyu in such disarray, suppressed the heat rising within him and spoke calmly. His straightforwardness left Hua Nuanyu nearly fuming. Are you out of your mind? That was an accident. I lost my balance." As she spoke, she instinctively rubbed her legs, feeling like a fool for her words. She had never been infatuated and had never considered romance before today, making her actions utterly unanticipated. However, her words seemed feeble in the face of Yi Chen's presence. He approached her, and despite her attempt to stand tall, she felt dwarfed by his aura. "What do you want? I assure you, I am also a victim in this situation. If you dare to act recklessly, beware of my poison." Uncertain of Yi Chen's intentions, Hua Nuanyu attempted to threaten him. She was still a girl, and despite the awkwardness of her first kiss, she had not considered the implications for a grown man. Yi Chen's expression darkened further as he stepped closer, halting just a breath away. "If it was unintentional, then let it be, but, having kissed me, shouldn't you?" Yi Chen's words trailed off, his gaze lingering meaningfully on Hua Nuanyu. as if waiting to see how she would respond. Huan, having encountered many people, had never met someone like Yichen before. With no means to fight back or any allies, she felt utterly powerless. What should I do? Yichen, don't take advantage of this. It's just a kiss. You kissed me back. Before she could finish, a sudden force pulled her closer, and his face loomed before her once more, his lips meeting hers in a soft caress. Everything unfolded too quickly. Caught off guard, Huan's words ignited Yichen's frustration. Yet, he found himself unable to resist, captivated by her alluring lips, the heat from moments prior surging back to him. Yielding to his desires, he pressed his lips against hers once again. This was a delightful sensation, intoxicating and alluring, igniting a desire to explore further. The first kiss may have been accidental, but the second was deliberate. Huan was taken aback by Yichen's audacity. How brazenly he claimed her. He was not the aloof figure he had pretended to be. He was a cunning man. A rogue. Enraged, Huan pushed him away and raised her hand to strike him, but his large hand seized hers firmly. Before she could utter a word, Yichen declared, "You kissed me, and I kissed you. It is only fair that we call it even." Chapter 59, Being Manipulated, Learning a Lesson. What did you say? Yichen, don't think that just because you are a prince, I won't dare to act against you. Taking advantage of me. Upon hearing Yichen's words, Huan felt her temper flaring, and she was about to rebuke him. However, before she could finish her statement, she was interrupted by Yichen. Isn't that how you operate? If not, then compensate this prince for his losses. Yichen noticed the fury in Huan's eyes. Yet he found her anger oddly endearing. With his mind stirred, he mimicked her approach from yesterday and made a proposal. The moment he spoke, Huan's demeanor shifted entirely, as she realized she had indeed fallen under his control. You really know how to play this game. Huan ground out through clenched teeth. Little did she expect this crafty fellow to use her own tactics against her. He was indeed a cunning old fox. Today, she had set out with grand ambitions, only to be taught a lesson. Huan silently chastised herself while scrutinizing Yichen from head to toe, her gaze laced with wariness. Rumors could not be trusted. Yichen disregarded Huan's peculiar look, placing his hands behind his back and issuing an order. "It is getting late. You should leave." As he spoke, the corners of Yichen's lips curled slightly in a hidden smile, clearly in good spirits. However, Huan was not pleased with his remark. "I haven't learned lightness skill yet. You wouldn't go back on your word, would you? You promised to teach me for half an hour, and it has only been a short while. How could I possibly leave? Oh, do you still want this prince to teach you? Then let us begin." Yichen raised an eyebrow, as if he had received a confirmation of sorts. After saying this, he began to walk outside. Huan briefly pondered his words, but quickly followed him. Lightness skill demanded acute perception. The more one comprehended, the easier it became to learn. After making his statement, Yichen approached Huan and extended his hand, startling her into a defensive stance. "What are you doing? I wish to take you flying. If you are unwilling, then let it be." Yichen retracted his hand and turned his back. Upon realizing her misunderstanding, Huan hurriedly exclaimed, "Wait. I want to see how high we can fly." Hearing her eagerness, Yichen's lips curved into a smile as he turned around and wrapped an arm around her slender waist. The softness of her form caused Yichen to tense up momentarily, the earlier heat rising within him once again. "Are you ready? Let us fly." Huan's urgent voice reached his ears, prompting Yichen to clear his mind, hold her tightly, and with a light leap, they soared into the air. Huan gasped in astonishment, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she looked around, exclaiming, I'm flying. I'm really flying." Though it was nighttime, Huan contained her joy, her voice barely above a whisper. The cool breeze caressed her face as she reveled in the freedom of flight, an experience she had never dared to imagine. Looking down upon the world, she felt unparalleled and exalted, as if everything lay beneath her feet. The thrill within her heart expanded her perspective, surpassing even the joy of gazing upon the vast ocean. The sensation of liberation filled her with longing. She resolved to master lightness skill as swiftly as possible. Yet, while Huan basked in her delight, Yichen, who held her closely, found himself in a different predicament. He inhaled her delicate fragrance greedily, savoring her gentleness while struggling to suppress the heat within him. To the concealed observers, the two appeared as a pair of celestial lovers, harmonious and perfectly matched. With their bodies closely entwined, their hair danced in the wind, resembling a scene from a fairy tale. "Hey, Dark One, has our master taken a liking to Miss Hua?" Dark Two inquired, curiosity piqued. Dark One observed the distant figures, his expression impassive. This matter is beyond our scope to discuss. Dark Two rolled his eyes, as if today's events require further discussion. After speaking, he gazed skyward, a hint of confusion on his face. Isn't our master indifferent to women? This Miss Hua truly is remarkable. Once their flight concluded, Hua Nuanyu eagerly dragged Yi Chun to continue her training in lightness skill. After imparting a few incantations, Yi Chun excused himself, claiming time was up. Hua Nuanyu was taken aback by how swiftly time had passed. Reflecting on her lessons of the day, she bid Yi Chun farewell, intending to return home to cultivate her internal energy. The streets were silent, save for the sound of the watchman's calls. Hua Nuanyu dashed toward the general's residence, swiftly making her way back to her courtyard. Once in her room, she eagerly sat on the bed, ready to practice her internal energy cultivation. As she settled into position, she suddenly recalled the divine water. A hunch told her that it would aid her cultivation, and without hesitation, she drank an entire teapot of it. With preparations complete, she began her training. Drawing from her previous experiences, Hua Nuanyu knew she must focus during meditation, quietly reciting the incantations and regulating her breath. Cultivating internal energy was a lengthy endeavor. It could take several hours to complete a cycle, or even days, ultimately depending on individual comprehension. Meanwhile, Yi Chun lay awake in his chamber, unable to find sleep. Every time he closed his eyes, images of their unexpected encounter flooded his mind. The vivid memories were captivating. The usually indifferent Yi Chun sensed he had fallen victim to a kind of poison, a poison named Hua Nuanyu. Ever since encountering her, her every approach had stirred his curiosity, compelling him to draw closer. Today's incident had confirmed his desires. He wished to possess her. Staring at the rafters, Yi Chun's lips curled upwards as he pondered something unknown. That girl was certainly not one to be trifled with. Time passed swiftly, and soon dawn arrived. Hua Nuanyu, meditating, suddenly opened her eyes, momentarily stunned before joy surged within her. She could faintly sense the presence of her internal energy. Yet, she was unsure of how much time had passed. With her spirit invigorated, Hua Nuanyu prepared to rest her eyes briefly, but caught sight of the faintly brightening horizon outside her window, startling her. Is it morning already? Throwing on an outer garment, she stepped outside, her mouth agape in surprise. She had thought only a couple of hours had passed. To her astonishment, after a night of cultivating internal energy, she felt remarkably refreshed. Perhaps she could make nightly practice a routine. Stretching her limbs, Hua Nuanyu began her exercises for the day. Dark 5, you will spar with me. And Dark 6, your task today is to find a 10-pound stone or hammer, along with 4 5-pound stones or suitable substitutes. I need them for training. After completing her physical regimen, Hua Nuanyu cast the objects aside and called out to the trees. The makeshift equipment she had been using no longer sufficed. She needed to accelerate her training pace. She was determined to grow stronger. The two individuals in the trees acknowledged her request. They had been observing her daily peculiar training routines. Though they did not fully understand them, they refrained from questioning. Their sole curiosity lay in the potential outcomes of her unusual training. Having sparred with Dark 5, Hua Nuanyu had become nearly familiar with his moves. Unless he fought seriously, she would only endure blows. Yesterday, Dark 5 had witnessed her interactions with their master. And as someone soon to be their princess, he dared not retaliate, enduring the punishment instead. After an excruciating bout, Dark 5 swiftly evaded. Eager to escape the courtyard, Hua Nuanyu raised an eyebrow, wondering if she truly appeared that fearsome. Chapter 60, Deliberately Seeking Trouble. From today onward, there was no need for Hua Nuanyu to tend to the Prince of Chen's ailments. She relished the rare tranquility of enjoying breakfast in the courtyard. During her meal, she gleaned valuable information from 2 trembling maidservants, revealing that the master and mistress of the Hua family had hastily departed for the Crown Prince's residence early that morning. Upon hearing this news, Hua Nuanyu waved her hand dismissively, sending the 2 frightened maids away. The Crown Prince's residence? Could it be that something had happened to Hua Xian? Hua Nuanyu pondered for a moment, but the absence of the 2 bothersome figures was a relief, sparing her from potential troubles. As for the Crown Prince, his absence on that particular day left her uncertain about his involvement. Nevertheless, she preferred to avoid unnecessary confrontations until after she had completed her own pressing matters, especially with the new branch set to open soon. Indeed, the Crown Prince was overwhelmed with distress, facing reproaches from his royal parents and confined to the Eastern Palace for introspection, tasked with managing his household affairs. His punishment was no trivial matter, and it inevitably stirred murmurs within the court. The crown prince's ire was unjustly redirected towards Huan Mancheng. And even when it was ultimately revealed that the incident had no connection to Huan Xin but rather stemmed from a concubine's actions, the blame fell upon the feline that belonged to Huan Xin. Thus, he was destined to endure the brunt of the crown prince's wrath. Meanwhile, General Hua, reliant on the crown prince, found himself without grounds for defense, silently enduring the blame while harboring resentment toward his eldest daughter, believing her to be spoiled by favoritism and a source of chaos. Everything transpiring had not escaped the keen eye of the Prince of Chun. Sitting at his desk, he listened intently as his aide, an E, reported. His fingers rhythmically tapped the surface of the table, and once all matters were conveyed, Yi Chen spoke in a deep tone. I expect no unforeseen events before the grand wedding. Understood, my lord. And he acknowledged before departing. Yi Chen's gaze fell upon the table, where a newly painted portrait of Huan Wanyu lay. The artwork was vibrant, a testament to exceptional craftsmanship. Observing the painting, Yi Chen's demeanor softened, a hint of a smile gracing his features. I find myself somewhat eager for the days to come within the royal residence. As noon approached, business at the shop flourished. The new employees, having trained alongside their seasoned counterparts, managed the influx of customers with newfound composure. In the kitchen, Huan Wanyu had hired 4 chefs the previous day, and today they diligently assisted one another while learning the art of cooking, maintaining an orderly atmosphere. Content with the shop's progress, Huan Wanyu anticipated the completion of renovations by the following afternoon, with the grand opening just around the corner. However, trouble was destined to find her. What is the matter with this establishment? There are insects in the dishes. A sudden outburst shattered her tranquility, causing Huan Wanyu to swiftly make her way toward the source of the commotion. Everyone, come and see. There are insects in these dishes. Don't eat them. It's revolting. Refund us. Yes, refund us. We were told your dishes were unique, but who would have thought they were so disgusting? Hurry, give us our money back. It's appalling. We shall never dine here again. Indeed. How do you manage your business? Insects served at the table. Will you poison us next? Refund us. For no delicacy is worth our lives. We shall never return. The clamorous voices of 3 dissatisfied patrons echoed throughout the hall, drawing the attention of all present. Panic ensued as diners began inspecting their own meals. Suddenly, a cry arose from another table. Ah, there are insects in our dish too. Thank goodness we noticed in time. Otherwise, we would have ingested them. How do you run this establishment? Refund us. We refuse to eat here. The uproar ignited a wave of agitation among the patrons, and just as the crowd threatened to erupt in anger, a cold voice commanded their attention. Your acting is woefully inadequate. Speak up. Which establishment sent you here? You have fortuitously interrupted my enjoyment today. Huan Wanyu approached, fanning herself with an expression devoid of emotion, each word laced with sarcasm and authority. Her remarks only fueled the anger of the 5 individuals at the table. What did you say? I merely came to dine. Do not slander me. Look at how this establishment operates. Insects in the dishes and no effort to rectify the situation, yet you cast blame upon me. One man, furious, pointed an accusatory finger at Huan Wanyu, attempting to incite the crowd against her. However, before he could finish his tirade, something flashed past him, and he suddenly found himself with an unexpected object in his mouth. Caught off guard, he bit down, and his complexion shifted dramatically as he hurriedly bent down to expel the contents of his stomach. The entire incident transpired in the blink of an eye, and as the man retched, the chilling voice rang out once more. Slander you? What manner of creature do you think I would waste my breath on? Do you not have any self-awareness of your own appearance? If you seek to cause trouble, do so with more authenticity. Huan Wanyu bluntly reprimanded the troublemakers, producing a dead insect from the dish, a smirk playing at her lips as she continued. Do you see this? What does this insect look like? And what of the meat on this plate? If it had fallen into the pot upon cooking, it would have been scorched by the oil, yet this insect appears unscathed. Why is that? As she spoke, her piercing gaze fixed on the 5 individuals, her implication unmistakable. The surrounding patrons, now attentive to her words, scrutinized the insect, nodding in agreement. The 5, realizing their predicament, exchanged nervous glances and attempted to defend themselves. Do not attempt to deny it. We came to dine with money in hand. How could we possibly have placed insects in the dishes? Perhaps your staff is at fault. Refund us, or we will report you to the authorities. Indeed, you brazenly thrust an insect into my mouth. Everyone witnessed it. I will inform the magistrate and have you punished. Exactly. And what of this? The group seemed emboldened, embattled by newfound confidence, while those who had discovered insects at their own table joined in the fray. Huan, observing the antics of these clowns, decided to abandon any pretense of civility. You, how dare you speak so boldly? You are complicit with them. The insect you hold serves as evidence. Everyone knows this insect is common, abundant on the locust trees, yet this establishment possesses no such trees. Pointing at a meddler, she continued, you are merely seeking to stir trouble. Our staff is of good character, diligent and honest. We have no need to worry about finances. If others have no issues, how can your group be the only ones with complaints? A dish from the same pot cannot yield such a disparity. Today, I shall establish order. With that declaration, Huan delivered a swift blow to the nearest troublemaker, seizing a wooden tray from a staff member and launching it at the others. Chapter 61. A double benefit. Let us begin. What does this young master think this is? Such trivial antics dare to provoke me? They should have inquired about my background. While taking action, Huan reprimanded with an audacity surpassing that of the provocateurs. 2 tables, 8 individuals. Huan spared none. Instantly, the hall echoed with cries of despair and the sound of bones fracturing. Bystanders, struck with terror, attempted to distance themselves from this place of chaos. However, the movements of these individuals did not escape Huan's keen eye. With one foot on a man beneath her, she commanded another, no silver, no one leaves. She would not conduct business for free. The attendant snapped back to reality, nodding vigorously before rushing to guard the entrance. The other staff wasted no time and occupied their respective areas, prepared to collect payment. The owner was incredibly domineering. Huan's proclamation had not gone unheard by those around. Paying for a meal was an undeniable obligation, regardless of any emotions involved. Consequently, some patrons retrieved their silver to flee this tumultuous scene, while others remained seated, continuing their meals while stealing glances at the unfolding drama. After a considerable time, Huan ceased her one-sided assault, casually pulled over a chair, and reclined with an air of swagger. Speak up. Who sent you here? Think carefully before you answer. This young master can strike you not without a powerful backing, without a foundation. Her mere presence had already led the onlookers to conclude the owner of Yue Terrace was not to be trifled with. Huan was well aware of the intentions behind the arrival of these individuals today. Without someone pulling the strings, such actions would not have occurred. She aimed to expose the mastermind behind this provocation, to bring them into the light, as being bullied required a lasting impression. The 8 individuals sprawled on the ground were now unrecognizable, curled up in agony, daring not to utter a sound. They could not fathom how this situation had spiraled beyond their control. And how could this seemingly frail young master have such a heavy hand? It was ruthless. At this moment, upon hearing Huan's words, the men trembled, burying their heads in their chests, rendered speechless. They had indeed encountered a formidable opponent today. With a stoic expression, Huan declared, 3 counts. If you remain silent, await your families to collect your corpses. You have willfully defamed this establishment's reputation. Should I kill you, your backers would not dare to utter a word. Huan began her countdown, and the onlookers, too, began to murmur, speculating who might be behind this. In the capital, there were only a few establishments that served wine. Surely one of them was the mastermind. The 8 on the floor felt death closing in, their panic escalating. They had provoked a great force today, before they could voice a word. The second number rang out, too. It felt like a countdown to death, and their anxiety intensified. They struggled to look at Huan, desperate to speak. Yet the pain coursing through their bodies rendered them unable to do more than make muffled sounds. Those nearby watched in mounting urgency, eager to discover the identity of the instigator. 3. The final number fell, and one among the 8 finally stammered, "We were sent by the Zhang family. Please, spare us." The man hurriedly finished speaking, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. The others quickly nodded in agreement, their faces a mix of fear and relief. The patrons in the hall erupted in chatter. The Zhang family? Is it the one from Chui Xianglu? It seemed highly probable. After all, there was only one Zhang family operating a tavern. If not them, then who? Unbelievably, the Zhang family had resorted to such tactics. Had they finally met their match? Shoo! Have you all forgotten? The Zhang family is closely associated with the emperor. Tread carefully. At this sudden remark, the crowd's expressions shifted, their conversations dwindling as if the speaker were a fearsome beast to be avoided. Through the murmurs of those surrounding her, Hua Nuanyu gleaned the general situation. Was it merely a powerful family? She could handle that. Word would spread that the Zhang family, envious of Yue Terrace, had sent people to provoke a confrontation, only to be unmasked and taught a lesson by the owner of Yue Terrace on the spot. Hua Nuanyu spoke this aloud, not expecting the individuals involved to disseminate the tale. It was merely for show. The true dissemination of the story would be orchestrated by her. Those who provoked her would not escape lightly. The payment she demanded would test whether they could withstand it. No one in the vicinity dared to speak in response to her words. The shop's attendants exchanged glances, affirming, "Yes, owner." Today's events had instilled in them a sense of confidence. The owner was extraordinary. In the future, they would not cower in the face of adversity. Once the matter was resolved, Hua Nuanyu required them to pay for their meals and compensation before approaching the 8 individuals. She dusted off non-existent dirt from her attire and coldly uttered a single word, "Scram." The individuals on the ground felt as if a weight had been lifted, scrambling to their feet and departing the establishment trembling. This action garnered widespread admiration from the onlookers, all declaring Hua Nuanyu benevolent and magnanimous. Hua Nuanyu bowed slightly to the crowd, announcing a complimentary dish for each table before turning to head towards the front desk. Benevolent? Perhaps, as allowing those men to live a few more days could be seen as an act of kindness. As the patrons departed the establishment, news of the turmoil at Yue Terrace spread, yet none mentioned who was responsible. However, it was long before the details circulated widely, with rumors abounding that the Zhang family had sent individuals to stir trouble out of envy for Yue Terrace. The tales were vivid and plausible, spreading throughout the capital. Many became curious about this Yue Terrace, wondering what kind of establishment could provoke such animosity. Thus, those who had dined at Yue Terrace began to passionately recount the exquisite dishes they had savored. In the end, the name Yue Terrace became well known among the people of the capital, with some even visiting the establishment to investigate further. A rumor had culminated in a mutually beneficial outcome, and Hua Nuanyu had achieved her objective. At the Zhang residence, a servant dressed in the garb of a steward hurriedly entered the front courtyard, his expression fraught with urgency. "Master, there has been an incident." Upon entering, the servant immediately reported. In the main hall sat a middle-aged man around 40, portly and rosy-cheeked, with a round face accentuated by keen, shrewd eyes. Clad in silk and satin, he appeared to be a wealthy gentleman at first glance. Upon hearing his servantess' words, the man displayed displeasure, chiding, "What kind of demeanor is this? After all these years, have you forgotten our protocols?" The servant immediately knelt, pleading loudly, "I understand my mistake. Please spare me, master. I beg for your mercy." The servant's supplication pleased the man, who lifted a teacup, coldly inquiring, "What has caused such panic?" The servant wiped the sweat from his forehead, grateful to respond, "Master, those men failed in their task. Now the whole city knows it was you who instigated the trouble at Yue Terrace." "What?" Upon hearing this, the man's fury ignited. He slammed the teacup onto the table, his face ablaze with rage. "Incompetence! A bunch of useless fools. You can't handle such a simple matter. Explain clearly what transpired." Despite his rage, the man was eager to understand the sequence of events. The plan had been discreet, and he wanted to know how it had unraveled. Chapter 62. Cunning and Scheming, a Sense of Resentment. Upon hearing the Lord's words, the servant recounted the events in detail. Suddenly, with a crash, the man, filled with rage, hurled the teacup to the ground, his expression dark and menacing. "How dare they? They have the audacity to bully me." He commanded, "Someone, my lord, please reconsider. That merchant is not simple. He knows about the Zhang family and remains unafraid. There must be someone backing him." Speculation abounded on the streets regarding the merchant's background. They might have indeed provoked a formidable opponent, and matters could quickly become complicated. The man, though furious, retained his composure and absorbed the servant's words. With narrowed eyes, he pondered for a moment before coldly instructing, "Inform the authorities that those individuals have openly slandered the Zhang residents. I am unaware of these matters, and we shall seek justice for the Zhang family." As a wealthy merchant, he possessed the experience and cunning to navigate such tribulations. This maneuver effectively shifted the blame onto those individuals, exonerating the Zhang family. The servant understood the Lord's intentions, promptly nodding in agreement before hastily departing to carry out his orders. The man gazed ahead and summoned another person, coldly ordering, "Investigate the background of that merchant from the Yue Pavilion." His tone was laced with indignation. Although he had previously attempted to investigate, he had turned up nothing. as if the merchant had suddenly appeared in the capital. Therefore, he concluded that the merchant was merely an ordinary person without any connections, for no prominent family would establish a shop there. Yes, my lord. The servant accepted the command and swiftly left to fulfill it, with both tasks delegated. The man's lingering anger was still evident on his face. He gazed into the distance, muttering, "Yue Pavilion, HM, I truly underestimated you. Do not rejoice too soon." Meanwhile, due to the bustling market today, Huanawanyu's establishment quickly gained popularity. Even before mealtime, the shop was packed to capacity. The unique aroma of the dishes drew in latecomers, who found themselves queuing for a taste. The scene was even more vibrant than the grand opening. Among the competitors, those witnessing such a spectacle were envious. Yet aware of the events that transpired today, they observed quietly, refraining from rash actions. Who wouldn't desire such a booming business? Huanawanyu delighted in the substantial profits brought by today's rumors. With the crowd on her side, she advertised the opening of her branch the following day, thus saving on hiring promotional staff. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was time for evening martial arts training. Huanawanyu arrived at the Prince Chin's residence earlier than the previous day by half a tea's worth of time. "Good evening." Upon entering, she greeted, only to be met with the striking visage of Yi Chun, causing yesterday's intimate encounter to flood her mind. Huanawanyu felt an odd sensation, perhaps guilt, shyness, or embarrassment. She suppressed these emotions and calmly seated herself, casually sipping her tea. Unexpectedly, Yi Chen's words shattered her composure. "That tea belongs to me." His sudden remark caused her expression to change. Cough, cough. "Were you doing this on purpose?" Huanawanyu exclaimed in anger. Yi Chen nonchalantly produced a handkerchief, remarking, "What could I possibly be doing on purpose?" His demeanor remained calm, as if the cup of tea had no connection to him at all. Huanawanyu shot him an indignant glance. Snatching the handkerchief from his grasp to wipe the water off her clothes, her tone filled with displeasure. "If it is indeed your tea, then why sit there pouring yourself a cup? You are clearly doing this on purpose." What was this fellow trying to achieve? It was obvious he was being deliberately antagonistic, yet still dared to deny it. Had he forgotten the pain, now that his eyes were clear? Yi Chen's eyes flickered slightly as he pushed the freshly poured tea toward Huananyu, stating, "Knowing you were coming, I poured you some tea. Who would have thought you would just sit down and drink it?" With that, he disassociated himself entirely from the situation. Having witnessed countless cunning individuals, she had never encountered one as treacherous as this. With her newfound awareness, she realized she had learned a valuable lesson. Huanawanyu said nothing, merely took the cup, gently stirring the lid, before sliding the tea back toward Yi Chen with a half-smile. "Since I accidentally drank your tea, allow me to return this cup to you." She gazed intently at Yi Chen, curious whether he would accept it or not. Anyone with discernment could see how events had unfolded. Did she not understand? She was not about to let him manipulate her. Huanawanyu's enigmatic smile possessed a captivating charm, causing Yi Chen to momentarily lose his focus, though he quickly regained his composure. The clever girl likely thought he had not noticed her earlier actions. To drug his tea right beneath his nose, she had audacity. It was unwise to consume excessive tea at night, as it could hinder cultivation. Yi Chen refrained from exposing Huanawanyu, instead finding a reasonable excuse. Upon hearing this, Huanawanyu cast a long glance at him, then moved to the side. Why did it feel as if he had seen through everything? Uncertain. Huanawanyu sat on the ground and glanced at Yi Chen again before closing her eyes. That fellow had too many schemes. She needed to be cautious. Yi Chen observed Huanawanyu's inquisitive expressions, yet he revealed not a hint of his thoughts. The young girl was indeed perceptive. She almost caught on. Seeing Huanawanyu meditate with her eyes closed, Yi Chen felt a sense of relief, though his brow furrowed. It was all Xia Zimo's fault. What kind of script had he given him? His actions today had been rash. This behavior had made her more vigilant. Damn Xia Zimo. Meanwhile, Xia Zimo, at the Xia residence, sneezed twice in succession. A nearby maid quickly approached. "Young master, are you feeling cold?" "I shall." Before she could finish, Xia Zimo interrupted. "No worries, I am perfectly fine." Saying this, Xia Zimo moved to the window, his gaze unintentionally drifting toward the direction of the Duke of Su's residence, muttering to himself, "Could it be that fellow is speaking ill of me?" Back at Huanawanyu's side, she adeptly meditated, and before long, the time for this training session had elapsed. The entire city did not require Yi Chen's guidance. This revelation took Yi Chen by surprise. How about this? From now on, I can cultivate my internal energy at home, freeing up time to learn swordsmanship and lightness techniques. In pursuing martial arts, Huanawanyu was not at all disadvantaged. Yi Chen glanced at Huanawanyu and simply stated, Follow me. With that, he turned and strode outside. Huan, understanding that they were about to practice lightness techniques, hurriedly followed. After winding through several paths, Huan finally arrived at her eagerly anticipated destination, the back garden. Upon witnessing the scene before her, Huan expressed her confusion. You brought me here. You won't make me jump into a pit, will you? 3 pits of varying depths lay before her. Huan casually remarked, unknowingly hitting the nail on the head. Since you are aware, then secure your joints and begin practicing your jumps. Yi Chen's words made Huan feel a sense of cunning. It felt intentional, yet there was no evidence. She genuinely wished to poison him, to give him a good beating. Was this a fickle mood? A ruthless tactic? This was undeniably cunning. A man full of schemes. Huan emphatically declared, you are truly something. With that, she picked up a bamboo plank nearby and began to secure her knees. Chapter 63. The Blossoming of Flowers and the Fury of the Moon, Swordsmanship. In the dim light, Yi Chen raised an eyebrow. Could it be that she had not read that book? She was unaware. Having tied herself up, what was the next step? After securing herself, Huan quickly realized that it was not as simple as jumping into the pit. Her knees felt as if encased in plaster, rendering them utterly useless for exertion. How was she to jump? Yi Chen pointed to the shallowest pit and spoke calmly. Jump down and practice jumping back up. Remember, do not use the strength of your joints. Upon hearing this, Huan was almost bewildered. Not using joint strength was akin to a person awakening from a comatose state and attempting to walk, a futile endeavor. Could this truly cultivate lightness and movement? She stared intently at Yi Chen, searching for any hint of jest. She had yet to read that book and was uncertain if this fellow was playing tricks on her. Yi Chen glanced at Huan, his thin lips parting to reveal 2 methods, internal and external cultivation. The former was overly focused on superficiality, while the latter was arduous, yet could grant one the grace of a swallow, elusive and ghost-like. External cultivation. I choose external cultivation. With Yi Chen's words hanging in the air, Huan quickly responded, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity, but at that moment, she had no time to ponder. Yi Chen regarded Huan, signaling her to commence, adopting the demeanor of a teacher as he observed her subsequent practice. Huan paid no heed to Yi Chen's expression. She slowly approached the shallow pit and jumped in, the depth approximately 80 centimeters, just below her waist. Under normal circumstances, she could easily leap out, but now it was time to practice jumping. Taking a deep breath, Huan began to sense the source of strength in her legs. If she couldn't use her joints, then her power must originate from her hips and feet, the latter being far more agile. They bore the weight and center of gravity of her entire body. Confirming her points of force, Huan began to leap. She leaned forward slightly, bending her knees, exerting force through her feet, and lifting her soles off the ground. At that moment, Yi Chen's voice cut through the air. Do not lean forward. Alas, suddenly interrupted, Huan lost focus, her foot colliding with the wall of the pit, and she tumbled to the ground, glaring fiercely at the relaxed Yi Chen. She exclaimed, were you doing this on purpose? You didn't say anything until I began. Yi Chen met her gaze with calmness, replying, have you ever seen anyone practicing lightness and movement while hunched over? His words struck with an unexpected sharpness. What a brutal statement. Huan felt a tumultuous surge within. How could this be her fault? Huan pointed at Yi Chen, stammering a single word. Before rising to dust herself off and preparing for her second practice, she had made up her mind. Once she mastered the skill, she would surely incapacitate him and give him a thorough beating. Until success was achieved, she would endure. Taking a deep breath, she cast a glance at the relaxed figure nearby and began to leap once more again. Her foot grazed the wall of the pit, and she landed prone on the ground. Failure. Without a hint of expression, Huan rose to shake off the dirt, examining the spot she had just struck. Reflecting on her experience, and inhaling deeply to jump again, no surprises awaited her. Once more, Huan found herself on the ground. Repeating her previous motions in a relentless cycle of practice, Yi Chen observed the earnest expression on Huan's face, his eyes filled with admiration, even tinged with a touch of sympathy. Take a break. There's no need to rush, Yi Chen advised. Huan waved her hand dismissively. No? I must seize the moment. Yi Chen glanced at the sky and remarked softly, are you not going to learn swordsmanship? His words struck a chord within Huan. Upon hearing this, she promptly plopped down on the ground. Let us learn. Learn. Tomorrow I shall continue jumping into the pit. While she feigned compliance, internally she grumbled about Yi Chen, questioning what else he could do aside from threatening her. Yet she could find no fault in his actions. Huan Wanyu removed the bamboo planks from her legs and approached Yi Chun, ready to reach for the teacup, when she suddenly halted. Is this your tea? Having learned from past experiences, she was cautious around the 2 teacups on the table, suspecting that he might have ulterior motives. Upon hearing her query, Yi Chun looked at Huan Wanyu with a hint of surprise. Do you not see the tea in my hand? This statement immediately set Huan Wanyu ablaze with indignation. Yi Chun, do you harbor a grudge against me? I went to great lengths to cure your ailment. And this is how you repay your benefactor. This fellow was undoubtedly doing it on purpose. She could no longer hold back. Addressing him by his title was not a first for her, but it was the first time the shadow guards had overheard it, particularly when they witnessed Huan Wanyu. Filled with rage, pointing furiously at their lord, their expressions mirrored those of someone who had seen a ghost. Bewildered at her audacity, would their master be enraged? The shadow guards could not help but sweat for Huan Wanyu. Seeing Huan Wanyu's fury, Yi Chun felt a fleeting panic. How had he managed to provoke this girl? Yet, as one who had never bowed his head, how could he admit to having spoken out of turn? His demeanor remained placid. You are being loud. The time has come. Yi Chun sidestepped Huan Wanyu's previous remarks, sensing that if he continued down that path, the consequences would be dire. As expected, upon hearing his words, Huan Wanyu glanced at the night sky, realizing how swiftly time had passed. She hadn't even touched the sword hilt before the time had come. But regarding her earlier anger, she refused to bottle it up, so she declared, It's all your fault. The time must be extended. What was meant as a reproach suddenly felt like a modern girl playfully complaining to a boy. Huan Wanyu was baffled by her own thoughts, questioning why she had imagined such a trivial scene. Yi Chun, hearing her words, showed no surprise and did not dwell on her grievances. He called out into the air, Revolver. Upon hearing, the revolver promptly approached, presenting the sword. Yi Chun stood up, took the sword, and looked at Huan Wanyu. Watch closely. I will only demonstrate one move. With that, regardless of Huan Wanyu's response, the sword was unsheathed, and he began to demonstrate the 12 swords of Tianxian. Yi Chun had seen them and memorized the movements, yet he had not comprehended the underlying intent of the swordsmanship. This technique was not suitable for men. He was merely teaching it to Huan Wanyu. The rest was for her to intuitively grasp. As Huan Wanyu watched Yi Chun practice the moves, she found herself captivated, realizing that a stern man was indeed suited to martial arts. His graceful yet powerful movements flowed seamlessly, and Huan Wanyu felt a surge of excitement. This swordsmanship was perfect for her. With a spirited demeanor, she envisioned herself as a heroic figure among women. It was simply too fitting. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed, startling Huan Wanyu. Such overwhelming sword energy. At that moment, Yi Chun too retracted his sword, showing no surprise at the sword intent he had just released, calmly stating, It's your turn. With that, he tossed the sword to Huan Wanyu, without inquiring whether she had understood. Yi Chun was aware of Huan Wanyu's training at the Hua residence, and was eager to see her apply her newly acquired skills. If she truly possessed the ability to retain knowledge effortlessly, then she was indeed unparalleled. Chapter 64, Diligent Practice, Intrigue. With the sword in hand, Huan Wanyu felt an overwhelming joy, suppressing her urge to investigate the gem on the hilt. Taking a deep breath, she mentally reviewed the movements she had just performed, then began to practice. Blessed with a foundation in martial arts and recent sparring with the shadow guards, Huan Wanyu's movements were notably steady. The sword flowed gracefully in her hands, each move fluid and imbued with the essence of the blade. As her techniques evolved, her form danced in harmony, showcasing a captivating elegance. At that moment, Yi Chun was utterly mesmerized, a poem naturally forming in his mind. With gallant grace, she rises with the wind. A beauty so rare, the flowers seemed to pale. Her beauty was such that even the ladies of the Hua estate would feel shame in her presence. After all, she belonged to him. Yi Chun's gaze shifted from awe to a tender affection, ultimately igniting into a burning passion. Suddenly, as Huan Wanyu executed her final move, Yi Chun was taken aback. How could this be? The usually unflappable Yi Chun's expression changed, fixated on Huan Wanyu as she completed her last technique. His demeanor returning to calm, yet his heart was filled with confusion. What had just transpired? Why had he suddenly perceived the illusion of 2 swords? Meanwhile, the shadow guards perched in the trees were equally astonished. They too had witnessed the spectral image of a sword. How was this possible? The group exchanged glances, silently agreeing to remain quiet as they observed below. After executing her final move, Huan Wanyu glanced at the tree and wall, noting no changes. With a sigh, she lamented, I had hoped for a magnificent sword aura, yet not even a leaf trembled. I am still too weak. With that, she sheathed her sword, having sensed a hint of sword energy, only to realize it was merely an illusion. Was there anything unusual during my practice? Yichen inquired, convinced that he had not been mistaken, believing the swordplay concealed some hidden intricacies. Huanwanyu looked up at Yi Chun, puzzled by his line of questioning. However, recalling his actions from earlier that night, she decided not to speak the truth. Unusual? What was unusual? Did you notice anything out of the ordinary? Was I lacking in my practice? Her clear eyes brimmed with confusion, and she skillfully feigned ignorance, revealing no hint of a flaw. Yi Chun, upon being thus questioned, swiftly dismissed his doubts. With diligent practice, the sword energy will naturally manifest. This served as a response to Huanwanyu's earlier lament, for he had not overlooked the flicker of disappointment in her eyes. Achieving such fluidity in swordplay at her novice stage was truly remarkable. She was indeed a promising martial talent. It seemed the Hua estate had misjudged her potential, mistaking pearls for mere fish eyes. Huanwanyu understood this truth well, as long as it strengthened her. She was willing to forego rest. That was her resolve. Time was fleeting, and reluctantly, she returned the sword to Yi Chun before scaling the wall to leave. Yi Chun watched her departure and called out, "Zhuoluan, my lord." Zhuoluan promptly approached and bowed. Yi Chun withdrew his gaze, leaving a directive, "Tomorrow, deliver the Yufeng sword to her." Having said this, he turned and strode back to the inner courtyard. Huanwanyu, upon returning home, drank a cup of spirit water and settled on her bed to cultivate her inner strength. Having practiced the previous day, she quickly entered a state of focus, guiding her breath and consolidating her energy within her dantian, repeatedly refining it, floating in a trance as if journeying through the heavens. Huanwanyu felt a delightful clarity amidst her drowsiness, her entire being relaxed. She could even hear the sound of her own blood coursing through her veins. This sensation was both enchanting and extraordinary. Thus, Huanwanyu immersed herself in her cultivation, and before she knew it, an entire night had passed. As dawn began to break, she opened her eyes, feeling revitalized. Her complexion was rosy, betraying no signs of a sleepless night. Is the day already bright? Huanwanyu mused, surprised at the late hour, regretting the lost time for her training. Stretching her limbs, she stepped outside to summon her 2 maidservants to fetch water for her bath. With the new establishment set to open tomorrow, she had to forego her physical training. After preparing herself, Huanwanyu made her way to the front courtyard, where she coincidentally encountered Huanrong and Madame Hua as they were about to leave. It seemed they were off to a banquet, both dressed exquisitely, though Madame Hua could not conceal the weariness etched on her face. Upon seeing them, Huanwanyu acted as if she had not noticed, walking past them toward the bustling market. Infuriated, Huanrong rebuked her mother. "Mother, look how she increasingly disregards us. Once she enters the royal residence and becomes a princess, she will truly look down upon us." Throughout, Huanrong had never acknowledged Huanyu's identity, nor would she allow her to rise above her. Madame Hua was acutely aware of Huanyu's actions. Ever since the marriage decree, their military household had been in turmoil. Previously enraged, she wished nothing more than to see her suffer. Gazing at Huanyu's retreating figure, Madame Hua's eyes glinted with malice, coldly declaring, if she marries into royalty, how could she be worthy of anything but disgrace? The events of recent days were undeniably linked to that troublesome girl. She was a harbinger of calamity. She disrupted the fortunes of their household. Madame Hua would rather face the wrath of the royal family than witness the Hua estate's downfall. She would seek someone to ruin her. Returning to the present, Madame Hua regarded Huanrong, speaking earnestly. "Ronger, remember, you must become the primary wife. Secure the favor of the 7th prince, and you shall command respect in the inner courtyard." She understood the dynamics of survival in the inner quarters all too well. Thus, she could not allow her second daughter to repeat the mistakes of her elder sister. Becoming the main wife was the true path to power. Huanrong, listening to her mother's admonitions, initially felt shy but soon nodded obediently. "I shall heed your teachings, mother." Her elder sister's situation had illuminated the significance of power and status. She would not betray her mother's expectations. That wretched girl, what could she possibly compare to her? With her lowly status, how could she stand on equal footing? Once her purity was lost, she would watch her arrogance crumble. The 2 women exchanged knowing smiles before boarding the carriage, heading westward. At the newly opened Yuetai second shop, Huanwanyu inspected every corner, ensuring all was in order before settling the remaining payment. Gazing at the transformed establishment, She felt a profound sense of accomplishment. This was her first venture in this ancient world. Onward, she thought, brimming with joy at the prospect of opening for business tomorrow, envisioning a flood of silver coins flowing into her hands. After thoroughly examining the shop, Huan closed the door and made her way to the first store. As she passed through an alley, she suddenly heard a woman's cry for help. Huan rushed over without hesitation. Chapter 65, A Just Cause. Rescue the Innocent. 5 ruffians cornered a pair of individuals against a wall. The man, resembling a frail scholar devoid of any physical strength, shielded the woman behind him, clearly aware that the intentions of the men were nefarious. Do not approach. If you have grievances, direct them at me, but leave my sister unharmed. The delicate scholar shouted with a mixture of anger and trepidation, glancing nervously between the 5 assailants while firmly positioning himself in front of the woman. The woman, filled with fear, also harbored deep concern for the man, her eyes reflecting an equal measure of dread and worry. Their attire betrayed their humble origins. They were evidently not of affluent background. The 5 ruffians, with menacing expressions, dismissed the scholar's words entirely, advancing towards the couple. One of them reached out to forcibly separate the man, while another aimed to seize the woman. In that moment of impending danger, Huan arrived. What are you beasts doing? In broad daylight, how dare you commit such vile acts? Do you not fear retribution? Huan wielded a wooden stick, her gaze icy as it fell upon the ruffians, the mere intensity of her stare already sealing their fates. Meddling in affairs that do not concern you. Since you are here, you might as well stay. With such good looks, I shall sell you to Nanyuan, the leader of the ruffians boasted, oblivious to the peril of his words, eliciting laughter from his companions. Upon hearing this, the frail scholar immediately shouted, "Sir, run!" But his warning only incited the ruffian's ire. As one swiftly kicked him to the ground, the woman rushed forward in panic. Huan remained composed, her lips parting slightly as she declared, "Foolish mortals, I shall grant you your wish." With that, she struck first, swinging her stick towards the one who had just spoken. Bang! The force of the blow sent him flying, an instantaneous act that left no time for reaction from his companions. The remaining 4, witnessing this, drew their daggers and lunged viciously at Huan. Unwilling to waste any time, she swiftly maneuvered, kicking one of the assailants while simultaneously delivering a strike with her stick. In the blink of an eye, she appeared before another, raising her weapon to deliver yet another blow. With undeniable prowess, Huan subdued the 5 ruffians in mere moments, leaving them sprawled on the ground, motionless. Thank you for your timely intervention, sir. However, I fear I have brought you trouble today. Rest assured, the grateful scholar began, but was interrupted by Huan. They are not dead, they merely fainted. Have they robbed you of silver? Seize the opportunity and reclaim your belongings before they awaken. Fear not, they will not seek vengeance upon you in the future. Huan understood that the scholar had mistaken the ruffians for corpses and directly reassured him, adding a reminder that they need not worry about future retribution. Upon hearing this, the scholar sighed in relief but still sincerely bowed to Huan. Thank you, sir. We have not been robbed of any silver. May I inquire your esteemed name, so we may repay your kindness in the future? The humble scholar's demeanor prompted Huan to wave her hand dismissively while rifling through the ruffian's pockets. It is but a trifling matter, no need for repayment. Your accents suggest you are not from the capital. Take this silver for your needs. Huan handed the 10 taels of silver she had collected to the frail scholar, recognizing their impoverished appearance. Ironically, she, a person who had survived on the edge of a blade, could not abide the oppression of the weak, leaving her uncertain of her own moral standing, especially considering the countless lives that had perished at her hands. Her gesture left the scholar in a state of excited confusion. Sir, I cannot accept this. The sage says that ill-gotten gains. Before he could finish, Huan interjected, when one cannot even secure their livelihood, the words of sages are but empty clouds. Hurry, take it, for there are many places in the capital where silver is needed. Impatiently, she thrust the silver into the man's hands and turned to leave. Suddenly, a figure dashed in front of her, kneeling with a thud. Sir, I beseech you to accept me. I am willing to serve as your maid, to attend to your every need. The previously silent sister of the scholar unexpectedly knelt before Huan, her words startling both her and the scholar. The young man rushed forward, exclaiming, Launer, what nonsense are you speaking? Get up. We shall repay the kindness of our benefactor in due time. What are you doing? The scholar's heart ached at his sister's sudden action. He understood her intentions, but he could not acquiesce. The woman remained resolute on the ground, tears streaming down her face. "Brother, do not dissuade me. My mind is made up. Without me as a burden, you can focus on your studies and restore our family's honor." Seemingly burdened by profound sorrow, the woman stifled her tears, urging her brother to accept her decision. As the two debated, Huan observed silently, scrutinizing the young woman. Ultimately, the scholar could not sway his sister and reluctantly agreed to her request. "Sir, I hail from Liuzhou. My surname is Yang, given name Yulan. Our family has fallen into misfortune, and we sold our possessions to accompany my brother to the capital for the imperial examinations. Who could have foreseen such calamity? Our silver was stolen, and we are now surviving solely on my brother's meager earnings from copying texts. You are kind-hearted. I implore you to take me in. I am willing to serve as your maid, capable of performing any task, merely seeking a place to call home." The woman's words were clear and sincere, her demeanor humble yet earnest, her eyes reflecting a deep yearning to live. After speaking, she bowed her head heavily, indicating her resolve. Her brother, silently weeping, turned his face to the wall, pounding his fist against it, revealing his genuine reluctance to accept their current plight. Huan absorbed the emotions of both siblings, her mind racing back to the recently concluded examinations, realizing she had overlooked their circumstances. After a brief contemplation, she stated, "Following me is not out of the question, but I cannot tolerate betrayal. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire." This was her boundary, unforgivable. Upon hearing this, the woman's face lit up with joy as she promised, "I shall never betray you." Having gauged the characters of the two, Huan produced 30 taels as payment for the young woman while offering an additional 20 taels to the scholar for managing her two shops' finances. Her burgeoning enterprise indeed required assistance, and Yang Yulan's intelligence and tenacity made her an excellent candidate. Fortune smiled upon them, leaving both siblings nearly in disbelief. Once they regained their composure, tears of joy streamed down their faces as they vowed to work diligently and remain loyal. After this brief interlude, Huan led the two directly to her shop. As they approached, the bustling business inside nearly left the Yang siblings speechless. What exquisite dishes! How delightful the aromas! The capital is truly a thriving place. Chapter 66. The Token of Affection, Stealthy Investigation. Under the arrangement of Huan, the two siblings of the Yang family swiftly became occupied. One busied themselves with serving the guests and carrying dishes, while the other meticulously recorded various expenses and organized accounts. Huan stood at the front desk, managing the cash. Whispers of the previous day's rumors could still be overheard through the mouths of the diners. Yet the discussions revolved around the Zhang family's ignorance of the matter. Huan maintained a calm demeanor, as if she had anticipated this, though the glint in her lively eyes betrayed a flicker of coldness. Within 3 days, she intended to hear news of the Zhang family's misfortune. After midday, Huan accompanied the staff of the new establishment to the branch office, finalizing all preparations for the grand opening as the night fell darker. Upon returning to the general's residence, she was unexpectedly greeted with a surprise. "Miss, this is a gift from the prince." The sword, adorned with phoenix feathers, was a precious token bestowed by the late Emperor Prince Huai. Dark 5, upon seeing Huan return, respectfully presented the sword with both hands, explaining its origin as stated by the left attendant. Huan was captivated by the sword's elegance, and upon hearing Dark 5's words, her eyes sparkled with delight. An antique, a gift from the emperor, far more valuable than ordinary porcelain. Indeed, it must not be lost, absolutely cannot be lost. Just the agate inlaid upon it is worth a fortune. Is that fellow undergoing a transformation? With a mere thought of that person's cunning nature, Huan joyous expression turned cautious. Clutching the sword protectively, she inquired coldly, "Why has your master bestowed this sword upon me? Are there any conditions attached?" Their relationship was transactional. How could he possibly gift her something so precious without reason? Dark 5 was taken aback by Huan's reaction, feeling indignant on behalf of his master. "Miss, how can you doubt our prince so? Our master graciously gifted you the sword for self-defense. And who would have thought you would react this way?" "Humph, I must." As Dark 5 expressed his frustration, Huan interjected, Stop. What nonsense are you spouting? If you dare slander me, be careful I don't bring trouble upon you before your master." Recognizing Dark 5's attitude shift, Huan seized the initiative, asserting her standpoint. After speaking, she hastily entered the room without a glance back. Dark 5 stood frozen, astonished by how swiftly Huan's demeanor had changed. That night, as per usual, Hua Nuanyu arrived at the prince's residence. Do you like the Yufeng sword? A sudden question caused Hua Nuanyu to halt her movements, her astonished gaze turning toward Yi Chun. Strange, why did she feel something was amiss? With a composed expression, she sat down slowly and politely expressed, "Thank you for the gift, Your Highness. I truly appreciate it." Upon hearing her words, a gentle glimmer flashed in Yi Chun's eyes as he spoke softly, "We shall soon be wed, which makes it a token of our affection, also representing your status, ensuring you will not be bullied when you step outside." At his words, Hua Nuanyu was nearly propelled to her feet, her inquisitive gaze fixating on Yi Chun. A token of affection? With 300 cunning thoughts swirling in her mind, she was forced to remain vigilant. Today, his behavior was exceedingly peculiar, even more so than yesterday. What had come over him lately? It felt as though he were targeting her. Where had that cold, indifferent persona gone? Why did his words seem laden with meaning? She drank her spirit water, assuring herself her mind was clear. Thus, the issue lay with him. In response to Hua Nuanyu's scrutinizing gaze, Yi Chun remained unfazed and retorted, "Are you contemplating breaching our agreement?" "Impossible. I am a woman of my word." Upon hearing the notion of breach, Hua Nuanyu was incensed. Setting aside the consequences of breaking a contract, she was fixated on that status. She intended to rely on it for her future freedom. How could she possibly breach the agreement? Upon hearing her words, Yi Chun's lips curled into a slight smile as he remarked with a hint of significance, "Since it is a wedding, all the procedures must be followed. My princess cannot be inferior to others." With that, Yi Chun stood and walked outside. Hua Nuanyu, without further thought, hastily followed. If something is offered freely, it should not be refused. After all, it was her reward. Author's note: life is tough, and work is hard. Do not forget to treat yourself. Having suspended her cultivation, Hua Nuanyu utilized this time to practice jumping into a pit. The first pit she aimed to conquer today. Without pausing, she grasped a bamboo board to stabilize her knees, then leaped into the pit to begin her jump. One failure, Hua Nuanyu rose to continue training. Another failure, she rose again and kept practicing. As time passed, Hua Nuanyu relentlessly trained her jumping technique without respite. Finally, with only a cup of tea's worth of time remaining, she successfully leaped out of the pit. Exhausting. I finally did it. Hua Nuanyu sat on the ground, disheveled yet exhilarated. Oblivious to her own words, she spoke freely, for her interactions with Yi Chun, aside from her secrets, were entirely unreserved. Upon hearing her exclamation, Yi Chun furrowed his brow momentarily before quickly recovering, offering a word of praise. "Not bad. Your determination is commendable." Hua Nuanyu, brimming with pride, declared, "Humph. Now you see my prowess. I am a genius." Do you know what a genius is? It is someone like me, with her own strength used to challenge his cunning. Hua Nuanyu eagerly anticipated witnessing Yi Chun's humbled expression. Yi Chun chose to remain silent, sipping his tea. After a brief rest, Hua Nuanyu sprang back to her feet, seizing the final moments to jump a few more times, familiarizing herself with the power of her leaps. Thus, until the time was up, Hua Nuanyu successfully jumped over 10 more times. Regarding the subsequent sword techniques, she practiced the stances, familiarizing herself with the swordplay and the essence of sword intent. While Yi Chun sat nearby, overseeing and hoping to witness the final move that would evoke memories of yesterday's scene. With fluid and natural movements, Hua Nuanyu's agile form exuded a blend of softness and strength, versatility and precision, reflecting her character, adaptable and ever-changing. Soon, she executed her final move. Yi Chun's expression shifted dramatically. Indeed, this time he was not mistaken. 2 phantoms. How did she achieve that? Where had this sword technique originated? Why had no one discerned its intricacies? Regaining his composure, Yi Chun gazed at Hua Nuanyu with a complex expression, his eyes filled with inscrutability. Who exactly was she? Refreshing. Hua Nuanyu sheathed her sword, exhaling contentedly. Then she glanced around with a puzzled expression, resuming her practice. Those gazes were rather peculiar. How could her beginner's swordplay astonish those shadowy guards? Having witnessed it twice, the guards were now accustomed to seeing those phantoms. Their only curiosity lay in the origin of the swordplay and its formidable power. As time slowly passed, Hua Nuanyu practiced the first move repeatedly, and just before concluding, she finally unleashed a sliver of sword energy. The leaves across from her trembled, and Hua Nuanyu beamed with satisfaction. After Hua Nuanyu departed, Yi Chun, with a grave expression, summoned Dark One. Investigate the origin of that sword technique. And Yi Chun's gaze shifted toward the high wall as he continued. Look into Hua Nuanyu's past. Every detail, no matter how trivial. Remember, do not raise suspicion. So many anomalies had arisen, leaving him with no choice but to delve deeper into the truth. Understood, Master. Dark One accepted the command, then leaped into the night, disappearing into the shadows. Chapter 67. The grand opening of the new store, a fortuitous encounter. On the 9th day of March, under the warm embrace of the sun, the new branch of Unify opened its doors. When you arrived early at the shop, meticulously inspecting every detail, patiently awaiting the auspicious moment. The staff within the establishment had grown accustomed to their duties and understood the workflow, alleviating their initial anxiety. Outside, a throng of eager patrons already congregated at the entrance, engaged in animated discussions, primarily revolving around the delectable offerings of the shop. Yuetai had garnered a modest reputation. Many had yet to experience its delights, but its name was well known, eagerly anticipated for the right occasion to indulge. Owner, the auspicious hour has arrived. Yang Yulan reminded. Huan Wanyu rose, opened the door, and unveiled the sign. Yuetai's new branch is officially open. We graciously thank all of you for your support. Today, for every purchase over 100 taels, enjoy a complimentary serving of marinated meat. Huan Wanyu proclaimed with enthusiasm, followed by the jubilant crack of firecrackers. Upon hearing the offer of marinated meat, those familiar with its taste could hardly contain their excitement, rushing into the shop to place their orders. The establishment quickly became a whirlwind of activity. The opening ceremony commenced precisely at the second quarter of the SI hour. Within half an hour, as noon approached, patrons arrived early, eager to secure their seats. By the time noon struck, the shop was filled to capacity, the staff bustling about in a flurry. Given the branch's proximity to the royal elite, Huan Wanyu anticipated distinguished guests. Thus, she reserved 3 private rooms in advance and prepared 2 small pots of the most popular dishes, assigning 2 servants to assist. With a swift kitchen service, table turnover was high, allowing ample seating for new arrivals as midday arrived, leaving several tables free. The business was thriving within the shop. And outside, a crowd had gathered, drawn by the enticing aroma wafting through the air. Curious onlookers craned their necks to glimpse the source of such delightful scents. Discussions regarding the establishment never seemed to cease. The once quiet market was now bustling with activity, courtesy of Huan Wanyu's shop, attracting an unprecedented number of visitors. Nearby shopkeepers were invigorated, each promoting their wares in hopes of luring customers. To their surprise, some indeed ventured in. Not far away, a splendid carriage rolled down the street, and a commanding male voice rang out from within, "Stop." The coachman, upon hearing this, tightened the reins. "Your Highness, how may I serve you?" inquired a respectful guard beside him. The voice inside resounded again. "What is that delightful aroma? Let us investigate." "Yes, Your Highness." The guard promptly redirected the horses toward the source of the enticing scent. Those drawn by the fragrance were not limited to the carriage's occupants. Numerous esteemed guests followed suit, captivated by the alluring scent. Among them were several familiar faces to Huan Wanyu. "Shopkeeper, a private room for us." A familiar male voice called out. Huan Wanyu paused her tasks, looking up to see a well-known acquaintance. Her face lit up with a smile as she approached. "Gentlemen, please ascend to the upper floor. Order whatever you like. I assure you, you'll crave more." With a graceful gesture, she invited them in and led the way. 5 young gentlemen graced her presence, 3 of whom she recognized: Xia Zimo, Su Yuxuan, and the heir to the Dingyuan Marquis. These 5 noble scions, each possessing striking features and an air of nobility, evoked gasps of admiration from onlookers, even causing some ladies to shyly conceal their faces, harboring secret affections. However, the 5 young men appeared unfazed, disregarding the crowd as they followed Huan Wanyu upstairs. Among them, only Su Yuxuan and Xia Zimo's eyes remained fixed on Huan Wanyu, scrutinizing her closely. For a fleeting moment, they felt a strange sense of familiarity with the slender figure before them, perplexed as they had never encountered her before. Huan Wanyu was acutely aware of their intense gazes but feigned ignorance as she led them into room 3. "Gentlemen, here is the menu. Every dish in our establishment is a specialty, truly unique in the capital. Please feel free to order." She presented the pre-prepared menu to Su Yuxuan, inviting the gentlemen to place their orders. The distinctive menu caught the attention of several young men, who curiously leaned in to examine the illustrations of the delectable dishes. Cold-dressed Crucian carp, braised pork, dompa pork, spicy fish. The 5 men eagerly discussed their choices. And Huan Yu's heart swelled with joy as she swiftly noted their selections with her charcoal pencil. 12 dishes. 5 gentlemen ordered 12 dishes. Splendid. Profits were on the horizon. She instructed a waiter to attend to them while she went to relay the orders. As she departed, lively discussions erupted in the private room, nearly all centered around Yuetai. Downstairs, Huan Yu took the menu directly to the kitchen, glancing at the preparations before returning to the front desk. Just as she positioned herself, 3 individuals entered, one of whom was a familiar face. Huan Rong. What a delightful coincidence. However, the gentleman beside her drew attention with his intriguing demeanor. Shopkeeper, prepare a private room for our master. A guard-like man commanded coldly, his gaze dismissive and slightly menacing. Huan Yu remained composed, a smile gracing her lips as she responded, certainly. Gentlemen, please proceed upstairs. She maintained her poise, treating them as ordinary patrons. The guard cast a glance at Huan Yu before respectfully leading his master upstairs, while reminding her to hurry along and serve them. The gentleman maintained a haughty demeanor throughout, exuding an air of superiority. Beside him, Huan Rong upheld her own aristocratic grace, following closely behind. Huan Yu trailed them, her expression calm. It seemed Huan Rong had developed quite the connection with a royal. Yet, she wondered which prince it might be. Given their ages, it was likely the 7th prince. Huan Yu was familiar with the few adult princes in the royal family. In room 2, Huan Yu guided the pair to their seats, presenting the menu while introducing it. Gentlemen, please feel free to order anything from this menu. You will find it utterly irresistible. You will crave it again after your first taste. As her words lingered in the air, the 7th prince, Yi Yu, interjected. Bring us a selection of your signature dishes. Such youthful arrogance. This was Huan Yu's initial impression of the 7th prince. Her heart leaped with delight as she subtly flattered him. Excellent choice, Your Highness. The dishes on this menu are indeed our signature offerings. You possess remarkable taste. With that, she turned and departed the private room to place the order. 30 dishes. He certainly had a flair for extravagance. Upon hearing Huan Yu's words, the 7th prince nearly betrayed his surprise, but with his proclamation made, he could not retract it, especially with a lovely companion by his side, and the enticing aroma of the dishes wafting through the establishment. Ronger, what troubles you? Is it that you do not fancy the dishes? The charming lady appeared lost in thought, prompting the 7th prince's concern. Chapter 68 Late Night Revenge and Fortune. Huan Rong shook her head, forcing a smile as she addressed the prince. Your Highness, the dishes here are naturally exquisite. Given your busy schedule, I am truly flattered that you would think of me. I simply have not been resting well lately due to the numerous affairs at the residence. It is all because of my half-sister. Her voice was soft, her eyes shimmering with a hint of sorrow as she deliberately mentioned Huan Yu. The recent events at the Hua residence had become common knowledge throughout the capital, yet Huan Rong subtly directed the blame towards Huan Yu, presenting herself as a victim of deeper circumstances. Upon hearing her words, the 7th prince, filled with concern, reached for Huan Rong's hand. Has she been bullying you? This sudden gesture startled Huan Rong, and she quickly withdrew her hand, lowering her gaze. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she dared not meet the prince's eyes. Your Highness, she is to marry the Prince of Qin soon, and her status is different now. I must endure. However, Huan Rong insinuated that Huan Yu was taking advantage of her position, speaking as if she had suffered a great injustice, desperately holding back her emotions, which tugged at the 7th prince's heartstrings. Especially with her coy demeanor, it stirred an unquenchable desire within him, prompting him to pull her into his embrace. But what? He inquired. Do not fear, my dear. A plain woman who has not yet married the Prince of Qin holds no real power. You are the legitimate daughter. Whatever you say, she must heed. If she dares to exert her influence, I shall avenge you. The prince displayed a fierce determination to protect her, embodying the spirit of a knight in shining armor. Huan Rong felt a surge of joy at his words, burying her face in his chest, her eyes sparkling with pride as she continued. Your Highness, your protection means the world to me. However, that person seems to have employed some underhanded tactics to gain the Prince of Qin's favor, thereby endangering my family. Huan Rong speculated about the identity of the person behind Huan Yu. The Prince of Qin was known for his disinterest in women, never having shown particular favor towards any lady. Upon hearing Huan Rong's account, the 7th prince was taken aback. After grasping the situation, he assured her, rest assured, my dear, I shall investigate this matter thoroughly. Await my news. Should that person dare to torment you, I will personally teach her a lesson. Given the connection to the Prince of Chun, he vowed to delve deeper into the matter, especially since it involved a woman. An even more perplexing twist. Just then, the dishes were served, and the enticing aroma of food diverted their attention. As the prince savored the unique flavors, it awakened his taste buds, leaving him longing for more. Indeed, it was delicious. Thus, the elegant dining room was filled only with the sounds of their meal. Time passed swiftly, and before long, night had fallen. Huan Yu meticulously gathered all the silver and began distributing rewards. Each of the 4 chefs received 30 taels, while the 16 attendants were rewarded with 15 taels each, including the young siblings. On the day of the grand opening, the turnover rate was impressive, reaching 18,000 taels. After deducting various costs, they netted over 12,000 taels. Opening a branch was undoubtedly the wisest decision. Huan Yu felt a surge of joy and began plotting the opening of another store. After handling matters at the shop, Huan Yu returned home. As dusk descended, she stealthily incapacitated the 2 maidservants and stationed her guards, Dark 5 and Dark 6, at the entrance. She then retrieved her sword and manual, familiarizing herself with the second technique. At the appointed hour, Huan Yu arrived at the Prince of Chen's residence. Their interactions had been relatively pleasant that day, as she had not been provoked. After practicing, she decisively took her leave, unnoticed by Yi Chen. Around 11 o'clock, Huan Yu returned to her residence. Seizing an opportunity when Dark 5 and Dark 6 were unprepared, she subdued them and hid them away. Swiftly donning her night attire, she leapt into the darkness without hesitation. The Zhang residence, with its grand entrance, was slightly shorter than that of the court officials, yet it bore an air of magnificence. The vast estate was shrouded in darkness, exuding an aura of danger and tranquility. Huan Yu pressed herself against the wall, absorbing every detail of the courtyard before expertly scaling the walls. Moving with agility throughout the Zhang residence, the guards were oblivious, completely unaware that an intruder had entered the estate and was moving about freely. By discerning the layout of the residence, Huan Yu surmised the location of the storeroom. Following her instincts, she skillfully made her way to the storeroom courtyard. Huh. Did you ever anticipate this, old Zhang? You have provoked this lady, and tonight, I shall ensure you live in fear. I hope you can withstand my retribution. Huan Yu observed the tightly locked storeroom door, her eyes gleaming with determination. Retreating into the shadows, she swiftly approached the guard, catching him off guard and incapacitating him. With a silver needle in hand, she deftly unlocked the door and entered. The entire process unfolded in the blink of an eye. Her movements were swift and decisive. With ease, she bypassed 2 locks and entered a space of over 30 square meters, filled to the brim. Taking out a fire stick, she illuminated the interior, her face lighting up with glee. Huh, I have struck gold. In addition to gold and silver jewelry, exquisite artworks, and decorative items, there was an abundance of fabric and finely crafted tea sets. This is a treasure trove. Everything collectible can be stashed away, while the rest can be sold for silver. Without hesitation, she began collecting items, watching as they vanished into thin air. Such an eerie spectacle would surely startle anyone who witnessed it. Huan Yu collected everything in sight, anxious about any unforeseen circumstances, planning to tally her spoils upon return. In no time, the once-filled storeroom transformed into an empty shell. Even the shelves were whisked away into her space. Mission accomplished. After inspecting the storeroom for hidden compartments and finding none, she finally departed with satisfaction. The gentle breeze rustled the leaves, and the tranquil night seemed frozen in time, enveloped in silence. The events that transpired at the Zhang residence that night were destined to remain a secret, yet they would undoubtedly send shockwaves through the capital. Upon returning home, Huan Yu first hoisted Dark 5 and Dark 6 up into the trees before administering a dose of medicine to them. Then she retreated to her quarters. The hallucinogenic drug blurred the lines between reality and dream, rendering them oblivious to their state of unconsciousness. Hence, Huan Yu felt emboldened to venture out in the middle of the night to pursue her desires. Back in her room, Huan Yu quickly retrieved the large boxes she had collected, opening them one by one, nearly blinding herself with the dazzling sight. Wow, I have truly struck it rich. Gazing at the stacks of silver ingots, her eyes widened in disbelief, sparkling with excitement. Overwhelmed, she leaned over the silver, playfully biting into a few pieces, grinning as she began counting. 20 large boxes and 1 grand chest. Among the 20 boxes, 6 contained gold, 6,000 taels of gold. The remainder consisted of silver. The grand chest, however, held something even more remarkable: thick stacks of silver notes. Each note valued 1,000 taels, and there were 100 of them. Chapter 69. Disturbance in the capital, surveillance. A windfall. A masterstroke. In a single night, nearly 200,000 taels were earned. She had observed that the gold and silver jewelry alone was worth at least 50,000 taels. A boon indeed. If only there were more such individuals. Huan sighed, quickly stowing her treasures away. With the pure profit from her recent business endeavors, her total cash assets amounted to approximately 240,000 taels. Within less than a month, she had become a person of wealth. With her thoughts settled, Huan drank a cup of divine water, changed her attire, and began cultivating her inner strength while seated on her bed. The following morning, a piercing scream shattered the tranquility of the Zhang residence. The steward, aghast, scrambled from the storeroom to the main courtyard, shouting in a panic, "Master, a grave incident has occurred." The steward collapsed to the ground, his countenance pale and drenched in cold sweat. Such a display startled the usually composed Master Zhang. The steward was known for his steadiness. When had he ever shown such disarray? "What has happened?" Master Zhang inquired coldly, but the steward trembled, his eyes wide with fear. "Master, the storeroom. It has been robbed." "What?" Before the steward could finish, Master Zhang shot up in shock. How could the storeroom be robbed? Who was on guard yesterday? Why had there been no commotion? Anger surged within him, disbelief filling his gaze. After uttering those words, he rushed towards the storeroom. At that moment, he believed it was merely a thief taking some silver, a minor loss. However, upon his arrival at the storeroom, the empty scene left him dumbfounded. Where were the goods? What had happened to them? Who was responsible? The sight before him was unbearable. Master Zhang roared in rage, his blood pressure surging, causing him to spit blood and subsequently faint. The Zhang residence was thrown into chaos. This incident quickly spread throughout the Zhang household and, with astonishing speed, reached every corner of the capital. The storeroom of the Zhang family had been completely emptied, a truly bizarre and alarming occurrence. Instantly, throngs of people rushed to the Zhang residence to ascertain the details. The official responsible for maintaining order in the capital, the Jingzhao, received the report from the Zhang family and was so shocked that he immediately gathered his men and hurried to the Zhang residence to investigate. Upon examining the scene and learning the findings, the Jingzhao was drenched in cold sweat. A theft without a trace, executed without disturbing anyone, had left the entire storeroom empty. This was an unparalleled anomaly. How was he to conduct an investigation? Setting aside the Zhang family's status, the uniqueness of this case alone would surely spell the end of his career. Hua Manor. As soon as Huan stepped out of the manor, Hua Manqing learned of the events at the Zhang residence and felt a wave of apprehension. "Is what you say true?" Hua Manqing, donning a hood, concealed his expression, yet his incredulous tone betrayed his disbelief. The servant replied respectfully, "I would not dare to lie. The entire capital is abuzz with the news. The storeroom of the Zhang family has been completely robbed, and even the Jingzhao has gone to investigate. Master, I have also heard a rumor, though I am uncertain if I should share it." The servant, dispatched by Hua Manqing to seek out a divine physician, had heard of the incident and approached the Zhang residence to gather information, only to stumble upon something unusual. Upon hearing the servant's words, Hua Manqing was taken aback. The entire storeroom had been robbed. Unheard of. Curiosity piqued, he pressed, "Speak. Do not dawdle." The servant, startled, quickly reported, "Master, some say the storeroom was robbed without leaving a trace, as if everything vanished into thin air." Boom. The servant's words struck Hua Manqing like a thunderclap, and after a brief moment of blankness, a wave of terror washed over him. It was that individual, the one who had stolen their betrothal gifts. No traces left behind, as if everything had simply evaporated. How splendid! How remarkable! That person was still in the capital and dared to commit a crime. Suddenly, an idea struck Hua Manqing, and his anger subsided, replaced by a calm determination. Keep a close watch on the developments at the Zhang residence. Report back immediately with any news. "Yes, master." The servant complied, and upon confirming that the master had no further instructions, he withdrew. Shortly thereafter, Hua Manqing summoned his guards, and, after an exchange of words, they departed the manor in 2 teams, their destination unknown. This incident did not escape the notice of Prince Chun. In the study of the Chun residence, Zhuo Lun recounted the details of the events at the Zhang residence to Yi Chun, including the results of the investigation. Yi Chun listened with an icy demeanor, his brow furrowed, his fingers idly stroking a ring. Have any individuals from the underworld appeared in the capital recently? Such sophisticated techniques could only be executed by someone of their ilk. Zhuoluan replied, Master, there have been none. The recent imperial examinations have tightened security at the city gates, and no underworld figures have been detected, unless that person is disguised. Yi Qin's brow furrowed even deeper as he pondered. Investigate if the Zhang family has any enemies. Have they offended anyone? If this individual is not from the underworld, then it is likely targeted at the Zhang family. One of these scenarios must hold true. Yes, Master. Zhuoluan nodded and withdrew. Yi Qin gazed at the scene before him, muttering softly, as if they vanished into thin air. Meanwhile, Hua Nuanyu exited Hua Manor. The news of the theft at the Zhang residence flooding her ears, yet she appeared oblivious, continuing on her path. However, not long after, she sensed something unusual. Someone was following her. An expert. Hua Nuanyu had to pause, feigning interest in the rumors while subtly scanning her surroundings for the pursuer. Yet, she found no one but was able to discern the direction of the observer. Unperturbed, Hua Nuanyu then strolled towards Chunming Street, adopting a guise of casual shopping. As she wandered, she successfully evaded the person tailing her in a clothing shop. On her way to her branch store, Hua Nuanyu analyzed who might be tracking her. Aside from Yi Qin, it could only be someone from the Hua family. Given Yi Qin's cautious nature, his people were well aware of her abilities, and if they intended to investigate her, they would surely not reveal themselves. Thus, it was more likely to be someone from the Hua family. After all, in this world, one could easily hire an assassin. As for the crown prince, he was preoccupied with his own affairs, making his involvement unlikely. Having sorted through her thoughts, Hua Nuanyu planned to return that evening to meet with a few individuals and see if she could glean any insights. The next day at her newly opened shop, business remained booming, albeit with a slightly lower turnover rate than during the grand opening, yet it was still satisfactory. Due to its prime location, the clientele mostly comprised nobles, with Hua Nuanyu handling their demands with ease, showing no signs of discomfort. However, during dinner service, someone began to question her identity. Manager Yu, I would like a takeout of those dishes from yesterday. The familiar voice reached her ears, and upon looking up, she saw it was none other than Su Yuxuan. Hua Nuanyu greeted him with a smile, immediately arranging for the kitchen to prepare the meal, when suddenly, Su Yuxuan made a statement. You know who I am. This was a definitive assertion, accompanied by his probing gaze. Hearing his words, Hua Nuanyu feigned curiosity, asking in astonishment, What makes you say that, young master? No, you? She pointed to herself and then to Su Yuxuan, her expression vividly portraying her feigned ignorance, as if he had made a mistake. Chapter 70. A direct provocation. Su Yuxuan, unable to discern anything amiss, wore a composed expression. He continued, Upon my first glance at the esteemed manager you yesterday, I felt an uncanny sense of familiarity, almost mistaking you for someone I know. His words, half jest and half probe, revealed the careful nature of the prince's cousin. Hua Nuanyu, internally critiquing his caution, responded graciously, Your attire and eloquence suggest you hail from a distinguished lineage. Should I have the fortune to become acquainted with you, it would indeed be a great honor. Despite her candid words, Su Yuxuan remained oblivious to any underlying tension and shifted the topic. Hua Nuanyu, preoccupied with thoughts of her finances, engaged in trivial chatter before excusing herself to attend to pressing matters. It was only after her departure that she remained unaware of the suspicions aroused by the dishes Su Yuxuan had taken. At the prince's residence, Yi Qin was engrossed in official duties when Su Yuxuan entered unannounced. Cousin, your eyes must be weary. Do take care to rest. I have brought you some delicacies from a newly opened establishment in the capital. As he spoke, he gestured for Zhuoluan to unveil the packed food, while he settled beside him, ready to dine. Yi Qin, indifferent to culinary intricacies and rarely indulged with such treats, paused his work at the alluring aroma wafting through the air. What is that delightful scent? He wondered, his curiosity piqued as he beheld Su Yuxuan's astonishment. How curious. Even I, who seldom cares for gastronomic pleasures, find myself intrigued by this establishment. As the enticing fragrance enveloped him, Su Yuxuan felt a pang of hunger and urged, You must taste it. Yi Qin accepted, lifting his chopsticks to sample a piece of fish. The spicy, invigorating flavor exploded in his mouth, awakening his palate and sending a warm sensation coursing through him. Yi Qin's expression shifted subtly as he savored another bite, though the initial allure had dissipated. Sampling a different dish, he found the unique taste lingering, yet the peculiar sensation had vanished. Confusion gnawed at him. Had he misperceived the initial experience? His heightened senses had never failed him, leaving him puzzled. Unbeknownst to Yi Chun, Su Yuxuan was wholly absorbed in the feast, unconsciously quickening his pace as he noticed Yi Chen's eagerness. Outside the study, Zuolun lingered by the door, eyes filled with longing as he swallowed hard, unable to resist the tantalizing aroma wafting from within. Why must Su Yuxuan torment me so? Could he not wait until after my supper? He lamented, wishing he could indulge without restraint. Hua Nuanyu returned home earlier than usual, heading straight to the main courtyard to seek her father. After some probing, she dismissed any suspicions regarding Hua Nuanmen and proceeded directly to Madame Hua's quarters. Upon her unexpected visit, Madame Hua initially appeared taken aback, soon replaced by a look of disdain. Hua Nuanyu feigned interest in her dowry, testing the waters before taking her leave. A flicker of unease crossed Madame Hua's face, indicating that she harbored secrets. Hua Nuanyu surmised that the one trailing her could very well be Madame Hua. However, upon encountering Huan Wanrong, another possibility emerged. Could it be the seventh prince's associates? After all, those two had dined together the previous day, and with Huan Wanrong's characteristic innocence, she would likely mention her. Contemplating this, Hua Nuanyu leaned towards the idea of the seventh prince's involvement, suspecting that if Madame Hua was indeed involved, it would likely be under the cover of night. It seems that little White Lotus can no longer contain herself. Using connections? Who cannot? She mused. With her newfound wealth, it was time to cultivate her own power. That evening, Hua Nuanyu arrived at the prince's residence as usual. Before she could broach the subject of the day's events, Yi Chen interjected. Are you familiar with the Yue platform? Taken aback, Hua Nuanyu replied. What? The Yue platform? How did you come to know of it? Her astonishment belied a flicker of concern. Had she inadvertently revealed too much? Yi Chen, oblivious to her internal struggle, continued. I have heard that the establishment is thriving, with dishes that are truly unparalleled. It seems you have visited. Intrigued by the novelty of the dishes offered, he was drawn to inquire further. From his covert observations, he had noted that since the engagement, her demeanor had shifted significantly. Once haughty and easily manipulated, she now exhibited a newfound assertiveness, taking action against subordinates and even chastising the head of the household. Yet, what was her true purpose each time she ventured outside? Yi Chen's probing words instilled a sense of caution in Hua Nuanyu, though she maintained a facade of calm. The Yue platform. It is quite renowned in the capital. And naturally, I have paid a visit. What of it? Have you had the pleasure of tasting their dishes? They are simply delectable. Alas, my funds are limited. Otherwise, I would indulge for several days. As she deftly shifted the conversation, Hua Nuanyu cast a discreet glance at Yi Chen when mentioning money, attempting to keep her intentions veiled. Noticing her fondness for the establishment, Yi Chen's eyes flickered momentarily, yet he remained silent, rising to signal the commencement of their training session. Such a miser. You must eventually pay. Why not sooner? Hua Nuanyu muttered softly, following him with a playful huff. The training session concluded swiftly, but Hua Nuanyu faced failure in a particular exercise. Nevertheless, she successfully passed her swordplay test and would advance to the next technique the following day. Before departing, she recounted her experience of being followed, expressing her disdain for prying eyes to subtly warn Yi Chen not to tread on her delicate sensibilities. Yi Chen felt a vague sense of satisfaction at her disclosure, promptly summoning his subordinates to investigate the matter. Hua Nuanyu sought results, and as for retribution, she would repay any affront tenfold. Upon returning to her courtyard, Hua Nuanyu had barely settled when she sensed a disturbance outside. Assassins! A flash of murderous intent crossed her eyes as she donned her shoes, leaping onto the rooftop to investigate. Who dares to seek my life? 5 assassins? Is it the Crown Prince? The 7th Prince? Or perhaps Madame Hua? Since they have come, they shall remain as my sparring partners. Chapter 71. Buying her life. Revenge. With a subtle gesture, she signaled Dark 5 and Dark 6 to remain still and heed her instructions, fearing that the two might inadvertently scare away their target. 5 cloaked figures lurked around the courtyard, seemingly observing from the shadows. After a significant pause, they began to shift closer to the courtyard. Hua Nuanyu crouched atop the beams, skillfully concealing herself and suppressing her presence, awaiting the moment when the assassin would unwittingly walk into her trap. As soon as someone stepped into the courtyard, she revealed herself. Bold intruders, how dare you trespass into the general's residence? State your names at once, or you shall be left as mere corpses. Hua Nuanyu deliberately masked her voice, sharp and low, rebuking them softly. If the guards of the Hua residence were summoned, things would become troublesome. Fortunately, due to the incident at the Zhang residence. Most guards were stationed at the storerooms and main courtyard, allowing her to feel at ease here. The sudden revelation startled the 5 assassins, catching them off guard. But it was merely a fleeting moment. Upon realizing Huan Nuanyu was a woman, their eyes glinted with curiosity. "Who are you?" the leader of the assassins rasped. His voice hoarse, age indiscernible. Huan Nuanyu couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. They had come seeking her, but dared to inquire about her identity, rather than engage in idle chatter. She sternly commanded, "Since you have come, surrender your lives." With that menacing proclamation, her sword was drawn, thrusting toward the assassin. Simultaneously, Dark 5 and Dark 6, who had been unable to contain themselves any longer, leapt from the trees, brandishing their blades toward the intruders. The battle commenced instantaneously. As Dark 5 and Dark 6 joined the fray, the assassins swiftly realized their grave oversight. Hidden within the courtyard were formidable foes. Their mission was doomed to failure. Sensing the peril, the assassins attempted to flee, but how could they escape once ensnared within the encirclement? Huan Nuanyu employed various techniques she had recently learned, intertwining her feeble inner strength with the assassins, ensuring they had no opportunity to escape. As the elite guards of the prince's residence, Dark 5 and Dark 6 were exceptional, their skills far surpassing those of the assassins. Engaging 2 against 1, they pressed the adversaries relentlessly, leaving no chance for retreat. In a matter of moments, Dark 5 and Dark 6 concluded their battle, leaving 4 assassins gravely injured, sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath. Only the assassin Huan Nuanyu faced remained unscathed. This assassin's skills were just the right match for Huan Nuanyu's practice. Initially, she struggled to hold her ground against him. However, as she observed and absorbed his techniques, she began to counterattack, establishing a stalemate. The assassin was alarmed, even descending into chaos. How could there be someone capable of stealthily learning another's techniques during a duel? What an extraordinary phenomenon! In the midst of the momentary confusion lay a fatal flaw. Huan Nuanyu seized the opportunity to scatter a powder, which the assassin unwittingly inhaled, causing him to collapse in agony. "Speak. Who are you? Who sent you? What is your purpose here?" she demanded coldly, pointing her sword at the writhing figure on the ground. Meanwhile, Dark 5 and Dark 6 did not remain idle. They interrogated the other assassins. Discovering they were not sent by the crown prince, their influence too weak. When the assassins remained tight-lipped, Huan Nuanyu produced several vials, leisurely introducing the poisons contained within, preparing to administer them one by one. Understanding the psychology of the assassins, who were desperate to avoid a painful demise, they eventually surrendered. The assailants revealed they were from the Assassin's Guild, tasked with fulfilling a client's order to ruin her reputation. The price for a life began at 200 taels, while their employer had promised them 500 taels for ensuring her disgrace. Upon hearing this, Dark 5 and Dark 6, enraged, swiftly sent the 4 assassins to their demise. How dare they plot against their future princess? Huan Nuanyu's mind raced as she pondered who could be behind this. Other than that old woman, who else could it be? Nevertheless, she inquired about the client's physical characteristics to confirm her suspicions. Based on the assassin's description, she took out pen and paper, swiftly sketching the likeness, which soon revealed a veiled middle-aged woman. For someone as familiar with the servants of the Hua residence as Huan Nuanyu, recognizing her was a trivial task. Without hesitation, Huan Nuanyu's eyes flickered as she retrieved 2 vials of medicine and administered them to the assassin. "Take him to Madame Hua's chamber," she commanded. If they dared to scheme against her, she would ensure they tasted the fruits of their own labor. Dark 5 complied, promptly taking the assassin and vanishing into the night, while Dark 6 dealt with the fallen bodies. Huan Nuanyu cast a glance at Yulio courtyard, a smile playing on her lips as she murmured, "It seems I must tidy up before the wedding." The following day, as dawn broke, terrified screams erupted from Yulio courtyard, causing the entire household to erupt in chaos as everyone rushed to witness the spectacle. What a scandal! The mistress had been harboring a man. When Hua Manching heard of this, he rushed to the courtyard next door without donning his outer garment. Finding Madame Hua in disarray, her body marked with glaring red welts, there was no need for further explanation. Enraged, he ordered the man to be executed, cast aside Xiao Shi, and imprisoned her in the woodshed, awaiting his judgment. No matter the reasons behind this incident, it had transpired, and it was unforgivable. Furthermore, they could not allow that man to remain as the matriarch of the Hua family. In addition to addressing this matter, Hua Manching immediately sealed all information, forbidding the household staff from spreading news of the scandal. Such infamy could not be allowed to tarnish their name. The Hua family could not withstand such ridicule. This was a slap in the face. However, what he anticipated would ultimately not come to pass, for Hua Nuanyu would not allow Hua Xiaoshi to escape unscathed. Having finished her breakfast, Hua Nuanyu inquired not a word about the happenings in the residence, and, upon exiting the general's mansion, planned to disseminate this news. Not long after setting out, she sensed someone lurking in the shadows watching her. Hua Nuanyu remained unperturbed, walking casually until the gaze vanished. She surveyed her surroundings, spotting Dark 6, and proceeded without hesitation to the dilapidated temple. Meanwhile, Dark 5 apprehended the lurking figure and brought him directly to the royal palace. "My lord, this individual is the one spying in the shadows," Dark 5 reported respectfully, providing no further details. Knight Chun, veiled in white silk, regarded the intruder and simply stated, "Inform her that today there will be a test subject for the medicine." With that cryptic remark, Dark 5 understood the implication, swiftly dragging the unconscious person from the study. As for young Master Xia's concoction, it was uncertain how long this individual could endure. Across the capital, the news regarding the Hua family's scandal involving Hua Xiaoshi quickly spread, disseminating rapidly through the streets and igniting laughter among the citizens. The tales were endless. As Hua Nuanyu strolled along, her demeanor was cheerful, a smile adorning her lips the entire way. Her demeanor attracted the attention of many young women, who blushed and stole glances at her. What a dashing young gentleman! Unfazed by their stares, Hua Nuanyu feigned ignorance and entered a shop, immersing herself in work. At midday, amidst her bustling activities, she encountered a surprising figure, Zuolun. "Shopkeeper, I would like a portion of your signature dish. Please pack it up," Zuolun instructed as he entered the shop, casting a glance at the front desk before shifting his gaze to the main hall. Chapter 72. The Dismissal of the Xiao Clan. "It is you." Indeed, the reputation precedes itself. "Very well, esteemed guest. Please hold on for a moment," Hua Nuanyu immediately responded, urging the waiter to swiftly report the dishes to the kitchen. She had no intention of explaining the 30 dishes. After all, he still owed her money. Zuolun did not glance at Hua Nuanyu until he had surveyed the grand hall. Only then did he direct his gaze towards the front desk, where Hua Nuanyu stood. With just a single look, Zuolun was struck by an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Maintaining his composure, he quietly stared at Hua Nuanyu, but that familiar feeling dissipated. It was indeed a stranger's face, one he had never encountered before. How peculiar! Had he just imagined it? However, having long been by Yi Chen's side, Zuolun could hardly believe he had been mistaken. He rose directly and approached the front desk. "Such a young gentleman as the proprietor is truly commendable." Zuolun spoke politely, his face a mask of cordiality, exuding an approachable demeanor. Yet, confronted with the capricious Hua Nuanyu, Zuolun's little tricks were clearly no match. Hua Nuanyu reciprocated with a warm attitude. "Your flattery is too kind. I merely possess good fortune. Compared to esteemed guests, I am certainly lacking." Flattery was second nature to her. Moreover, she knew him well. Hua Nuanyu's words tightened Zuolun's heart, instilling within him a tinge of caution towards her. "You jest." "My good sir, I am merely acting on behalf of another. If I am not mistaken, you are the proprietor behind the Yua platform, correct?" Zuolun spoke with certainty. His words also attest. In this unspoken duel, Hua Nuanyu smiled gently, responding with poise. "You possess a discerning eye. I am in admiration. It seems those you associate with are either affluent or noble, individuals beyond my humble reach." Once more casting a line, Hua Nuanyu clearly perceived Zuolun's vigilance. Not wishing to engage in further wordplay, she concluded her remarks with a courteous bow and excused herself. Zuolun watched her departing figure, his gaze still filled with intrigue. He found her utterly inscrutable. It appeared that the proprietor of this establishment was not to be underestimated. Soon, the food boxes were brought forth, 2 large and 1 small. Zuolun was taken aback. Before he could speak, the attendant chimed in first. "Esteemed guest, these dishes are your selected signature dishes." Zuolun, astonished, looked at the 2 large boxes and inquired, "How many signature dishes do you have?" As he posed the question, he already had an inkling. Indeed. The attendant responded, "Esteemed guest, 30 signature dishes. To be honest, every dish here is a signature dish. You will surely crave more after tasting." The attendant proudly thumped his chest, beaming with pride that their cuisine was in high demand. Zuolun displayed an awkward expression, glancing at the busy proprietor in the hall. He retrieved a banknote from his sleeve and settled the bill. Such a trivial matter, and yet he had been neglectful. Picking up the food boxes, he turned to leave. As a bustling day drew to a close, the rumors in the capital fell silent with the arrival of night. At this moment, two households remained lively amidst the chaos: the Hua family and the Shao family. The matriarch of the Hua family had committed a transgression, and as a result, the Hua family became the target of ridicule throughout the city. Even after sending Shao Shi to the Shao family, the Hua family could not escape the tongues of the masses, and the discussions intensified. Due to this incident, Hua Manqing nearly fainted from anger, launching a thorough investigation into the leak of information while also dealing with the servants of Yulio Garden, confining Huan Wanyong, who pleaded for her mother. In short, to quell the rumors and restore the Hua family's reputation, Hua Manqing acted decisively and with determination. Once all matters were addressed, he proclaimed to the outside world that Shao Shi had no ties to the Hua family and shifted all responsibility onto the Shao family. The rationale being, the failure to educate lies with the parents. The character of their daughter reflects the Shao family's shortcomings. Such actions exemplified Hua Manqing's selfish and self-serving nature to the utmost. Meanwhile, the Shao family, already struggling due to Shao Shi's incident, now faced accusations from the general's residence, becoming the target of public ire. They could express their anger but had no justification. Thus, they severed their ties with Shao Shi, leaving her to her own devices, all the while cursing Hua Manqing for his cold-heartedness and egotism. Upon returning to the Hua family gate, a figure rushed towards Huan Nuanyu. Upon closer inspection, she saw that the person was wielding a knife. It was too sudden. By the time the guards reacted, the assailant had already reached the sixth miss. The next moment, it seemed inevitable that the knife would pierce her heart. Instantly, the guards felt that the sixth miss was doomed. However, the actual situation surpassed their expectations. The knife in the assailant's hand inexplicably fell to the ground, and with a scream, the assailant was sent flying back, crashing against the wall. The sudden turn of events left the onlookers bewildered. What had just transpired? Had the sixth miss acted? Huan Nuanyu coldly taunted. "You wish to kill me? Huh? With such clumsy methods?" As she spoke, she slowly approached Shao Shi, her icy gaze piercing through the pain-stricken figure sprawled on the ground, akin to a sharp sword poised to strike. Her words were laden with meaning, alluding to the assassination attempt from the previous night. Shao Shi lay in a wretched state, her disheveled hair obscuring her face, only muffled groans escaping her lips. Huan Nuanyu's kick had been forceful, and the sound of bones breaking upon impact with the wall was unmistakable. A woman accustomed to luxury, when had Shao Shi ever endured such pain? Yet, facing her adversary, this agony was lethal. Especially upon hearing Huan Nuanyu's earlier words, it became abundantly clear to Shao Shi. With great effort, she lifted her head, pushing the hair from her face, glaring furiously at Huan Nuanyu. "It is you. You are responsible for all of this. I will inform the master. I will reveal your true nature. You are a harbinger of doom. You seek revenge against the Hua family." I cough, cough, cough. Shao Shi was too agitated, spitting out a mouthful of blood, seemingly unable to accept her fate. Her agitation intensified as she attempted to crawl towards the general's residence. Huan Nuanyu stood before her, leaned down, and in a lowered voice, coldly proclaimed, "Congratulations. You've guessed correctly. I am indeed a harbinger of doom. Or perhaps a devil. I told you from the outset. Even the king of hell dares not claim my life. Why did you not heed my warning? You brought this upon yourself. Blame only your own overreach. In your next life, it would be wiser to be a beast, lest you bring calamity upon the world." With that, Huan Nuanyu flicked her sleeve and disregarded Shao Shi, turning to enter the estate. Her words echoed like a wild beast, causing Shao Shi's pupils to dilate, her complexion paling, beads of sweat cascading down her forehead. After a long while, Shao Shi seemed to regain some composure, gasping for air, her body trembling violently. She is not her. She deceived everyone. Ha ha. She is not her. She is the devil. She deceived everyone. Ha ha. No. Ha ha. Shao Shi suddenly burst into laughter, rambling incoherently. The guards at the entrance could not decipher her mutterings and chose to ignore them. Once basked in glory, she now found herself in a state of utter despair. Following her laughter, Shao Shi's gaze became vacant, staring blankly ahead, occasionally letting out a silly chuckle, appearing utterly deranged. The guards exchanged glances, but as they hurried to report, they were met with a reprimand from Hua Manqing. By the time the guard returned to the entrance, the figure was already gone. Chapter 73, a display of dominance and a lesson. That night, Huan Wanyu arrived at the residence of Prince Chun. Unsurprisingly, she discovered that the one tracking her during the day was none other than the seventh prince. "Thank you for your assistance, Your Highness. Please allow me to handle the remaining matters." Grateful for his help, Huan Yu politely expressed her thanks, especially since she had earned some silver from him that night. She was confident in her ability to manage the situation. In response to Huan Yu's words, Yichen offered no reply, merely stating, "Do you intend to take revenge on the Hua family?" His abrupt remark left her momentarily puzzled, yet she understood his implication. With a feigned innocence, she shrugged and replied, "Revenge? Do I strike you as such a person? Those individuals brought their own demise upon themselves. I merely returned the favor." Huan Yu spoke with utmost seriousness, as if her words were indeed true. In her previous life, the few who provoked her to seek vengeance were truly limited. She harbored no grand ambitions, merely striving to survive. Observing her, Yichun perceived the helplessness reflected in her eyes, and he did not overlook it. Helplessness? As a daughter of a lesser branch, she indeed faced numerous constraints, yet she dared to resist. Such courage could stem from guidance or perhaps concealed strengths. These considerations might elucidate the reasons behind her drastic change in temperament. Without further delay, Yichen led Huan Yu to practice. On that day, before departing the royal residence, Huan Yu finally received her long-awaited payment, a stack of banknotes amounting to 1,000 taels each. Upon returning home, her face radiated joy. Another source of income. Haha. Her assets had now reached 350,000 taels. With the recent tranquility and stable business at her shop, she planned to recruit soldiers starting tomorrow. Having laid out her plans, Huan Yu resumed her meditation to cultivate her internal energy. The following day, Huan Yu, unusually, did not summon An Wu and An Lu for practice. After finishing her physical training, she proceeded directly to bathe and dine. An Wu and An Lu breathed a sigh of relief. Sparring with Miss Hua was akin to enduring torment. They were well aware that all their techniques had become familiar to her, leaving them with nothing but the role of the beaten. Her peculiar training regimen was evidently the source of her strength. Had they not been using their internal energy for protection, their bones would surely have broken. After breakfast, as Huan Yu stepped out of the courtyard, a familiar figure approached in a furious manner. "You wretched girl, prepare to die." Hua Ziqi, brandishing a sharp sword, lunged at Huan Yu. The sudden scene startled everyone. An Wu and An Lu, hidden in the trees, felt their hearts leap into their throats. Had they not seen Huan Yu's signal, they would have flung a stone at her assailant. To attempt an assassination on the future princess consort in broad daylight was an audacious act indeed. Maintaining her composure, Huan Yu watched as Hua Ziqi charged towards her. Just as he aimed to strike, she swiftly dodged the blade and, with a flick of her sleeve, scattered a handful of white powder. "Ah, you despicable wretch! What have you done? Why can't I see?" Hua Ziqi had not anticipated her evasion, nor her cunning counterattack. A moment of negligence led to the powder entering his eyes, causing immediate pain, and he was plunged into darkness, unable to see anything. In a panic, Hua Ziqi cursed at Huan Yu, but before he could utter another word, a foot kicked him to the ground. Amidst the horrified gazes of onlookers, Huan Yu removed her shoe and began to chastise him. "Beast, do you think that just because you've read a few books, you've matured? Dream on. A beast remains a beast, incapable of changing its nature. You dare to assassinate me, thinking me easy prey? Come on, strike. Weren't you just so capable?" As she reprimanded him, her fury was palpable. The servants around them were paralyzed with fear, eager to assist their young master. Yet upon seeing the wrathful sixth miss, they hesitated, anxiously waiting on the sidelines. Only Hua Ziqi, as personal attendant, in a panic, fled the courtyard, no doubt to summon the family head. From their vantage point in the trees, An Wu and An Lu watched Huan Yu discipline Hua Ziqi, feeling the sting of her shoe even from afar. "Miss Hua is truly one of a kind," they exclaimed. How unfortunate for him, but he brought it upon himself. Soon after, Huan Mancheng arrived, and at that moment, Huan Yu ceased her assault. "What are you doing, you wretch?" "I must." Huan Mancheng rushed over, his hat askew, too furious to adjust it. He scolded Huan Yu and raised his hand to chastise her. She blocked his hand, coldly retorting, "Have you forgotten my status, family head? Your precious son was the one wielding a sword to kill me. What? Are you all prepared to cast away your lives?" Her icy demeanor radiated authority, and Huan Yu's words brought Huan Mancheng back to his senses. Despite his indignation, he recognized the truth in her statement. The royal wedding was fast approaching. and to attempt an assassination on the future princess consort in broad daylight was a grave offense punishable by death. How could the Hua family dare to bear such a stigma? Hua Manqing's expression shifted, and he retorted coldly, "He is your legitimate brother. How could he truly harm you? Even if he intended to, it would be your own doing. Were you not involved in the matter with the Xiao family?" His tone was aggressive, his gaze piercing through the veil, scrutinizing every flicker of emotion on her face. Hearing his accusation, Huan Wanyu burst into laughter, crossing her arms lazily. "Oh, how adept you are at slandering others. Did you witness it with your own eyes? Or was it a guard who saw it? If my silver has gone missing, does that mean I can accuse you of thievery? Impudent," Hua Manqing admonished. Fully aware that his lack of evidence compelled him to investigate, he no longer believed that recent events in the Hua household were unrelated to her. Yet, the challenge lay in the absence of proof. Not a single clue had surfaced. Had he known this would transpire, he would have extinguished her life long ago. Amidst Hua Manqing's furious outburst, Hua Wanyu continued, "So you also dislike being slandered? Imagination is a disease. It must be treated. Do not let it linger." Her veiled insults darkened Hua Manqing's face, which was already ominously grim. Just as he was about to speak further, a weak voice cut through the tension. Hua Manqing rushed over to investigate, and upon seeing his son, his anger ignited anew. "Wretch, what have you done? Why have you harmed your brother's eyesight?" This time, Hua Manqing was genuinely furious. His legitimate son, how could he be blind? Huan Wanyu leisurely put her shoe back on, wiping her hands with a handkerchief as she replied nonchalantly, "Harmed? If I truly meant to harm him, he would never see again. This was merely a small trick borrowed from Prince Chun. He will recover in a few days." Noting that time was slipping away, she was disinterested in further argument. Leaning closer to the disfigured Hua Ziqi, she coldly remarked, "Like mother, like son. Your mother lacks virtue, and you are no better. I wish you the best of luck." Her final words were laden with meaning. After delivering her parting shot, she dusted off non-existent dirt from her clothes, ignoring the seething gazes of the two, and strode away with purpose. Chapter 74, Expanding Influence, Purchasing People. As Hua Nuanyu departed, the air was thick with scornful murmurs directed at her. Hua Ziki, supported by others, cursed incessantly, showing little semblance of a scholar. Meanwhile, Hua Manqing stood silently, his emotions cloaked in mystery. Upon leaving the Hua residence, Hua Nuanyu did not head to the shop. Instead, she first visited the Dawang pawn shop to acquire a house in the civilian district of East City, a modest, independent dwelling. Following that, she made her way to the East Market to procure individuals. She sought to cultivate her own influence. And the slave market in East City was known to harbor individuals with certain skills. Upon entering East Market, she was greeted by the cacophony of vendors hawking their wares. The scene was bustling, reminiscent of a modern farmer's market, with various stalls neatly arranged according to their locations. The outermost ring consisted of individual shops. Taking a moment to analyze the layout, Hua Nuanyu inquired about the location of the slave sellers and proceeded in that direction. In a rectangular arrangement, Hua Nuanyu walked straight to the rear, near the back entrance, where the slave trading occurred. Upon arrival, she felt a rare pang of emotion as she beheld the numerous iron cages housing slaves, their hands and feet shackled with iron chains, trapped like livestock. Among them were men, women, and children, predominantly youthful. The women seemed somewhat better off, their limbs unbound, yet their fates remained shackled to the cruel reality of being sold. The market was teeming with potential buyers, primarily from affluent families, meticulously selecting individuals, regardless of gender. Hua Nuanyu surveyed the scene, her gaze drifting to the faces within the cages, searching for someone whose spirit resonated with her amidst the despair and fear. She was not a deity. She could not rescue every slave here. The circumstances were dire, and she could only hope for providence. Hundreds of slaves were overseen by burly men wielding whips, and it was evident that the marketplace was divided among 5 distinct pawnshops. After a swift inspection of the slaves, Hua Nuanyu had her eyes set on a particular individual. She paused before a cage, feigning contemplation. "Young master, please save me." A faint voice broke through, drawing her attention to a frail woman, though diminutive. The woman's features were striking, marred only by a shallow scar on her left cheek that diminished her beauty. Her eyes shimmered with desperation, yet exuded a quiet strength. And Hua Nuanyu regarded her with keen interest, noting the tension and resilience hidden beneath the surface. Hua Nuanyu crouched down, her voice resonating with authority. "What skills do you possess?" This inquiry was aimed not only at the woman, but also intended for the burly guard nearby. The woman's eyes sparkled with a flicker of hope as she trembled slightly before responding. Young master, I possess some martial skills, can read and write, and am adept at laundry and cooking. In this era, a woman's literacy was indeed a valuable asset. It was clear this woman was not of humble origins. Her hidden complexity likely stemmed from her family's background. As the woman finished speaking, a portly middle-aged man approached. Young master, you truly have an eye for talent. This woman is not only pleasing to the eye, but also possesses skills. A few days of training, and she will surely delight you. In this market, most women were bought as mere playthings, and the middle-aged man naturally assumed Huan Nuanyu was seeking the same. Huan Nuanyu remained silent, instead posing a counter-question. If I am to purchase her, does she have any ailments? I seek amusement, not to be a fool who buys a life that is soon to end. Her words caught the man off guard, and the surrounding buyers began to take note, contemplating her concerns. The middle-aged man quickly regained his composure, assuring her with a smile. Rest assured, young master, our stock is in perfect health, and should there be any issues. Seizing the opportunity, Huan Nuanyu pressed further, determined to extract a response. The man, although perturbed by her insistence, was eager to rid himself of the damaged woman and forced a smile. Rest assured, our slaves are healthy. Should there be any issues, your money will be refunded. However, please note, once the sale is completed, it is binding for 3 days. Confident in his assurances, the man was oblivious to the impending consequences of his words. Huan Nuanyu, upon hearing his claims, raised an eyebrow and, after complimenting the proprietor, began to peruse the various cages, instructing them to release her chosen individuals. 28 souls were acquired from the 5 pawnshops, a substantial undertaking that brought joy to the 5 shopkeepers. In the entire capital, their slaves were deemed the most capable, albeit at a premium price. Huan Nuanyu did not haggle over prices as before. Instead, she meticulously assessed each individual and made a singular demand, a guarantee that none bore any ailments. Valid for 3 days. Though deemed superfluous by the 5 shopkeepers, none opposed this clause, and they readily provided ink and paper for the agreement. Huan Nuanyu maintained an air of elegance throughout, leaving no room for suspicion. Of the 28 individuals, 5 were women, while the remainder were boys aged between 11 and 17. Aside from their tattered clothing, they appeared reasonably well, though their expressions were devoid of warmth. As the signatures were finalized and Huan Nuanyu prepared to pay, suddenly, one of the boys collapsed, unconscious. The abrupt turn of events left the shopkeepers stunned. As the first boy fell, another soon followed suit, both collapsing without warning. The scene erupted in chaos. Even those slaves chosen by Huan Nuanyu began to panic, bewildered by the inexplicable occurrences. The 5 shopkeepers quickly regained their senses and dispatched someone to check on the fallen individuals, relieved to find they were still breathing. However, before they could utter a word, Huan Nuanyu's voice rang out. Gentlemen, do you not think you owe this young master an explanation? Her tone bore an edge of reproach, her demeanor having shifted to one of icy displeasure, indicating her rising anger. As her words settled, 2 more individuals collapsed, further inciting unrest among the crowd. Onlookers converged, their voices a cacophony of speculation and accusation, questioning how the sellers could dare to offer sick individuals for sale. In an instant, the 5 pawnshops found themselves under siege by public outrage. Chapter 75, A Subtle Scheme, a Successful Outcome. The 5 proprietors, who had long engaged in the slave trade, were hardly inclined to tolerate the accusations of others. Exchanging glances, they immediately pointed fingers at Huan Nuanyu, exclaiming, "It must be you. We have been running our businesses for decades without encountering such an incident. You must have meddled with something." With that, they called for help, eager to seize Huan Nuanyu. Naturally, Huan Nuanyu could not allow herself to be falsely accused. With an air of authority, she confronted the 5 merchants. "Are you blind? Or do you think everyone else is? Since my arrival here, have I ever laid a hand on any of those individuals? Do you take me for a coward? If you 5 do not provide a reasonable explanation today, you shall face the consequences." Embodying the demeanor of a noble scion, she then turned to the onlookers, producing 5 taels of silver and declaring, "Whoever fetches a doctor for me shall keep this silver." As her voice echoed, many rushed forward to summon a physician. Observing the crowd, she continued, "Esteemed citizens, I am a person of reason. If I am slandered, I must prove my innocence. I implore you to be my witnesses." With an air of genteel elegance, every gesture reinforced her image, leading the crowd to believe she was indeed the victim of the 5 merchants' accusations. Murmurs of discontent arose among the crowd, and the 5 merchants exchanged apprehensive glances, suddenly feeling they had misidentified their target. Yet, having not seen anyone starving or unwell, how could it be mere coincidence that several had collapsed? It seemed too fortuitous. Perhaps it was a ruse, a deliberate provocation, with a newfound resolve. The 5 merchants demanded silence, awaiting the doctor's examination. Soon, a physician arrived, recognized by many as the doctor from a nearby clinic. Upon his arrival, Hua Nuanyu handed over the silver and swiftly interjected, "Doctor, please examine these individuals. What has caused them to fall unconscious?" Making a gesture to invite the doctor closer. She stood firm beside him. The elderly physician, unaware of the unfolding drama, approached the fallen individuals and began his examination. Every movement and expression of the doctor was scrutinized by the silent crowd. After a moment, the doctor furrowed his brow, withdrawing his hands to assess the situation. His demeanor piqued the curiosity of the 5 merchants. Could these individuals truly be afflicted with some grave ailment? One merchant, unable to contain himself, attempted to inquire further. But Hua Nuanyu, ever vigilant, stepped in front of him and retorted, "It is best for you to remain patient, or I may suspect you are guilty of something." Her words turned the merchant's face a deep shade of crimson. As the doctor concluded his examination, Hua Nuanyu was the first to speak. "Doctor, what have you discerned? Please share your findings. The good citizens are all watching." This statement carried substantial weight, for with so many witnesses, the truth would emerge, exposing any hidden malice. Those capable of engaging in the trade of human lives were no ordinary characters, and those who thrived in the Eastern market were backed by formidable patrons. The elderly physician, upon hearing Hua Nuanyu's words, did not glance at anyone and simply stated, "These individuals show signs of illness and are not fit for work." At this revelation, the 5 merchants became restless, one immediately protesting, "Nonsense." They, Hua Nuanyu shielded the doctor, sharply interrupting, "Are you the doctor, or is he? If you are so skilled, why don't you examine them yourself?" Her fury was palpable as she brandished another 5 taels of silver, calling out, "I urge anyone to fetch 2 more doctors." With the prospect of easy coin, numerous individuals hurried away to find physicians. If 1 doctor was insufficient, then 2 would suffice. If there were doubts about the ailments, let everyone be examined. No one had ever dared slander her and walk away unscathed. Hua Nuanyu's commanding presence and assertive words exuded an air of arrogance. The 5 merchants felt a tightening in their chests, beginning to question whether the individuals in their charge were indeed unwell. Simultaneously, Hua Nuanyu's composed demeanor led them to speculate if she belonged to a prominent family. An invisible pressure bore down upon the 5, and the seasoned merchants found themselves at a loss for words, awkwardly awaiting the arrival of the other doctors. The doctors arrived promptly, nearly simultaneously. Under Hua Nuanyu's guidance, both examined the individuals on the ground and arrived at the same conclusion. Instantly, the 5 merchants were besieged by the crowd's indignation. The merchants, in denial, insisted someone was conspiring against them, unwilling to accept the verdict while refraining from directing their ire at Hua Nuanyu. Seizing the opportunity, she instructed 3 more doctors to attend to others, seeking to appease the crowd. Thus, under the watchful eyes of the assembly, 3 doctors took turns examining the individuals in the cage. After the span of a single incense stick, the results were revealed. A small number of those within the cage were indeed afflicted with chronic ailments. As the final verdict emerged, the crowd erupted in uproar, collectively condemning the merchants. The 5 merchants, faces contorted in disbelief, found themselves unable to refute the claims. Hua Nuanyu seized the moment to demand accountability. "Esteemed citizens, the matter has been clarified. You have falsely accused me, and now, in light of this revelation, what course of action shall we pursue?" As she shook the contract in her hand, her intent was unmistakable. She sought retribution. The 5 merchants wore expressions of dismay, aware that the previous incident had already stirred public discontent. If they mishandled this situation, it would inevitably tarnish their reputations further. Gathering in hushed conversation, one of the merchants finally spoke. "You may purchase only those who are fit for sale." Before he could finish, Hua Nuanyu countered, articulating her demands with clarity. Today, she intended to exploit their predicament to her advantage. Although she could not alter the status quo of this ancient society, she would seize every opportunity that presented itself. Why had these capable individuals fallen into such dire straits? Her intent was to provide them with a chance at rebirth, assisting those who appeared honest yet were deemed worthless and gravely ill, ensuring they would not be discarded by the opportunistic exploiters. Hua Nuanyu's demands were met with resistance from the 5 merchants, yet the pressure from the crowd forced them to relent. They agreed to forfeit the selling price for 28 individuals while also compensating with an additional 300 taels of silver, a humiliation they had never before experienced. If their employer were to learn of this, their lives would undoubtedly become intolerable. Chapter 76. The Rise of Xinhua Pavilion, a Gamble 1. Observing Huanuanyu depart with her entourage, 5 individuals discreetly arranged for some thugs to follow her, eager to uncover the true identity of this enigmatic figure. They intended to relay today's events to their employer, determined to avenge their grievances. However, disappointment awaited them. Huanuanyu, though disguised as a man, bore little resemblance to her usual visage, rendering their quest for retribution futile. Furthermore, the 5 thuggish establishments had irreparably tarnished their credibility, leading their business to decline, ultimately destined for ruin. Meanwhile, Huanuanyu led her companions out through a back alley of the East Market, arriving at a secluded lane. She produced silver coins, distributing 2 taels to each individual, whispering, "Use this to procure suitable attire. If you wish to accompany me, convene at number 12 on Commoner Street within half an hour." As she spoke, she handed them their contracts of servitude, her demeanor untroubled, uttering no further words. Except for the 5 being carried away, the remaining individuals exhibited expressions of astonishment, their longed-for freedom suddenly tangible, akin to a windfall of riches, leaving them incredulous. Did such benevolent souls truly exist in this world? A whirlwind of excitement, confusion, doubt, and hesitation washed over their gazes. Some could not restrain their curiosity, only to be met with Huanuanyu's swift command. "They will awaken in about the time it takes to brew tea. Disperse." With that, she turned and departed, as if her purpose had been purely philanthropic. Witnessing Huanuanyu's unperturbed exit, the onlookers genuinely believed in her promise of liberation, not merely words in vain. An overwhelming sense of joy surged within them, and even the most indifferent among them displayed a flicker of emotion. Indeed, there were still good-hearted individuals in this world. Gazing at the 2 taels of silver in their hands, they exchanged glances before scattering, swiftly vanishing without a trace. The thugs observing this scene were left bewildered. How could those individuals have left? Were they not here to purchase them? Without hesitation, the thugs split into groups to investigate, yet disappointment awaited them. "Incompetence. You are utterly worthless. You couldn't even keep track of a handful of living souls. What use are you?" The thugs returned to report, only to be met with the furious rebuke of several managers. Just as the reprimand subsided, a breathless servant rushed in to report, "Manager, it's dire. Those individuals. They've succumbed to their afflictions." "What?" the manager exclaimed, his inquiry cut short as more servants hurried in. "Manager, those individuals have relapsed." The managers, perplexed, questioned, what ailment could have flared up today? Without delay, the 5 managers set off to investigate, only to discover several individuals convulsing on the ground, frothing at the mouth, struggling for a brief moment before falling silent. Such a scene could not possibly be a ruse. How could such a dreadful illness claim lives under their watch? At this moment, they were at a loss for how to feel. After a brief hesitation, the 5 managers swiftly arranged for the bodies to be removed and discarded at a potter's field. Concurrently, they ordered a thorough cleansing of both the interior and exterior of their establishments, and commanded the procurement of willow branches to wave in the air, intended to dispel malevolent spirits. This knowledge indeed alters fate, not only expanding one's understanding of the world, but also imparting wisdom to future generations. Just like the astute and wise protagonist, epilepsy is not a condition to be trifled with, and the 5 managers executed their tasks with utmost caution. Yet they could not escape the watchful eyes of others. Thus, rumors regarding the misfortunes of the East Market establishments began to circulate. In short, following this day, for quite some time, these shops would see their business dwindle. On the other side, Huanuanyu arrived at the residence she had acquired, propping her feet up on a chair, leisurely cracking sunflower seeds. It was unclear when she had arrived, as the ground was already littered with discarded seed shells. Knock, knock, knock. A sudden rap at the door stirred Huanuanyu, a smile flitting across her face as she called out, "Come in," maintaining her relaxed demeanor. The door swung open to reveal 2 young men and a woman, their expressions calm as they entered. They were the slaves Huanuanyu had purchased, now adorned in new garments, appearing considerably revitalized. Servants greet their master. "We are willing to follow you, to brave fire and water, without hesitation," they declared respectfully. kneeling and raising their contracts above their heads. Huan straightened, reclaiming the contracts, and addressed them in succession. You shall be known as Yu Dong, Yu Bei, and Yu Shi from henceforth. Congratulations on your induction into Xinwei Pavilion. I hope your names instill fear in the hearts of evildoers. Her succinct words conveyed her intentions and determined their fates. She did not inquire about their pasts, for she believed that strength was the true path to success. This notion, born from hardship, should resonate with them. Upon hearing Huan Yu's brief yet impactful statements, an emotion surged within the trio. Perhaps the final declaration ignited a sense of dignity within them. Perhaps it illuminated their future path, offering direction. Perhaps they yearned to prove themselves against oppression. Having witnessed today's events, they recognized their master's extraordinary nature, having encountered various facets of humanity, leaving them disheartened, burdened by hatred, and wandering in a world devoid of refuge. Perhaps, by divine providence, they had encountered this noble figure, granting them a glimmer of hope, compelling them to embrace destiny and take a chance. Thank you, Master, for bestowing upon us names. They bowed deeply, determination gleaming in their eyes. Especially Yu Shi, whose pleas had led her master to rescue her from despair. She regarded Huan Yu as a benefactor. Enough, rise. Do not kneel indiscriminately in the future. And simply refer to me as I. Huan Yu instructed, watching them rise, her straightforwardness earning her their admiration. As they stood, newcomers entered. Two young men, akin to Yu Shi and the others, now clad in new garments and appearing much improved. Approaching Huan Yu, they knelt in respect, then presented their contracts, beseeching her acceptance. Huan Yu welcomed them without reservation, reclaiming their contracts and assigning them new names. Yunnan and Yu Zhong, the first five, having arrived earliest, were named after cardinal directions, carrying a subtle significance. One after another, more individuals arrived, and Huan Yu continued to bestow names, all consisting of 3 characters. The surname Yu, with given names derived from the 24 solar terms, simple yet memorable, symbolizing vitality. As time progressed, a total of 28 individuals gathered. At this moment, Huan Yu felt elated. Today, she had triumphed in her gamble. Once all were assembled, Huan Yu established the rules. Obedience. Obedience. Absolute loyalty. No betrayal. Regardless of how much was said, she prioritized these 2 points above all else. With the rules set, Huan Yu entrusted 100 taels to Yu Shi for safekeeping, intended for purchasing bedding and other necessities. She also left instructions for the training materials needed the following day before taking her leave. Arriving at the second shop, it was midday, and Huan Yu busied herself. Discussions regarding the Xiao family continued to captivate patrons, while the theft at the Zhang residence garnered scant attention. Chapter 77. A Great Misfortune, Hatred. Hua Ziki endured the pain on her face as she struggled through her afternoon meal, taking her frustrations out on several servants whom she punished for their clumsiness that had caused her to aggravate her wounds. Following a reprimand from Huan Yu, her demeanor darkened significantly, revealing her true nature as she resorted to violence and verbal assaults against the servants, devoid of any semblance of the decorum expected of an educated individual. At this moment, the servants trembled in fear as they attended to Hua Ziki, administering her medicine. However, in a moment of carelessness, some of the concoction spilled onto her clothing, igniting her fury. She berated the servant and was about to order their punishment when a wave of pain washed over her, and with a groan, she lost consciousness. The sight of their young master collapsing sent shockwaves of panic through the servants, who hurried to inform the master of the household. Upon hearing the news, Hua Mancheng rushed in alarm to check on his son, anxiously awaiting the physician's diagnosis. "Doctor, how is my son?" Hua Mancheng asked, his voice laced with urgency as he gazed at his unconscious heir. The physician, trembling at Hua Mancheng's tone, knelt before him, panic etched across his face, unable to speak. The physician's unexpected reaction filled Hua Mancheng with dread. "Speak. What has become of my son?" he demanded, his voice a mix of anger and desperation. The physician, unable to meet his gaze, prostrated himself and stammered, "Master, your son, he has suffered a great stroke." What did you say?" Hua Mancheng was aghast, his face turning pale. He grasped the physician's collar, his eyes wide with disbelief. How could his young son, still untested in the imperial examinations, fall victim to such a fate? His aspirations for Hua Ziki had been immense, and now his disappointment was equally profound. The weight of his hopes had transformed into an obsession, leaving no room for error. The abruptness of this calamity was unbearable for Hua Manqing. He forcefully threw the physician aside, bellowing, "You quack! What nonsense is this? My son was perfectly fine. You charlatan! Seize him! Subject him to punishment!" With a single command, Hua Manqing sealed the physician's fate and immediately summoned the most esteemed doctors from across the city. In that moment, he had come to believe the physician's words, terrified that his heir might never awaken again. In addition to summoning physicians from the city, Hua Manqing ordered the entire estate to be locked down, fearing that the news might leak out. No one was permitted to step outside the premises, and guards were placed to ensure strict surveillance. Hua Manqing was at a loss, bewildered by the misfortunes that had befallen the Hua family. The royal prince's manner naturally, the happenings at the Hua estate did not escape Yichen's notice. Dark Six reported to him, recounting the morning's events in meticulous detail, including Hua Ziqi's sudden illness. Dark Six reveled in the Hua family's misfortune. Seated at the head of the table, Yichen's expression remained impassive. However, there was a flicker of interest in his eyes upon hearing of Hua Ziqi's sudden ailment. A stroke? If this were not the handiwork of that girl, he would find it hard to believe. It seemed she truly harbored a deep-seated animosity towards the Hua family. And retribution had indeed come. Lost in thought, a faint smile graced Yichen's lips before he quickly composed himself, coldly instructing, "Continue the investigation. Ensure her safety." "Yes, master," Dark Six replied, and upon noting that no further instructions were forthcoming, he exited. Just as Dark Six departed, Zuoluan hurriedly entered. "Master, a strange incident has occurred at several pawnshops in the East Market." Zuoluan recounted the details of the events in the East Market. While a single pawnshop might not warrant their attention, these 5 were exceptional, linked to influential figures seldom known to the public. Notably, 2 of the pawnshops had indirect ties to the Crown Prince, one connected to the family of the Crown Princess and another aligned with the prominent He family, while the other 3 were affiliated with the capital's elite. These 5 establishments had no evident connection to the royal prince's manor, but knowing the formidable figures behind them, Zuoluan felt compelled to report. For someone to single-handedly bring down 5 shops was undoubtedly significant. As Zuoluan's report unfolded, Yichen absently toyed with a ring on his finger, his brow furrowed in contemplation. A sudden seizure? A person afflicted by a malady? Such an array of coincidences? Investigate this individual discreetly, ensuring that no one suspects our involvement. After a moment of reflection, he issued orders. This person possesses extraordinary courage and skill, capable of vanishing without a trace. They are not an ordinary foe. The subtlety of administering poison is not something just anyone can achieve. How intriguing. The capital has become increasingly lively. Zuoluan, recognizing the gravity of the situation, departed to assign Dark 2 to further investigate. Later that afternoon, news swiftly spread through the streets of the capital, claiming that a woman resembling the late Madame Xiao had been found dead in an abandoned alley. The revelation prompted an immediate investigation by the townsfolk, including officials from the government. With the Hua and Xiao families having severed ties, no one came to claim the body, and the officials were left with no choice but to dispose of it in a mass grave. Who could have imagined that a lady of such high standing would meet such a tragic end? Truly, the whims of fate are unpredictable. The Eastern Palace, the Crown Prince's concubine, Hua Nuanshan, had recently been released from confinement, but in a moment of impulsiveness regarding her mother's plight, she sought the Crown Prince's intervention, only to be met with renewed restrictions as he distanced himself from the scandal surrounding the Hua family. Knowing the importance of reputation, the Crown Prince could not allow the Hua family's troubles to tarnish his image. Previously, the Hua family had faced ridicule from the populace, and he had carefully avoided association. Now, with such disgrace emerging, he would not permit anyone around him to be entangled in it, regardless of their familial ties. In the quarters of Nuanshan, the palace was adorned with exquisite layouts, vibrant flora, and an air of elegance. Guards stood sentinel at the entrance, while respectful maidservants awaited within, their expressions betraying a palpable fear. At that moment, a maid hurriedly entered the courtyard, nervously knocking upon the grand doors before stepping inside. "Your Highness, there is grave news." Nuanshan, seated with an aura of fury, had shattered porcelain scattered at her feet. Upon seeing the maid, she anxiously inquired, "Suhong, what has happened? How is my mother?" "Suehong." The maid quickly bowed and stammered, "Your Highness." "Madame Hua," she words caught in her throat. Suehong hesitated, her eyes darting nervously towards Nuanshan, revealing her trepidation. As a trusted confidant of the Crown Prince's concubine, Suhong had been dispatched to gather news about Madame Hua. Nuanshan sensed the gravity of the situation and grasped the maid's arm, her voice icy as she demanded, "Speak. What has befallen my mother?" Sui Hong trembled, her voice quaking as she replied, "Your Highness, Madame Hua, she has passed away." "What? What did you say? This cannot be true. It must be a lie." Nuanshan gasped, unable to fathom the reality of such news. Having basked in favor for so long, she had never known hardship. Chapter 78. A surreptitious assault, a dreadful intimidation. Marrying the crown prince, albeit as a consort, Flower Nuance enjoyed great favor, and her status was scarcely inferior to that of the crown princess. However, recent events had made her acutely aware of the significance of her maternal family. Little did she anticipate that her family would face such calamity. The maid, Chui Hong, bowed her head low, unable to meet Flower Nuance's gaze, and dared not utter a word. She understood that the mistress could not bear this news. Flower Nuance appeared as if her soul had departed, slumped in her chair, tears streaming down her cheeks, rendering her a pitiful sight. Suddenly, a thought struck her, transforming her expression into one of horror. It was her. She was undoubtedly the one behind this. All these misdeeds were her doing. Absolutely. A visage of hatred consumed Flower Nuance as she mentioned that person. It was as if she had transformed into a different being, radiating an aura of wrath. Chui Hong was taken aback, trembling in place, wishing to offer comfort, but the consort was already striding outside. "Impudent. I demand to see the crown prince." "Step aside. How dare you defy my commands? I shall have your lives. Release me. I must see the crown prince." Flower Nuance raged, blocked by the guards. She was unwilling to relent. She yearned to exact vengeance. Everything her family had suffered was because of that wretched woman. She craved retribution. She wanted to slay that vile creature. She envisioned her dismembered in 1,000 ways. All Flower Nuance sought was vengeance. Her eyes, filled with a crimson hue of hatred, radiated fury, frightening the servants around her. The consort was terrifying. This was an unprecedented display of temperament. The guards, though apprehensive, could not allow her to leave the compound. Their lives depended on it. Ultimately, Flower Nuance could not escape the courtyard. Yet the events of the day remained etched in her heart. The bustling day swiftly passed, and the marketplace regained its tranquility. Upon returning to the general's residence, Flower Wanyu encountered a furious Hua Manchong as she passed the main courtyard. "You wretch, was it you who caused the turmoil in the Hua residence?" His anger bore down upon her. Though his expression remained hidden, one could only imagine the ferocity in Hua Manchang's demeanor. Flower Wanyu, feigning confusion, glanced back and pointed at herself with a mocking laugh. "Master, are you referring to me?" "Huh. You certainly overestimate me, miss. I am neither a deity nor do I possess extraordinary abilities to orchestrate chaos in the Hua residence. Your imagination knows no bounds." Her words were laden with meaning. In a vast estate, chaos reigned daily, yet they suspected a frail woman? It was laughable. Seizing the opportunity, Flower Wanyu reveled in her sarcasm, hoping to incite a stroke. As her words fell, she could perceive Hua Manchang's fury intensifying, yet inexplicably, he suppressed it. "Humph. Should I uncover even a thread of evidence, I shall not be lenient," Hua Manchang coldly declared. Flower Wanyu, puzzled, noted his turn back and chose not to delve into his erratic behavior. She circled around him, proceeding toward the inner courtyard. Just as Flower Wanyu had taken a few steps, Hua Manchang, who had been turned away, suddenly raised his hand, channeling his inner strength toward her. The tyrannical force surged toward Flower Wanyu. This strike could render her gravely injured if not dead. This was Hua Manchang's act of vengeance, his intent to kill. Just as the gust of force was about to reach her, a shadow darted by, followed by a piercing scream. "Ah!" Bang! Hua Manchang was hurled away, crashing heavily over 10 meters away. Swift. So swift. Everything transpired in a flash. The onlookers were caught off guard, bewildered by what had just occurred. Only upon seeing a figure clad in black emerge in the courtyard, in the absence of their master, did they realize the source of the earlier scream belonged to Hua Manchang. The steward and several attendants hurried forward to investigate, while a group of guards swiftly drew their swords. Before they could take further action, a cold reprimand rang out. "Bold Hua General, in plain sight, you dare to attempt an assassination on the future consort of the Chun Wang Manor. Do you seek rebellion?" This declaration shocked everyone present. The servants dared not act recklessly, their expressions wary as they glanced at the dark-clad figure, speculating about his identity while subtly observing their master, eager to see his response. Hua Manchang had never anticipated that someone would suddenly emerge. nor could he fathom that someone would dare to strike him. Caught off guard, he bore the brunt of the attack. Spitting blood, he heard the voice of the cloaked figure. Hua Mancheng, disregarding the fallen hat beside him, quickly rose, glaring fiercely at the dark figure, pointing at Flower Wanyu, who was observing the commotion with amusement, and accusingly at the shadowy figure, as if uncovering some monumental truth. "Ah, you wretch. Indeed, it was you. You treacherous scoundrel." The elusive figure behind the scenes, whom he had long sought, was finally before him. Hua Mancheng could not let this opportunity slip by. He opened his mouth to accuse Flower Wanyu, but before he could finish, he was met with a cold rebuke from the dark figure. "Impudent. Hua General, do you wish to rebel? I am of the Chunwang Manor, here on orders to protect the future consort. Yet, your recent actions have been shocking. This matter must be reported to His Highness, to the Emperor." The chilling words held an undercurrent of menace. At this moment, how could he even think of besmirching the future consort? He was living too comfortably, forgetting his own identity. The revelation of the dark figure's identity left the crowd astonished, soon followed by panic. They hastily sheathed their long blades, casting anxious glances at their master. Worry evident in their eyes. A member of the Chunwang Manor. The Hua family could not bear such an accusation. Hua Mancheng had never believed that the figure before him could truly be from the Chunwang Manor. He had dismissed the absurdity of a homely woman receiving the protection of the prince. But at this critical juncture, such doubts were irrelevant. It was a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. I thought my third daughter had learned some martial arts, and I merely intended to test her abilities. Who could have foreseen? Hua Mancheng swiftly altered his stance, crafting an excuse. After several failed attempts to follow her, this incident conveniently served to explain his actions. Hua Mancheng fancied his reasoning sound, yet he forgot that the dark figure was a master. Every move he made was laid bare before him. "Hua General, your blatant lies are astounding. Just moments ago, your forceful strike unleashed at least 50% of your inner strength over a mere few feet. Who do you think you are fooling? I shall relay this to the prince and see how he responds." The dark figure's tone was laced with mockery. Did he truly believe everyone else was a fool? Seizing the opportunity, he was determined to make Hua Mancheng's life difficult. The unrelenting exposure of his misdeeds left Hua Mancheng's expression stiffening, his countenance darkening. Noticing the dark figure's relentless pursuit, he turned his gaze toward Flower Wanyu, attempting to appeal to reason and sentiment, explaining his actions as unintentional and innocent. As an observer, Flower Wanyu watched as Hua Mancheng lowered himself, desperately trying to absolve himself of guilt. A cold smile crept across her face. Chapter 79. The People's Approach, an Inquiry. At the moment he struck, she sensed the murderous intent. He truly intended to kill. However, lacking sufficient internal strength and unable to reveal her martial prowess, she could only let Wu intervene. "Oh, Hua Mancheng, your selfish nature is indeed deeply ingrained. A once lofty and unyielding general, driven by fame and fortune, has stooped to such depths. How ridiculous! How shameful!" Recalling the arrangements made for him before the grand wedding, Hua Nuanyu's eyes flickered, and she spoke coldly. "General Hua, that palm strike of yours just now was aimed at me. Fortunately, someone came to my rescue. Otherwise, I would have already become a corpse." However, as she reprimanded Hua Mancheng for his misdeeds, her tone unexpectedly shifted, causing him to glance at her anxiously, eagerly awaiting her next words. Hua Nuanyu paused, glanced at Wu, and directly stated, "However, I have endured a hard life since childhood, and I am terrified of poverty. Head of the Hua family, please compensate me with 10,000 taels of silver for my emotional distress." As her words fell, Hua Mancheng gasped. "What? 10,000 taels? You?" He was displeased and opened his mouth to refute, only to be silenced by Hua Nuanyu's retort. "If you are unwilling, then let His Highness Prince Chun and the Emperor handle it. I suddenly feel a bit unwell." Hua Nuanyu left no room for negotiation. With that, she feigned illness, determined to pursue this matter to the end. Hua Mancheng panicked. This matter could not be allowed to escalate. He immediately lowered himself and agreed to her demands, while also worrying that Hua Nuanyu might change her mind, prompting him to hastily send the steward to retrieve the silver. Once the silver was in hand, Wu cooperatively remarked, "The day of Miss Hua's wedding is approaching. If she suffers any harm during this time, it will be the general's responsibility." This statement struck at Hua Mancheng's Achilles heel. Should anything happen to Hua Nuanyu, he would bear the brunt of the blame. Hua Mancheng could only seethe in silence, realizing that he had been careless today. Yet, thinking of the upcoming wedding, he could not help but wish for that day to arrive sooner. Once she departed from the general's residence, all would return to tranquility. He still had another daughter. Her future as a princess would benefit his career. He need not fear a troublesome child. Hua Nuanyu tucked away the banknotes, waved at Enwu, and turned to walk toward the back courtyard. Enwu stood close by, ever vigilant. As the two left, an eerie atmosphere filled the courtyard, and the guards and servants silently gathered, minimizing their presence. Their master was terrifying. This was a sign of impending fury. Indeed, as soon as the sixth Mrs. figure disappeared, the master struck out with a palm. Bang! A tree was snapped in half, crashing to the ground. Hua Manxing glared fiercely in the direction Hua Nuanyu had taken before storming away. The servants hurried to deal with the fallen tree. What transpired here would not be spoken of. Those who witnessed the scene were too frightened to speak of it, burying the matter deep within. That night, Hua Nuanyu arrived at the Prince Chen's residence, expecting to hear Knight Chen inquire about the events of the evening. To her astonishment, he instead said something surprising. "Today, I have packed some delicacies from the Yua platform for you." Knight Chen finished speaking, and Zhuoluan promptly presented the dishes. The aroma of food filled the room. Hua Nuanyu gazed at Knight Chen in astonishment, tentatively asking, "For me?" It was no wonder she was taken aback. A prince would take the time to pack food for her, which left her feeling somewhat unaccustomed, indeed incredulous. Had the prince truly adopted a people-friendly approach? Packing food for her? Who would believe such a thing? Noticing Hua Nuanyu's reaction, Knight Chen's expression darkened slightly. Was she questioning his sincerity? "What? Do you not believe my words?" Knight Chen's gaze fixed intently on Hua Nuanyu, tinged with danger. Sensing his displeasure, Hua Nuanyu adopted a customer-is-king demeanor and smiled. "Oh no, your highness's generosity leaves me flabbergasted. Since it has been served, I shall not stand on ceremony." With that, Hua Nuanyu picked up her chopsticks and began to dine. Being treated to a meal while having her business attended to was an opportunity too good to pass up. Knight Chen appreciated her words, a slight smile gracing his lips, as he took up another pair of chopsticks to join her. If Zhuoluan had seen the expression on his master's face, he would certainly have guessed that his master wished to share a meal with Hua Nuanyu. 10 dishes. How could she possibly consume them all alone? Hua Nuanyu stole a glance at Knight Chen, said nothing, and continued to serve herself, though her pace quickened slightly. Today, without any interruptions, Knight Chen witnessed Hua Nuanyu's astonishing appetite and dining etiquette. This was entirely at odds with her enchanting beauty, leaving him astonished. Yet, due to her unassuming manner, he found himself unwittingly overeating, causing him to forget the inquiries he had intended to make. After a satisfying meal, Hua Nuanyu consumed a digestive pill infused with divine water and promptly stood up, declaring, "Let us go." With that, she strode toward the door. At this moment, she felt invigorated enough to leap out of that pit. After half an hour of practice, Hua Nuanyu had finally jumped out of a pit 1.5 meters deep after numerous failures. Tomorrow, she could practice in a deeper pit. As for her swordsmanship, Hua Nuanyu had mastered it. However, to achieve fluidity and unleash more sword energy, she would need to exert herself for a few more days. The busy day came to an end, and soon it was the next day. Today was the 14th, with merely 6 days until the wedding. When Hua Nuanyu left the residence, she was pleasantly surprised to see the servants preparing for the wedding. It seemed that the person from yesterday had been sufficiently intimidated and dared not be negligent any longer. Having always regarded this as a mere transaction, Hua Nuanyu had viewed herself as an outsider regarding these preparations, leaving them to that concubine to manage without paying much attention. With Enwu's appearance yesterday, she need not urge for the dowry to be prepared. The Hua family had already endured enough disgrace during this time, and any tampering with the dowry would undoubtedly bring shame to the royal family. In a cheerful mood, she stepped out the door, intending to head to the commoner district, only to notice a carriage parked not far away, with someone scrutinizing her from a distance. Hua Nuanyu raised her gaze, her expression calm. It turned out to be the 7th prince. Had the covert surveillance turned into something so blatant? Facing the probing gaze, Hua Nuanyu remained composed and returned a scrutinizing glance before departing. Sensing that the person had not followed her, she quickly ran around the corner and vanished from sight. Meanwhile, the 7th prince continued to gaze in the direction Hua Nuanyu had just left, a profound expression crossing his face. A plain girl, was that blind man truly protective of her? What secret lay beneath this? At that moment, one of the accompanying guards could not help but speak up. "Your Highness, shall we follow her?" Seeing the prince's keen interest in the girl, the guard could not restrain his curiosity. The 7th prince immediately withdrew his gaze and shot back a cold reprimand. Is it not enough that there are too many people meddling in my affairs? The last group he had sent had ended up being turned into medicine. Most infuriating was that they had discarded the body at his doorstep. This was a provocation. He would settle this score in due time. Chapter 80. Physical training. As the carriage departed, the guard, reprimanded by the seventh prince, lowered his head in submission, refraining from uttering another word. Upon arrival at the residence, Huan Yu found 28 individuals awaiting her in the courtyard, each standing atop similarly sized stones. After inspecting them thoroughly, she nodded in satisfaction and proclaimed, "From this day forth, abandon your past, focus solely on one objective, to grow stronger. I will not tolerate any weakness. Should any of you harbor ulterior motives in the future, consider the consequences carefully. I possess the ability to inflict illness upon those who cross me, and I can render them unable to live or die." Reasserting her authority, she continued to paint a vivid picture of their future. When the Xun Yu Pavilion instills fear in the hearts of villains, it will mark the moment of your vengeance. Leave no stain upon your reputation, only purity. This is my capability and my promise. Drawing from her experience in leading others, Huan Yu was well aware of the aspirations of these individuals, all of whom had risen from humble beginnings. Without sufficient incentives, longevity in their endeavors would be unattainable. She welcomed the prospect of such incentives, for one who disregards personal gain is truly perilous. Her words ignited a spark of excitement among the crowd. Vengeance. Indeed, it was an attainable goal. Once they grew strong, they could seek retribution at any moment. Yet, who would cleanse the imprints of their past? They believed in their master and awaited the day when their strength would flourish. "We pledge our lives to follow you, my lord," they declared in unison, bowing deeply. Huan Yu felt a sense of contentment as she observed the ambitious faces before her, reminiscent of the country she once knew. Back then, her circumstances were even more dire, yet she had triumphed. Today was merely a fresh start from the halfway mark. With heavy stones strapped to their backs and arms, they prepared for training. At her command, everyone sprang into action, swiftly wrapping the stones in cloth and securing them to their backs and arms. The efficiency was impressive, with even the slower women receiving assistance from their peers. "In the realm of martial arts, there is no speed without precision," she proclaimed to Huan Yu. Every technique hinged on two critical components, strength and speed, both of which must be underpinned by inner power to enhance their ferocity. However, when formidable techniques encounter individuals with superior physical capabilities under equivalent conditions, defeat is inevitable. As they commenced their physical training, Huan Yu emphasized its significance, stating that their strength and speed would depend on their efforts. The crowd listened intently, grasping the importance of these attributes, even if some of the terminology eluded them. "From tomorrow onward, we will train physically in the mornings and learn the art of disguise in the afternoons. Now let us begin." Simultaneously training and gathering intelligence was her strategy. Upon concluding her instructions, Huan Yu took on her own burdens and demonstrated the daily fundamental exercises. The unusual movements resembled those of a frog, leaving the crowd momentarily stunned before they began to mimic her. Initially, they had expected a more rigorous training regimen, but after a few jumps, they recognized the challenge, especially in their legs. It felt as though they were sinking in mud, weighed down by the stones, making it difficult to maintain their balance. "How can our Lord manage it so effortlessly?" they marveled, as she leaped with ease, seemingly unburdened. The realization that their master had derived martial skills from frog-like jumps was astonishing. After a brief moment of hesitation, admiration filled their eyes, and they threw themselves into the exercise with renewed vigor. After a short while, exhaustion overtook them, and they collapsed to the ground. Observing their plight, Huan Yu coldly declared, "For the next exercise, those who cannot keep up will perform 50 frog jumps." With that, she removed the stones from her back, sat on the ground, and began doing sit-ups while using the stones to weigh down her legs. Her movements were swift and efficient, showing no signs of fatigue, only the sound of her steady breath. Her demeanor was unyielding, and the crowd understood that her commands were absolute. They hastily rose to follow her lead. Just as they had learned the frog jump, their legs ached terribly, and now they faced another challenge. The pain was unbearable. The moment they exerted any effort, their legs trembled, and they collapsed to the ground. What kind of training method is this? They wondered internally, but no one dared voice their doubts. For Huan Yu had already initiated the next set of exercises, and failure to keep pace would lead to dire consequences. Throughout the morning, Huan Yu taught every suitable exercise for the courtyard, then issued her command, At the second hour of the afternoon, there will be an assessment. The top 5 will become team leaders responsible for training, while the bottom 5 will double their efforts. Her directive was non-negotiable, imbued with authority. Her petite frame exuded a formidable presence that commanded respect. As the arrangements concluded, Huanwanyu departed. Rather than rushing to prepare meals, the group continued their training, each donning their stones. Among the 28, 5 were women, with only Yueshi possessing a modicum of martial skill, while the others lacked any combat experience, consistently finishing at the bottom. The men, though familiar with martial arts, struggled under the intensity of the training, their perseverance tested. Some contemplated pausing for a break. But witnessing the women grit their teeth and endure, they quickly dismissed the notion and pressed on. Meanwhile, Huanwanyu was not idle. She visited a restaurant for a meal, collected her earnings, and then stopped by a pharmacy. Upon her exit, her hands were laden with 10 bundles of medicinal supplies. Afterward, she ventured into a general store, emerging with a hefty package that seemed to strain her back. The sheer size of the load attracted curious glances from onlookers. Could she be a false noble? Which young master would personally carry such burdens? Ignoring the suspicious stares, Huanwanyu continued forward. Suddenly, a group of unidentified individuals appeared in the crowd, holding a portrait as if searching for someone. She paid them no mind and moved on, but they soon noticed her. You, halt. Huanwanyu paused, turning with a hint of annoyance on her face. What? Do you wish to assist me in carrying my belongings? The speaker, with a menacing countenance, bristled at her words. How dare you? Do you not see that I am on official business? Mind your tongue. His arrogance reeked of street thug bravado, his contempt palpable as he exuded an air of authority. Chapter 81. The Arrogant Fool and the Assessment. The man's reckless demeanor prompted Huanwanyu to cast him a sidelong glance, her lips curling into an enigmatic smile as she spoke. Pray tell, esteemed sir. From which official office do you hail? What is your position, and where is your official seal? And may I inquire as to the whereabouts of your official attire? I am at a loss as to when our southern Zhao would permit an unknown and unappointed individual to conduct an investigation in the streets. Such discourse is akin to that of a street bully. Her voice rang out with chilling authority, drawing the attention of the onlookers, who began to murmur among themselves. The man, taken aback by her rebuttal and astonished that someone would disregard his warning, felt his pride wounded. He contemplated retaliating against Huanwanyu, but was interrupted by a bystander who interjected, Misunderstanding. We are merely searching for thieves on behalf of our master. That individual is cunning and may harm the innocent. We were compelled to intervene, and we hope for your understanding. The speaker gestured towards the drawing in the man's hand to substantiate his claim. This man possessed a silver tongue, swiftly transforming the earlier arrogance into a facade of concern for the populace. His amiable demeanor and courteous bow diffused the previously tense atmosphere. After delivering his remarks, he leaned closer to the earlier man to whisper something. They needed to investigate discreetly, to avoid attracting undue attention that could jeopardize their master. Huanwanyu, with her keen hearing, caught every word and was resolute in not letting the man's rudeness go unpunished. Observing his demeanor, she was convinced he was no good. Eager to rid the world of such malevolence, she subtly shifted her body, feigning a gesture to brush off dust, while discreetly casting a fine powder from her sleeve towards him. Provoking her would surely come at a cost. Having executed her plan, she feigned indifference, dismissing him with a wave of her hand as if to say she had no further interest. With that, Huanwanyu turned away, a slight smirk playing at the corners of her lips. Little did they know, the person they sought had just slipped away from right under their noses. They wished to capture her? They might as well wait for another few decades. As she turned into a narrow alley, traversing through several secluded paths, she arrived empty-handed in the commoner-s district. I have seen the master. The crowd greeted her with respect. Huanwanyu nodded, casually pulling a chair towards her as she declared, the assessment is about to commence. Today, each skill must be completed 50 times before you can advance to the next. After outlining the rules, Huanwanyu produced a bag of sunflower seeds, paused momentarily, and then proclaimed loudly, let the assessment begin. With her words, the participants immediately sprang into action, hopping like frogs in a uniquely chaotic scene, pushing forward in a relentless surge. Each face bore a serious expression, many showing signs of pain. Huanwanyu, cracking sunflower seeds, observed them quietly. Soon, the leader of the pack commenced the second exercise, while the last place was occupied by 4 young women. By the time they began their second task, the swiftest among them had already moved on to the third. The four women struggled visibly, their legs trembling. Leading the charge was Yudong, a 15-year-old lad whom Hua Nuanyu had first noticed at the slave market. With a solid foundation in martial arts, he demonstrated considerable strength. Following him were Yu Bei, Yu Zhong, and Yu Xiaoshu, all around 16 years old, closely tailing him as if determined to surpass him. Behind them trailed Yu Shi, Yu Chuanfen, Yu Xiaoji, Yu Dashu, Yu Qiuji, and Yu Lidong, all gritting their teeth and maintaining a steady pace forward. The remaining participants, lacking the same stamina, lagged considerably. The intense assessment eventually drew to a close. The assessment is over, Hua Nuanyu announced at the opportune moment. Except for 5 individuals who had yet to finish, the rest lay sprawled on the ground, resting. The 5 consisted of the 4 women and the youngest boy. They struggled to their feet, faces flushed with shame for having fallen behind. Hua Nuanyu glanced at them before addressing the resting participants, beginning her evaluation. First, congratulations to those who passed the assessment. Today, you barely made the cut. For those who did not, you shall face your punishment shortly. Without a harsh reprimand, the 5 appeared relieved, nodding in agreement. Hua Nuanyu proceeded to group the 28 individuals as previously discussed, forming 5 teams, with the top 3 teams each containing an additional member, while the remaining 2 consisted of 5 individuals each. Yu Shi emerged among the top 5 women, and Hua Nuanyu appointed her as the leader of the last group. Upon completing the grouping, Hua Nuanyu spoke again. Today's victories will not carry over to future assessments. Today's failures do not predict future failures. You are all far too weak. Her tone was cold and serious, a stark contrast to the earlier atmosphere. To take so long for such a simple task. Pathetically weak. After a brief pause, she issued her next command. In 3 days, all of you shall undergo the second assessment. The same tasks must be completed within the stipulated time. Those who do not meet the standards will not receive the leniency shown today. Without enduring hardship, how can one grow stronger? A rose nurtured in a greenhouse cannot develop resilience. The crowd absorbed her words, committing them to memory, realizing they had a window of 3 days to prepare. Hua Nuanyu did not specify the time, but they silently resolved to train hard in the coming days, unaware they had underestimated her expectations. Hua Nuanyu produced several vials of medicine, distributing them to each team leader. This medicine, invaluable and potent, would enhance their physical strength, ensuring they trained effectively. The concoction was infused with mystical water, crucial for building their inner strength. Naturally, she had ulterior motives for sharing such a precious resource. Yudong and the others did not hesitate, stepping forward to accept the vials and begin distributing them. The pills emitted a rare, fragrant aroma that astonished those with discerning tastes. This medicine was crafted by a master, purified of impurities, leaving only the fragrance. It was a feat achievable only with decades of practice. Clearly, their master was no ordinary person. They swallowed the pills, and time seemed to freeze as each individual stood there with a bewildered expression. A warm current surged through their abdomen, ascending to their governing vessels and circulating through their limbs. All aches and fatigue vanished wherever the warmth flowed. The crowd gasped in astonishment. What miraculous medicine was that? Its potency was overwhelming. As they regained their composure, they heard a voice say, "See you for training tomorrow." However, the courtyard was already devoid of their master's presence. They were astonished again. When had the master departed? How had none of them noticed? It seemed their master's skills were truly unfathomable. Understanding the value of the medicine, the group silently agreed to refrain from discussing it and resumed training under the leader's guidance. Chapter 82. Unspoken Affections and Slaps. Not far away, Hua Nuanyu observed for a moment before departing. Later that night, upon arriving at the prince's residence, she indulged in a delightful meal. "Did you taste anything different in this dish?" Yi Chun inquired, his gaze scrutinizing. Hua Nuanyu's heart tightened suddenly. Could it be that he discerned something? Yet, she maintained her composure, replying, "Indeed. It's delicious. Spicy. Unique." Noticing the expression on Yi Chen's face, she raised an eyebrow and asked, "What? Did you not taste it? Or am I mistaken?" Hua Nuanyu feigned ignorance, skillfully redirecting the question back to Yi Chun. Yi Chen detected no unusual behavior from Hua Nuanyu. Nonetheless, he was convinced she was not being truthful. How could a skilled physician fail to perceive such things? Why did she respond in that manner? Unable to fathom the reason, he refrained from pressing the issue and remarked, "It seems that you and I share the same opinion, Yue." Yi Chen's words caught Hua Nuanyu off guard. Unexpectedly, she sputtered out the tea she had just sipped, mirroring a previous incident. and it sprayed directly towards Yi-chun. Unlike the last time, she did not rush to shield him but swiftly turned her head away. Oh no, he might be upset again. What should she do? Compensate him? She had nothing. Apologize? It was his words that had provoked her. Oh well, she would leave it to fate. After all, she would not yield. Yi-chun quickly blocked the spray, his expression darkening as he gazed at Hua Nuanyu, who had turned her back on him. This behavior only deepened his frown. Suddenly noticing her subtly swaying head, Yi-chun's eyes flickered, and he approached her, leaning slightly down to coldly inquire, "What are you thinking, you error?" The unexpected mention of her name sent chills down Hua Nuanyu's spine. She whirled around, ready to scold Yi-chun, but her voice faltered as she turned her face and found herself mere inches away from him. Their noses almost touched, and at that moment, their lips brushed against each other. Time seemed to freeze as they gazed into each other's eyes, astonishment reflected in their expressions. A mysterious sentiment began to blossom within them. The man's stern demeanor captivated the woman, while her alluring beauty ensnared his soul. Their reflections were vividly mirrored in each other's eyes, unwilling to break the gaze. With the enchanting beauty beside him and her delicate fragrance filling his senses, Yi-chun, driven by an irresistible urge, tilted his head slightly and kissed her. Their lips met, and Hua Nuanyu's heart raced uncontrollably, igniting an indescribable emotion within her. What was happening to her? As she regained her senses, she realized that he was taking advantage of the situation. Hua Nuanyu instinctively pushed Yi-chun away, but he was prepared, swiftly grasping her hands and intensifying the kiss. The sensation was exquisite, deeply intoxicating, leaving her yearning for more. A gentle kiss was no longer sufficient for Yi-chun. He instinctively pried her lips open, conquering her defenses. Hua Nuanyu was caught off guard, her body trembling as a rush of unfamiliar emotions enveloped her, rendering her mind blank and dizzy. What was happening to her? This feeling was unprecedented, yet it stirred something within her, even leading to absurd thoughts. Sensing Hua Nuanyu's emotions, Yi-chun grew bolder, surrendering to his desires. He firmly held her hands while his other hand caressed her delicate neck, slowly exploring downward. Suddenly, Hua Nuanyu snapped back to reality, forcefully pushing Yi-chun away and slapping him across the face. "You scoundrel!" With flushed cheeks, she reproached him and hurriedly left. If one observed closely, they would notice Hua Nuanyu's flustered state. Yi-chun, seemingly oblivious to her reaction, stared blankly at the hand that had just struck him, frozen in place. What had just transpired? Why had he acted so impulsively? The lingering sensation on his fingertips sent tremors through his heart. Zhuoluan, who had entered to check on the situation, was taken aback by his lord's strange demeanor. He hesitated at the threshold, only to notice the bright red handprint on Yi-chun's left cheek. Stumbling slightly, he gasped, "Master, your face." Oh heavens! Miss Hua actually struck the master. He had distinctly heard the resounding slap just moments ago. That sound alone was enough to make one wince in sympathy. Afterward, he saw Miss Hua leave the room with her head down, leading him to mistakenly believe that the master had been the one to strike her. Reflecting on the master's affections towards Miss Hua, he was baffled by such a sudden act of violence. Unlike other noble ladies, she possessed remarkable skills and intelligence, making her the perfect match for their future lady. How could the master resort to violence? Determined to counsel his master, Zhuoluan entered the room, only to discover the unexpected aftermath. After the shock, he quickly lowered his head, realizing he should not have intruded. This was dire. He had witnessed something he shouldn't have, and now he feared being banished to the mountains. In a daze, Yi-chun heard Zhuoluan's voice and snapped back to reality, finally feeling the burning sensation on his left cheek. That girl had actually hit him. Yi-chun was at a loss for how to feel at that moment. After a brief pause, he shot a piercing glance at Zhuoluan, who, before he could speak, hurriedly blurted, "I saw nothing, master. I will take my leave now." Driven by a strong instinct for self-preservation, Zhuoluan fabricated his words, terrified of incurring his master's wrath. Witnessing his anxious demeanor only deepened Yi-chun's frown. "Where's Miss Hua?" he inquired. "That girl is angry. I don't even know if she's still here." Upon hearing this, Zhuoluan misunderstood. He glanced at Yi-chun and, noticing his impending fury, gathered his courage to plead, "Master, you should speak to Miss Hua calmly. Surely she acted thoughtlessly just now. She is usually." Zhuoluan dared not look directly at his master, instead advocating for Hua Nuanyu, fearing that Yi-chun might punish her. Regardless, Zhuoluan's misguided words only darkened Yi-chun's expression further. "You have too much time on your hands today. Go to the mountains." He turned and entered the inner chamber, already aware that the girl was no longer in the residence. Zuolun looked up in horror, astonished by his master's retreating figure, a bitter smile gracing his lips. See, I couldn't escape. At that moment, Zuolun remained oblivious to the fact that it was his own excessive chatter that had led to his banishment. However, this incident made him more cautious. He resolved that whenever his master and Miss Hua were together, he would refrain from barging in during any unpleasantness. Meanwhile, Hua Nuanyu rushed back to her room, sitting on the bed, unable to calm her racing thoughts. Her mind was flooded with the vivid memories of the earlier encounter. How could she have forgotten to react? That scoundrel! She cursed Yichin silently once more. Chapter 83. Bewildered by oneself. Who is it? The man audaciously touched her. Hua Nuanyu's face flushed with heat as she picked up a pillow and began to strike it against the wall with all her might. After a while, she halted. A peculiar expression etched on her face. Why was she fleeing? Why did she feel guilty? This was not her fault. Why did she leave? Moreover, she still had martial arts to learn. With a sudden resolve, Hua Nuanyu sprang to her feet, donned her shoes, and prepared to storm out. Yet, after just 2 steps, she hesitated. A sense of confusion engulfed her, and she felt as if she were suffering from some after-effect. How could she feel guilty again? Oh dear! Frustrated, Hua Nuanyu raked her fingers through her hair, convinced she must be ill to dread encountering that person. No, this was not her. She had never been like this. She could navigate any character with ease. Surely, she was overthinking it. Yes, that had to be it. Her mind, usually sharp and decisive, was now a chaotic whirl. Realizing the potential key to her turmoil, Hua Nuanyu sat on her bed and commenced her inner cultivation, breathing deeply to regain her calm. However, an hour passed, and she found herself unable to enter a meditative state. Damn it, Yichun, I will settle this with you. Hua Nuanyu shouted. Her voice, though not loud, was sufficient to rouse the 2 figures perched on the tree outside. Her words startled them. They exchanged knowing glances, their eyes filled with certainty. Their master had provoked Miss Hua. The fury she expressed was unmistakable, as if she were ready to unleash a beating. What had their master done to provoke her so? She was so incensed that she hadn't even practiced her martial arts. They were aware that she was a force to be reckoned with and could only pretend to be oblivious, continuing their feigned slumber. Inside the room, Hua Nuanyu tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. In desperation, she retrieved a pill, crushed it, and ingested a small portion. Who would have thought? She would find herself resorting to a sleeping draught. How ironic. Hua Nuanyu chuckled at her predicament, her words trailing off as her eyelids grew heavy, and she drifted into slumber. In the deep of night, a shadow descended from the sky and entered Hua Nuanyu's courtyard, startling the hidden figures, Enwu and Enlu. As they prepared to launch a hidden weapon, they were met by their master's gaze. Upon receiving a signal, they concealed themselves once more, filled with curiosity about their master's risky visit at such a late hour. Was he there to apologize to Miss Hua? Yichun stood before the tightly shut door, his feet rooted in place, fearful that any movement would alert the girl within. Yet, he had come to see her. The events of the day had caught him off guard and spiraled beyond his control. She possessed a unique aura that perpetually drew him closer, igniting feelings that transcended mere curiosity. Concerned for her well-being, he had come. After a long moment, Yichun took a deep breath and stepped closer to the door, attuning his senses to the sounds within. Silence reigned. She had not sensed his presence. His anxious heart began to ease, but soon discomfort arose within him, inexplicably. As he reached the door, the stillness persisted, confirming that Hua Nuanyu was unaware of his arrival. He gently leaped onto the roof beam and slipped inside. To his surprise, she lay asleep. Upon seeing her peaceful form, Yichun's gaze softened, and he approached cautiously, his heart racing. Tonight, intruding upon her private space. He wondered if she would be enraged upon waking. However, as he drew nearer, he noticed something amiss. She had remnants of the drug in her hand. His heart tightened as he swiftly examined the substance. It was a sleeping potion. Yichun murmured softly, a mix of confusion, relief, and annoyance in his tone. Did she loathe him so much that she resorted to drugging herself? Gazing at her serene beauty, he felt a tumult of emotions. What sort of woman was she? Her actions were utterly inscrutable. In the hushed room, Yichun sat at her bedside, unconsciously reaching out to caress her face. In slumber, she appeared gentle and untroubled, transformed from her usual fierceness into a tranquil and graceful being, a true chameleon. Thus, Yichun remained at her side, quietly observing Hua Nuanyu, his eyes filled with tenderness. Time slipped away, and eventually, he vanished from the room. The following day, Hua Nuanyu awoke groggily, and upon noticing the bright daylight outside, she sprang to full consciousness. What was happening? How could she have overslept? Her eyes gleamed with intensity, a storm brewing within. She had never made such an error. How could she have slept in until this hour? Suddenly, she caught sight of some remnants and, upon inspection, was dumbfounded to realize they were traces of her own sleeping draft. In that instant, memories of the previous day's events flooded back, leaving her momentarily stunned. How could she have forgotten the side effects of the potion? Her sluggish awareness was merely a remnant of the drug's after-effects. But it was only in that moment of awakening. After this brief revelation, she turned her mind to the events that transpired at the palace. Feeling more composed than she had the night before. Forget it. Mastering her craft was of utmost importance. She had even slapped him. If he dared to cross her again, she would take him down. A glimmer of cunning sparkled in her eyes as she retracted the remnants from her bed and exited her room. Today, several places within the Hua residence boasted red lanterns, a festive ambience lingering in the air. Yet, Hua Nuanyu displayed no emotion, not even glancing at the decorations before leaving the estate. In the Hua household, she had become a figure no one dared to confront. From the head of the family to the servants, all kept their distance, wary of inciting her ire. Hence, apart from their own affairs, no one dared approach her. Nor would anyone speak ill of her. In fact, a few individuals silently expressed their gratitude towards her, for without the matriarch, and with the legitimate heir mysteriously afflicted with an ailment, life had become considerably more pleasant, despite the turmoil in the inner quarters. This was all thanks to her. Of course, the two concubines of the young masters were the most at ease in this situation. Not only did they have sons, but they also jointly wielded significant authority over the household. Those who managed to safely give birth in the inner chambers were no fools, having witnessed Hua Nuanyu's prowess. They warned their sons to steer clear of her, lest they meet the same fate as the legitimate heir. In the face of significant matters, the two concubines seldom found common ground, yet in the realm of vying for favor, they engaged in open and covert rivalry, forming alliances, all while refraining from targeting Hua Nuanyu. Thus, Hua Nuanyu was, in effect, isolated. Yet, this was precisely what she desired, while others busied themselves avoiding her. One individual remained oblivious to the prevailing situation, fixated on seeking vengeance. In Hua Wanrong's courtyard, guards stood vigilant, denying entry to any servants. A maid approached, carrying a food box, and knocked on the tightly shut door. "Miss, a letter for the eldest young lady." As the maid entered, she whispered softly, retrieving the letter from her sleeve and extending it with both hands. Chapter 84. The Art of Disguise, a Meeting. Hua Nuanong appeared haggard, exuding a somber aura, starkly contrasting her usual gentle demeanor. Upon hearing the maid's words, a flicker of excitement graced her face. "Quick, bring it to me at once," she urged, her impatience palpable. As she received the letter, she tore it open with fervor and began to read. The contents incited a wave of emotions within her. She initially fumed with rage, her expression teetering on the brink of an outburst. Moments later, a cruel smile crept upon her lips, her eyes glinting with malice. She set the letter ablaze on the candlestick, then turned to the maid, commanding coldly, "Go, summon that wretched person's attendants." The maid paused, then swiftly comprehended whom the seventh miss referred to, nodding eagerly. "Yes, I shall go at once." With that, she hurried away. Hua Nuanong gazed at the closed door, a sinister smile playing on her lips. "Wretched one, let us see how long you can remain arrogant. What you owe me shall be repaid 1,000-fold," she whispered fiercely, her eyes brimming with murderous intent. Meanwhile, Hua Nuanyu had arrived at her secret training ground, observing the training session while offering guidance. In the afternoon, she commenced her lessons for the day. She arranged the participants into 5 groups seated together, unveiling the prepared materials, and proclaimed, in the realm of wanderers, mastery of disguise is essential. Possessing multiple skills grants one an additional chance at survival. It is well known that the art of disguise, when executed with finesse, evades detection. However, without exceptional insight and years of experience, such skill remains unattainable. Today, I shall impart to you a method of disguise that is less likely to be discerned. As she elaborated, she held up a small jar and continued, different individuals require different techniques. The materials used may vary. Today, we shall begin with the elderly man. If one is to learn the art of disguise, it is wise to start with the most challenging and intricate techniques. Mastering this will facilitate the learning of others. It is merely a matter of practice. Her words left the audience astounded, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. The art of disguise. Their master is to teach them this elusive skill, a rare opportunity indeed. Understanding this technique could potentially save their lives. Hua Nuanyu selected an individual to demonstrate the process, while pairing others to begin their practice. Before commencing, she prompted them to analyze the various appearances of elderly men, emphasizing that true disguise remains undetected only through comprehensive understanding of the character in question. Following her guidance, they cultivated a habit of keen observation. Once she had covered the necessary instruction, Hua Nuanyu began demonstrating the art of disguise. Targeting the elderly appearance, she prepared the base according to common features. She retrieved a box containing a black substance and applied it to the face of a participant named Yu. Within moments, his visage transformed remarkably. The others, intrigued by the contents of the box, discovered it to be nothing more than soot. They were astonished by its utility and resolved to procure more in the future. With the materials in hand, the participants began to mimic their master's demonstration. However, a cacophony of laughter erupted. What is this application? A dark-skinned person? Or merely a blackened face? Have you no sense of proportion? Hua Nuanyu instructed them to take turns, emphasizing the importance of subtlety in the foundational steps, which proved challenging for many. Next, she taught the second and most arduous step, creating the appearance of age through wrinkles. Utilizing a blend of 2 powdered herbs mixed with pea flour and soot, she demonstrated the application process. Much like modern foundation, the desired effect quickly materialized. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. The transformation was astonishing. In just 2 steps, Yu appeared utterly unrecognizable, his features seamlessly altered. This art of disguise was indeed remarkable. The participants' astonishment quickly morphed into determination as they seized their materials and began to practice. Yet, failure ensued once again. Even though they were no longer resembling their original selves, their faces remained excessively dark, drawing unwanted attention. Hua Nuanyu, aware that her techniques were often employed for missions requiring brevity, provided only a few essential steps for identity alteration. After imparting the final step, she observed the group practicing. The afternoon had passed swiftly, and it was evident that mastery would require more than a mere half-day. As evening approached, it was nearly time for Hua Nuanyu's martial arts training. Standing in the courtyard, she hesitated before making her way to the prince's residence. That evening, Yichen was preoccupied with thoughts of the previous night, his mind clouded by lingering memories of alluring fragrances. After a day of tormenting anticipation, he finally found himself in the courtyard, eagerly awaiting her arrival. The moments of waiting felt interminable, a sensation he had never experienced before. At last, the familiar sound of footsteps reached his ears. Yichen promptly took his seat at the stone table, lifting his tea to compose himself. She has arrived. Hua Nuanyu nimbly scaled the wall, landing gracefully. The moment her feet touched the ground, she spotted a figure seated in the pavilion. Sipping tea, a memory of their previous encounter surged within her. Damn it! Hua Nuanyu felt her composure slip once more. After a momentary hesitation, she steadied her emotions and approached Yi Chun with an air of calmness. Your Highness possesses exquisite taste. It seems you are here to admire the clouds in a starless sky? Her words dripped with subtle sarcasm, while others enjoyed the moon and stars. He appeared to be reveling in the obscurity of the night. How absurd. At that moment, Hua Nuanyu no longer regarded Yi Chun as the lofty prince deserving of deference. Her perspective having shifted after their previous encounter, Yi Chun discerned her displeasure but chose to remain unperturbed, responding, "Look at the moon, my dear." His words held double meaning, nearly provoking a retort from her. "Ah, Your Highness, please take your time to appreciate. I must go practice my martial arts now." Hua Nuanyu sensed an unusual intensity in Yi Chun's gaze, his attention often fixating upon her, causing her discomfort. It felt as though she were prey beneath a scrutinizing gaze, igniting an unfamiliar sense of unease within her. Unaccustomed to such scrutiny, she swiftly turned to head towards the garden. Observing her retreat, Yi Chun moved forward, intending to suggest they dine together first. But his sudden action led Hua Nuanyu to misinterpret his intentions. Chapter 85. A Clash of Two, a Misunderstanding. Hua Nuanyu was already distracted. Ever vigilant of Yi Chun, she never anticipated he would charge towards her. Fearing that rogue might take advantage of her, she instinctively swung her fist at Yi Chun's face, exclaiming, "You scoundrel!" Yi Chun, taken aback by Hua Nuanyu's fierce reaction, reflexively grasped her hand, urgently attempting to speak. "Beware." This king, however, before he could finish, He was abruptly interrupted by the furious Hua Nuanyu, who declared, "You scoundrel! There's no negotiation. Take this." Yesterday, he had bound her hands, leaving her at his mercy. A wave of indignation surged within her, prompting her to raise her other hand and strike at Yi Chen's face. "What a man who shuns the fairer sex. Let us see if I don't smash your head." Her fist, fueled by rage, bore down on Yi Chen with the swiftness of the wind, capable of breaking bones if it struck a mere mortal. In a heartbeat, her fist was before him, but Yi Chen remained composed, catching her other hand firmly. Yet, he was astonished. Her strength was formidable. Fortunately, his inner power shielded him from embarrassment. That very punch allowed Hua Nuanyu to free her previously restrained hand, and she aimed a kick at Yi Chen. Surprised by her sudden aggression, he released her hand and swiftly evaded her strike. Frustrated at missing her target, Hua Nuanyu resolved to take this encounter more seriously, determined to test his skills today. Her actions nearly caused the hidden guards to drop their jaws in disbelief. What they witnessed was not merely Hua Nuanyu challenging their master, but her techniques bore striking resemblance to their own. Whispers of confusion arose among them. Who had taught her these moves? Such techniques were meant to remain a secret. This realization caused them to shift their focus entirely onto Hua Nuanyu, eager to discern how much she had learned. Her moves were a hodgepodge of stolen techniques, seamlessly woven together into her unique style, leaving no one able to predict her next strike. All they knew was that her attacks were ruthless, decisive, and required undivided attention. Watching her, Yi Chen felt a smile tug at his lips, and he began to engage with her seriously. One could not deny that the girl possessed extraordinary talent in martial arts. Their duel unfolded with swift, ethereal movements, the air thick with the clash of powerful fists and fleeting shadows, stirring up dust that danced in the breeze. Yi Chen intentionally held back, fighting barehanded without utilizing his inner strength, maintaining an equilibrium with Hua Nuanyu. Time passed, and neither showed signs of stopping. In fact, their exchanges intensified. The hidden guards were astounded. Nearly an hour had elapsed, and Miss Hua showed no signs of physical exhaustion. Her techniques retained their vigor, demonstrating an extraordinary endurance. How was this possible? From their initial curiosity about her techniques, their focus deepened, pondering how Hua Nuanyu had become so formidable. As time slipped by, the night deepened. The two in the courtyard continued their sparring. Although they showed no signs of halting, their movements lacked the initial ferocity, suggesting fatigue was setting in. Indeed, Hua Nuanyu felt her stamina waning but hesitated to voice it, fearing it would signify her defeat. Thus, she gritted her teeth, determined to outlast him and force him to concede first. She couldn't fathom that he could endure longer than her, who drank divine water daily. Hua Nuanyu's intuition proved correct. Yi Chen was indeed straining to maintain his composure. Typically stoic, he revealed a rare hint of weariness, taken aback by her remarkable endurance. Such stamina could not have been achieved without extensive training. Yi Chen had always been puzzled by Hua Nuanyu's resilience, never uncovering the reason. Today, however, an additional mystery unfolded before him. Clenching his teeth, he thought, as a proud man, he could not falter first without tarnishing his reputation. Therefore, he resolved to endure, no matter the cost. From a distance, Zuoluan observed the silent clash clearly, wanting to intervene, yet fearing to disrupt their spirited engagement. Anxiously pacing, he pondered how to persuade Yi Chen to take a break, having noticed the fatigue etched on his master's face. Just as Zuoluan contemplated how to intervene, a sudden voice drew his attention. Unbeknownst to her, Hua Nuanyu stumbled backward, teetering on the brink of falling. In a flash, a figure darted forward. Catching her in his embrace. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers vanished, including the previously pacing Zuoluan, who was now nowhere to be seen. They vividly recalled the commotion in the hall yesterday. Should they witness anything untoward, their fates would be dire. Meanwhile, Hua Nuanyu felt a wave of frustration wash over her. At the crucial moment, she had faltered. When had she ever tripped over a stone? How embarrassing. Meeting Yi Chen's gaze, she hesitated before speaking. Please put me down. As she attempted to break free, Yi Chen held her tighter, responding, "Don't move. I'll set you down shortly." Gazing down at the girl in his arms, he spoke softly before striding towards the hall. Hua Nuanyu was bewildered by his sudden actions. What was he planning? Before she could react, she heard words that fueled her misunderstanding. "Zuoluan, prepare swiftly." His tone was urgent, instilling a sense of dread in her. What was he up to? Preparing for what? A bath for her? Hua Nuanyu dared not contemplate further, her instincts screaming at her to flee. After their prolonged sparring, she was drenched in sweat, and given yesterday's intentions, what was he truly planning? Anger surged within her, prompting her to struggle. Yi-chun, put me down. What do you intend to do? I wish to return and rest. The more she struggled, the tighter he held her, effectively restraining her hands. The familiar action only reinforced her suspicions, and she erupted. Yi-chun, you scoundrel, release me at once. With that, she turned her head away and bit down on Yi-chun's arm. Yi-chun winced in pain, but did not release her. He could not fathom her fierce resistance. Something told him that if he let her go now, he would find it difficult to speak to her again in the future. Without uttering a word, he quickened his pace, still holding Hua Nuanyu firmly. Realizing this, she cursed him silently as she turned her head, ready to bite him again, but at that moment, someone intervened. Chapter 86. This man is unhinged, astonishing. Just as she turned her head, a handsome face loomed closer, and warmth brushed her lips. Hua Nuanyu's eyes widened, her mind momentarily blank. Had she been kissed again against her will? Soon, Hua Nuanyu regained her senses and began to struggle. Using all her strength, she attempted to break free, but to her dismay, she found herself unable to escape. Goodness, she had truly underestimated his strength. Was he really going to force himself upon her? In her desperation, Hua Nuanyu bit him fiercely, and a metallic taste filled her mouth. Hiss! Yi-chun winced in pain, stepping into the room before releasing Hua Nuanyu, wiping the blood from his lips, and gazing intently at her. You dare to bite this prince? Yi-chun's voice was laced with irritation, though it was unclear whether he was more vexed by her bite or her fierce resistance. Regardless, he was currently quite agitated. Hua Nuanyu, sensing the indignation in his tone, pointed an accusatory finger at him. You lecher! How dare you attempt to force yourself upon me? Am I blind to have thought I could cure your eyes? If you dare! Hua Nuanyu, filled with rage, suddenly felt a wave of humiliation wash over her. Just as she was about to threaten him, Yi-chun interrupted. What did you say? This prince intends to. Yi-chun was taken aback by Hua Nuanyu's perception of him. Seeing her wary expression, he began to understand. Hua Nuanyu, however, was not swayed by the innocence reflected in Yi-chun's gaze. She scoffed. Ha! Do not deny it. Why did you suddenly grab me? And why did you have Zhuolun prepare? Just then, as if on cue, Zhuolun's voice echoed from outside. My lord, shall we serve dinner now? This remark, seemingly innocuous, made Hua Nuanyu's face change instantly, embarrassment washing over her. Could it be that she had truly misunderstood him? Yi-chun shot a glance at the flustered Hua Nuanyu, then spoke in a deep voice, uttering a single word, serve, before turning his back. Such a demeanor was not meant for others to witness. At the doorway, Zhuolun, hearing the command, promptly entered with a group of servants carrying food boxes. The serene hall was imbued with an eerie atmosphere, and Zhuolun immediately sensed something amiss. Having learned his lesson, he kept his head bowed low, fearing he might see something he shouldn't see. Quickly arranging the dishes, Zhuolun hurriedly exited the hall. The enticing aroma of food made Hua Nuanyu feel ravenous. It was as if a sudden surge of energy had left her weak, and she yearned to devour meat. Without hesitation, Hua Nuanyu dashed to the dining table, picked up chopsticks, and reached for a dish, only to find a pair of chopsticks quicker than hers blocking her way. What did you just say? I didn't quite catch that. Yi-chun regarded Hua Nuanyu, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. The girl had misunderstood him, and he would not easily forgive such folly. What a vexing turn of events. Hua Nuanyu inwardly cursed Yi-chun. That rascal was definitely doing this on purpose. Cunning, petty. Faced with the delectable spread before her, Hua Nuanyu struggled to maintain her composure. Earlier, you had Zhuolun prepare dinner, inviting me to dine. If I were to refuse now, that would indeed be my fault. After all that commotion, let us eat. Hua Nuanyu's quick wit allowed her to dismiss the previous incident in a single breath. Taking charge, she boldly urged Yi-chun to eat, transforming into a master of the situation. Yi-chun was taken aback by Hua Nuanyu's assertiveness, his lips twitching in disbelief. The girl certainly knew how to play the fool. However, seeing her eagerness to feast softened his heart, prompting him to set aside his inquiries for the moment and begin to eat. Hua Nuanyu attacked the food with wild abandon, her chopsticks flying as she devoured the dishes with great delight. In no time, the 12 dishes laid out on the table were completely cleared, leaving not a single side dish behind. Satiated, Hua Nuanyu slumped back in her chair, rubbing her belly, utterly content. One glance at her form would reveal just how much of the meal had vanished into her. Just as she basked in her satisfaction, a voice jolted her back to reality. You err, it is time we settled our accounts, don't you think? Yi Chen looked at Hua Nuanyu, his tone somber. Though she was unaccustomed to the term Yuer, she had little time to ponder its meaning at that moment. Us. What accounts do we have? Hua Nuanyu feigned ignorance. Her expression perplexed. In truth, she had already discerned the intent behind Yi Chen's words. He merely sought to gain the upper hand over her. What methods he would employ remained to be seen. Yi Chen, unfazed by Hua Nuanyu's reaction, spoke slowly. This prince kindly invited you to dine, yet you treat me thus. Shouldn't you? Before he could finish, Hua Nuanyu interjected passionately, My lord, are you not forgetting that it was you who bullied me? I was merely acting in self-defense. Also, you claim to shun the company of women, yet you constantly take advantage of me. As she mentioned this, a flicker of anger reignited within her. This matter, she must clarify. Hearing her words, Yi Chen's eyes flickered slightly, and he replied with a serious tone. This prince bullied you? When did I ever bully you? Yi Chen feigned ignorance, deliberately steering clear of her latter question, seeking to probe further. Upon hearing Yi Chen's retort, Hua Nuanyu realized he had no intention of letting her leave. Hey, are you done yet? A prince of your stature should not concern himself with such trivial matters. Hua Nuanyu's temper flared once more, her eyes narrowing into slits of cold vigilance. This man was not only unpredictable but seemingly deranged. She had certainly learned that in recent days. This man must be unwell, the kind of illness that could not be cured. Hua Nuanyu's wariness only tightened Yi Chen's heart. He anticipated her strong resistance. Simultaneously, an inexplicable irritation began to rise within him. This was not the outcome he had desired. With his hands clenched tightly beneath his sleeves, he hesitated on how to respond, but just as he was about to speak, Hua Nuanyu made a move to leave. Yi Chen, in a moment of urgency, called out, Yuer, wait. The situation spiraled beyond his control, something he had not foreseen. Hua Nuanyu halted, not out of obedience to his command, but because she had heard the name Yuer. My lord, please refrain from calling me that. Each time she heard that name, she felt an odd sensation. It was simply too soft for her liking. As she began to voice her feelings, Yi Chen interrupted. I find it quite pleasant. Yuer, radiant and proud, is the most soothing to the heart, attracting admiration from all, yet is cherished by only one under the moon's glow. His inexplicable words caused Hua Nuanyu's heart to race. What on earth was he saying? It was no wonder she felt this way. Was he referring to the moon? Or to her? Yi Chen's intense gaze seemed to provide her with an answer, causing Hua Nuanyu to avert her eyes, hastily retorting, What are you rambling on about? It's getting late. Hua Nuanyu felt she could no longer remain. The person before her was too peculiar for her liking, and she had no intention of continuing this conversation. However, just as she was about to leave, Yi Chen stepped into her path. Hua Nuanyu gasped. Before she could react, he uttered something that left her even more astonished. Yuer, this prince harbors feelings for you. Chapter 87. A thunderbolt from a clear sky. The assessment. Like a thunderclap on a serene day, the calm yet solemn words echoed in Hua Nuanyu's mind, reverberating endlessly. It was as if her brain was starved of oxygen, leaving her momentarily blank. One sentence, akin to an incantation, rendered Hua Nuanyu numb, her heart racing. A testament to the impact of those words. What did you say? Hua Nuanyu gazed at Yi Chen like a machine, her innocent eyes reflecting disbelief. The sight of her evoked ripples in Yi Chen's heart. The girl, at any moment, captivated his very soul. He reached out to grasp her hand, his fervent gaze locked onto hers as he earnestly declared, Yuer, my heart belongs to you. All his previous agitation subsided with those words, affirming his intuition was correct. From the moment she had treated him, she had already found her way into his heart. It was a predestined union, a gift from the heavens. He firmly believed that she too felt differently towards him. That kiss was proof. The gravity of his words and the intensity of his gaze left Hua Nuanyu in a state of panic. She withdrew her hand, flustered, her eyes darting away. This is too sudden. I need to go back and think about it. Her mind was in disarray, and somehow, she recalled a similar scene she had witnessed in Country Z, blurted it out, and hurriedly exited the room. Yi Chen observed her reaction. A glimmer of disappointment in his eyes, but then considered her words. He had been too abrupt, and she hadn't had time to process it. She needed to contemplate it thoroughly. Yet, with her departure, the calm he had just achieved began to stir once more. At the doorway, Zhuoluan, noticing Hua Nuanyu's hasty exit, immediately lowered his head, instinctively aware that he should not look. Otherwise, the punishment would be doubled. Once Hua Nuanyu was out of sight, Zualuan heard his master's voice and promptly entered the room. Master, do you summon your subordinate? Zualuan showed respect, not daring to meet Yu Qin's gaze directly. Yu Qin sat in a chair, hesitating for a moment before speaking. Did you observe Miss Hua's demeanor just now? As he posed the question, he picked up a nearby teacup to alleviate the tension within him. Zualuan was utterly bewildered by the sudden inquiry. He had seen nothing. I did not dare to look at Miss Hua. Zualuan wished desperately that time could rewind. How could he have anticipated that his master would ask him such a question? As his words fell, he felt the chill in the air. It was over. He feared he might not survive the return from the back mountain. Indeed, a cold voice sealed his fate. Training in the back mountain will be doubled. Zualuan accepted his fate and exited the room, lamenting his unfortunate circumstances. Meanwhile, Huanuanyu lay on her bed, tossing and turning, unable to find peace. Oh dear, why can't I sleep again? This is maddening. She attempted to dismiss thoughts of that person and that matter, yet they lingered vividly in her mind, driving her nearly to distraction. Perhaps out of avoidance, perhaps out of dislike, or perhaps simply seeking rest, Huanuanyu refrained from cultivating her inner strength, retreating to her blankets instead. However, everything that had transpired that night played out in her mind like a film, intertwining with memories from yesterday and earlier events. Huanuanyu felt her mind was about to explode. Her brain was under siege. Since she could not eradicate these thoughts, she decided to let them play at random. Faced with her helpless mind, Huanuanyu chose to relinquish her resistance, allowing it to play freely. She had never imagined that Yu Qin's peculiarities were rooted in his affection for her. But from what moment did this begin? No, it should be why he would take an interest in her. In matters of the heart, Huanuanyu felt her thoughts moving sluggishly. She regarded him as a friend while he harbored ulterior motives. This, she would not accept. In a fit of defiance, Huanuanyu turned over, trying to convince herself that this was all premeditated. She could not trust, yet she ultimately could not overpower her mind, nor dismiss the intimate moments replaying in her thoughts. Huanuanyu had no choice but to quiet herself and examine her heart. He was cunning. He was shrewd, he was meticulous and generous. The usually composed her found herself feeling suppressed in his presence. Nevertheless, he kept his promises, never overstepping her boundaries, ensuring her safety without prying into her privacy. This trait was what she admired most. It was also why, during their verbal sparring, she had refrained from retaliating with malice. His confession had come so unexpectedly, throwing her off balance. It was an experience she had never encountered before. Her emotions, clumsy as they were, seemed to uncover a thread of insight. Her heart raced. She felt guilty for avoiding him, and she questioned her strange feelings. It appeared that, unbeknownst to her, she had been drawn to him. She had never contemplated the prospect of romance, nor had anyone ever confessed to her. Now, in this place, she wondered if the deity of love was watching over her, as she faced the prospect of marriage. The rapid pace of events left her anxious. Was she the favored daughter of fate and the deity of love? Why had life suddenly become so fortuitous? Whatever she lacked was being bestowed upon her. With his declaration of love, she pondered the notion of a faux marriage. Could it potentially transform into a genuine union? Contemplating this, Huanuanyu let out a wry smile. Never mind, it was better to refrain from challenging fate, lest she find herself sent back. This place was splendid. Without firearms, she could reign supreme. Since she harbored feelings for him as well, perhaps she could dare to explore this budding romance. The wealth of the Wangfu would be perfect for her to manage. Having clarified her thoughts, Huanuanyu felt a sense of calm wash over her, observing the darkening sky outside. She took a deep breath and closed her eyes to sleep. She was in no rush to respond to him. While Huanuanyu drifted into slumber, Yu Qin, on the other hand, was tormented, unable to find rest, tossing and turning in distress. After what felt like an eternity, with the dawn breaking, he could no longer remain still. Someone, summon in Wu and in Lu. Yu Qin's eyes bore the weight of fatigue, his tone tinged with urgency. Zualuan, upon hearing the command, immediately dispatched someone to carry out the task. The waiting was unbearable. Yu Qin felt as though he had succumbed to madness. The decisive man he had always been had never imagined he would be ensnared by love. The thought itself was preposterous. At last, En Wu and En Lu arrived. We greet our master. The two bowed respectfully. Rise. Yu Qin feigned calmness, his voice icy. Did Miss Hua seem displeased today? As the words formed, he hesitated, altering his approach. En Wu and En Lu exchanged puzzled glances at their master's inquiry before responding earnestly. Master, there is nothing amiss. They had expected their master to summon them for something of great importance, only to discover he was concerned about Miss Hua. Hearing that Hua Nuanyu was not upset, the tension in Yi Chen's heart finally eased. As long as she is not angry. As long as she is not angry. Through subtle inquiries, Yi Chen asked a few more questions, all regarding Hua Nuanyu's emotions that day. However, the ultimate outcome eluded him. It was calm, just as it always had been. Chapter 88. The wedding tomorrow. Forget it. Unable to fathom the thoughts of Hua Nuanyu, Yi Chen dismissed the two individuals. Just as An Wu and An Lu exited, An Yi entered. Master, there are unusual movements at the border. An Yi reported, presenting a secret letter. Upon hearing the news, Yi Chen's expression shifted dramatically as he took the letter, tore it open, and skimmed through its contents. The information within was unknown, but Yi Chen's countenance darkened ominously, filling the room with an aura of danger. With a loud thud, Yi Chen slammed his palm on the table. His voice cold and commanding, quickly summoned Su Yuxuan. An Yi accepted the command, leaping out of the room in an instant. Yi Chen, holding the letter, was filled with murderous intent. It was time to emerge and intimidate those petty individuals. Meanwhile, Hua Nuanyu continued to oversee the training of the group, teaching them the art of disguise in the afternoon. The day was filled with bustling activity and purpose. Soon, the day had passed. As the time for daily martial practice approached, Hua Nuanyu chose not to go to the Chen Wangfu, but instead practiced swordsmanship in her courtyard. In her view, if they desired her response, they ought to come seeking her, though this sentiment was accompanied by a tinge of inexplicable guilt. Just as she finished a move, An Wu arrived. Miss, the master's letter. An Wu presented the letter, and Hua Nuanyu, puzzled, took it and opened it. The 6 bold characters caught her eye, causing her mouth to twitch. Urgent matter, do not think of it. How narcissistic. Hua Nuanyu muttered to herself, tucking the letter away and resuming her training. Just as she wished. After mastering the second technique, she began to self-study the third, having discerned a pattern from the first 2 moves. Moreover, she felt a vague connection between her acupuncture skills and this sword technique. As she channeled her energy and mental focus, she distinctly sensed a powerful sword aura. The inner strength she had just cultivated resonated, as if eager to burst forth and claim a life. Hua Nuanyu felt a surge of joy within, and the hidden intricacies only strengthened her resolve to continue her practice. Thus, on the following morning, she instructed 2 maidservants to dig a deep pit in a corner of the courtyard. Time passed swiftly in the midst of busyness, and before she knew it, 6 days had elapsed, leading to the eve of her wedding. During these 6 days, the Hua residence was bustling with activity. Outwardly, the patriarch was occupied with seeking physicians, inviting renowned doctors from the capital to tend to both his and his eldest son's ailments. Aside from the illness plaguing Hua Ziki, Hua Mancheng noticed slight improvement in the rashes on his face as they began to fade, leaving behind red marks. He was content, relieved to finally be rid of the hood that had prevented him from attending court. Through connections, he procured an ointment from the black market to conceal the red marks. Even if it only lasted for 2 hours, he was pleased nonetheless. Internally, the concubines in the back courtyard vied for favor, each employing every means to become the matron of the household. Thus, alongside the covert struggles, they also sought out various physicians privately to attend to Hua Mancheng. Ultimately, it was Hua Mancheng who found the doctor, bringing a semblance of calm to the competition. Aside from the Hua residence, the capital had been unusually tranquil in recent days. Aside from the events at the Zhang residence, there had been no significant developments that stirred public interest. Other minor matters failed to provoke any uproar. During this time, Hua Nuanyu busied herself not only with strengthening her own power, but also managed to purchase a 3-story shop on Zhuke Street, spending 30,000 taels of silver. Encompassing a total of 1,500 square meters, it would serve as her future main store, and she was willing to spend 1,000 taels for renovations. One day, after finishing her breakfast, Hua Nuanyu relaxed in the courtyard when hurried footsteps reached her ears. 6th Miss. The visitors were Wen Yinyang and Cheng Yinyang, the mothers of the 4th and 5th young masters. Upon seeing Hua Nuanyu, they both bowed respectfully. Regardless of her methods, her status alone warranted their reverence. Hua Nuanyu was somewhat surprised. Her courtyard was not a place just anyone could enter. What had prompted these 2 managers to come today? Lounging in her chair, she nodded in acknowledgement and inquired, "What brings you here, esteemed aunts?" At that moment, Hua Nuanyu had completely forgotten about her impending marriage the next day. Accustomed to the decorations throughout the residence and preoccupied with her own affairs, she had pushed the matter from her mind. Upon hearing her confusion, The two aunts exchanged timid glances, and then when Yin Yang smiled and stepped forward, "Sixth miss, you are to be wed tomorrow. Here is your dowry. Please have a look." "What?" Hua Nuanyu gasped in surprise, sitting up straight. Tomorrow was her wedding. How could it be happening so soon? Gazing at the cheerful red dowry list, a wave of nervousness washed over her. Steeling herself, Hua Nuanyu calmly replied, "Bring it here." "Ah, yes." When Yin Yang, recovering from her astonishment, respectfully presented it. As Hua Nuanyu accepted the list and saw the gilded characters on the cover, her heart began to race. Even though she reminded herself that this was not truly happening, her heart betrayed her, racing uncontrollably. She had yet to accept his proposal, so this wedding felt more like a transaction. Nevertheless, the anxiety lingered as she worried about revealing her unease. Flipping through the dowry list, she noted the sum of 20,000 taels, casually glancing at the subsequent items before returning the list to Wen Yang. Let it be as it is. This dowry was not her primary concern. As long as the Hua family did not lose face, she was indifferent. What mattered to her were the treasures in the storeroom. Since she was to be wed tonight. It would be a sleepless night. When Yin Yang and Chung Yin Yang were taken aback by Hua Nuanyu's reaction. They had anticipated that the sixth miss would be difficult to please and might scorn the dowry. They were even prepared for reprimands. Who would have thought that the sixth miss would be so agreeable? They nearly believed they had misheard. If there is anything you need, do not hesitate to ask us. Tomorrow, as you take your leave, do not be late. When Yin Yang and Chung Yin Yang responded with smiles, reminding her of the morrow's affairs, yet they dared not say too much. Hua Nuanyu nodded in acknowledgement. Displeased with Wen Yin Yang's conversation with Hua Nuanyu, Chung Yin Yang interjected, "Miss, as you depart tomorrow, do you have any preferences for the maidservants accompanying you? The household can provide." Just as Chung Yin Yang was speaking, Hua Nuanyu interrupted. "What? Accompanying maidservants?" Hua Nuanyu was taken aback. The Qin Wangfu had no female attendants. What purpose would they serve? To monitor her? To offer her head? Or were there other plans? From the outset, she had only considered herself. She would not bring along any maidservants. Hua Nuanyu's astonishment left the two aunts momentarily stunned. And when Yin Yang intended to speak first, but was silenced by Hua Nuanyu's words. "I am departing. It is not a matter for you to concern yourselves with. Are you to accompany me for a sacrifice?" Hua Nuanyu spoke bluntly, showing no courtesy, as she did not wish to invite trouble for herself. Noting the time, Hua Nuanyu hastily dismissed them with a few words. Chapter 89. Hosting guests and administering medicine. With no one else around, the courtyard fell into a tranquil silence. Hua Nuanyu gazed at the red lanterns hanging at the entrance, lost in thought. Who could have imagined that tomorrow would mark her wedding day? If this news were to reach the outside world, would it not leave everyone astounded? After sitting for a while, Hua Nuanyu left the estate, bearing none of the demeanor expected of a bride-to-be. The Hua family had long grown accustomed to her daily outings, and even on this day, they dared not intervene. Today, the marketplace buzzed with chatter about the crown prince's wedding, most expressing astonishment that Hua Nuanyu had not met her demise. Such a stark contrast piqued everyone's curiosity, quickly dominating the headlines in the capital, continuing to gain momentum. Compared to their previous attitudes, today, the crowd praised Hua Nuanyu for her fortune and resilience, claiming she had dispelled the crown prince's ill-fated aura towards wives. Truly, she was blessed. After all, it was unheard of for a concubine's daughter, especially one considered unattractive, to ascend to the status of a princess. Instantly, Hua Nuanyu's name echoed throughout the streets of the capital, known to all. As she made her way towards the commoner district, she overheard various discussions about herself. Thankfully, very few were negative. Ignoring the remarks, she focused on her own affairs. At the crown prince's residence, Yi Chun emerged from an inconspicuous courtyard, fatigue etched across his face. However, upon witnessing the festive decorations throughout the estate, his weariness dissipated, replaced by joy. How delightful it was that tomorrow would be his wedding day. Following closely behind, Xia Zimo, noticing the transformation of the courtyard, ventured a teasing remark. "I knew you've been so busy these past few days because you couldn't wait to see your little bride." The refined and gentlemanly Xia Zimo appeared disheveled, as if he had just returned from a long journey, his hair slightly tousled. Despite his own fatigue, he radiated a lively spirit while jesting with Yi Chun. Xia Zimo's audacity drew the amusement of Su Yuxuan, who observed the exchange with a smirk. Upon hearing Xia Zimo's comment, Yi Chun shot him a cold glance and commanded, "Since you understand me so well, You shall be in charge of the guests tomorrow. Xia Zimo was taken aback, and before he could protest, he dashed outside. And you too, Su Yuxuan. Yi Chen's icy voice echoed, freezing the figure in place. Who else could it be but Su Yuxuan? Feeling utterly defeated, Su Yuxuan turned to scold Xia Zimo, but the latter spoke first. Hey, Su Yuxuan, how can you abandon me at such a critical moment? I refuse to deal with the royal family. The thought of the royal guests made Su Yuxuan bristle. Their words were always laced with barbs, and he had no desire to endure such torment. Upon hearing Xia Zimo's plea, Su Yuxuan retorted, Humph, this is your mess. I shall not accompany you. With a disdainful glance at Xia Zimo, he turned and left, shaking his sleeves in frustration. Xia Zimo felt a surge of panic and called after him, Wait, don't go. He had hoped to invoke Yi Chen's authority to intimidate Su Yuxuan, but the courtyard was devoid of Yi Chen's presence. Xia Zimo, feeling despondent, lamented his misfortune. Why is my fate so cruel? Meanwhile, Yi Chen inspected the wedding preparations within the palace, his demeanor relaxed and elated. Even if he did not show it outwardly, his aura radiated joy that was unmistakable. The once detestable red lanterns and silks now brought him delight. Your Highness, I have come to greet you. The steward hurriedly approached. A wide smile etched across his face, reflecting a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. Yi Chen regarded the steward warmly. Well done, steward. Please collect your reward from the treasury. The steward beamed. Thank you, Your Highness. It was merely my duty. Have you checked the main hall? Is everything to your liking? The wedding of the master was a momentous occasion, and under the prince's commands, there could be no negligence. Thankfully, everything met the prince's satisfaction. As Yi Chen entered the main hall, he anticipated the vibrant decor that awaited him inside. The room was adorned in a sea of red, every detail meticulously arranged in pairs, a symbol of auspiciousness. Pleased with the arrangements, Yi Chen began inquiring about the various wedding details. Soon as dusk fell, Hua Nuanyu returned to her courtyard, where Aunt Wen and Aunt Chung arrived, presenting her bridal attire. Upon seeing the gown, Hua Nuanyu was astounded, her eyes nearly sparkling with excitement. The phoenix crown and ceremonial garments were truly exquisite treasures. The crown, encrusted with numerous gems, was handcrafted, and its sheer weight, approximately 20 pounds, was astonishing. The golden threads formed a lifelike golden phoenix, exuding elegance and grandeur, every detail reeking of opulence. Truly, this was the hallmark of royalty. Hua Nuanyu's heart swelled with joy. This splendid attire was worth far more than her entire collection of jewelry. Once her guests departed, she swiftly stowed the garments away, leaving 2 empty boxes for show. With little regard for the aunt's cautions, she only noted the preparations for tomorrow, dismissing the rest. Just then, a maid's voice called from outside, Miss, the water is ready. Hua Nuanyu glanced around and welcomed her in. As the maid prepared the bath, she respectfully mentioned, Miss, tomorrow is your wedding day. Using this water for your bath will surely bring you good fortune. The maid presented rose petals with a smile. Hua Nuanyu plucked a petal, inhaling its fragrance, and calmly remarked, Indeed, it is a fine product. The maid's smile brightened as she added all the petals to the water, then withdrew. Hua Nuanyu watched the closed door, a glimmer of coldness flashing in her eyes. Some individuals seemed unable to remain patient, observing the bathwater filled with rose petals. She retrieved a vial from her sleeve, crushed a pill, and added it to the mixture. This tactic certainly piqued her interest. Hua Nuanyu mused to herself before beginning her bath. Outside, the maids, hearing the sounds of bathing, exchanged glances, and Autumn Leaf quietly slipped away from the courtyard. That night, the gentle spring breeze rustled the branches, creating a melodious sound. Suddenly, the tightly shut door of the chamber swung open, revealing 2 furtive figures who ventured in opposite directions. One lingered at the main hall's entrance, trying to eavesdrop, while the other waited by the courtyard gate, seemingly anticipating someone's arrival. Their actions did not escape the watchful eyes of Dark 5 and Dark 6 perched in the tree above. Their expressions were laced with disdain for such foolishness. Who would be so naive as to seek trouble with the young lady? Truly, they lived far too comfortably. Tonight was bound to unfold into a splendid performance. Chapter 90. The night before the grand wedding, a return gift. In the shadows, 3 figures clad as guards entered the courtyard, escorted by a maid waiting at the entrance. The trio seemed familiar with one another, remaining silent throughout their passage, and were led directly to the door of a room. Observing their gait, 2 figures hidden in the dark surmised that these individuals were seasoned fighters. Their anger flared as they watched the three infiltrate Huan chamber, wishing fervently to eliminate them on the spot. However, given the lady's orders, they refrained from acting impulsively, choosing instead to observe from the shadows. Once inside, the two maids displayed expressions of smug satisfaction as they quietly retreated to their quarters. The night was ominously dark, and the room was shrouded in an eerie gloom. Huan Yu perched on a beam, her lips curling into a smile that was neither fully a smile nor a frown, contemplating the appropriate form of retribution for the intruders. The concealed aphrodisiac she intended to use would lead to a depletion of vitality through indulgence, resulting in a chaotic personal life, a fate that would tarnish both reputation and character. With a steady gaze, Huan Yu watched the figures near the bed, gradually scattering the powdered drug, unbeknownst to the three in the dark. Their excitement was palpable as they rubbed their hands together. Just as they were about to approach the bed, an unexpected darkness enveloped them, rendering them unconscious. Huan Yu leapt down from the beam, exited the room, and headed towards an adjacent chamber. "Xiaoye, have they begun?" Xiao Shui inquired. The two only able to sense each other's presence amidst the darkness. Xiaoye responded with unwavering confidence, assuring her, "Do not worry. These are the lady's arrangements. Nothing will go awry. You should focus on dreaming of your future as the lady of the house." Elated, Xiaoye spoke with an air of authority. As they discussed the prospects of their future roles, their conversation was abruptly interrupted by a chilling voice that shattered the room's excitement. "So, you aspire to be the lady of the house?" Huan Yu's voice pierced the silence like a stone cast into a still lake, sending ripples of shock through the air. "Ah, when did you arrive?" They stammered, panic-stricken, their fear overwhelming as they stumbled and fell to the ground, trembling and wide-eyed, pleading for mercy, momentarily forgetting the gravity of their situation. Yet, Huan Yu, lacking any inclination towards mercy, had no intention of letting them off the hook. After extracting the information she sought, she concealed her findings, leaving them in a state of unconsciousness. From the shadows, she retrieved a vial of medicine, administering a dose to one of them before turning to depart. Shortly thereafter, the door creaked open again, and something was tossed inside, followed by the sound of the door closing. An androgynous figure, known as An Wu, delivered the three incapacitated individuals to Huan Yu, whispering, "My lady, may I take the liberty to discipline that individual? How dare they entertain such schemes in the dead of night?" Huan Yu had initially contemplated personally dealing with the intruder, but chose instead to delegate the task, recalling her own plans for the night. "Administer this to them and sell them to the brothel," she instructed, producing a pill and advising her subordinates to ensure no unforeseen complications arose before departing. Understanding Huan Yu's concerns, the duo complied, reassured by her prowess. As she gazed towards Huanrong's courtyard, a smirk graced her lips. "Oh, how benevolent of me. I refrained from delivering a fatal blow. What a transgression," she muttered softly, before leaping away into the night. Some individuals deserve to have everything they cherish destroyed, leaving them with nothing, subjected to ridicule. Being able to bear the shame and depart would not render her journey through life in vain. As Huan Yu exited the courtyard, shameful sounds soon echoed within, but they faded once she crossed the threshold. Navigating swiftly through the grounds, her agile movements went unnoticed. Compared to her previous late-night escapade, her skills had significantly improved. Easily reaching the storeroom, Huan Yu assessed the guards stationed outside. With precision, she produced a vial of sedative and, taking advantage of the wind, scattered it towards them. Her gaze remained vigilant, focused on every person in the courtyard. Should anyone dare utter a sound, she would ensure their demise. The enhanced sedative rendered those in the courtyard unconscious almost instantaneously. Witnessing the sudden collapse of their comrades, the remaining guards hesitated momentarily, only to be caught off guard by the effects of the drug collapsing elegantly to the ground. In mere moments, a significant number of guards lay incapacitated. The few who remained were met with swift retribution as Huan Yu's lethal throwing darts claimed 5 lives in the blink of an eye, leading to the total annihilation of the remaining guards. After ensuring no one else would intrude, Huan Yu swiftly opened the storeroom door and slipped inside. "Ah, my treasures. Mother has come to take you home," she exclaimed joyfully, eagerly gathering the items within. Recalling the wedding dowry, she knew the contents of the storeroom well. As she collected her bounty, she meticulously counted, quickly filling her satchel. Aside from the dowry items, there was hardly anything missing. Upon leaving the storeroom, Huan Yu did not rush back to her quarters, but instead made her way stealthily towards Huanrong's chamber. Since no one would be returning, She believed it was only fair that her possessions should not go to waste. With practiced ease, she approached the courtyard, finding the guards asleep. Huan leapt into the yard, brazenly approaching the room. This was her first time entering the legitimate ladies' quarters, and the decor was undoubtedly the finest, surpassing even her own. After surveying the room, she began her plunder, taking everything in sight: clothing, shoes, towels. She spared no item, collecting anything that could be carried away. What she deemed unnecessary could be treasures to the common folk. She would consider it a good deed. Having completed her task, Huan Yu exited the room, ensuring she would not be discovered prematurely. She rendered the remaining guards unconscious, moved them into the room, secured the door, and departed with a sense of satisfaction. As for Huan Ruiwei, she would undoubtedly reap the benefits in due time. As the night deepened, the moon shone brightly, and the gentle spring breeze stirred the leaves, imparting a soothing quality that lulled Huan Yu to sleep quickly. The following day, before dawn, the entire Huafu estate buzzed with activity as servants rose early to attend to their duties, bustling with purpose. Concubine 1 and Concubine Cheng had already prepared themselves and, accompanied by the matchmaker and others, hurried to Huan Yu's quarters to assist her with her preparations. However, upon encountering the tightly shut, darkened door of her room, they halted in bewilderment. Which bride would sleep in this late? Of course, no one dared voice such thoughts. Chapter 91. A stunning beauty, astonishing. Understanding the temperament of Huan Yu, the crowd stood in the courtyard, tacitly refraining from uttering a word. They were eager for the sixth miss to rise but feared disturbing her, each anxiously stationed at the door, hesitant to step inside. Damn it! Why haven't those two maids woken up yet? Entwin, in a fit of agitation, noted the absence of the two servants in the courtyard and whispered her irritation. Upon hearing this, Aunt Chung turned her gaze towards the side room, instantly feeling a surge of anger. Surely, those two were simply being lazy. With nothing to be done but grumble, they could only mutter curses under their breaths, already planning that if the auspicious hour was delayed, they would certainly push those maids forward. It was all their fault. According to the auspicious timing for the bride's departure, they needed to be ready by noon. But with the lengthy and intricate processes of bathing and dressing, everything would barely be finished close to midday. Thus, Entwin and the others had arrived early. The waiting was the most excruciating. As time dragged on, the sky grew brighter. Just as despair set in for the anxious crowd, the tightly shut door finally creaked open. Entwin and Aunt Chung could not help but exclaim, "Sixth miss, you have finally awakened." They dared not scold her, only speaking with a hint of grievance. Huan Yu glanced at the people in the courtyard and said lazily, "Just wait. Bring me water in half an hour, then come in to dress me." With that, she closed the door once more, causing those outside to panic. They fidgeted like ants on a hot pan, anxiously glancing at the two aunts, their eyes pleading. What shall we do? Entwin and Aunt Chung were nearly beside themselves with worry. They had never anticipated that after such a long wait, the sixth miss would suddenly declare they must wait longer. Was she not intentionally making things difficult for them? What hour was it already? Surely, they would miss the auspicious timing. The sixth miss was doing this on purpose, purely to bully them. The two aunts were filled with displeasure. They had hoped that once that girl left the Hua residence, peace would finally reign. After being on edge for so long, today was supposed to be a relief. Yet she was deliberately causing trouble, pushing them to the forefront of embarrassment. I must tell the master. Entwin could hardly wait, turning toward the front courtyard, determined to inform the master of the situation. In any case, if the auspicious timing was missed, she did not wish to bear the consequences. With Entwin gone, Aunt Cheng remained in the courtyard, ready to respond at a moment's notice. Meanwhile, Entwin reported the matter to Hua Manqing, expecting they would go together to reprimand the girl. However, the master's unexpected response took her by surprise. Humph. If she wants to delay, let her. If the auspicious time is missed, let it be known. After all, everyone is watching this new princess. Hua Manqing's tone was indifferent, clearly not taking the sixth miss's departure seriously. To him, she was merely a harbinger of misfortune. Anyone who associated with her would surely suffer. Moreover, if word of this incident got out, it would undoubtedly invite ridicule upon the Chun Wangfu, perhaps even earning him a glance of favor from the crown prince. Calculating, Hua Manqing appeared calm, advising Entwin to remain silent and dismissing her. Once that troublesome girl left the residence, tranquility would return. Hua Manqing muttered softly, a flicker of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes before disappearing. He then assumed a leisurely demeanor, savoring his tea. At that moment, He remained oblivious to the tumult brewing within his own household, enveloped in the serene calm that often precedes a storm. On the other side, Aunt Wen hurried to Huan Nuanyu's courtyard, her expression composed. After whispering something to Aunt Chong, the latter's anxiety evaporated, and she settled calmly to wait. Time passed slowly, and soon, the tightly shut door opened. "Come in. I am ready for my bath and change." Huan Nuanyu's languid voice drifted from within, prompting the maids and matrons to hastily gather their belongings and enter. Aunt Wen and Aunt Ching, having heeded Huan Manqing's words, experienced a dramatic shift in their mindset. Instead of rushing in to offer assistance, they simply sat back, observing the servants as they worked. Huan Nuanyu, never one to allow others to gaze upon her while bathing, ordered everyone out once the necessary items were brought in. The matrons responsible for her grooming paced nervously, but were soothed by the two aunts, losing their irritation. Ultimately, everyone in the courtyard awaited Huan Nuanyu's delays, and it seemed as if events were unfolding just as they had hoped. With less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, noon approached, and Aunt Wen and Aunt Cheng finally wore satisfied smiles. The lengthy bathing alone had consumed so much time that no matter how swiftly they rushed through the other tasks, they would undoubtedly miss the auspicious timing. Let her await the laughter of the entire city. Just as the two basked in their triumph, the door swung open, and a familiar voice echoed from inside. "Come, prepare me." Once again, only her voice was heard, not her figure. The matrons and maids attending to her grooming immediately donned expressions of respect as they entered the room. However, upon stepping inside, chaos ensued. Aunt Wen and Aunt Chong, hearing the commotion, rushed in to investigate, only to be met with a scene that left them utterly stunned. A breathtakingly beautiful woman sat before the copper mirror, her arched brows and lively eyes drawing their gaze. Her skin, as fair as jade, evoked a sense of inferiority within them. Her exquisite features possessed a beauty that could incite envy, truly making her a vision of ethereal grace. Clad in a vibrant red wedding gown, she radiated a captivating danger that compelled one to venerate her. Even the most resplendent empress would pale in comparison to her beauty and grace. Who was this woman? After the initial shock, confusion filled the air. But upon noticing the wedding attire, an unimaginable truth dawned upon them. It truly was her. Suddenly, a sharp, cold voice snapped everyone back to reality. "What are you all dawdling for? Prepare me." Huan Nuanyu commanded coldly. The crowd jolted, their astonishment palpable as they scrambled to comply. This person was the sixth miss. How could it be? Was this truly the same sixth miss they had known? No. How could the sixth miss look like this? She was once deemed unattractive. Their collective response echoed in their minds. Remembering the disparaging term ugly, they recalled the sixth miss's past, marred by a dark blemish on her left cheek, which had led them to label her as such. Yet, upon closer reflection, she was not ugly at all. When had that blemish disappeared? The crowd was filled with questions, but none dared to voice them. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Even those assigned to groom her stood awkwardly to the side, feeling embarrassed to make any adjustments in the presence of her breathtaking beauty. Aunt Wen and Aunt Chong, however, had a different perspective. Though they were concubines, they had seen their fair share of the world. Beyond marveling at Huan Nuanyu's beauty, they were struck by the aura she exuded. They understood that she was not to be trifled with, but today, she emanated a different energy, one that compelled their submission. The very essence she radiated hinted at an unapproachable authority that left them feeling oppressed. Chapter 92. The Wedding Procession, Departing from Home. Could it be due to her imminent ascension to the role of princess? The two were perplexed and could not resist inquiring once more about her astonishing transformation today. "Miss Liu, your face." Aunt Wen hesitantly spoke up, carefully gesturing to her own left cheek, the implication unmistakable. Huan Wenyu gazed into the bronze mirror, taking in the expressions of those around her without a hint of emotion, and lazily remarked, "I venture out daily. Is it not to admire my own visage? Who would have imagined that after washing my face, it would appear so pristine? I certainly did not." Her casual dismissal served as a plausible explanation, intended to silence any lingering doubts. The fact that she left the house every day was true, as was the existence of renowned physicians in the prince's residence. Thus, her appearance found a logical justification. As Huan Nuanyu finished speaking, the maidservants had just completed styling her hair, awaiting only the placement of the phoenix crown. She turned her gaze towards the matron standing beside her and coldly urged, "Why are you standing there? Fetch me something to eat." Having consumed provisions stored from the previous day that morning, it was now midday, the designated time for meals. What were they all doing loitering about? Had they not been in such a hurry earlier? Huan Wanyu's words startled the two matrons, who then respectfully advised, Miss Liu, that is not appropriate. On the day of your wedding, one should refrain from eating. Indeed, Miss Liu, there are certain customs to observe on the day of your departure. Antwin quickly added. However, before she could finish, she was met with a piercing gaze. This princess shall dine, and you dare to neglect that. Huan Wanyu, lacking patience for their arguments, instantly radiated an air of authority befitting a princess. Discussing rules with her? How laughable. She had always been the embodiment of rules. Her commanding gaze, frigid tone, and unspoken authority caused everyone present to shudder, abruptly recalling who stood before them, an individual they dared not provoke. The two matrons nodded fervently and hastily exited the room, heading straight for the kitchen. Antwin remained silently in a corner, her face betraying her trepidation. That earlier glare had frightened her considerably. Miss Liu's wrath was indeed fearsome. Even the more inconspicuous Aunt Chong, sensing the danger, hid behind the maidservants, avoiding that earlier look. Has the makeup artist arrived? We must not delay. Huan Wanyu was mindful of this particular custom and did not hesitate to remind them. Upon hearing this, the two matrons promptly replied, indicating they would make arrangements, and then fled the room as if escaping a storm. Observing their demeanor, Huan Wanyu sighed inwardly, appreciating the perks of her status. At least it spared her the need for excessive words. As time passed, the wedding procession finally arrived. Firecrackers exploded joyfully before the Hua residence, and the townsfolk rejoiced. Hua Manqing personally awaited at the gate, partly to display that her complexion had indeed improved, and partly to garner a favorable reputation. With a smile, she exchanged pleasantries with the people, appearing quite affable. Initially, it was presumed that Prince Chen would not come in person to fetch his bride. However, to everyone's astonishment, once the carriage came to a halt, the stoic prince appeared before the crowd. The noisy throng fell silent, only to be replaced by murmurs of reverence. I pay my respects to His Highness, Prince Chen. Seeing him, Hua Mansheng was momentarily taken aback before hastening to kneel in greeting. It was an unexpected honor for the prince to personally collect his bride. He was fortunate to be at the gate, lest he risked being impolite. Dressed in wedding attire, with a white cloth covering his eyes, Prince Chen exuded an aura of coldness that could not be concealed, even with his vision obscured. Upon hearing Hua Mansheng's voice, he remained silent, but his companion, Zhuo Luan, spoke directly. General Hua, no need for such formalities. The hour is late. Please make your way at your convenience. Zhuo Luan's tone was cool, yet courteous. After delivering his message, he followed his master through the grand entrance. Hua Mansheng dared not delay and quickly followed suit. Prince Chen strode directly towards Hua Nwanyu's courtyard, navigating the winding path as if he longed to fly straight there. Finally, with a heart full of anticipation, he arrived at the courtyard he had been yearning for. Your servant pays respects to His Highness, Prince Chen. The ladies present greeted him with reverence. Some younger matrons covertly stole glances at his handsome visage, utterly captivated and gazing at him with rapt attention. Their actions, however, earned them a reprimand from Zhuo Luan. Have you lost your minds? His icy voice pierced through the air, causing the women to hastily avert their gazes, shrinking back into the crowd. After scolding them, Zhuo Luan positioned himself at the doorway, keeping a vigilant watch over those restless women, ready to act should anyone dare to disrupt the day's proceedings. After all, this was the day of their master's wedding. Anyone who dared to meddle would face his wrath. He could not afford to squander this rare opportunity to redeem himself, and he was fully prepared to prevent any unforeseen incidents. The back mountain was a place he wished to avoid. Inside, Huan Wanyu was joyfully assessing her makeup when the commotion outside suddenly made her anxious. Realizing she had put down her belongings, she hastily grabbed the veil and draped it over her head. Heavens, it had been several days since she had last seen him, and she had nearly forgotten about his existence. His arrival had rendered her instantly nervous. How utterly ungraceful. Seated beside the bed, Huan Wanyu endeavored to calm herself while remaining attentive to his entrance. Just before night, Chen stepped into the room. He heard the flurry of footsteps within, a smile gracing his lips as he strode in with purpose. His eyes immediately captured the sight of a vibrant red figure, and upon seeing her, his heart finally found solace. My lady, this prince has come to escort you home. His gentle voice reached Huan Wanyu's ears, prompting her to retort, Humph. Who is your lady? I have yet to agree to that. The moment those words left her lips, her tension dissipated. Night Chen, hearing her response, smiled wider as he approached her, repeating, "My beloved, this prince is taking you home." With that, he bent down and lifted Huan Wanyu into his arms, striding purposefully towards the exit. He had no desire to delay even a moment longer. Being carried out by the prince was a precedent that had never occurred before. The sight astonished everyone in the Hua residence, their eyes reflecting a mix of shock and envy. Who would have thought that Prince Chun could be so considerate? It seemed the rumors were indeed unfounded. Even through the veil, Huan Wanyu could feel the heated gazes from outside, prompting her to inwardly lament. Being attractive truly was a burden. Just look at how their eyes were practically popping out of their heads. Humph. Should anyone dare to look at me like that, I shall retaliate. As fate would have it, just as she harbored such thoughts, she heard Night Chen's icy voice once more. "Have you lost your minds?" With that utterance, the intense gazes vanished instantly, leaving Huan Wanyu questioning herself. Could he possess the ability to read minds? Hua Mansheng had been trailing a few steps behind Night Chun, observing his steady gait and precise gaze, and could not help but feel puzzled. Could it be that Prince Chun truly could not see? His demeanor hardly resembled that of a blind man. Something must be investigated further. Once the wedding procession departed from the Hua residence, a collective sigh of relief echoed as everyone finally sent off that ancestral presence. Chapter 93. The Chaos of the Flower Manor, Mockery. Hua Mansheng gazed at the departing carriage, a flicker of contemplation crossing his eyes. After a long while, he withdrew his gaze, preparing to return to the manor, only to be met with astonishing news. "What are you saying? Who possesses such unparalleled beauty?" He had inadvertently overheard the name of that wretched girl, leaving him perplexed by their words. The two women engaged in discussion were none other than the concubines of Hua Ziki and Hua Zishan. Upon being questioned by Hua Mansheng, they were initially taken aback, but soon responded with respect. "My lord." The concubine spoke of the sixth young lady. "To our surprise, the blemishes on her face have vanished, and she is transformed into a stunning beauty." At this revelation, Hua Manchu was momentarily stunned. He looked around at the other women, who all responded affirmatively. Furious, he exclaimed, "Why was I not informed of this matter? Everyone in the manor is aware, yet I remain in the dark. How is this possible?" His sudden outburst frightened those present. The concubines lowered their heads, shrinking back in an effort to diminish their presence. They had also learned of the sixth young lady's transformation during their own grooming, almost believing she had found someone to replace her. Who could have imagined that it would be her? The realization struck them with astonishment. The sixth young lady possessed such beauty, and they had failed to notice. Concubines 1 and Chung were also in a state of panic. They had intended to speak of it later, unaware that the master would overhear and react with such fury. At that moment, Hua Mansheng's wrathful gaze fell upon them, amplifying their fear. My lord, I only learned of this while dressing." Concubine 1 stammered under the pressure, but before she could finish, Hua Mansheng coldly reprimanded her. "Fools! How could you not inform me of such an important matter? You all." Humph. Outside the manor, Hua Mansheng struggled to contain his anger, leaving with a frigid remark as he stormed inside. "Fools! A bunch of imbeciles. Not a single person informed me of this significant event. This is enough to drive me mad. No wonder Prince Chen values that wretched girl so highly. The truth lies here." In his furious state, Hua Mansheng remained oblivious to the even more infuriating incident that was about to unfold within the manor. As the Flower Manor prepared for the marriage of a daughter, Hua Mansheng invited a select few guests for a feast. The steward busily organized the festivities, registering the congratulatory gifts before personally delivering them to the storeroom. Little did they expect that upon opening the door to the storeroom, the sight before them would terrify the entire group. The steward, witnessing the scene, dropped the gifts in shock and blinked rapidly, hoping to find it was merely an illusion. Instead, he found the storeroom utterly empty. With a fainting spell, he collapsed to the ground. The accompanying servants, struggling to suppress their panic, scrambled to the front courtyard to report to the master. Master, something terrible has happened." In the hall, Hua Mansheng was scolding the concubines when he was abruptly interrupted by the frantic shouting, further fueling his anger. Upon seeing the panicked servant burst into the hall, he immediately berated, "Impudent! How dare you shout? Have you forgotten the rules of the discussion hall?" Guards. Hua Mansheng felt the manor was truly in disarray. The master was foolish. The servants lacked discipline. He was exceedingly irritated. He ordered for the servant to be taken away and punished. But the servant's next words nearly caused him to faint. "Please, my lord, spare me. The storeroom has been robbed." Realizing the gravity of the situation, the servant hastily divulged the information. His voice was loud enough for all present to hear, drawing terrified glances from everyone in the room. "What did you say? Repeat that." Hua Mancheng stepped before the servant, grabbing his collar and coldly inquiring, his face betraying a hint of panic. The concubines also wore grave expressions, fixated on the servant, hoping they had misheard. At that moment, an eerie silence enveloped the hall, a dangerous atmosphere quickly permeating the space. As if one wrong word could invoke calamity, the servant shrank back slightly, taking a deep breath. My lord, the storeroom has been completely emptied. You must go and see for yourself." His clear words resonated in the ears of everyone present, causing their faces to turn pale in shock. The once quiet hall erupted into chaos. Hua Mancheng stumbled, nearly falling to the floor, his complexion ashen as he struggled to suppress the blood rising in his throat. Pushing past the crowd and rushing toward the storeroom, the others quickly regained their senses and hurried after him. It cannot be true. It simply cannot be true. Their dowries were there. All their possessions. It cannot be true. They were unwilling to accept the reality, each clutching at a flicker of hope. As they approached the storeroom, they heard the master's furious roar from within. Some concubines fainted on the spot. In the desolate storeroom, Hua Mancheng, after spewing blood, collapsed. The Flower Manor was thrown into utter chaos. Meanwhile, outside, news of the Flower Manor's legitimate daughter selling herself to a brothel sparked a tremendous uproar, sweeping through the entire capital like a tempest. In an instant, the Flower Manor became the subject of public discourse once more. At the Chun prince's residence, the wedding procession returned, with Yi Chen personally guiding Hua Nuanyu through the grand entrance. A royal wedding naturally attracted the presence of royal family members, with several adult princes and princesses gathering to congratulate the Chun prince on his nuptials, though their true sentiments remained concealed. The crown prince and several princes stood closest to the sacrificial altar, their eyes narrowing with disdain as they spotted the bride. A hideous woman, and she dares to come forward to greet us. How disgraceful for the royal family. Since they show interest in an ugly woman, they must be a perfect match. A blind man and an ugly woman, a true pair. The crown prince observed Yi Chun with a mocking smile, then discreetly concealed a hand behind his back. Biding his time. Under Yi Chen's guidance, Hua Nuanyu ascended the platform. She could feel the mocking gazes penetrating the veil, as if they were all there to witness her humiliation. However, she soon noticed the absence of the emperor on the high platform. Was he too busy? Or was he avoiding potential assassination? It was quite perplexing that he would not attend his own son's wedding. She recalled that the emperor had made an appearance at a certain prince's wedding. How peculiar. After a brief moment of contemplation, the auspicious hour arrived. The officiant announced the congratulatory remarks, leading into the formal ceremony. First, we bow to heaven and earth. Following the officiant's cue, Hua Nuanyu and Yi Chun bent to pay their respects. Yet, as the sounds echoed, Hua Nuanyu's heart tightened, as if additional emotions swelled within her. Second, we bow to our ancestors. Led by Yi Chen, Hua Nuanyu turned to honor the ancestors. Lastly, the couple bows to each other. At the mention of this phrase, Hua Nuanyu's heart trembled. She felt an uncanny sense that this wedding was genuinely hers. Even though she had yet to respond to Yi Chen, momentarily lost in thought, she sensed a commotion from the crimson silk, quickly casting aside those thoughts and bowing in reverence. Just as she was about to rise, a powerful gust of wind rushed toward her,